Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Great to be with you. We are live in San Francisco on Radio Row for a third consecutive day. We're here with you till Friday, and it's been a fun time out here. Big thanks to Liqueur 43, our title sponsor for our trip to Radio Row this year. So we welcome you in here on a Wednesday. I'm Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. We've made it to the midway point, my friend.
Yeah, it feels like I've been here for 3 weeks. As you and I were going out to prison yesterday, I really felt like, man, this feels right. You and I went.
You and I are going to prison.
You and Figgy and I went to Alcatraz, and it felt like a nice break from the slog of Radio Row.
Yeah.
Yes. It's incredibly.
Sometimes if you watch the movie Goodfellas, you know sometimes guys like to go off to prison.
Just because of
you get a break from the monotony.
You get a break from the stress and everything. You get somebody telling you
Henry
what to do.
Hill, that one time he went away to prison, seemed kind of happy to get away from Karen.
We went to Alcatraz yesterday, and it's so weird because Figgy, you and I, took the boat out, nice little 10-minute boat ride, and it's beautiful.
Yeah.
It is.
I don't know what all the complaining was about back in the day.
It is a picturesque serenity, it's just full of a serene setting with water all around you and the mountains in the distance and everything.
The superstructure itself had a very hotel feel to it, to me.
Yeah.
I mean, until you got to the cells inside.
Yeah, that's where, because when I first pulled up.
Accommodations inside weren't great.
When we pulled up, I told you, this feels like your first day of college when you see your dorm and you're going in.
Yeah.
And, oh, look at this, I'm going to have a view of the water and everything. Right. Turns out, and this is where it gets brutal, you have all those beautiful that beautiful setting and everything. Right. The cells themselves don't have an ocean view.
They don't.
Or a view of the bay.
But they don't. Yeah. They don't really have much of a view of anything, if we're being honest. But the college comparison is an interesting one because one of the things that you get I know freshman year that you get a little bit of anxiety about is you know your roommate's name, but you don't know them.
Yeah.
So you're like, man, I wonder how I'm going to get along with my roommate. And as it turns out, you don't have roommates in Alcatraz.
You're like one of the rich kids with a single.
You get your own room.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought of that. You're right.
Yeah.
You get your own room.
Your own room. There's a bathroom in the room. You don't have to use a community toilet.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about your roommate falling in love with you, and as you sometimes do in prison.
Right.
And that part's pretty cool.
Yeah. I don't know what all the whining was about with the inmates back in the day. I found the place to be rather delightful.
They were pretty small cells.
Yeah, it's not spacious.
No. That was a disappointment. I would have complained to my RA about that.
You tested out one of the toilets.
Yeah, that wasn't. Yeah. It was.
Seth didn't take his pants down. He just sat down.
I thought about it. We were because we were doing.
That would have been bad.
Figgy was filming a bunch of video.
Yeah.
And we were just kind of empty on the cell block at the time. And I kind of looked out around. I was like, I think I could take my pants down and just have Figgy get a shot of me.
Leave your underwear up, but just show your pants around your ankles.
And then I'm glad I didn't because by the time we were done filming, there was a group of women walking behind Figgy. That would have been an ugly headline.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Local shock jock arrested for public indecency at Alcatraz.
Now that you frame it that way, it wouldn't have been bad for the show.
That's true.
Little publicity.
I can't look, man. I've already got a bad reputation on Radio Row just because of that incident with Josh.
Do you still get asked about that?
10 years. I see people looking at me. They're like, "Oh, that's the guy. Steer clear of him." Yeah. So I've got some cred in a good way.
Yeah.
But these little nerdy broadcasting types that scared me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. They Google you. Great Alcatraz. What did you think of it yesterday?
It was a great tour, A+ tour. Because we were kind of running around and doing video and everything, we didn't follow the guided walking tour. I wish I had. I might go back just to actually follow the tour.
No kidding.
Especially because, you and I were clowning around and everything, and meanwhile, other people were sitting down solemnly looking at an exhibit as they were listening to the audio tour.
Yeah.
And I felt like I was having too much fun at a funeral or something. We were getting dirty looks, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I had a good time. It was fun. Figgy, I think, is putting a video, like a big summary video together of the whole thing.
We were talking to the one ranger. I like to call him a guard. So we were talking to the one prison guard.
Mark.
Yeah, he's a park ranger, which is like the opposite of a
And
prison guard.
he used a Houston we have a problem joke to us.
Yeah, so I beat him down and shivved him. See, he was telling us that because I was saying, man, this is a beautiful setting, and he said, yeah, that's actually what was so psychologically difficult about it is that you're out there and you see all this natural beauty around you. There's people going by on boats, having the time of their lives and everything, and you're stuck in this prison.
Yeah, because they do get outdoors time, as it turns out there.
Yeah.
They had a whole exhibit about that. They played baseball out there. They had a baseball diamond and everything. So it's good. Yeah, Figgy's putting together some video for that. He's got my top 5 gangsters from Alcatraz video up. So we got a lot of content out there floating around on our social media. That was a fun time yesterday going out there and doing that.
Then we had a drink on the way home from prison.
We did. A celebratory drink that we got out of prison.
They serve, there's a bar on the boat that takes you home from prison.
Mm-hmm. As there should be.
I said if I had to take a boat to prison or a bus to prison, a boat by far would be my choice.
Oh, yeah. Well, especially for Alcatraz.
That's got to be kind of sad. You're getting on this boat, the wind is in your hair. Like, look at the natural beauty.
Let's go indoors for a really long time.
I hope I don't get stabbed in the kidneys 8 times my first day in jail.
I don't know if this is – I got back home last night. We went out to dinner last night. Me, you, and Clint and Aaron Raybald, our producer out here, or our engineer, I should say. And I left my TV on in the room on AMC. I was watching The Green Mile when I left.
Yeah.
And when I came back, Shawshank Redemption is on. It was like a real prison day for me yesterday.
It's good.
Big
Does
time.
it make you appreciate what you have?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. And appreciate, like, I'm like I was complaining this morning, like, oh, man, we're like the forgotten people out here on Radio Row, the people that get out here at 4 in the morning local time. There's hardly any liquids for us to hydrate here. All there was Pepsi with sugar.
Yeah.
And a couple Orange Crushes in the fridge.
But I also, when I got home last night and I had a Kind bar, I'm just kind of like, man, nothing tastes as good as that first Kind bar you eat the first day you get out of the joint.
That's true.
It's hard to find a good Kind bar in the joint.
Really appreciate it when you've been in the joint for 2.5 hours that day.
I went in bragging about how I could handle solitary confinement, no big deal.
You got in there and you started cowering like a baby.
More than anything, I just got kind of like 75 minutes into the tour, I'm kind of like, I'm bored. Yeah. Can we leave prison now? All right, we've seen everything, Mom.
Which, as it turns out,
I'm bored.
58% of the prisoners said that exact thing
Boredom,
on the first day.
Yeah, it turns out they get really bored in prison.
Yep. The amazing thing to me was the stories of the guys that escaped.
Yeah.
Like literally using spoons from the dining hall to scoop out the vents in their room and then sneak in, like Shawshank.
And we don't know if they escaped. We don't know if they lived or not.
Yeah,
Frank Murphy and his crew was the only guys that made it off the island in a raft, but nobody. They don't know if they drowned or made it to freedom.
The betting favorite is fish food.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Because at some point one of them would have screwed up.
Gotta be. Yeah.
And been found out publicly.
So that was our day yesterday. In interspersed throughout our day, because we all had our phones, were push notifications about the most important topic going on right now in Houston sports: C.J. Stroud's hair.
Yeah.
This is the biggest topic in Houston sports right
You
now.
first saw something from Houston Stressens with a picture of C.J. and a couple of people, which eventually turned out to be the people who cut his hair.
Yeah.
But it looked like something from his freshman year at Ohio State.
There was a lot of AI speculation going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he looks, because you haven't seen him without that hair since he was a freshman at Ohio State.
Right.
It just he looks very young without it. And I was talking about it with you this morning. I was like, this is stupid, but I know we're going to end up talking about this for like half the show today. And
here we are.
No, I know, because I can't help it. I'm admitting that it's stupid, but there's something about this. This is my angle on athlete's perspective. I had long hair my senior year in college, or like long by my standards. Yeah. Spent all summer growing it and everything. It's beautiful, nice and wavy. The girls loved it.
I'll bet.
I had kind of a substandard game, my second or third game of the season. cut it all off.
Yeah.
Buzzed it.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I'm a soft wimp.
Okay.
Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. I'm a you're a little fancy boy with your curly hair. I cut it all off.
And
I wonder if CJ was a little bit.
What happened after that?
I destroyed the world.
Yeah. Well, you went on to get drafted into the NFL.
Yeah. I mean, I would have anyway. But still, I think there's something about.
Let's stick with the narrative here.
Right. No. I think just psychologically, I wonder if there is a little bit of that with CJ of almost like, you know what?
1,000%.
Yeah, like, all right, a big change. People say that when people change their hair or something, sometimes it's a sign of them going through something psychologically. CJ
Stroud's performance in that Patriots game, and I'll add the Steeler game, but really the Patriots game with the 4 interceptions in the first half, his mood, his dour mood around that whole game, and the constant reading of body language and facial expression that really has gone on for the better part of 2 years now, not just 2 games in the postseason, has been the biggest story with this team. So him cutting his hair is if it is part and parcel of this, some sort of mental shift with him or some symbolic move into an offseason where he's reassessing everything he's doing, this matters. I mean, I know what you're saying. Like, it's a silly thing to get emotional, but people are emotional about C.J. Stroud right now.
Well, listen, if I'm going to trust one person when it comes to the Houston Texans, it's C.J. Stroud's personal barber, Case McGee, who
is that his name?
Yeah, he moved here to Houston before the 2024 season. So
that feels like a name you'd say to somebody. Like, it feels, you know what it feels like? It feels like a name that you would give to like a lawyer.
Yeah.
Like almost a disparaging name. Like, hey, I got Case McGee over here.
I got Case Face over on the job. Don't worry about it.
Case Face McGee over here.
Okay, so listen. This is very telling.
Yeah.
Final line of Matt Young's article about this, which I'm guessing is one of the top trending stories in the Houston Chronicle. Trust me, McGee said, you're going to see a different guy.
Oh, we got some football analysis.
Which is, wait a second, acknowledgement from the personal barber to C.J. Stroud that we need to see a different guy.
Yeah.
That's like, again, I'm not joking. That's actually relevant to me. I feel like,
no, we all feel stupid for doing what we're doing
CJ,
right now.
by way of his barber, is acknowledging that he needs to be a different guy. And maybe by cutting the hair a little bit and keeping it high and tight, a little bit more boring. Yeah. And it's all about business in 2026.
Yeah. CJ, after the Steeler game on Monday night, where he fumbled the ball 5 times. Clint and I are watching that thing up at the studio, getting ready for the postgame show. I said, you know what? We were trying to guess what CJ was going to say in the postgame because they won the game, but he was bad in that game. He had a few good throws, but overall his performance wasn't great. He did more to keep Pittsburgh in that game than Pittsburgh out of that game. The defense did the heavy lifting in that game. And I said to Clint, you know what? I think he's going to admit that he had a really bad game. And he did not. He did not.
I know.
He thought he played all right. You know, I dropped the ball a bunch of times.
Let's focus on the positive.
Yeah, no, it's like CJ has had bad game. He had a horrible game against the Patriots, and I think there was an element to people that are like, we need you to act like you were worse than you're acting right now. If what's his name again? Case Face McGee. If indeed what he is saying is proof that CJ is acknowledging that there needs to be, and CJ's not a dummy. He knows he needs to play better than he did in those 2 games. But if he's been openly talking about it with the guy who just shaved all his hair off, I'm willing to cling to that for now. We got nothing else. OTAs aren't for another 3 months.
He is at a Tony Romo point in his career where that game was the equivalent of Tony Romo botching the holding duty on the field goal kick.
Yes.
You know, it's like, okay, you can go one of 2 ways from here. Actually, you can only go one way. You can either stay put where you are in the cellar, or you can ascend upwards.
Yeah.
And let's make some changes and figure it out so this never happens again in the playoffs.
So the QB face now is a thing. CJ's got a different look now with the hair. The hair affects the face.
Yes.
And you know this is a show. I don't want to speak for both of us, but I cling greatly to the look of a guy's face, especially my quarterback.
This is a show that sits on the pillars of science. This has been proven in studies that there's a correlation between a quarterback's face and winning.
Yes.
And CJ doesn't have a classic quarterback face. He doesn't necessarily have he's got a boyish face to him.
He does.
Some quarterbacks grow into their face. Sam Darnold, I think, very much grew into his face.
He did.
He's
here now.
He used to have the face of a quarterback that would not make it in the NFL.
Yes.
But he lost some of that baby fat. He grew a beard.
Yep.
He's got a nice haircut now.
Yeah.
And he looks more like a bona fide
Kevin O'Connell and Clint Kubiak.
I think Matt Stafford grew into his face.
No doubt.
A lot of people like to blame all of his trials and tribulations on the Lions
or out of his face. You know what I mean? Like he slimmed it down.
Yeah, yeah. I think so. CJ is a guy who's still growing into his quarterback face. He did look, in the draft, one of the things I worried about with him is that he, in press conferences and in general, he looked like a child who was lost at the mall and was looking to find his mother. Like hiding in a clothes rack or something because he was terrified and didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
And I think at times during the playoffs, that's how he looked.
He definitely looked that way in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. He did. All right, so that's the
he doesn't he looks more like a kid now without the hair.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, to the point where I even thought, like, the videos – because there's video out there of him getting the hair shaved off. Like, he chronicled it to the point where I thought that might have been AI. I'm like, that's not 2025 CJ or 26 CJ right there.
He definitely, if he – you know those videos you see where, like, men shave their beard off and then they walk in and their kids don't recognize them?
Yeah, yeah.
And girls are scared of them and everything.
Yes.
I could – if he did that with his little nieces and nephews or cousins or something,
funny.
They probably wouldn't recognize him right now.
That's did you I didn't watch any of the Pro Bowl games last night except for what was on in the place that you, me, and Clint and Aaron went to.
Startlingly unprofessional of you.
Yeah. So it was a high-scoring 7-on-7 game. The funny thing, the video that got algorithm to me was Azeez Al-Shaair basically clotheslining Jahmyr
I saw the – who was it?
Jahmyr Gibbs.
I saw Gibbs on the sideline looking shook up. I thought you guys were joking because my back was to the TV.
Yeah, yeah.
And you were like, yeah, Azeez just laid that guy out.
Yeah.
And I look up and they show Gibbs on the sideline. It looked like his face was all roughed up.
Yeah, I mean it wasn't like an NFL on Sundays kind of clothesline, but for a 7-on-7 exhibition game that nobody really cares about the outcome for, very swarmy.
It's kind of like when you used to play two-hand touch and it got a little aggressive.
Yes.
It turns into two-hand shove.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah, good job.
Good for Azeez.
Yep. So there you go. We're off and running. Big thanks to Liqueur 43, Planet Fitness getting us here as well. All of you streaming, if you're up early with us, we really thank you for that. And that's the Mokaram Injury Lawyers live stream that you're watching on. And, of course, Tide. Seth is not giving up that Oxy Boost container to anybody.
It's got little handles on it, and it feels –
Are you just realizing that?
It feels like a –
It's like you're carrying a baby around.
It feels like a plate, like a weight room plate.
You're going to
like
or
shoulder raises.
Or a Simba hold up there. You can hold it up.
I can hold it up like Simba?
Like your baby. Yeah. Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Eat one. We're off and running here on a Wednesday. John Weekes is going to join us out at 9:00. So be on the lookout for that. Mike Mayok is joining us on the show today.
He is
at 9:30. You and I are interviewing Nick Caserio today this afternoon.
We are?
We're recording it at that table right over there.
That table?
Yes. Yeah. We're doing 3:00 local time.
Pacific?
I'm just telling you, so you're here at 3:00 Pacific time to interview the Texans general manager, and we'll obviously
that's on a 12-hour clock.
We'll run that tomorrow.
Okay.
This time change is messing with me more than the previous trips that we've done for whatever reason. Like it's messing with me. All right, coming up next, James Harden traded again. Could Framber Valdez be back? Dana Brown was asked that at the Astros media luncheon yesterday. So we've got that. We've got headlines coming up later on this hour. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. But before we head to the break here.
Will you shut up?
What?
That's snoring.
Yeah, turn it up, Ben.
I'll kick you in the ribs.
That was me.
Oh, if you were my cellmate, you'd be dead in 3 seconds.
That was me. Oh,
flat.
dude, I would keep everybody up.
You'd wake up. You'd totally get Epstein.
I would. No, I would. I wouldn't have to worry about being in prison.
Cisco. LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you here live on Radio Row. What you were about to say something?
You got your Notre Dame eye candy in the
Brady Quinn over there. He's also Rob Stone's co-host on Big Noon Saturday, and Rob Stone is my best friend from high school. I've been meaning to say hello to Brady Quinn for a long, long time, and when we get to commercial, I'm going to come find him. He's the author of many a great moment in Notre Dame football history.
I'll tell you what, he's even better looking in person.
It's just tough to do because he's pretty good looking on TV.
Just to keep him away from my wife.
Yeah. He's good. He's on Fox mornings. Does a show with LeVar Arrington on there. So, the stars are walking around, man. It was really just me, you, and Aaron at the beginning of the week.
Hey, you know what? Speaking of good-looking quarterbacks, because it's not a guarantee that if you do have a good-looking face, you're going to be a good quarterback.
Right.
It might be a necessary condition.
Yeah.
Not a sufficient condition.
Correct.
Did I say that right?
I think so.
Okay, whatever.
Early,
but as far as Mr. Notre Dame and Brady Quinn,
I'm still a little smitten with him. I'm not even
Stone
listening to you right now. Yeah.
Like David Carr. David Carr, good-looking guy.
Yeah.
It didn't translate into quarterbacking success in the NFL. But since we're talking about CJ's hair this morning, one of the most annoying things that's ever happened in Texans history, ever, on any football team I've ever been on, was when we were in our infancy as a program and we hadn't won 2 regular season games in a row yet.
Yeah.
David said, I'm not going to cut my hair until we win 2 regular season games in a row, which immediately you're like, all right, let's set the bar that low.
No kidding.
And then also let's David still be getting his hair coiffed as he's supposedly not getting his hair cut until it wasn't like he was growing a playoff beard that was all bushy and ugly and everything. He had perfectly styled hair that just gradually got a little bit longer until we finally reached that incredibly unattainable milestone of winning 2 regular season games in a row.
So you got there.
Eventually.
Yeah.
So it might have been 7 years after I left the team. It's just the whole thing about it. It just
big eye roll.
It just disgusted me.
Big eye roll. Oh, that's funny. So James Harden traded yesterday to the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Not a quarterback face.
No, not at all. But James Harden. I'm trying to count up. Houston, Brooklyn, Philly, Clippers. This is his 15th. Well, and add OKC in. Before that,
it's one of his. It's as he still, even though it didn't work out with Khloe, desperately wants to be a part of the Kardashian clan. He's following that blueprint of just being with a bunch of different NBA players. He's got a list that's growing, just like the Kardashians.
I was listening in on Cleveland this morning. I knew they'd be talking about this trade and the bargaining that goes on. When you're a team that picks up James Harden?
Well, the reason it didn't work out for James Harden in the playoffs with those 5 previous teams were none of that was James Harden's fault. When he was rifling balls off into the stands in San Antonio, turns out, I bet that was because Popovich had, turned up the humidity on the AC or something.
They weren't planning a parade route or anything like that. I mean, they knew the deal. It's been 4 teams now since he left here.
Yeah.
The thing is, he's still playing at a very high level.
Of course he is.
Yeah. So they traded Darius Garland for him, their point guard, who's been dealing with. He's much younger, but been dealing with a bunch of injuries. So now you got Donovan Mitchell and James Harden on the same team with each other, and the talk is that they're going to try to kind of do what they did here when Chris Paul came in, which is stagger the minutes. They'll be on the floor at the same time at times, obviously, but the ability to have an all-star level player out there as your alpha at all times for all 48 minutes is a big deal to them.
Well, like it was with Harden and Chris Paul at some point. How do you manage having 2 ball-dominant guards on your team? You just don't have them out there at the same time.
For the most
you
part,
always be rolling guys through and just have a constant threat out there.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense on paper. Mm-hmm. It's just that James Harden is now that's his.
He's got a deal. That's his deal.
Wait until the playoffs. It's wait until the playoffs with James Harden and see what happens.
It's just wild. Like, he's a Cleveland Cavalier now. He was in L.A. That was his home, man. That's where he's from.
Well, and it used to be a problem when he was in Houston. Remember, he just was awful whenever he'd go to L.A.
L.A. and Miami, those were the 2 bad ones.
Yeah.
Also, just shifting gears for a second. Framber Valdez still out there in free agency. Dana Brown did a press conference yesterday. They had the Astros media luncheon back in Houston, and he was asked, are you open to bringing Framber Valdez back?
Have you had any conversations with Framber or his representation? Are you surprised he's still out there?
Yeah, it's been a while since we talked about, Framber. We know that he's still out there. Haven't had any conversation lately, but we're keeping our eye on things for all the guys that are still eligible and to sign as free agents.
Chance you might be signed?
I'm sorry?
Is there a chance you might not be signed?
I mean, look, this is something that we would have to talk about as long as he continues to be a free agent, and we will have some discussions because of all the good things that he's done here. And so we'll see, at the end of the day what turns out. But anybody that's a free agent that we think can help our team, we'll have conversations about. As far as do we connect with them and make a move, it depends on what that does to our franchise and our future.
Just say no.
Yeah, well, okay, remember with Bregman? Bregman, It was a similar situation. Different players, different obviously considerations and everything. But in terms of, they were out on Bregman. But no, wait a second. Actually, there's a chance, even though we've already picked up Paredes, there's a chance we might get after Bregman. I think this is 100% about whatever Framber's expectations are and what he's willing to sign. But the Astros aren't going to play some game where they're desperately going to plead for Framber to come back. And let's make it work no matter what.
And they're back up against the competitive balance tax because they signed Imai, who is literally, I think they want to fill Framber on the team, which is be the number 2 guy behind Hunter Brown. In a perfect world, that's what he would be. If he were to come back to Houston, that means that whatever he was doing in the second half of the season might have been the most damaging, non-criminal acts that you can do in baseball to somebody's market
And the
value.
fact that he's still out there really is a puzzle. If you go back to when Dallas Keuchel sat out in free agency forever, that was after it was there were a lot of things with Dallas Keuchel where he wasn't the same guy he was at his peak. They had changed the strike zone, which really hurt Dallas Keuchel because he used to live at the bottom of the strike zone. When they raised it up a couple inches, that hurt him. But it was kind of weird that he was still out there all the way into the season.
Yeah.
With Framber, this is a top 10 free agent. And it's radio silence on where he might go or who's interested in him or anything. So whatever we know about publicly in terms of how volatile he was in the second half of the season, and given his past, I think there's probably likely more behind the scenes that we just don't even know about.
But the Keuchel's an interesting comparison because I think at the very basic part of that comparison is the fact that Keuchel hit free agency a year after he was pitching at an elite level. If you go look at Keuchel's numbers in 2018, I think was his last year with the Astros.
Yeah.
He was a 500 pitcher with by his standards a fairly high ERA.
He was a 3.74 ERA after he'd been 2.9 the year before.
And similarly, Framber, who's been one of the best pitchers over the last 4 years in baseball.
Yeah.
The blight on those 4 years is last season when he was, I think if I'm not mistaken, 13-11 with a 3.66 ERA. And that's for a guy who's trying to get $28 million a year. That's not your final salvo that you want to go into free agency.
That's funny because the Keuchels are almost the exact same situation.
That's what I'm saying.
Last year he was 12-11 last year, and then the ERA pretty similar.
That's why I think your comparison is a good one, isn't it? Now you also your point is also a good one that there were extenuating circumstances with how the game itself had evolved with Keuchel. I don't think Framber's affected by that. I don't think the strike zone's shifting. I don't think there's none of that going on. All of Framber's non-performance stuff is self-inflicted baseball culture stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas Keuchel, he was a model guy behind the scenes.
If Framber, I feel like it's one of two situations with Framber in his unique situation. It's one of two things. It's either Houston is actually the best possible place for him to play this year, or Houston is actually the absolute worst place for him to play this year based on whatever he feels about the organization or how the organization feels about him, and all of the weirdness that took place from the time he crossed up his pitcher intentionally, seemingly crossed him up intentionally, that if he was cool with signing something that's far below his expectations, a contract that has a 1-year option or an option after the first year, a team option, then maybe it could be good, but he'd have to be super okay with it, and I just don't know if both sides feel that way.
Does he feel like a guy who could operate under contractual circumstances to you?
Oh, he needs to have everything as stable.
Yeah.
He needs to have white walls and sleep in a straitjacket.
Dana Brown said he basically the 52 seconds of audio or whatever. You can sum it all up. If you did a translate by AI on that thing, hey, translate this 52 seconds in a 5-second clip. We've moved on.
Yeah, or just never say never.
Yeah.
When a GM says, you never say never, like in a way where he wants to say never, but who knows? Who knows what might happen?
Just listening to that, I'm like, God, they are not thinking about him at all. Like, we haven't talked to him in a long time.
Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. By the way, Yainer Diaz is getting $4.5 million. He wins his arbitration case against the Astros, $4.5 million for him. And Isaac Paredes settling with the team. They didn't go to arbitration. They settle at $9.3 million for this season. They also tack on a club option for next year for $13.3 million. So that all of a sudden, to me, that makes Isaac Paredes. If I'm another team looking at Isaac Paredes, that's a good contract to trade
having that
for.
club option is nice.
Yeah, that makes
very controlled costs for the next couple of years.
Yeah, predictable costs.
And yet he's also built for Minute Maid Park. That's the part about trading away Isaac Paredes that is just so painful.
Yeah.
It's like, my God, you've got this guy that's just slam dunk built for that, but now he's in competition with a sentimental signing.
The Christian Walker contract is what's coming up the works. If there was no Christian Walker, you just put Paredes at first base and you just go.
I think Chandler Rome mentioned Christian Vasquez catcher as a possibility since Victor Caratini's gone. Would that feel like a sentimental signing to you, or like, okay, got veteran player? Well, I mean, it would have sentiment.
Well, he was here with the 22,
but it doesn't. It would be a very budget, bona fide backup.
Absolutely. That year, if that half season he was with the Astros didn't exist on his baseball card, I would go, that's a good signing.
Right.
Depending on what it is. I mean, you got to see what the money is, but he's a good player. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you live on Radio Row as people begin to file in here on Radio Row in San Francisco. Again, thank you to Liqueur 43 for bringing us here, and Planet Fitness, McCarran Injury Lawyers on the live stream, and of course Tide is our presenting sponsor for all of the Odyssey stations that are here. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Headlines coming up next. We've touched on some of them already, but some of you are getting in your cars and you haven't heard us talk about it. So we'll hit what's going on here at the Super Bowl. We'll touch on some Astros news and big trade in the NBA. Trade deadline tomorrow, so do the Rockets need to get something done? We'll talk about that a little later on in the show. But before we head to break, Prize Picks. Max.
in San Francisco. Liqueur 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
There it is again, the great Ben Gary, able to take one intro coming into it and hit the brakes, go to headlines. It's the little things, man. You may not notice that as a listener, but what Ben is doing there is art, basically. So good to be with all of you here live on Radio Row. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, brought to you by Liqueur 43, bringing us here to San Francisco. Day 3 of radio here. And we are very light on Super Bowl headlines this week.
That's generally how it goes, though. It's very rare that there's a whole lot of earth-shattering stuff happening the week of the Super Bowl. It ends up being a lot more news about the league in general than it is in potential free agency trades, all that stuff, or any kind of drama. CJ got his hair cut. Woo! Then it is about the Super Bowl itself.
That's the big headline. I should have led with that.
Because every single year, people you get into Thursday or Friday of this week, and you're like, hey, we haven't actually talked about this upcoming game all that much.
Yeah, no, we've not. We had the Pro Bowl games last night. The NFC beat the AFC. Antoine Winfield was the MVP of the game. He had an interception of Joe Burrow to kind of seal the game.
Yeah.
I feel retroactively a little put off that Antoine Winfield is going to get the same trophy on his mantle that Matt Schaub has on his mantle for being the Pro Bowl MVP for an actual football game with pads and helmets back in the day.
Did you see Steve Young doing an interview where he said that the Pro Bowl was destined to not remain an actual football game because he said some of the most damage he ever took was in the Pro Bowl?
Well, that's saying something because he had like 15 concussions.
Right. Yeah. Well, and it's probably, it is. There's something about, for the quarterback specifically, your body gets out of that mode of like kind of being prepared to take punishment every single week.
That's true. Your calluses have
and then
worn down.
When your body is most banged up right after the end of the season, we're like, hey, how about you go out there and be a human tackling dummy for one more game?
Yeah.
It probably hurts extra.
Yeah, maybe.
And it might delay your rehab and everything.
Maybe. We'll get to maybe what the biggest headline is having to do with this game. We'll do that at the top of the hour. But in the meantime, we're a few days away from Seahawks and Patriots here in San Francisco. And we've got a bunch of guests coming on later. John Weekes is going to join us later in the show. Texans legend John Weekes at 9 o'clock today. And we're going to talk to Nick Caserio this afternoon. We'll run that interview at our normal Caserio time in the 7 o'clock hour tomorrow for you guys.
Really, at this point, I think John Weekes might be the person, one of just very few people who have been a part of the Texans organization longer than Cal McNair. That, it really, there's very few people that have been consistently. It's Mark Vandermeer, it's Cal McNair, it's John Weekes, and a few other people from the front office and some of the support staff up there.
He was 15 seasons with the team, man. So that'll be a fun conversation. He'll join us. He lives here in San Francisco now. Of course, he was in those Pro Bowl games last night representing the NFC as the long snapper. We talked a little bit about the Astros in the previous segment on Framber Valdez. He remains out there on the open market. Astros had their media luncheon yesterday, so Dana Brown did a lot of talking. We got some news. Yainer Diaz wins his arbitration case against the team, $4.5 million for Yainer. I think this is his first crack at arbitration, pretty sure. Isaac Paredes settles with the team for $9.35 million for the upcoming season. Club option tacked on for $13.35 million next year. My take on that earlier was that makes that even more tradable contract. Yeah,
people know exactly what they're getting for the next couple of years, which they would have had control of them anyway, but now they know exactly how much it's going to cost.
That's right. James Harden traded to the Cleveland Cavaliers for Darius Garland, so the Clippers move on from James Harden. The NBA trade deadline is tomorrow, so the Rockets, there was a lot of smoke swirling on social media yesterday about Kobe White, the guard from the Chicago Bulls, and the Rockets getting close to maybe doing a deal to bring Kobe White in. The word was that the Bulls here at the 11th hour are trying to wrangle either Jabari Smith Jr. or Tari Eason in that deal. I'm not ready to move on from either of those guys in this trade. But the Rockets need help at point guard right now, and they need another ball handler. So we'll see what the wherewithal of Rafael Stone is on.
The hypothetical we had yesterday was how much would you trade right now for if Fred VanVleet's identical twin brother? if he was healthy.
But with a better ACL.
His twin brother didn't tear his ACL. So who would you trade right now? This is a good one for the text line. What is a good trade for Fred VanVleet? If the Rockets were to trade for Fred VanVleet's identical twin brother who has 2 healthy knees, what would you trade? What would you give up?
20% of the fan base in their cars right now are driving in like with low energy. I didn't know Fred VanVleet had a twin brother.
Yeah, that's
they think he's got a twin brother now.
No, so what would you trade for?
If he had a twin brother
of this current Rockets team, the roster that's out there and healthy, who would you trade for Fred VanVleet? Because that's what you would hope to get right now. We've been whining about it all.
What? Because you could trade draft picks.
Yeah, draft picks as well.
Yeah. What would you give up to get a healthy?
Get a mid-tier NBA point guard.
Yeah. I think a plus
a
level.
Mid-plus.
Yeah.
Plus 12th or 13th best point guard in the league.
Yep. Because something's got to break by tomorrow, or else this is who you're running with. Although I did see a report yesterday, and I brought this up yesterday too when we talked about it. The other avenue, once the trade deadline is gone, is buyouts. The veteran guys at NBA teams will scratch a check and say, here, go find another place to go play. The Rockets are reportedly kind of strategizing on the buyout market now, too. So if I had to guess, Seth, there will be a new face at some point here as part of the rotation with the Houston Rockets. All right, Tom Brady said something yesterday on his podcast that he does with Jim Gray that I'm curious, if Andre Johnson or J.J. Watt said this about the Texans, if they were to make the Super Bowl, how would Texan fans react? I'm curious how Patriot fans are reacting to what Tom Brady said yesterday. We will tell you what he said coming up next.
Hey, football's biggest game is right around the corner, and you can get in on all the action with Underdog.
WILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Live in San Francisco, Liqueur 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, Payne and Pendergast with you. Welcome into the 7 o'clock hour on the show. Big thanks to Liqueur 43 for bringing us out here to Radio Row to inform and entertain you guys all week. We are very thankful for them. Planet Fitness as well. Very thankful for them bringing us out here. All of you watching on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers live stream, we thank you for watching. We thank Mokaram Injury Lawyers. And, of course, when it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide, who they're helping bring all of the Odyssey stations that are out here. Our sister station, 105.3 The Fan up in Dallas. They're right next to us here. WEEI, who includes their show that they have out here, includes our old colleague Ted Johnson, who we'll be going out to dinner with tonight. I'm sure we'll come back with some fun stories from that tonight with Teddy J. I am curious, Seth, to ask the WEEI guys, Ted or any of them, about this. Tom Brady, earlier this week, I guess, the latest edition of his Let's Go podcast that he's old for Jim Gray.
Yeah.
Who, he's been doing those awkward halftime interviews with Tom Brady on Monday Night Football.
They have a very good report when it comes to scripted banter. When it comes to pre-screened questions and everything, they bring a level of just spontaneity to pre-screened questions that nobody else
Nobody does it better than those two guys. So they've now taken that format and put it on a podcast, which I'm sure is incredibly successful because everything Brady does – everything he touches turns.
It annoys me that it's just so. It annoys me that it's so. But he does say interesting things.
Well, and I've never listened to an episode of it. I'm just assuming it's successful.
Yeah.
But this actually got a lot of attention. Mike Florio has an article about it from yesterday. On Sunday, the team that built a statue for Tom Brady, I'm quoting Florio right now, will be playing in its first Super Bowl since he left the organization. That's not enough to make Brady partial to the Patriots in this game on Sunday. Apparently, Brady, I haven't listened to the audio yet. I should go find it on the podcast, except when you go find audio on a podcast, you got to fish through the entire podcast to find it. But I'll read the quote. He told Jim Gray in the latest edition of the Let's Go podcast, quote, "I don't have a dog in the fight in this one. May the best team win. And in terms of the Patriots, this is a new chapter in New England. I'm glad everyone's embraced the Mike Vrabel regime, all the amazing players that have worked so hard to get their club to this position. We did it for 20 years. There was a little bit of a hiatus in there, but the Patriots are back, and it's a very exciting time for everyone in New England." And, quote, obviously the part that got the most attention was the very beginning of that. "I don't have a dog in the fight in this one. May the best team win."
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like if you're a Patriots fan, you got to kind of feel like you get the deal. It's Brady's in this role now where he's supposed to be as objective as possible, and he doesn't want to look like a homer. But you know that in his heart of hearts, sure, he didn't choose to live in Boston when he's done. He's not an idiot. If you can get out, you get out. But he's he's got to say what he's got to say. It's kind of like if you were divorced and your kids say something nice about your ex-wife. You know that they know that she's worthless, but they got to say something nice. They got to claim that they love her.
This is where I got a caveat that my sons both listen to this, and at no point have I called their mom worthless.
I'm not talking about you personally. I'm saying
I just don't want them to read into it.
I shouldn't have said you. They say some random parent out there.
Oh yeah, no, I get it. You didn't say you. I just don't want James and Sammy. I just don't want them to connect.
No. Yeah, you've never said anything, and I've tried real hard to get you to talk smack about your ex-wife, and you never have.
I don't do that. Yeah.
So both on air and off air.
But this is my question: if Andre Johnson, and this may be a clunky analogy because we're talking about an organization that is awash in Super Bowl victories, versus the Texans who are awash in divisional round losses.
Yeah.
But if the icons of your team, and Andre Johnson and J.J. Watt are the Texans' version of Tom Brady, if the Texans made it if they were here at the Super Bowl this year, and J.J. Watt did a press conference, or Andre Johnson did, or a podcast, and they got, so, what do you think? What do you think? And they go, I don't really have a dog in the fight.
You know what it feels like to me? It feels like when I find out a couple of my friends from high school, or kids that were older than me, who were like the stud athletes and I really looked up to and everything, they've gone on to now coach rival high schools.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel a little betrayed. You know, my friend, one of the best wrestlers from my high school ever now is the head coach at our big-time rival high school.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of disappointed in him.
Yeah.
And he's had a lot of success with them. And I look at him a little bit like a turncoat, you know? And so, yeah, with Brady, like, oh, now you're just, all those good times, it was all just for something that you've just detached yourself from.
I am very curious. So Ted's going to show up here at some point.
Yeah.
With Greg Hill, who's the host that they brought here to host the show, and Jermaine Wiggins is a former teammate of Ted's. The three of them are doing the show. What do you think? It's got to be getting a ton of attention in Boston that Brady said that. Especially because there's so few storylines with this Super Bowl right now.
Yeah,
like
there's a lot of storylines in Boston.
Probably,
Boston totally has a chip on their shoulder about all the disrespect they've received about their schedule and everything.
Yeah, that's true. But what do you, independent of that, what do you think? How do you think they're taking this up in Boston?
I think there's a certain percentage of people that are PO'd about it.
Yeah.
I think there's probably a larger percentage of Bostonians who just figure, this is the deal, and this is the way he's got to operate and move, and you don't worry about it.
Not only is he a broadcaster, he's a part owner of the Raiders now too.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think the part though, for him to say there's no dog in the fight, and I didn't listen to the whole conversation. He might have mentioned Mike Vrabel afterwards and said, I'd love to see Mike Vrabel. I'd be happy for him and everything do it. But I mean, that's one of your teammates that helped you deliver all of those Super Bowls.
Absolutely.
You have a little bit of a dog in the fight.
Yeah.
You got a little Pomeranian or something.
Yeah, right. A Chihuahua.
Is it Mike Vrabel?
A tiny dog.
A little miniature Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, a little toy poodle Vrabel.
Yeah.
A Vrabel doodle.
Vrabel would definitely be humping a couch pillow. The dog that you have to apologize for his behavior at a guest.
I don't know.
I'm sorry. Just like, Vrabel, get off the couch cushion. Get off the couch cushion.
I'm a little disappointed, and maybe I'm just missing it. I'm a little disappointed Vrabel hasn't had his quote from a few years ago when he was with the Titans thrown back in his face, where he said he would basically chop off his.
Oh no, that's out there. We played it last week.
Oh, you did? Well, I know it's out there. I'm just curious. It hasn't gotten way more attention.
No, it was on Bar. He did it on their radio show. He said he'd give up half of his member now.
Oh,
he modified it a little bit. Yeah, he went out.
So I just missed it.
You were on vacation.
Okay, I got you. I missed it. Okay, yeah. Good. I'm glad he's being.
Yeah, he's followed up on it.
So he said it's like a settlement that he's negotiating.
Basically said, and again, like
he's negotiating a wiener settlement.
He's been married for over 20 years. If anything, most wives would be happy if their husband.
He said that this time around.
I think that was either the first time around or this time around. Basically said, what's my wife going to complain about it at this point?
If we can't hold him to his word, then society itself has collapsed.
It actually is that would be the chastity belt version for a male. If a wife's just concerned about her husband at all or anything, just lop it off. So go the Theon Greyjoy route.
That's right. Wins a Super Bowl in the process. To him, at that time he made that negotiation, it seemed like a fair trade to him.
Is there anything that you would give that up for?
A Super Bowl?
No, like in life right now.
Give up that.
Yeah.
Not that I can think of. No.
I don't think I had to have a catheter once for a surgery, and that alone I still have. I feel like I have PTSD from that. So just anything more aggressive than that, I don't think I can sign up for it.
You had to have it for not like one of your knee surgeries, right?
No, my hernia.
Oh, your hernia. Okay.
Yeah, and it's not. You're not aware of it or anything, except it was sore for a few days afterwards.
I can imagine.
And I didn't like that. It's just the thought of what caused the soreness. I wasn't happy about that.
There's people driving in right now that are squirming in their driver's seat of their car.
Yeah.
Right now, because I know I'm squirming in my seat right here.
I'm squirming thinking about
it. Yeah.
It's gonna be tough to finish this show.
As far as
I re-injured my hernia, and I got to have the surgery again, and that's the one thing that's holding me back.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. If there's any urologist out there that's willing to go rogue and do that surgery without a catheter inserted, I will endorse you as a guy who will ignore medical standards and practices and
safety. At the very least, you'll get an acknowledgement on Acknowledge Me on Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. I'm opening up the text page right now to find you somebody to do this surgery for you, catheter free.
Yeah.
Okay. One of the other big storylines here this week was the fact that, I mean, this is an ongoing storyline because we found out last week that Bill Belichick got snubbed for the Hall of Fame. Now Robert Kraft also getting snubbed for the Hall of Fame. So we still have the possibility of the two of them going in together at some point, having to be near each other.
Oh, yeah.
That still exists.
That's good.
We would have lost out on something if Robert Kraft had gotten in. So now they're both snubbed. Roger Goodell met with the media earlier this week, and that was one of the things he was asked about. Thoughts on the Bill Belichick Hall of Fame snub?
I believe you're on the board at the Hall of Fame. There's a report that Bill Belichick didn't get in this year. He didn't get induction. Curious your thoughts on Belichick not making the Hall of Fame. And a lot of the voters that have spoken out have cited Spygate. Do you feel, since you were the one who handed down the punishment, any responsibility on your part for, Bill not getting in this time?
Well, Ben, your question may be a little misleading for everybody. Okay, so the Pro Football Hall of Fame is not in any way controlled by the NFL. We have no say in the voting process. We don't participate in the voting process. I think you know this, but I want to make sure that the question doesn't lead people to that conclusion. I think it's really an important honor, and it's something that is something that should be done with a lot of clarity, a lot of understanding of what's expected of those voters. I'm not even sure I'm aware of it. I've never been part of that process. Our board does nothing more in the voting other than to approve the leaders of the media that participate in that. And it's a single vote. It's just, will you approve this panel of selectors? So we are not involved in it. Listen, Bill Belichick's record goes without saying. Same with the Patriots and Robert Kraft, who's also a candidate. They are spectacular. They've contributed so much to this game, and I believe they'll be Hall of Famers.
Goodell, not my problem.
Yeah. And was that Mike Sando asking the question? Whoever it was really should have known better. That it's not controlled.
It was definitely not Mike Sando, because Sando is one of those guys that votes.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
and
so
he's been writing a ton of articles, really good articles about it. It could have been Mike. If it was a Mike, it could have been Mike Reese, who covers the Patriots.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy answer for Goodell, because they genuinely don't have control over it. It's the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It's not the NFL Hall of Fame. If there's anything you could do about it, it might be like, hey, could you be more heavy-handed about this somehow?
He did say at the end there, and I did not know this, that the NFL does approve the selectors.
It's kind of like choosing a Supreme Court justice.
Yeah.
You know,
and
you don't know what they're going to do afterwards or anything.
Right.
You got a good feeling for how that person might act, but you don't know. And then you don't really have that much control over it.
I didn't know they were going to invoke prohibition again. I just picked them to be a Supreme Court justice.
So, I don't it is weird that the Pro Football Hall of Fame, it's not like the Basketball Hall of Fame or some of the other Hall of Fames where it involves college and pro and different leagues and everything. It's pretty much the NFL.
It's pretty much the NFL.
Yeah.
It says Pro Football
The
Hall
NFL
of
should
Fame.
just start their own Hall of Fame. Just carbon copy all of the people who are already in the Pro Football Hall of Fame and just yank the rug right out from underneath Canton's feet.
That would be a move.
Canton's got too many nice things already.
Oh, they do?
Can one city have...
You've been to Canton?
If one city's had too many good things blessed upon it, it's Canton, Ohio.
Canton, Ohio. Baby. I've not listened to this audio yet, but I've been curious. I mean, J.J. Watt's been very outspoken about this Belichick thing. He was on the Pat McAfee show and gave his thoughts on the Belichick snub.
Or what is kind of your thoughts of the current reality of the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
Like you just said, there are literally like 2-3 people in history that are absolute no-brainer locks whatsoever, Bill and Tom being 2 of those. And I saw something where one of the voters was like, why should the votes be released? What are you going to do? Because you shouldn't have a vote. If you have Bill Belichick not making the NFL, the Pro Football Hall of Fame, you should not have a vote for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The guy has 8 Super Bowl titles. There's only been 59 of them. He's got 8 rings from 59. Like, what are you doing? What qualifications do you want? How do you tell the story of the NFL without Bill Belichick? Yeah, if you didn't have him on your ballot, and I get this whole, like, well, there was 3 spots and you can only put, like, I don't care. If there's only 3 spots, Bill Belichick is spot number 1. Point blank, period. You figure out who fits in the other 2. No other matter should happen. He is in the Hall of Fame, first ballot, no matter what. The guy beat me left, right, and center multiple times. I should have every reason to hate him. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer without question. This is stupid.
Okay.
So this is, I wonder if some of the guys that voted, or some of the people who voted for the 3, the non-Bill Bill Belichick or non-Bob Kraft, the explanation is a very simple one. It's that, hey, I liked these 3 senior members and I wanted these players to get in. This might be their last chance.
It's 3 players who didn't get in via the normal route.
Right, and that's where I guess, building off of something you said yesterday or the day before, which is, all right, let's not overthink this and try to manage it or what have you. If there are 3 senior members who are being reconsidered after not having made it the first time around, but this might be their last chance, compared to a guy like Belichick, that you shouldn't have to think that hard about it. You guys didn't see fit, or the Hall of Fame committee didn't see fit to induct any of those three players back when they were part of the normal process. But now somehow, we can't just put Belichick in no matter what.
It's like some sort of emotional golden parachute they're trying to
That's
give
where it
these
feels
guys.
like they're just using it as an excuse to be petty towards Belichick.
Maybe.
But I endorse the pettiness.
Yeah. I endorse the pettiness. I just don't endorse the logic. It's like JJ's 100% right. And JJ there at the end talking about how they beat me left, right, and center all the time, so I should be bitter at them. Maybe you should be bitter at them, but that's that Belichick had defenses that handled the best defensive player of that era as well as they did. He played against them 8 times, and he had like half a sack.
It does. I think I saw Stephen A. Smith the other day saying that he thinks that Brady probably won't get in on the first ballot either, that he sees this very much as retribution for the various
Do you agree
scandals.
with that?
I think that it's more of a possibility than I would have considered before, but I'd be very surprised.
I'd be stunned.
If all it takes is 10. Oh, well, no, with the normal, what's the percentage you need on the normal ballot?
The same. It's 80%.
It's the same. It's 80%
yeah.
on the normal ballot.
They whittled 100 guys down to 50, down to 25, down to 10.
Don't answer that tone as if like, oh, it's the same.
Oh yeah,
it's the same, dummy.
Yeah. That's
I'm sorry.
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. It's what I thought.
If it only takes 10 petty people or 11 petty people to say no, I think Brady needs to wait because as penance for part of that, I think it's way more of a possibility than I would have considered in the past.
Yeah, and I say it's the same because it's the same exact group of people, not just the same percentage. It's the same 50 people that decide both of those things. They just arrive at the finalists in a different way. Here's one more from J.J. Watt saying the first ballot honor ruined now.
For like guys like JJ who you should unequivocally be a first ballot Hall of Famer, but after something like this comes out, like does that even matter anymore? Like it seems like the whole idea of being a first ballot Hall of Famer, like that doesn't mean shit anymore.
Well, that's what this does. Like that starts this conversation where it should never be a conversation. Like a first ballot Hall of Famer should be the most highest honor, biggest thing, and the guys that are no-brainers should be no-brainers. And now all of a sudden it's completely switched this whole mindset and it's turned the entire thing upside down. And to your point of how do you fix it, I don't know, because now we're just going to wait a year and they're going to have a vote and he's obviously going to get in next year and then they're going to do a ceremony like nothing happened and he's going to go up there and he's going to not act like these people didn't screw him the year before, and I'm sure he's going to do. He has such respect and reverence for the Hall of Fame that I'm sure he'll do it. But we're all just going to act like, oh yeah, no. You go back tomorrow and you say, okay, commissioner decision screwed up. I don't know how you fix this. This is absurd.
It's okay. That is a really interesting cut to me, and I had not listened to it until now. I just seen the label on the cut was first ballot honor ruined now. That lived up to the hype for me because J.J. Watt, to whichever of McAfee's guys asked the question, that was a great question because J.J. should be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I think he will be a first ballot Hall of Famer. But there's times we talk about this a lot with the Astros with Altuve. Altuve, I think, should be a first ballot Hall of Famer, but he might get held out a year or two as punishment for the sign stealing scandal. And so I think there are people who go, well, he's going to get in eventually anyway, so you don't go in on the first ballot, you go in on the second. Man, don't listen to that. If you listen to that J.J. Watt cut, don't tell me that being a first ballot Hall of Famer is the same as just getting in a year or two later.
Well, it's interesting with JJ.
He's emotional about that. It's not even him.
It's easy for you and I, who are likely never to be inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, probably. That we don't have a dog in the fight, to steal Brady's phrase, but JJ does, and he obviously has strong feelings about it. That for somebody like that, where it does matter,
But some people some people will almost project onto the players that they don't care about being a first ballot Hall of Famer. They'll get in eventually and they'll be fine. And I just listened to that cut with JJ. That's what jumped out at me. Is like, man, it really means a lot.
Yeah.
To be a first ballot guy.
Yeah, and yet is it ever? It's not listed anywhere in the record books or anything. When I look up Hall of Famers, it never says first ballot Hall of Famer.
Does it say it on their plaque? I think it says it on.
Maybe it says it on their plaque. Their bust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It obviously matters. You know, like, it mattered to JJ in that 50 seconds he's talking about Belichick. Like,
yeah.
Belichick getting in eventually is not going to be the salve on whatever wound he's experiencing in that cut right there.
I don't know, but I also feel like it's kind of crazy that as people are getting so heated about it, you have to at least acknowledge, right, that he had multiple scandals attached to it. Like, it's not like this is just happening in a vacuum, but I feel like people want to passionately believe that this is happening in a vacuum. And poor Belichick for no reason whatsoever.
Don't get me wrong. I agree with you.
Yeah.
My take on what we just heard is way more about J.J. Watt than it is about Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
I'm listening to J.J. I'm like, man, it really matters. I feel like J.J. is getting in advance perturbed about something he's going to experience in a few years.
Do you think
like something he's not attained yet but will has somehow been sullied by these people.
What do you think if it doesn't
being
mean
a first ballot Hall of Famer is less meaningful.
Well,
now.
he lived his career. He had his career without scandal largely. His biggest scandal that might keep him out or keep him from being a first ballot Hall of Famer is that he was overly rambunctious on social media. You were a little too try hard early in your career.
Yeah.
You were just it was not for our liking. You were a little too ambitious on creating a social media presence.
I don't think he's worried about not being a first ballot. I think he's going to be a first ballot. I think he feels like that label of being a first ballot Hall of Famer somehow has been muddied by Belichick not getting it. Yeah.
Well, then don't have multiple scandals. I mean, whether you. Like he was railroaded in all the various scandals or anything or not. Just don't. Plenty of coaches make the Hall of Fame without having any scandals in their career.
That's true.
It's not. And I think Deflategate was total BS.
Yeah.
Deflategate, and that was the one that Belichick was seemingly least involved with, if at all. But, I mean, that was completely and totally bogus. And yet, just looking at it as objectively as possible, all right, multiple scandals throughout his championship run.
Yeah.
I get why some people would hold that against him, and I'm not overly perturbed by it.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear about I never actually did play the Mike Vrabel audio about him modifying his commitment.
Yeah.
Ben, do we have that audio?
Poor Ben.
Okay, so this is Vrabel on. Does he go on WEEI?
He does.
This is Vrabel on WEEI Odyssey Station. When asked about the fact that he had once committed, saying that he would cut off his most valuable male apparatus to win a Super Bowl, he was asked if he still feels that way.
Well, 2019 on Bussin' with the Boys, you said you would be willing to cut off the most important male appendage to win a Super Bowl. Is that?
I mean, maybe I'll cut it in half, but I ain't cut the whole thing off.
It's impressive right there.
Is that still the plan? Or is it,
that was just to get that young fledgling group, Taylor and Will, get them to fly.
I got you.
The podcast game, and
so
it took
you not part of the whole thing.
No, don't. I say a lot of things I don't mean.
You do? All right.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I would say I'd rather lose all of it than half, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah. It feels like the damage is done.
Yeah.
Once you lose whatever the percentage is, it feels like the damage is done. You can tell by the reaction that they felt like the connotation was that, like, I've got enough. He's got
that much to spare. Yeah, that's what.
I still got like 5 inches left.
That was Jermaine Wiggins that said that's impressive. Yeah, that you can afford to give up.
That was funny. That was funny.
Yeah, it's like a rich guy just tossing money around. Like, whatever, burning it with my.
Do you think Belichick, when he first gave that, it was back in 2019, he said in that cut right there. Do you think he got into one of those moments where he's like, I'm on a pod, he got a little loose, like he forgot he was on a podcast?
No, like he said there, he's like, I'm trying to help these guys out. I'll say something outrageous.
Yeah.
And
helping them get their fleggling business.
He was basically taking credit for Bussin' with the Boys.
He's very successful.
Being probably something they could sell for $100 million right now.
If they wanted to.
If anything, he's trying to get a piece of that eventual sales price.
Maybe. Yeah. That would be good.
Good for you, Vrabel.
Way to go, Vrabel.
He's always thinking. Mm-hmm. I think he got his Super Bowl rings back that had been stolen from him in Houston.
He did get them back?
I think so.
Okay.
They had been burgled from his house, remember?
Yeah.
He got chain snatched in Houston. Because he wasn't
right.
tough enough for Houston.
He got chain snatched.
But
it was at his house.
They snatched his chain, and he ran away to Nashville, where he knew he'd be safe because he couldn't handle the tough streets of West University. Yeah, so it's like, whoa, these Westview streets are tough.
Yeah.
I got to get out of here. I'll go to Nashville.
Did he brag about it when he got to Nashville, do you think? That
he's really like, listen.
He was reared on the hard scrabble streets of
Listen,
Westview.
I played 14 years in the NFL. It was nothing. I lived in Westview for 3 years.
Yeah.
All right? You want to know tough. You think you've had it tough.
Yeah.
You ain't spent time on the streets of Westview.
They chain snatched my 3 Super Bowl rings.
I drove 37 and a 35 once. What do you think happened to me? That's right. I got pulled over. I got a stern warning from a cop who knew who I was.
That's right. That's right. Verbal.
Yeah.
Verbal warning. Yeah, Vrabel, man. Roger Goodell, a little bit more Goodell. This was we got some clarity on some of the international games that are going to be coming up. I forgot about the Paris game. Forgot that Paris is getting an NFL game this year.
I couldn't think of a city that probably is going to try to act more blasé about
I know, that'll be
NFL
the heat
football.
check.
First you give us your Disney. Your Disney with your stupid mouse.
Now we get the secondary
now
brand
we get your
football.
American football.
Munich, Germany, I can see.
Yeah.
You know, like
London, they love football
they love
in
it.
Germany. Yeah.
London, they love it. They've grown to love it. Rio de Janeiro, the Brazil.
Well,
and,
the whole
South
thing about
America.
any of the European games is that there's a lot of European NFL fans, so it becomes like it's more about it being in Europe, and it's easy to get anywhere in Europe.
Yeah.
As people, as Europeans love to brag about how they, I've been in multiple different countries and everything, they don't realize that Europe is the side of Texas.
Yeah.
So it's easy to get to if you're a resident of Germany and you want to go see a game in Paris. Paris should be happy about it.
Yeah.
It's going to bring some dollars. It's going to bring some tourism dollars.
Oh, for sure.
Into their decrepit and
yeah,
dying
we're just having
city.
some fun with it. They've got to be thrilled about getting it there. Here's Goodell a couple of days ago on expanding the international schedule.
The one thing I do know is we're going to have 9 games internationally. Gotcha. And we're excited by that. We're in several new markets. Australia. We're moving from Rio to Brazil. You mentioned Paris is a new market. We're going back to Munich. We're going to be in London, of course. We just think, and we have a really big announcement from my standpoint, is we're heading back to Mexico City in December, which I think is wonderful for our fans in Mexico. While they've been redoing the stadium for the World Cup, this will be a chance for us to get back there this December. And we can't wait for that either. So I think it's the ambition that we have to be a global sport, but it's also the demand that we're having. We're hearing from cities all over the world that want to host these games and that really want to get more American football. And that's one of the things that we're really focused on.
Okay. So if you're a Texan fan listening to that, the mere fact that they are going to have a game in Mexico City would increase the percentage chance. I don't know by how much. It could be 2%. Because these international games, other than the Jaguars London games, are going to be hosted by NFC teams.
Yeah.
Because they have the extra game. The NFC's got the odd game this year. The NFC teams have 9 home games, air quotes, and the AFC teams have 8 home games. So it would be Texas. Each of the, for those who don't know, each of the 32 teams has a country or a region internationally that they're attached to, and Mexico's got a handful of teams, the Texans being one of them. So that would, theoretically would increase the Texans' chances, I would think, of playing a Mexico game.
Yeah, and the last time the Texans played in Mexico was Raiders, right?
Yeah, 2016.
That was the laser beam in the eyeball
Brock.
game.
Yeah.
The laser eyeball game.
The laser eyeball game.
Yep. Brock played pretty well despite having lasers pointed in his eyeballs.
He played better with lasers pointed in his eyeballs than he did without lasers.
He was the original crypto guy.
Yeah.
Because he was just, his eyes were glowing and he was lighting it up,
Little did we know.
And I think that kind of stunk because there were way more Raiders fans there than Texans. It felt like a Raiders home game.
Yeah.
And whatever you think about American Raiders fans, it turns out that Mexican Raider fans are like 8 times that.
Yeah.
They're into it. They took matters into their own hands, and they're shining laser beams into our players' eyeballs.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be an NFC opponent if they play it.
I
think so. There's a good chance if there's 6 international games this year, and likely more next year.
There's 9 actually this year. He said Goodell just said I think there's 9.
Oh, is it 9?
There's
okay,
9
all right,
year,
all right. So next year there's a greater than 50% chance that they have if it's all AFC teams next year.
Well, Goodell said, and we'll play this now. He said the goal, and we've talked about this before, but this is the commissioner saying it. The goal is to get 16 international games per season so that each team's traveling once.
Sorry, I was thinking there's 6 locations. Then you add the extra,
London's got 3
I don't
games.
count London anymore. Yeah. It's become boring to me.
London's
in terms of it doesn't feel like anything special in terms of
we are taking them over like they tried to take us over back in the 1700s.
Yeah.
This is our version of the Revolutionary War.
Well, they already had us in the 1700s, and then we took control of ourselves.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Does I have to explain this to you?
Here's Roger Goodell on the 16-game international schedule.
Well, I've said many times 16 games, so that every team is playing a regular season game every season. I think that's an important mark for us to go for. I think we're well on our way. And hopefully, with the desire that we have from our side, but also the desire for people to have this in their communities, in some of the greatest cities in the world, are all asking, can we do this? And I think it's now about saying no. We can't. We don't have enough capacity or don't have enough inventory. And we are getting great reactions from our teams. They all want to play. Our players loved it. One of the greatest things from last season was talking to our players and our coaches about how proud they were to be there and talk about the game, to help globalize the game. And they felt like ambassadors, I think, and they enjoyed the experience. And that's really part of it.
If you were a player, would you want to travel to one international game every season? Without knowing where it is, I'm just asking you.
As long as everybody's doing it, it would be a cool experience, and then it would be more about, all right, where's the place where I could actually, where is it going to be easiest to, keep your same routine, but also go out and see a little bit of it, and maybe it's a place I've never been before.
Yeah.
Going to Melbourne would suck. Which, by the way, it's Melbourne. Melbourne. I was talking to the Melbourne advisory travel the bureau person the other day.
Who's an American.
Yeah, but it's pronounced Melbourne.
Yeah. Okay.
She was cool about it. She didn't, give me a actually look or anything.
So is that the way the Australian accent spits it out, or is that how we're supposed to pronounce it?
I guess that's how we're supposed to pronounce it, is Melbourne.
Melbourne?
Did you know that, Choppy?
I almost accidentally did. I have no idea why.
Hey, Choppy, I'm talking to Choppy from our Dallas station here. Did you know Sean didn't realize how the Revolutionary War worked? He thought it was the British trying to take over the U.S.
I didn't. I was just making a joke.
So I wouldn't like Melbourne.
I don't need Choppy thinking I'm an idiot.
I wouldn't like. He already thinks both of us are idiots. Yeah. I wouldn't like both of us. I wouldn't like having to travel to Melbourne, Australia. I'm never going to say Melbourne again.
No.
I wouldn't want to go to Melbourne.
It's Melbourne.
And have to deal with all that travel and everything. Come back.
I truly do wonder. That feels like something more than, they'll just get a bye week the next week,
Right.
That's a long way to go. Yeah.
You and I are whining and complaining about a 2-hour time zone difference.
I was complaining about a 15-minute ferry ride to Alcatraz yesterday.
I was complaining about a catheter 10 minutes ago.
Right.
We've been complaining about a lot of stuff this morning.
Melbourne. Oh, we're babies. We're babies.
But, as long as everybody's doing it, I feel like the one thing about all these international games that surprises me so far, has there been any story about one of the bastard children that definitely exists in one of these international cities? Are you going to tell me nobody's been knocked up in the entire time that the NFL's been playing these international games?
That's a good
There's got to be some anchor baby out there.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know, right?
Getting after
They've kept it quiet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're saying out of all the international games that they've played through the years, that there's got to be one –
there was one
stray child.
A child that was, born to a woman who was impregnated by an NFL player while they were visiting there.
On Game of Thrones, they would say a bastard child.
If you had to have an anchor baby in which one of these locations? Melbourne, Rio, Munich, Madrid, Paris, Mexico City, or London?
Stop, Madrid, because we're talking about the caliber of woman that is in these places, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Madrid.
And then your kid, by extension, would be a better-looking kid, maybe,
Yeah, better-looking kid.
Yeah.
Have the Spanish element to the kid. Yeah.
I might get into some of that socialized health care. If I'm going to have an illegitimate child, I'd like to be I would have to have as little financial responsibility.
See, I'm into the looks and the athletic ability of my kid.
I'd like to.
That's I need the explanation of benefits that very little left over for me to pay.
Whichever one of those countries has the best socialized health care, I would go with that one.
Didn't think that was the direction we were going to go with this.
And plus, a lot of those places, too, you don't have to pay for college either.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, that's something.
Yeah.
Oh. That is something.
Yeah, I don't. So that's where I'm going to Don't worry, Brandy. This is never going to be an issue. I've already agreed to have half my unit lopped off this segment.
Right,
so.
right. You're like, Vrabel, he was talking about it sounded okay.
Less distance for the catheter
That's
to travel.
It, man. That's it. Hey, one last one from Goodell. The 18-game season. Is that going to be a thing?
Well, we're fortunate we have quite a long CBA in front of us, but I think we have not had any formal discussions about it, and frankly, very little, if any, informal conversations. I've heard people talk about it in the context. It is not a given that we'll do that. It is not something that we assume will happen. It is something that we want to talk about with the union leadership. As you know, they're going through a transition, and hopefully that'll get solidified this spring. And as they determine their priorities, we are doing the same on the ownership level so that when we get together, we can address these issues together. And I think you remember in 2011, as part of the CBA, we committed to the players that we were going to have this conversation, and we were going to talk about the pluses and minuses. When we moved from 16 to 17, we had that conversation. I think that went quite smoothly. But the challenges will be different here a little bit. And it'll depend on a lot of factors, including safety of the game. What other changes can we make to the game that are going to continue to improve that from a safety standpoint, but also a competitive standpoint? Should we have 2 buys? What are the roster sizes? There are a number of issues that need to be discussed with the players, and that I'm sure will be a focus, or at least a component of the next CBA, at least in the discussion phase. But there are a lot of things that I think are going to be on the table.
Okay, real quick. When he's like, I hear some people out there saying it, and they, like at the beginning when he's saying that, Bob Kraft, one of your most prominent owners, is like guys, promising it to people.
One of your employers, a guy, he works for Bob Kraft. Yeah, he says that. I think that the big part for me that I was interesting is he mentioned roster size, which now because of the expanded practice squad and because of the elevations and everything, I feel like the rosters have already gotten way more bloated than I'm comfortable with. It's too many guys to keep track of, but it's a necessity because you're playing an extra game, guys are getting injured, et cetera, et cetera. If you go to 18 games, they'll probably expand the practice squad and the roster size even more, and it almost feels like you've got a minor league system on you've got a AAA team on your practice squad.
Yeah, the easy fix might be if they go to 18 games, just either reduce or just stop having inactives on game day, something like that.
Yeah.
Just
it's. But I also don't like hearing when players complain about it because they'll say, well, it's just a money grab by the owners. Yeah, but you guys also get whatever extra revenue is, the players are getting 50% of that.
Yeah.
So the players might not be actively grabbing the money, but they're going to be a recipient of the extra funds.
They all will.
The rising tide lifts all ships.
Yeah.
But it does. From a fan perspective, I feel like none of us like load management. You hate seeing your favorite players miss games and everything, and you're just bringing on more of the things that you hate to further dilute a product that's already really good. Please find more ways to refine and make the 17 games we have better than just add an extra game and make the game actually worse.
He alluded to multiple bye weeks. I don't know. I wouldn't mind a second bye week during the season.
I wouldn't mind that either.
A Sunday off, to watch a little NFL football.
Yeah.
Is this you and I complaining again about our lot in life? You know what? We got to do pregame and postgame every week. It'd be really good to have a second bye week.
I think the length of the season, I think people have an appetite for the football season being longer.
Yeah.
It's just the actual total number of games. Adding extra games, I feel like that weakens the actual product because you just have more instances of the star players not being out there.
I'm with you.
However, it's an incremental percentage more times, but it's a dilution of the product.
I'm anti-18 games for that reason, and for the continued murder of the record book with longer seasons and more games. And a 1,000-yard season it already means way less now than it did way back in the day.
Yeah.
18 games, you'll have some really mediocre players getting to 1,000 yards receiving and 1,000 yards
rushing. And that's one of the reasons the football records in terms of total yardage and touchdown score and everything, it's never meant as much, partly because the game is always changing, and then partly because it used to be a 14-game season.
Yeah.
So it's like that part, I guess it doesn't bother me as much because I care more about the individual honors of who was the best in a particular season.
Yeah.
How long were they the best player?
Yeah.
But the actual total yardage and everything, it doesn't mean as much as in baseball.
NBA trade deadline's coming up later this week. Do we think the Rockets are going to be active, and how active will they be? How deep will they dig roster? to move somebody, to get somebody to Houston? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, Texas weather changes. We know this. Changes a lot. But spring is...
Francisco. LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Yes, Seth, on the text page, your notion of an anchor baby for an NFL player at these various stops globally that they're going to be playing football is a thing on the text page. You asked me if I were to have an anchor baby, an illegitimate child in one of these places. Yeah. If I were an NFL player or a radio host, where would I want it to be? I said Madrid. I said Spain. I'm partial to Spanish women.
There's a good chance that you would have had relations with a woman that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it takes two to tango.
I didn't go that way just because I figure you can find beautiful women in any part of the world, yeah.
But Brazil and Madrid and Rio de Janeiro are getting the most love on the text page right now.
I'm surprised that not more people took my really wise advice of the company with the best socialized health care so that you don't have to spend as much on your illegitimate child.
Well, I mean, this just in. A lot of our listeners don't really pay attention to their finances.
That's true,
They're more about let's be honest. If you have an anchor baby somewhere, there's probably impulse control you don't really have.
I don't know if Trajan Wealth wants me to attach their name to this, but I feel like it's the kind of advice that they would give. Like, well, if you plan on having an illegitimate child, let's look at these various countries and figure out what the expenses will be. Yeah.
Oh, that is great.
A lot of people don't put as much thought into their illegitimate children as they should, you know?
Okay.
But when responsible people do sit down and think about the unwanted children they might create,
we can just shut down the text page after this one that I'm looking at right now. Sean, are you sure you don't want a pair of women so your kids can call them your whore's divorce? You got to listen to the station.
That's a great. I wish the person could hear me laugh the way I did when I first heard that. If you've been listening, you know what that's about.
You know what that is. Go back and listen. Monday in the 7 o'clock hour, my two sons think that hors d'oeuvres is pronounced whore's divorce, and they're owning it.
Yeah.
They're owning it. My son James was polling his friends a couple days ago about it. He's like, yeah, Pops, I think you're right. My friends are kind of proving that maybe I should have known how that's pronounced. I love that he was doing a focus group on it.
I think everybody's got a story about a word like that, though, that you've seen, and consciously you should know, oh, yeah, I've heard people talk about hors d'oeuvres before, but somehow your brain doesn't make the connection.
Yep.
And you think it's a whole different word.
Yeah.
And so everybody's got something like that. They shouldn't feel bad about themselves.
Yeah.
They should feel bad about their illegitimate sibling they don't know about.
In Madrid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here was Shams Charania a few days ago talking about the Rockets. Rockets have, about a day or so here to make a move with their roster to try to improve their basketball team. At least as of a few days ago, this was the mindset that the Rockets were approaching the trade deadline with.
They have been just absolutely ravaged. You have Fred VanVleet, your starting point guard. He's potentially out for the season. Steven Adams, he's played as a starter. He's a reserve. He's out for the season. They've had Dorian Finney-Smith out for a significant period of time this year. They still are, though, a top 4 seed. Despite these significant injuries, they've been winning around Kevin Durant still. But my understanding is this is a team that is still very confident in their young core. Alperen Sengun, Amen Thompson, Jabari Smith Jr., Reed Shepard. They want to give this group a runway for the next several years. These are all players in their early to mid-20s, and so they want to see these guys gradually get better and better. I expect that Rockets organization, they're always going to be active and engaged, but they want that young core to continue to grow together.
Yeah, and I guess we should point out that we're looking at the Rockets because we're a Houston station and we're Rocket fans. But Giannis is the guy that everybody's going to have their eyes on around the league over the next 24 hours.
Yeah.
Giannis Antetokounmpo, who, if the Rockets wanted to go get, they would be able to put together a package that I would imagine is as good as anybody else's offer in the league. I mean, you've got all those young players that Shams was just talking about, and you've got a ton of draft capital.
This is an Antetokounmpo trade is one of those trades that I will say ahead of time I am very skeptical of, and I don't hunger for it or anything, but if the Rockets did it, I would be 100% full bore into it, and it would be the smartest thing that any team's ever done. I would appreciate the brass ball and just the go-for-it mentality and everything.
I will cite an NFL trade that was made that had that I had that same feeling about this past year.
Yeah.
In that I would imagine fans in that city probably the Sauce Gardner trade.
Oh,
the Sauce Gardner trade, where it's okay. This guy, and I know Giannis is a more accomplished player in his sport than Sauce Gardner is in his sport. But
and it's a bigger difference in basketball.
Sure,
One player makes a much bigger difference.
Yeah. But I think what you were just talking about is what made me think about it. Is like, okay, empirically, this is probably not the smart thing to do, long term or short term, depending on what the package would be for that. It was definitely the case for the Sauce Gardner trade. There were a lot of people, like the grades for the Colts on that trade were like C's and D's at best.
Yeah.
But they got a ton of love for about 48 hours. Because look at Ballard going for it. There was sizzle.
As a Colts fan, I could totally see myself, if I'm looking at that trade beforehand, I'd be thinking, what are you doing?
Yes.
No, that's too much. We don't even have a quarterback under contract for next season.
Yes.
And Daniel Jones, I don't know. He hasn't he hasn't really done it for a full season yet. But as soon as they made it, I would say, hell yeah.
You're into it. And all the talking heads on TV are all giving Ballard his flowers because he's aggressively going after it. He's trying to win right now.
It's like the movie equivalent of somebody giving a speech right before a battle. Like, hey, we're outnumbered.
Yeah.
They outnumber us 4-1, but we're gonna do it for the glory of whatever. And you're like, hell yeah.
The equivalent of that is we're all just gonna go running into the fray.
And you just
outnumbered
go run.
4-1.
And then slaughtered. Like the Colts did.
They did get slaughtered, yeah.
They don't have any draft picks.
Nope.
They don't have a quarterback under contract.
And Sauce hardly played.
Yeah.
He hardly played. I mean, that thing could not have gone worse.
It was, now, at the time when the Colts made that trade, the way I felt about it was, all right, look, that's not a smart trade, but as a divisional opponent who at the time was still trying to catch up to the Colts, it made me nervous.
Yeah.
I think I told you at the time, it was like if you're going to get in a fist fight and the guy you're fighting just spend his 401k on weaponry or something.
Weaponry,
brass
MMA
knuckles
training,
and everything. And I'm like, well, that's an unsound financial decision, but I got to fight this guy next week.
Yeah, he might kill me.
Yeah.
So it's is a Giannis trade something like that? I don't know. I just know the guy's out with a calf injury right now, and he's on the wrong side of 30.
Yeah.
So that's.
So I don't know if I'd be.
I think he'll get moved. I don't think it's going to be.
I wouldn't be full board gung ho about it, but I'd get excited about the potential for it.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't sulk my way through the rest of the season or anything.
Yeah.
I'd feel all right. I disagree with it, but let's go.
I would if see in my mind though, Şengün is no part of that trade. If it was a Şengün, I don't want to lose Şengün for anything.
He's got to be part of that trade, especially because there's going to be like 4 teams going after Giannis. I mean, you're going to get into a bidding war probably.
Yeah.
If you want to.
Okay, so now, all right.
Payne and Pendergast with you here, live on Radio Row.
You threw water on my hypothetical excitement.
Liqueur 43, Planet Fitness as well. Thank you to the Mokaram Injury Law Firm for sponsoring our live YouTube and Twitch streams, which we appreciate everybody tuning in on while we're out here. About an hour from now, John Weekes is going to join us here, former Texans long snapper, live on Radio Row. Mike Mayok a little later on in the show as well in the 4th hour of the show, 9:30 Houston time.
Every time you mention John Weekes, I can feel Choppy kind of rolling his eyes.
Because he's the long snapper?
He's like he doesn't understand our sentimental attachment to the
15 years,
long
man.
snapper.
15 years, yeah.
John Weekes is he's basically a co-owner of the team.
He's a saint.
Yeah.
All right, up next, I never thought this would be the top headline for a day on Radio Row, but somebody's hair is the big storyline.
Crap.
on a week that we're on Radio Row. It's the biggest storyline right now. It's trending.
Sucks.
It's trending in Houston. We'll get to that coming up next. But first, let's get you into that new luxury vehicle. My son Sammy went out to West Point Lincoln a couple weeks ago.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast live on Radio Row at the Moscone Center West in San Francisco.
Good thing we got that hammered on. I thought it was Moscone Center.
Is it definitely? I was still guessing. Did you confirm?
Yeah, I heard a local call it Moscone.
Okay, Moscone Center
West. I asked
West.
for directions from somebody.
Okay. So Moscone Center West, this is where we are, day 3 on Radio Row. Big thanks to LaCour 43. Big thanks to LaCour 43 for being our presenting sponsor this year. Really appreciate them. Planet Fitness as well for sponsoring our trip here.
Yeah.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Ooh.
They sponsor the live stream all the time, but the live stream is significant out here this week on Radio Row. You can see all the great guests that we're going to have. And we got the whole camera set up and everything.
Especially the midday and the afternoon. And Sean and I are recording a few interviews over the next couple days.
Yep. We're recording Rich, and thanks to Tide as well. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Rich Gannon, kind of right after the show today, like 8:30 local time.
The guys from Dallas had me on yesterday. And it was an interview that I had forgotten I had agreed to. So I got a frantic call from our boss yesterday when I was up eating a Danish or something.
Okay.
And
how did it go?
It went well. I came in and I was like, I was sitting down over there and I was like, oh, great, you guys are having me on your web stream, huh? Like your accessory podcast or something.
Mm-hmm.
I said, no, we're recording this. We're going to play it tomorrow.
Oh, okay. So they're playing it today.
Then, the first question they asked me was about Houston being obsessed with Dallas. And I set the record straight. I said, no, it's Dallas is obsessed with believing that Houston is obsessed with Dallas.
Yeah.
It's a weird dynamic.
Yeah.
Like, you'll be just minding your own business, then all of a sudden out of nowhere, somebody from Dallas is like, you guys are obsessed with it. And I'm like, I had not given you a second thought until you mentioned it just now.
It's an interesting thing. It's an interesting notion.
Yeah.
And don't worry, we'll get to the number one story of the day, which is CJ's hair.
Big story.
But real quick on this, I think two things about that. One, you and I have both been in Houston, by and large, for a pretty long time now.
Yeah.
I moved to Houston in 1994, other than a 6-year period at the beginning of the century. I've been in Houston for the better part of the last 30 years, but I'm not a native Houstonian. And so back when the Oilers and the Cowboys maybe were a thing back in the day, I wasn't experiencing that. And you've been in Houston a long time as well, but we're not native Houstonians. Number two, I do think that if the Cowboys and the Texans played each other more frequently than they do, then it might amp things up for us a little bit. I'm in total agreement with you as to how I feel about it. Like, I don't think about them at all, really.
Yeah.
Not in the way that some people do in Houston.
Yeah.
There are some people that think that way.
The people, what happens with a lot of people, and I always try to remember this, is we have a workplace where it's not like we're not surrounded by a bunch of annoying Cowboys fans or something.
Right.
We have a lot of listeners who work alongside these vermin,
yes.
And they have to deal with it and listen to it and everything.
Yes.
But then more than anything, it gets tiresome just because Cowboys fans will constantly be talking about the 90s. And they want to throw that in your face or something.
Yeah.
And it's just, it gets annoying. Kind of like the same way, there's like the Astros trash can jokes. There's like 5 jokes that people just keep retelling.
They recycle them.
And you get to the point where you're like, I'm just tired of the boring jokes. It's not that you're offending me with what you're saying. The message isn't offending me. It's just the stale message.
Yeah. I'm not offended as an Astro fan. I'm offended as a comedian.
Yeah,
as
basically.
Jerry Seinfeld would say. Yeah.
So CJ cut his hair.
Hair.
It's verified. We all thought it was fake news at first. It looked like it might be AI or something. What
outlet or person ultimately confirmed for you that it was an actual thing and not AI?
It wasn't until I read it in the Houston Chronicle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I felt like, here's old school media doing its thing. Because at the very least, first, there's 2 Twitter accounts I respect. It was Texans Stress. Was Stressing Texans?
Houston Stresses. Texans Commenter is the actual ID.
And then the other one was Texans Jacob. And I'm like, these guys don't generally put out clickbait or anything, so it's probably
They're
real.
good follows.
But then I read the article by Matt Young in the Chronicle, and I thought,
and
okay,
if it's in the
definitely
Chronicle, it's got to be true.
Problem is because when CJ cut his hair, he all of a sudden immediately looks 19 years old.
Yeah.
And it looks like the pictures of him his freshman year at Ohio State when he started growing his hair
100%. Mine was Larry and Stafford. I'm on a group text with Larry, and Larry was the one that finally confirmed it for the group. And he had been digging what seemed like all day long. It felt like Larry was really trying to get to the bottom of this.
And I feel like everybody that was on the case is somebody who's simultaneously ashamed that they care about this.
Yeah.
Because count me in. But I feel there's the thing that makes it relevant to football for me is I told you earlier, there was a time in college where my senior year, I'd grown my hair out for a long time. Somebody bet me to do it, and I grew it out, and it was glorious. It's just I had nice, long, beautiful, wavy hair. And I had the second or third game of the season. I had a game. It wasn't a bad game, but I felt it wasn't up to my standards, and I was disgusted with myself. And I went home that night, and I shaved all of it off, just straight buzzed it all. So it was very much tied to my performance. I felt like, no, this isn't who I am. I got to be different. Yeah. And I wonder if with CJ there's a little bit of that.
People are going to – there are definitely people listening right now going, I cannot believe you guys are spending more than a minute talking about a guy getting a haircut. I'm telling you right now, what you just said about what a young Seth Payne did, because you felt like something had to change, I think if this is some sort of acknowledgement by CJ that something has got to change, then I'm willing to cling on to this. I'm willing to take this morsel and pile it on here on what is going to be, I think, one of the most intriguing off seasons for any individual Texans player that we've seen in the history of this franchise. How does C.J. Stroud adapt, react, try to fix, whatever verb it is you want to use? Something was wrong at the end of the year.
Right.
Something was clearly
in the playoffs.
In the playoffs, something was very wrong. And I think you could even argue that for the better part of the last year and a half, on and off, things haven't been great. There have been spikes. There have been Sundays where we got very excited or where he made a play. You know, it's like there's texters we get. They're like, CJ's trash. We got to move on from him. I'm so far from that, but I am concerned about it. I know you're concerned about it. I know I think you're more concerned than I am about it. If this is step one of at least symbolically saying, yeah, I just got to change. I got to change things.
Well,
I haven't had a chance to change my process football-wise yet because we haven't done anything.
Well, he's been pretty open this year in talking about how he felt like he had strayed away from being as focused on his faith and that he had to get back to that.
Yeah.
And he just needed to focus more on all of those things. And that this is very much something people do when you try to narrow in, when you try to focus. Like cutting your hair it's a very common thing for people to do. It almost just feels like it's a change of persona. The quote from his barber.
I'll take your word for it.
I'm going to react, Sean. Yeah.
Well, no, but at one point, you know, like if I wanted to grow it out, I could. It would just, I'd look much older and more pathetic. At one point, I did make the decision. I go, shave it all off.
Yeah.
Shave it all off.
So his barber, Kurt McGee. Case McGee.
Case McGee.
Case McGee. I'll read from Matt Young's article. Few people in Houston know Stroud better than his barber. And McGee says Texans fans will see a different Stroud in year 4. And he doesn't mean just his haircut. Trust me, McGee said, you're going to see a different guy. So it's kind of his barber acknowledging that CJ needs to be a different guy.
That it at least indicates that they've had conversations about change.
Yeah.
You know, that's what it indicates to me.
Are you somebody – a pet poll.
Okay.
Are you somebody who feels like CJ's haircut is –
does it matter?
Let's see. Inspires hope.
Okay.
B would be – This is bad news. Or C, why are we even talking about this?
Okay, those are good.
Yeah.
Those are good. What do you think wins? Before I put it, I'll put it up during the next break.
I think it's going to be split between inspires hope and why the hell are we talking about this?
I think I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
I think inspires hope wins with 37% of the vote.
Okay. And I think
that'll be a close second to why the hell are we talking about this?
Yeah. I think the further away we get from the playoffs and that performance against New England, I think the sense I get is people are easing up a little bit on. I mean, CJ's approval rating the Monday after that game was it was like at Matt Schaub levels, like Matt Schaub 2013 levels. It was bad.
CJ is tequila right now. Where immediately afterwards, you're like, I am never drinking tequila before a football game again.
Yeah.
And now you're getting to that point where, like, I could have some tequila at some point.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, sure. And then by September, I don't know if you're going to be, thirsting for tequila,
right?
/ CJ Stroud or not, but you're going to be more generous with it than you were immediately the day after.
Okay, we're getting texts on CJ's haircut. Is CJ cutting his hair hope or cope? That might be the way that the young people will vote in that poll, if I phrase it that way. I cannot believe that you guys – okay, I disagree with this text. I cannot believe that you guys are completely downplaying the haircut by CJ. We can go all the way back to biblical times and know that a haircut is I hate this text page. All right. The text got chopped up.
Yeah.
The part that I take exception to is I don't think we're downplaying it at all. The fact that we're spending a segment in drive time discussing it.
Yeah, why the hell? Like, you guys are downplaying. I just told a story about how it was a very significant thing when I was a football player myself.
This text came in a minute ago, so they heard that story.
Yeah, what the hell are you talking about, man?
Texter.
Why? Just don't put you have some preconceived notion about how Sean and Seth feel about quarterback haircuts or something?
Yeah, no.
Who the hell has a preconceived notion about stuff like that?
The fact that we are talking about it on what is very valuable airtime on this station, by definition means we're not downplaying it.
Mm-hmm.
By definition.
Tide is sponsoring this talk.
That's right. That's right.
I think he looks better with it short. I think that there's that long hair just made him look almost like a child.
The long hair, you know what the long hair did? You know how sometimes, Seth, they say people, what is it, if you're really heavy and you wear horizontal stripes, makes you look heavier?
Yeah.
I think that the long hair with CJ made his mopey his mope sessions.
It accentuated the mope.
The long face. You know, that's what they say. When you're moping, you got a long face.
Right.
And CJ
so it almost drags the mopey cheeks down with him.
I think it does.
Yeah.
I think it did. Doesn't anymore. Is CJ going to look less mopey with the new haircut? I think he does.
Man. I'd just like to see 7 touchdowns and 1 interception in the first 3 games. That'll look less mopey to me.
I'll be less mopey if
we were talking
that.
about the quarterbacks who have had to overcome non-quarterback faces.
Yeah. This is important work that we're doing right now.
Matt Stafford and Sam Darnold, I think, are the prime examples of earlier in their career you think, I don't know if that guy looks like an NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
And now Matt Stafford, he had to shed the facial baby fat and kind of start looking more like a man before he could go do anything in his career.
Yeah.
It also helped to leave the Lions. And then Sam Darnold is just night and day how you would look at him between then and now.
I don't know if she wants us out there. Our boss lady just texted, our boss's boss, Sarah texted. She said this is very significant that CJ is cutting his hair.
Yeah,
so that's good. It's so that you and I are using the valuable airtime to discuss this very important topic. I think is a good thing.
My boss, Brandy, says way better. So,
did he cut it?
She approves.
She approves of the look.
Yeah, we do a male-female split on this one.
On the Pender poll?
I wonder how many women are, like how they feel about it in general.
Do they break that down?
No, you can't do that.
Damn.
Not on X.
Not on social media.
You can barely search for people you know in your. That's the one thing about X. I'm not complaining about anything other than just the fact that the last few years it used to be an awesome search engine for finding very up-to-date things, and now it's like the worst search engine there is.
I disagree. I pull a lot of audio from X for the show.
Yeah.
And I disagree for this facet of it.
Yeah.
Going and finding videos that have been trending is super easy now. There, you just if you put in the name of whoever the person is that everybody's talking about, that video will pop up within the first 3
How about
tweets.
when you want to find the Twitter handle of somebody that you follow and they follow you, and it doesn't pop up? Like even if you spell their names like perfectly and everything, it doesn't even show up on the searching that.
I guess it's bad. I don't do a lot of that, so you don't like to
communicate with people. No, I think it's a good sign. It's not like, but okay, is this the thing that's gonna turn things around? No, I think it's a good sign that CJ is committed to
change.
As multiple people have pointed out. Yeah, it can be very significant psychologically when somebody changes their haircut, especially when it's a very when it's very much a part of somebody's public image and look and everything.
Huge. Yeah.
All right, I'm getting back to basics. I'm taking a different approach. I think it's significant.
Now he needs to go to Russia and train in the mountains like Rocky did in Rocky 4. Or go back to L.A. like he did in Rocky 3.
Right, but the problem is that the Rocky 4, he spends all that time in Siberia taking the pictures down of everything to the point where he's just focusing in on Drago, and that's all that matters.
Yeah.
And then that stupid Adrian shows up right at the last minute.
No, we can't have
after
stupid people show up.
Whoever's in his inner circle that maybe he needs to try to get rid of or anything, he needs to get rid of them completely.
No, I'm talking about purely the geography and the training methods. I'm not talking about who he should allow there with him. You're 100% right about that.
He needs to watch videos of his friends getting injured and practice not crying. Like mentally rehearsing, hey, there's going to be adversity.
Yeah.
If somebody gets injured in a game, will I be physically capable of going up and calling a play the next play? Because it's going to happen again in your career. At least 7 more times in your career, you're going to have somebody you really care about have a devastating injury. And guess what? You're going to have to call the play the next play.
The next play.
Yeah.
We talked about this yesterday, just in passing. The Texans are one of the 16 teams that could be asked to do Hard Knocks and would have to say yes. They would have to. They can't turn it down. I got 5 reasons why I would make a pitch to the NFL Films and HBO people that the Texans should be the team they should be asking. I'll give you those 5 reasons coming up next.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. Emergency crews still dealing with an earlier accident along the feeder lanes of the Katy Freeway westbound before Gassner. Also dealing with delays 288 northbound at Orem. Heavy truck stall affecting a center lane along.
Francisco. LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, big thanks to LaCour 43 for getting us out here. We really appreciate them. John Weekes, former Texans long snapper, is going to join us live here on Radio Row. Current San Francisco 49er long snapper, going to join us on Radio Row out here at the top of the hour at 9 o'clock Houston time. Mike Mayok at 9:30. We'll be talking to Nick Caserio later on today. We'll be recording with him, and we'll run that tomorrow. Texans GM will be out here on Radio Row a little later on today. Just to put a bow for now on the C.J. Stroud haircut storyline, I mentioned, Seth, that our boss, Sarah Frazier, was texting me during our conversation about this. I only saw the text that on my push notification that she said it's very significant. The text before that, she brings up a great point. She said, I can't believe nobody's bringing up Britney Spears shaving her head.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I hope it works out better for CJ than it did for Britney Spears, bald Britney Spears.
But it was significant.
It was significant. I say I hope it works out better. This is how bad it was for Britney.
Yeah.
For the Halloween party at our company a few years ago, I went as bald Britney Spears.
Yeah.
That's how bad it was.
And you looked better.
Yeah.
Than her.
And I swung the green umbrella better.
Well, Sarah also said that, go ahead and read that.
She cut her hair off after her divorce.
Yeah.
And she's got a beautiful head of hair.
Yeah. A lot of people just after, as part of a big life change, they cut their hair. I feel it. I cut my hair yesterday morning. It's funny that CJ and I decided to cut our hair at the same time. Apparently, this haircut was actually a couple weeks ago, I guess, or a week ago. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but it wasn't. But the world found out about both my haircut and CJ's haircut.
Yeah, what's your story?
I felt kind of like, you know what? I hadn't gotten a haircut in a while and everything. It was the second day of Radio Row, and I'm like, I just did that. I did an interview with these guys over here from the Dallas station where I felt like I gave them a bad interview. I wasn't entertaining enough.
Okay.
I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go get my hair cut.
Okay. You went on our sister station and basically threw 4 interceptions in 12 minutes.
Basically, yeah. I think it's a very, very common thing for people to do.
I get it.
And CJ, he knows.
Yeah.
He knows he laid an egg.
Yeah.
He laid 4 eggs in New England.
Yeah.
And he fumbled 5 eggs in Pittsburgh.
Yes.
He needs a change.
Yep.
And you start on the outside and work towards the inside.
Indeed.
A big old Cadbury egg out there.
All right, so you and I talked about yesterday, Hard Knocks. There are 16 teams that are eligible to be asked to do Hard Knocks, and they are not allowed to say no.
Yeah.
If the league, whoever makes this decision, I don't know if it's the NFL or HBO or NFL Films, they probably collaborate and work together on it. But somewhere there is an entity that can walk into the McNairs and say, hey, we want you guys to be on Hard Knocks. And because the Texans have not been on it in the last 8 years, and their head coach is not a first-time or a first-year head coach with that team, they would have to say yes. Along with 15 other teams, I'm not going to list all the teams. There's some compelling ones. We went through the yes or no yesterday on all that. I just know if I had to sit down and pitch the Texans to these folks, like if I said, you know what, I really want my team on there, these are the 5 things I would pitch about the Texans, being compelling on a show like Hard Knocks. Number 5, Southern Gentleman D'Amico, who can go from Southern Gentleman to a civilized swarm savage like that.
Yeah.
Like that. I'd also like to see what it looks like, honestly. D'Amico Ryan's cutting a player.
Oh, that's right, because we would see that. Yeah.
We would see that, yeah. And
I thought that was one of the things that I was most impressed with as a former player was watching Bill O'Brien cut players, because I liked that he was very honest with them about what they needed to improve, what they needed to work on. Where, I think some coaches, when they cut a player, might just try to blow smoke up their butts,
yeah.
And paint a picture that's maybe more positive than it is. I thought O'Brien was really good about just being honest with the players.
Yeah. I think D'Amico would be really good at it as well. How do they? Is Nick part of that? Is it Nick and D'Amico? Is it just D'Amico? Does it depend on the player? That kind of thing. But I think D'Amico. The bottom line is, I think for entirely different reasons, D'Amico would be very likable on there. I say for different reasons because I think Bill O'Brien, I think that was the home run for Bill O'Brien 10 years ago.
Yeah, no, and I think that partly, too, is I would just like it as an example of how you can coach players really, really hard without being
without dog cussing them.
Right, yeah. Because I think that's where I think people have this notion that somehow that D'Amico is easy to play for, and it's the exact opposite.
Yeah.
It's really just he holds guys to really high standards, and they get frustrated sometimes being coached by him because he's gonna he is meticulous in what he wants from you, and it doesn't matter whether a guy's yelling or screaming. It's the standard that the coach is holding you to that's difficult. That makes a guy like difficult in a good way.
Sure.
That it's like, okay, this is a demanding coach.
Number 4, Will Anderson Jr. America probably already that have had a chance to experience Will Anderson Jr. probably like him already.
Yeah.
He's my favorite player on the Texans. He might be my favorite Texan all time. Just he's so fun to watch and listen to.
They have a lot of extroverted personalities on that defense. It would be pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
You know, between, I'd say, Will, Kamari, Jalen Petrie, some of those guys, they're going to get some good clip. They're worth miking up.
Yes,
you know?
yes. Which I'll combine 3 and 4. 4, Will Anderson Jr. Number 3, the comedy duo of Hawk and Locke.
Yeah.
Hawk being Kalen Bullock and Locke being Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, they ham it up.
They're inseparable.
But not in an annoying way.
You talked to them the other day at full practice.
Yeah, and they were just hamming up. It was like talking to a group of entertaining toddlers.
Yes.
They were just rambunctious and like picking on each other and everything. Yeah.
So that's number 3. Number 2, and we kind of had this conversation yesterday about the Texans as a potential Hard Knocks team. We didn't bring this one up, though, and I think this is a big one. Hannah McNair, the happy heel, the happy villain.
She might talk some smack about other owners or something.
Yeah, man, we might get some good
stuff. She doesn't mind,
stuff.
It's like, especially if somebody sits down with her or mics her up throughout the day or something. I'd love to just get a clip of her talking about how she wants to destroy the Colts or something.
Yeah. Or if they happen to get a preseason game against one of the teams where maybe they don't see eye to eye the McNairs with that ownership. I don't think the McNairs are sideways with a lot of people.
Well, and she would become kind of a cult favorite of a lot of NFL fans just because she's very photogenic.
Yes.
I think there would be a little bit of she would gain a following there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So that's number 2.
Yeah, it wouldn't even be a cult fanhood. It's like people would be like, she's striking looking, and that she would be a personality.
Yes,
yeah.
Her Instagram would grow if she has one. Would grow big time during Hard Knocks, I think. Number 1. This goes back to honestly what we've been talking about for the better part of this hour so far. I contend that C.J. Stroud is the most intriguing player this offseason.
Yeah.
In the NFL.
Yeah.
Because of how it ended this past season.
This is the thing that
you're rubbing your face. His face.
It's gone to me
like
from
I said,
a point,
I want to be a ventriloquist.
With CJ early in his career, I kind of liked that. Man, this guy really thinks a lot about life and stuff in a deeper way than maybe a lot of 22-year-olds.
Yeah.
I've gotten to the point now where I don't need any more life lessons from a 24-year-old. So there's parts of me that
you don't like his little axioms and things.
There's sometimes where I just get to that point where I'm like, can we just do our job? Like, all right, not everything has to be a big dramatic story and tale of life's challenges and how you overcome them and everything. Can we just go out and play football? Yeah. I just don't have any more appetite for any more deep thoughts from a lot of the football players.
I get it. I totally get it.
Yeah.
Do you disagree or agree with the intrigue? I mean, I'm being hyperbolic a little bit that he's the most.
Yeah.
I feel that way only because I don't feel like thinking deeply about the other 31 teams. I just know I've never seen a guy get more attention for a bad performance in a playoff game than he got the 3 or 4 days after that one in New England.
I don't know if that's – I mean, if we go back to Tony Romo, I mean, Tony Romo got as much attention for botching a snap on a field goal. So I think that there have been some bad quarterback performances throughout time that have gotten
that's
a lot
fair.
of
I mean, that's one play.
pressure. This is the most we felt locally in Houston.
Without question.
For bad performances.
Yeah, without question.
Romo, I mean, every bad playoff performance from Romo got a lot of attention.
Oh, sure. He's a Cowboys quarterback.
Yeah.
I get that. Romo, real quick, Seth, Romo was never going into a season where he's got that I can remember. The contract with CJ is a big thing.
Social media was different, and the contract situations were different back when in the early 2000s. Social media wasn't even a thing. But Peyton Manning throwing 4 interceptions in the AFC Championship game and just getting destroyed by the Patriots. I mean, that was the point where a lot of people thought, Peyton just can't do it in the playoffs. He's been bad in the playoffs, almost every game. save for a couple in his first 8 years in the NFL, he was bad or unimpressive in the playoffs. And the book was closed on Peyton Manning at that point.
Yeah.
He was just a bad playoff performer.
Yeah.
So if social media were a thing, after he threw 1 touchdown and 4 interceptions.
The way CJ
it was
was
CJ's stat line
Yeah.
against the Patriots, except it was in the championship game. That would have been huge.
Well, and it was for the next week, it was, Jarrett Stidham throws an interception at the end of the AFC title game the following week. And then what's I don't know if it's trending or not, but what's popping up? C.J. Stroud in a Jarrett Stidham uniform.
Yeah.
I think you're by you saying social media, I think you're kind of touching on that aspect of it, which is, hey, people have way more means to go just Photoshop a picture of things nowadays.
It's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to be publicly snarky these days.
Yeah, and visually snarky, not just the words. Like you can, in 3 minutes. If I type in the right prompts, I can come up with a hilarious picture of C.J. Stroud failing at something.
C.J. Stroud in a jester outfit.
Yeah,
C.J. Stroud is,
I have 5 for you after this break coming up right here. But I'll be too busy putting in this poll about C.J.'s haircut. I'm going to post this during the break. Does it inspire hope? Is this bad news? Or why are we talking about this? Those are the 3 choices, right? Okay, good. I'm going to do that during the break. All right, we got John Weekes joining us at the top of the hour out here on Radio Row. So let's shift gears a little bit here. We're getting pretty close to pitchers and catchers with the Astros. It's probably about a little over a week away. Opening day roster. Chandler Rome takes a run at the opening day roster for the Houston Astros. There are 3 things that I think jump out about Chandler's prediction. I think he's pretty much on target here, but there's 3 things here that I think are worth discussing. And we will do that coming up next. But first, men's Tea Clinic. We're next to our guys.
Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you live on Radio Row in San Francisco. The hustle and bustle starting here, people filing in, and of course it's not even 7 o'clock local time here yet. That won't stop John Weekes from joining us, though. He will join us live here on Radio Row at the top of the hour. He's in the building. He just texted me. He's getting his credentials. So he will be here at the top of the hour, and we'll chat with him about how his year in San Francisco went. Does he miss Houston?
After spending his entire career in Houston and one of the longest tenured Texans player in history. Now he's in San Francisco and a Pro Bowl long snapper.
Pro Bowl long snapper, and I think he enjoyed his. We've talked. You and I both talked to him out here offline. I think he enjoyed his year in San Francisco here. I think he hopes that it keeps going.
So we're going to get him to talk a lot of trash about the Texans and how they're in a downward spiral. And it's probably all hope is lost.
We'll get his take on CJ's hair.
Yeah.
That's the big topic. So he'll join us at the top of the hour. Mike Mayok is going to join us, former GM of the Raiders, probably known best for being an NFL draft expert and color analyst for many, many years for the NFL and Notre Dame football as well on NBC. So he'll join us at the bottom of the hour at 9:30 Houston time. Chandler Rome takes a run, Seth, at the Astros roster projection for the upcoming season.
Yeah.
Baseball's going to be here in like a week. You know, pitchers and catchers. It's back in our life, I should say. You know, not actual games yet or anything, but and I think there are people that feel like the Astros still have some work to do here.
It's the crowded infield and the youth and or Jake Myers-ness of the outfield are some of the concerns.
Yeah. Backup catcher I think is a concern too.
And then we're just penciling Zach Cole in at left field.
Right. Okay, so I want to go through this here. So he does. This is sort of the baseball equivalent of like 53-man roster version 1. You know, people try to take a run at that. I think there's a lot more with this particular baseball roster that's solidified than maybe your average NFL roster. But Astros roster prediction 1.0, the infield surplus edition, he calls it, which maybe indicates that Chandler's thinking there's a chance that a deal could still be coming here. Yeah. But for now, he projects the starting lineup to look like this, top to bottom, batting order. Jeremy Pena, Jose Altuve at second base, DH Yordan Alvarez, Carlos Correa batting cleanup at third, Yainer Diaz, who just got his arbitration victory yesterday, batting fifth at catcher, Christian Walker batting sixth at first base. Now, here we go. I don't know that there's another lineup in baseball where the three outfielders are batting 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah.
You know, that's a power position. Most teams, I'm guessing, have at least an outfielder somewhere in the middle of the order. 7th, Cam Smith, right field. 8th, Zach Cole, left field. And then center field, Jake Myers, who is just, I think, is still under club control for like another year or two. It feels like he's been on the team for a decade now.
He's been a much more major storyline for a longer time than usually guys of his caliber are.
His ilk.
That's why it feels like he's been you have to like, wait a second, was he somehow on that 2017 World Series? No,
You're right.
He most emphatically was not.
Back when his name was Jake Marisnick.
Yeah.
That's something that jumps out at me. I don't think Chandler's inaccurate on this. That's an issue.
It's an issue, and yet at the same time, between Zach Cole and Cam Smith, when you talk about potential and tools, these are both guys who are freaky in terms of being potential 5-tool guys.
Especially Smith.
And it's a whole lot of untapped potential. But they've been the Zach Cole, that was the word that kept coming up when he was drafted from different teams and sources. He's just a freak athlete. Mm-hmm. So there's that intrigue there. But this is the major leagues now. And Cam Smith was playing right field like a awesome major leaguer.
Gold Glove finalist.
It was that one little detail about
hitting
at the plate. Yeah. What are you doing?
Yeah. This is what scares me about this. The article in The Athletic, they have the lineup, visually in the article, and all the players have their little headshot next to them, except for Zach Cole, who's got no headshot.
He's just an egg.
He's just an egg.
As far as I know, that is a 5-tool egg right there.
An egg, yeah.
He can soft boil, he can hard boil.
It's a weird thing to get worked up about, but I'm like, man, our three outfielders are batting 7, 8, and 9, and one of them doesn't even have a headshot on The Athletic.
Yeah.
So there's that. the catching position is he's got two, Yainer Diaz and Cesar Salazar. If this is how it stays, I think that Astro fans are going to gain a greater appreciation. Maybe they already have it for Victor Caratini and what he meant to this team.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Salazar. It's just he doesn't. For the workload that you got out of Caratini last year, Salazar has never come anything close to that.
And he can bat. Caratini can bat left-handed.
For a team that needs lefties,
base, yeah.
So that's Christian Vasquez's name has been floated out there as a guy that the Astros might bring in.
I'd be in favor of that.
Yeah, I would like that.
I'd be in favor of that. So I think backup catcher. I think the outfield. You touched on it before we even went through this exercise. The youth in the outfield. And the fact that in a projected lineup, that's the bottom third of your order. Cesar Salazar at catcher. Your infielders are Carlos Correa, Jeremy Pena, Jose Altuve, Christian Walker, and then Isaac Paredes is still here.
Yeah.
And then you got Nick Allen, who they brought in the Mauricio Dubon trade. I think that's fixed. I think it's going to be those six guys barring injury. And do they head into – that's the question. Do they head into the season with five – capable big league starting caliber infielders?
And I think the other part too, before we move on to the infield, just in terms of the overall lineup on any given day, no Caratini, I feel like maybe should have been discussed more, but then just like Mauricio Dubon kind of just being casually cast aside for like it's no big deal. Like you can't, for a team that's had as many injuries as it has had over the last couple of years, having somebody who's such a great and versatile utility player.
Yeah.
I mean, that's no small thing.
No.
They've got too many infielders. Yeah, but they needed Mauricio Dubon to fill that role a lot of times.
Well, there's a financial element.
There's definitely a financial element, obviously.
Yep.
But because I know a lot of people right now are saying, hey, it's because of all the injuries, it's good to have an extra infielder. Yeah, but it's also pricey. That's great. We're going to be paying extra just to have what could have been handled with a Dubon.
Yeah, Carlos Correa, $23 million. Jeremy Pena, $9 million arbitration. $9 million bucks for Isaac Paredes, who really doesn't have a consistent spot in the lineup right now. So there's that. So they still got the infield surplus. We'll see if that gets remedied. Outfield, Jesus Sanchez, Jake Myers, Zach Cole, Cam Smith. That's terrifying. That part is terrifying to me. That
not defensively, but for the lineup.
Jesus Sanchez was awful after they brought him over here last year, and he's still on the team. Supposedly, Dana Brown was saying there's interest out there in Jesus Sanchez as part of a trade.
Yeah.
I have no idea. That is a major issue right now.
It's a major issue. You could very much foresee, okay, does Cam Smith figure it all out, and does he come back?
They were saying, too, they were making noise yesterday at the media lunch, and I forget who it was, if it was Espada or Dana Brown. I just saw the transcribed quotes that they might try him in center field a little bit. Cam Smith, yeah. I hadn't heard that before.
Well, no, because remember a year ago, or at least 10 months ago, it was, okay, well, Altuve will be playing some left field.
Yeah.
And then you got Jordan, of course, out in left field. And now
that's changed.
Those are two pretty big names.
Yeah.
And that was a plan going into last season.
Yep.
Now it looks like the most likely thing is that prospect Zach Cole is going to be your starting left fielder. That's the most likely scenario.
Yep.
It's just it could go drastically in multiple directions. The upside of both Cam Smith and Zach Cole is big, but obviously, like as we saw with Cam last year, you just don't know.
The last thing that was in this article that jumped out at me with Chandler Rowan projecting the line, he's got Jordan as the DH. I think that makes sense. Here's the starting six-man rotation. Hunter Brown, Christian Javier, Tatsuya Imai, Mike Burrows. Those four feel like they are pretty much in ink right now. As long as spring goes as we expect it to go for those guys, that those guys will be your first four. The next two, Lance McCullers Jr., Spencer Arrighetti. Lance McCullers, at least projected by Chandler Rome, who's very knowledgeable with this stuff.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of Astro fans out there right now that are kind of at the end of the rope with Lance McCullers.
I guess this is the projected opening day rotation, but I guess I can handle that. It's just you don't expect that. You don't expect Lance to make it through the season.
No. How could you? How could you? Yeah. These are the other names, and I'll roll through these quick. John Weeks is going to join us at the top of the hour. Ryan Weiss, who they signed over. I believe he's the one they signed from the Korean League.
Yeah.
Nate Pearson, who's one of the first guys in this offseason. Colton Gordon, we've seen that act before. A.J. Bluebaugh, who had great numbers last year, but wasn't stretched out to be a full-time starter.
Yeah.
So that could be a project that they use in spring training. Jason Alexander, who at one point was the best pitcher on the team for about a 4-week period.
And then
he kept them afloat.
I know
for a
Jason
while.
Alexander. I like to play a little game where I pretend he's 25 years old and not 31 or 32. No. He's 25.
Yeah.
This is actually a huge find for the Astros.
Yep. He lists J.P. France. Chandler does. This article might have been written before J.P. France got DFA'd. I know you were a big France guy.
Well, I felt like people counted him out a little too quickly, and then he's had so many injuries.
Yeah, he's been banged up. So they released him. Miguel Ulola, who is one of their better prospects, Peter Lambert, Bryce Meyer.
I think Bluebaugh's the guy that I look at as all right, let's see what
he's the intriguing one out of all those guys.
He's 100%. He's very, very intriguing.
Yeah.
And you just we've had a lot of success with guys that were, not all that highly regarded and then just, became some of the best pitchers in the league.
My big takeaway is if the bottom falls out of Framber's market completely and the price of poker ain't all that high, there's room for him here.
Yeah.
If the back end of your rotation right now is Lance McCullers and Spencer Arrighetti, there's room for more. There's room for a capable starter right
What's
there.
the over-under on number of games played by Lance McCullers this year?
Do we do this?
Pitched.
Number of innings
how many
pitched?
times? Yeah, let's do innings pitched.
Because he might be a reliever. He ended the year last year as a reliever.
Yeah.
Innings pitched for Lance McCullers, I'll put at 41 2/3 innings.
Okay. He's that would be.
What did he throw last year?
Last year he threw 55 1/3.
Okay, so I'm in the neighborhood. I'm basically predicting injury for him again. Which I feel horrible doing. I like Lance.
The previous season in which he pitched. Not the year before last year, but in 2022.
He's out for 2 years.
In 2022, he pitched 47 2/3.
And that's when he came back in August. Yeah.
2021, he pitched 162 1/3. I mean, that was by far.
And they got hurt in the postseason.
I know.
Yeah.
I know the story.
Yeah. The only fully healthy season was the COVID season. He's perfect for a 60-game season.
It's weird. So him finishing as a reliever last year, and he's talked. I mean, this is the question that gets asked every single year about Lance McCullers. Like, hey, is this the year he decides to the point where people have just stopped asking about it? Lance talked about it and about how it's not as easy as it might sound, but maybe, who knows? Maybe
and then he winds up in the bullpen.
Maybe this is the year that he actually just does say, yep, I'm going to be a reliever this year.
Yep. All right, heading into the 9 o'clock hour, John Weeks is going to be dropping by, former Texans long snapper with the 49ers right now. So he makes his home here in San Francisco now. He will join us. We'll get caught up with him, get his thoughts on the Super Bowl, on his time in Houston, time in San Francisco. We'll do all of that coming up next.
Look Core 43. Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Live in San Francisco, Liqueur 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I think this is our first actual live guest on Radio Row.
No, we had
Devin from Ithaca College?
Devin, yes.
Oh, did I forget to do the Tide sponsor read?
Come on,
well, Devin was, I guess, then sponsored by Tide. It's got to be clean. It's got to be Tide. Tide is sponsoring all of our guests that sit with us here on Radio Row, and we are pleased to be joined right now, thanks to Tide. It's got to be clean. It's got to be Tide. By former Texans long snapper, current San Francisco 49ers long snapper, and just a great friend of the station and the show.
And honestly, one of the only men with the gonads to show up at, what time is it now locally?
7:04 a.m.
7:04. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, he's a professional.
All professionals.
When we were coordinating that with John Weekes, of course, who's our guest here, when you and I were texting about this, when I told you, are you sure you want to do this live? Because Seth and I are on from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m., and your response was?
I got two
kids,
man.
I'll be up. So you're here.
So you've been, what was it like going into, after being in the same place forever and ever and ever and being very comfortable in it, knowing everybody, you are a vet in the NFL.
Right.
You've been around forever, and yet you walk into a brand new building, new coaches,
yeah,
new
the
players,
nerves were rolling. I was nervous. I was real nervous to go into a new facility and just a new locker room and new people. But I think one thing that the locker room did well, and what those vets do really well, they're very welcoming.
Yeah.
And as soon as I signed, Fred and George reached out to me and welcomed me right away, and they made it they make it a very welcoming locker room. So it was actually a lot easier than I expected. But I had those first day of school jitters. My heart was pounding. I didn't know what to expect.
Yeah. Did it catch you by surprise?
It did.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here. I'm like, surely there's someone in this locker room I've run into at one point, and it turned out to be Jay Bird, the old equipment guy.
Oh yeah, Jay
Bird's over here. So I was like, oh, Jay, what's up, dude?
Day,
So it was great to see Jay again. But it was a true brand new experience. It reminded me of my early days growing up. My dad was a military guy, so we used to change schools all the time. And you just kind of have to go into that new class, introduce yourself, and just start talking and make friends.
So those old skills, I'll say, like social skills, from being a military brat.
Oh yeah.
Those were in full effect with you coming here.
Yeah, absolutely.
You had that little fear that you're going to walk into the cafeteria and people are going to turn their backs to you.
Well, it's not more that. It's not. It's not more that. It's more like who let the random stranger off the street into the facility? Why is this guy here?
Who is he?
So. But no, it was great, man. That whole locker room is amazing, and I was really privileged to be there.
Was it hard? Tell me if you had this experience, because I was the first team I was on for 5 years, which is sounds like 3 breaths of air for you. The first year I was on a different team. Sometimes I would watch the Jaguars. And sometimes I'd be on the sideline as a Texans player playing the Jaguars, and I'd see a guy that I know make a play, and I almost jumped up in excitement. I'm like, oh, wait. Did you have that at all with Texans?
You know what? I did. It was hard, and I'll be honest with you guys. I don't think I watched a single Texans game until I knew we had to play them that week. I knew it was going to be a tough week, so I did my best to try to distance myself because I have so much love for everybody over there still. I love all those guys in that locker room, so it was definitely hard to watch.
Yeah. What was it like coming back and playing that game in NRG Stadium, that specific
that
day?
Was hard. That was really hard. I had to do a lot of mental gymnastics to really prepare myself for that. Just all the relationships you have with everybody. I had to figure out the best way to go embrace those relationships, but still make sure I'm focused on the game as much as possible. And, looking back on the season now, I don't know if I really remember that game too much that day. I remember I had a plan. I stuck to the plan, and the next thing I remember, we're on the plane out of there. So.
Had you ever even been in the visitors' locker room before?
A couple appearances, maybe.
Okay.
Getting ready, doing some community stuff.
Yeah.
I think I was like, oh, this is the locker room I was in, So, but no, I had no idea where the locker room was, if I was being honest.
So you had to put extra care into just compartmentalizing that week and just trying to.
I mean, for me. It wasn't just any other game, right? This was the organization that gave me my first opportunity, watched me grow up, and I'm incredibly thankful for the McNairs and everything they've done for me in my life, helping me with my family and everything, and just bringing and letting me live my dream. So I knew that game, as much as I wanted to tell myself it's going to be any other game, it wasn't going to be.
Yeah.
And especially because it's not that I just don't know or didn't know the team and everything. I knew security people and lunch people, and so walking in, I'm just seeing everybody. So that was the one thing I tried to focus on.
And then you probably had to deal with more people just shouting your name from the stands and everything than you
I got a lot of nice salutes from a lot of fans, which I appreciated. I had a lot of people. I try not to focus on fans, but when I did hear my name, I tried to at least acknowledge.
Yeah.
And they were.
In case you were worried about it, there wasn't like a whole huge group of Texans fans here that were like, "Oh, he can go die." I don't, screw him anyway.
There's always
I never
somebody.
liked him.
There's always a
especially the year he was the Walter Payton Man of the Year. I really hated him that year.
Weekes, you turncoat. Never liked you.
John Weekes, former Texans long snapper, current San Francisco 49er. We're here in his new hometown here in San Francisco on Radio Row, brought to you by Liqueur 43, getting us here. So the number is 244 games played for the Texans, right?
244 for the Texans.
The most ever by any Houston Texan. I'm curious at what point during your run, you were there 15 years, played every game. At what point do you start looking at stuff like that? At what point do you realize, like, hey, man, I've been doing this a number of years. My goal is to do this for X amount. I don't even know if you were goal setting as to – I mean, you're still playing, so you may be goal setting. I guess this is a broader question, but specifically the Texans part of it, because you're an historical figure in that you played the most amount of games for the Texans. At what point did that become a thing for you that this might happen?
You're just talking about the games played?
Yeah, just the games, like your longevity with the team.
I never focused on it. My goal was always, as a long snapper, I feel like we're looked at as how dependable are you, right? And they always used to say, what is it? The dependability or availability is the best dependability, right? Yeah. So my job, I need to be available for my guys. As long as I feel like I'm the best person available for the job, I need to be available for them.
Best ability is availability.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Right. So that's what I just focused on.
Yeah.
That was it. That's what I focused on. And I don't know if I ever.
Did you even realize that you were?
It started. They did such an amazing thing for me when I reached my 200th game, and that's when I kind of was like, "Oh, this is great."
Yeah, that's what I'm looking. Yeah.
And Amanda had done some amazing things for me when I think I might have passed Andre for most games played as a Texan, and she did some awesome stuff for me. But the Texans celebrated me, and they did an amazing job of what they did for me when I got to 200, and that's when I really started to kind of click, like, oh, I'm still going. This is pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, what year was it? Was it like 2021 or 22 where you came back to training camp and you were all chiseled?
I tried to come back chiseled every training camp, knowing that would go really fast as soon as I got done training.
But you made it. So. Did you make a big change like a few years ago that stuck?
I think what happened was you saw. I had spoken to Frank. Frank had just gotten hired as our coach, and I'd asked Frank, like, hey, listen, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I'm shorter than most snappers in the league. What are you looking for in your snapper? And Frank wanted kind of a leaner, athletic, more like downhill coverage type guy, and I was like, okay, great. So that's what I focused on the off season, and got in really good shape doing it.
Yeah,
that would be the timing when Frank came in there. John Weekes, former Texans long snapper, joining us here on Radio Row in San Francisco. Looking back on your Texans years, do you have a particular time that was a favorite time of yours, or are you looking back at all of them? I'm obviously looking back at all of it fondly.
It was also great.
Favorite game or a favorite?
2000, you got it here in 2010.
Yeah.
2011 was the first year where I felt like, okay, we're a legitimate franchise now.
Made the playoffs.
So you got to see both sides of it, of the struggle of 2010, but then 2011, everything just kind of.
But I feel like the 2010 team gets. I feel like we lost 4 or 5 games in the last minute there, right?
Yeah,
like I feel like we were just right there. We just couldn't get through it yet.
Yeah, they'd been competitive for since Kubiak got here.
Yeah.
But 2011 was the first time where it just all of a sudden, these guys are a legitimate threat. There was a certain legitimacy to them.
11 and 12 were hard because 11 and 12, those teams, that locker room were so awesome. And I think everyone in those locker rooms for those 2 years were like, we're getting one this year. We're getting one at some point. With this group, we're going to go get one.
Yeah.
Just unfortunate injuries.
Yep. I don't know how many people listening know your story about getting in. I mean, you were ready to be a fireman. Yeah. So what was for those who haven't heard the story, what was the connection that got you in the door, that got you at least got a look from the Texans?
Yeah, so for me, coming out of college in 2007, they hadn't changed the rule yet. And I think that was a big thing. So Stan Kwan, he was the former coordinator here, actually. He brought me to Detroit for rookie minicamp and just kind of told me the same thing. You're a little small for the head over, getting bull rushed right over the top on field goals.
Changing the rules, where they took some of the – you weren't allowed to bully you weren't allowed to physically rough up the long snapper.
Up until 2010, you could put someone directly over the center and just push and just kill them.
We beat the crap out of them.
And, it was just they just, they didn't think I'd hold up.
Yeah.
And then in 2010, they changed that rule, and Coach Kwan had called me and said, hey, I think you can get in now.
Because they loved your skills, obviously.
Yeah. So I had to go find a specialist combine, which was snappers, punters, kickers only. I went and performed at that. Had a quick workout after the draft, had a bunch of workouts line up. Houston was actually my last workout I was supposed to go to, and then they jumped everybody and never left.
Where were you in the process of becoming a fireman at that point?
Just through all the hiring processes.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the certifications. So Phoenix is different. You had to have your EMT certification. You had to have your hazmat certification. You had your Fire 1 and 2 classes. So I was going through the process of getting all that stuff. I was going through the process of being hired. Unfortunately, they were kind of in, I'm not going to say hiring freeze, but they were hiring like 1 or 2 cadets per month, so it was hard to get on. So I was on a waiting list, just kind of waiting to get hired on.
So what happened? Did you have to make an actual phone call to somebody in the department and say hey, I got to pull myself out?
It's such like a tight little. Everyone's so tight, and there's just word of mouth. So I remember being in my EMT class, and the frustrating thing, and you remember Jomar, right? You guys both remember Jomar?
Yeah.
Jomar had signed me. And
Joe Marciano.
Joe Marciano, I apologize.
Yeah,
Joe Marciano. He had signed me, and he asked me if I needed to do anything back home, and I said, I'm like 8 hours from getting my EMT certification. I just knocked that out real quick, just in case this doesn't work out. I'm certified. I can go jump. And he's like, no, show up, miss it. I was like, God dang, okay. So I had to miss those 8 hours, and with the EMT class, it was all about your time. You had to have a specific amount of hours to get that.
Did you ever go back and complete it?
I never did. No. I would have had to. No. So as soon as I missed those 8 hours, I had to start all back over. So fortunately, I haven't had to go back and get it yet because I've been hanging out with you guys for a long time.
Are you like me in that any time that you've ever been close to maybe being in a first aid type situation, you realize I don't remember a damn thing?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's a long checklist that I've gotten hit in the head way too many times to remember the checklist that I could.
I feel like looking around like, God, surely there's somebody here that actually remembers what to do.
There's that split second where I'm like, I think I used to be able to do that, but I don't know if I can do that right now, so I back off real quick.
That is great. John Weeks, former Texans long snapper, joining us here on Radio Row. I'm out of training camp. It's always fun to watch the different factions go off and do their thing, talk position groups and whatnot. And obviously, there's always that three-headed monster of the long snapper, the punter, and the kicker. And then occasionally there will be some interloper that they bring in to compete at one of those spots. But more often than not, it's you three guys. What's that bond like between I guess the most recent one for you would have been you, Kaimi, and Tommy Townsend.
Yeah, it's a brotherly bond.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be. It has to be that tight. We all rely and depend on each other to do our jobs and to make sure we all perform at the highest ability we can. So it's super brother bond, and it's awesome.
If we're going to speak in generalities here, and I'm genuinely not trying to dig into any various times in Texans history, when there's an issue with a kicker, like when a steady kicker is all of a sudden
not always the snapper's fault.
Is it? Is it? How
behind the scenes?
How often is it though? Like what percentage of the time is it actually the kicker versus the holder? Versus
and I think that's why the bond is so important, and you have to have that brotherly bond, because if you really look at it, especially for the kicker, I think no one hurts more for a kicker when he misses than his snapper and his punter, because we know how much heat he catches for that, right?
Yeah.
And our job is to just try to make the operation as perfect as possible. And, they catch so much heat. But I always try to, go back to the operation, because there are times I've thrown a bad ball. Tommy saved me. Emi hit a great kick. Maybe there's sometimes that the hold was a little off, but I threw a good ball, Emi, and then maybe there's sometimes where me and Tommy were, but Emi makes, so it's just all that.
I feel like a pit
It's
crew
all that
almost.
kind of, it's a great way to describe it. It's kind of just all like, you try and you strive so hard for it to be as consistently perfect as it can be.
So do you?
Because
I would imagine,
so much guy gets so much focus
sure.
on it.
So I imagine the three of you are on a group text together, whoever it is, the three of you, and then afterwards, who's the most likely to go on there and apologize for something?
Oh, it's just who can blame each other the fastest.
Okay. All right. So there's no apology.
No, I think one of the great things working with Tommy, one of the great things working with Emi, and at least I try to do the same for myself, is we all took accountability for everything.
Yeah.
You know, I'll always tell Tommy if I felt the laces were a quarter turn or I didn't give him a good ball, like, dude, I'm real sorry. You know, I appreciate getting me out of that jam,
don't know
right?
this stuff either. That it's that fine-tuned.
Yeah, you know, it's a science. It's a fine science,
right?
right?
The kicker gets all the blame.
Yeah, and that's the toughest part. Is it's never the full operation. It's always focused on one guy.
Yeah.
But you guys have such a solid guy in that spot that, you know, Emi's one of the best, if not the best.
I wanted to ask you about that. Yeah, I mean, he said he's obviously
the Steelers game. Like he made the circle of swarm, didn't he?
He did because he kicked an outdoor. You know, he had had some
hard
struggles.
place to kick. Yeah.
And he had some struggles outdoors more so than indoors. And he kicked a 51-yarder in that playoff game against the Steelers.
Yeah, he smashed a great kick.
He did. And so I was going to ask you about Emi. I mean, he's obviously had a great career. The last couple of years, and you were still in Houston for some of it. I mean, he's turned – the league has kind of come this way, but Emi's been right there, where he's been a machine from 50 yards plus.
100%.
Yeah. How proud are you of him?
No, incredibly. I think Emi is one of the top 2 or 3 kickers in the NFL, you know, and I think you can make an easy argument that he's the best kicker in the NFL. I'm so proud of him and everything that he's accomplished. I loved watching him step into that leadership role and kind of taking charge and just going out and doing what he does, and that's just, you know, make kicks and kind of be a silent killer, you know, because – there's not a lot of emotion. Actually, you know, that you mentioned it, that Pittsburgh kick was one of the rare kicks where I saw him got real juiced up. You know, I think obviously understanding how big the kick was, but the elements and stuff too. It was awesome to see.
I like it. We don't have to explain the circle of swarm to Justice. Yeah, he knows about.
He knows what it is.
And then shout out to Tommy and the young guy. They did a fantastic job for him this year.
Yeah.
So, like I said, it's a whole unit thing, and it's really cool. And I always said that. You know, I was privileged to be selected to go, but my biggest joys for Pro Bowls or All Pros were watching my kickers and my punters get those nods, because that's cool for you.
This was your second Pro Bowl, right?
This was my second. Yeah.
Was the first one you played the Pro Bowl games? Was it an actual?
Yeah, first
game
one was fortunate. It was the last one in Hawaii.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it was 15. It was the last one where we did the Hawaii. We played the game. We did the draft. We did all that fun stuff.
Did you and your family come stay in the hotel and everything, or are you just
down here?
Oh,
yeah. The kids,
you're taking in the
my
whole
girls
experience.
love a good hotel experience.
Yeah.
So when they heard that they could stay in a hotel, they were really excited.
Well, plus they probably got all kinds of events for the kids, so you and the wife can enjoy some time together and everything.
You know, we had to bring Noni in from Arizona to help with the kiddos.
Yeah.
So, but my girls love a good hotel experience, so they're having a blast. They're missing school too, which is crazy.
How far away is your house in San Francisco from
So we're
here?
about an hour and 20 minutes away.
Oh, yeah, you got to go to the
hotel.
the
facility is about 45, 50 minutes out in Santa Clara, the stadium.
Yeah.
Our facility is kind of just like Energy, is just all based right there.
Yeah,
and
you got
we're
that
about another
substation
15,
with all the
20
EMFs.
years.
How are you doing with that?
I was waiting.
I forgot.
That's like the most popular question.
Yeah.
The fact that you don't have research on it freaks me out right now. But I was just waiting for the EMF. I've been getting prepped for the EMF question. I'm just
okay. So for those of you who don't know, there's like an electrical substation next to the facility.
And there is, and it's close. I mean, it's.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys can see. I mean, it's from here. We have like just your basic street, and then it's right there.
So there's a theory that one of the reasons the 49ers have a high rate of injuries over the past 5 years is because they're getting all these EMFs from that substation.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about it right now? You're giving a no. You spent all that time preparing to give us a no comment.
No, it's such a tricky question. Okay, here's my BOB answer for it. I'm new to the team.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to be a good teammate. I feel great. No, I mean, in all honesty here, this is my honest opinion. Like I said, I'm new to the team. I'm pretty healthy.
Yeah.
But you have so many guys in that locker room that are absolute professionals that day in and day out do everything they can to take care of their body. And you know better than anybody, right, just how much the league now stresses taking care of your body, sleep, nutrition, all that kind of stuff. I think at the end of the day with this substation thing, guys just want to know if is there something that needs to be looked into, because if there is, let's do it.
Yeah.
And then if there's not, there's not. And we won't worry about it. But if there is something that's like, listen, even this little amount of trace of EMF is deteriorating. These guys put so much time and money into their bodies that they want to address.
What is it? You know what? It's a tough thing when it comes to sports, and especially at the highest level. You're talking about all these little different things on the margin affect a professional athlete a lot more than it does a population of 5,000
Sure.
people where you're measuring like the kind of big things and everything. So yeah, when you're you can look to the science all you want, but there's not really a whole lot of studies done of people competing against other world-class athletes where a 1% difference actually matters.
Agree.
Yeah, who knows?
And that's what I'm saying. It's just one of I think right now the guys just want the information.
Yeah.
Like, is it actually a problem or isn't it?
You don't need to apply. Part of playing until you're 40 is giving BOB answers, man. You know?
I love the good old BOB.
You don't hear about a lot of rambunctious, outspoken.
How many of the listeners remember the BOB answers?
I'm just trying to be the best EMF substation participant as I can be. Yeah.
We bring up some of the BOB PTSD on a regular basis. Yeah.
I would love it if all of a sudden the team gave out a fiery statement about how it's no big deal, and they were like, "Look at John Weeks. He's 40 years old.
Yeah.
And he's doing just fine.
He's doing it."
You just got to circle Big Trent. Look how that guy's been rolling.
Oh, yeah.
38, 16 years, elite position.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yep. Hey, before we get you out of here, what's the plan? Playing, back again next year?
Yeah,
Is
I
that
hope
the
so.
goal?
I hope so. You know, I feel great. I'm really loving where I'm at. I love my group. The locker room is amazing. The Yorks, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, the whole organization is just top notch. It's been really fun to be
That's
here.
great.
So I'm hoping so. Listen, I might get in trouble, but I know in 2 weeks I'm 40, so I know that it's coming up. So we'll see. But I still feel like I got a lot of good football left in me.
I would like to bring
excited.
up Reggie Roby. Punted until he was 45.
Long time. Yeah, long time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that's the plan right now, boys.
Yeah.
So.
Good. Well, we're rooting for you from Houston
I appreciate it.
always, and it's great to see you. We miss you, and glad you were able to stop by and spend a few minutes
me too,
with us,
man. Thanks for letting me come on.
Of course. Yeah, that's the great John Weeks joining us here on Radio Row. All right, up next, we expect Mike Mayok to drop by.
Better guest.
Former GM. Former GM and, of course, draft analyst. He'll be dropping by shortly here. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, Daisy sour cream dips. Yeah, it doesn't matter whether you live next to an electrical sub.
Francisco. LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, welcome back. Payne and Pendergast here on Radio Row in San Francisco, brought to you by LaCour 43. And joining us right now here on Radio Row, all our guests, of course, brought to you by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Pleased to be joined by longtime draft analyst, former NFL GM. The role I most loved Mike Mayok in was when he was the color analyst on Notre Dame football broadcast, because I'm a proud class of 91 graduate, and I thought you were excellent covering Notre Dame football back in the day.
Well, I appreciate that. And you know what's funny? As a Boston College graduate, right, and we don't necessarily like each other.
Yeah, we shouldn't like each other.
What I found amazing was, like, I took that job, and I had never even been to Notre Dame before I took it, and I didn't really want to like them, like in my heart of hearts, right? And after about 2 or 3 days, you go, this place is pretty freaking special. And the first game I did, it was Brian Kelly's first game. It was Purdue Purdue, a home game, and I got done a long week, and I needed a workout. So I basically ran over to the stadium on Friday, and I'm running up the stairs, this iconic place, and I hear the fight song, which is easily identifiable to anybody across the country. So I run up to the top of the stadium and look out, and there's the band and the students. It's Friday afternoon. It's the fight song. And I'm like, man, how do I hate this place? How do you hate this place?
Yeah. It's
it's a bunch of 18 to 21-year-old kids. It's easy to hate.
Yeah, there you go. That's
not our listeners, but yeah.
Right.
Any random group of them.
Well, I thought you were great doing those games.
I love doing them. The NBC was great to me, and boy, Notre Dame opened the door for me. It was really fun.
That's
great. The fun thing about your career, Mike, I don't know if it's been fun for you, but as an observer of it, is you've kind of run the gamut of the different things you can do in and around football. And I think most football fans first knew you as a draft analyst, and they loved how analytical you were about things. And a lot of people were really excited when you became a color commentator because you had an approach to the game that was you were very good at explaining the game and kind of talking about it in a way that not necessarily a lot of color commentators do. Then you go into working on the management side of things. So you've had a really broad experience in pro football. What's been your favorite part of it? Other than what you're currently doing now with Sumer Sports, of course.
No. I mean, that's easy. There's nothing like working in part of an NFL team, being in the building. And as a player.
Yeah, I should have mentioned as a player, too.
Yeah, and I wasn't any good. I was only there for 2 or 3 years with the Giants. But, I mean, I met contacts for life there. Belichick was my special teams coach, Parcells. I mean, there was a whole group of people that have been in my life for a lot of years. But the point is that, yeah, I had an atypical rise to becoming a general manager. But the first game we had after I took that job, was a Monday night game against Denver. And I'll be damned if I don't walk on that stadium grass 3 hours before the game and I feel like I'm going to puke, like I'm playing.
Yeah.
And when you do a game as a broadcaster, you do a Notre Dame game, you do a playoff game, whatever. I did a lot of really cool games. You get fired up and you do them, you do your best, but then you just kind of go have a beer. Like, okay, we did a good job, let's go grab a beer. I throw up 5 times in my mouth every game. I mean, refs make
your team.
It's like the edge between wins and losses are so narrow in that league, and so many few things, that you can't even describe being a part of that building again.
Yeah.
And it was separated, to your point, by like 40 years. I was like 25 or 6 when I couldn't play anymore with my knees, and I got the GM job when I was, 59 or 60?
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe the flood of feelings that came back.
Yeah.
What did you learn from being a GM that's made you a better draft analyst now?
Boy, that's really a great question. What I learned is when I self-scout, and when I talk to other, for a year in NFL Network, I was kind of my own guy.
Yeah.
Wrote my own reports. I didn't have to hand them to anybody. I compared them with my NFL buddies all around the league, but I wasn't in the same building comparing notes and arguing about guys, right? So you get in the building, and what I learned is okay, Mike, why did you miss on some really tough boundary corners coming out of college? Maybe because, dummy, they were speed deficient, and you love their toughness and ability to tackle and all the rest of it. Why with offensive linemen sometimes you want them to displace people across the line of scrimmage and push, and you don't like the guys that just get leverage and position and stand there. But those guys can be taught that maybe.
Yeah.
So really the answer to that is when you're in a room with a bunch of scouts that have a lot of experience and they just say you better look at it a little different way. Even if you're the GM, it doesn't even more so if you're the GM. You can learn from everybody in your room. And I learned some really good and hard lessons.
Yeah. We were talking about this the other day about the humility of GMs is way higher than the humility of a lot of draft analysts because if you do it long enough, you're
on the hook.
You very much know exactly what you were right about and what you were wrong about.
Dude, you own it.
Yeah, guys that you felt really good about and that you committed a draft pick to. That was I loved that guy.
Yeah.
And there was a reason that I shouldn't have loved him.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of learning that went on, and the biggest adjustment was kind of managing people because again, I was like a one-trick pony. I was being Daniel Jeremiah came in and Charles Davis, but I was responsible for my own work, and now all of a sudden I'm managing people, that was different too.
Yeah. Like you said, you're your own guy.
Well, and a lot of people, so people step into that GM role or they step into a head coaching role or anything, and it's kind of, for such a high-profile and important position in an organization, those guys don't really have all that much experience being an employer or just actually hiring and firing and everything. Was that you just said it, that was one of the biggest adjustments.
Yeah, and I think, we talk all the time about, like in this head coaching cycle right now that just finished. Basically, do you want to hire a guy that's had head coaching experience because you kind of know what you're getting, and he can set your whole year up? This is how we do it. And here we're going to start this in January. We're going all through the year. This is how many practice. I mean, they can set the whole thing up because they've done it before for years. Then you get a 32-year-old coordinator, and he walks in the door, and he might be dynamic in front of his defense or his offense, but they're his buddies.
Yeah.
When you take that head coach job and all of a sudden you're pulled away from what you do best, which is watching teams, watching tape and game planning, and now you're dealing with media, and you got to go meet the guy about the surface, the field on the stadium because there's a problem with the grass, and then you got to go down to the training room. And so there's so many different things involved with all of that, and we don't know which of these guys are actually going to be really good at it.
Yeah.
Because they're really good at one thing, which is coordinating a defense or offense, but taking that next step is bigger than people think.
Well, and with the Texans, speaking of the coordinators, Nick Caley, first-time offensive coordinator, there's a whole lot of unknowns you have there. And what did you see from the Texans offense this year in terms of having a rookie offensive coordinator, CJ, and his performance in the playoffs and all of that? Where do you put them right now?
Like everybody talks about their defense, and justifiably so, right? Now, if this is, a 12-win team, right? So you look at it, and if I'm Nick Caserio, you're probably looking at it and say, number one, are we all in on our quarterback? I think, he's after year 3, so you've got a decision coming up on the 5th-year option. And with that decision comes, what's he making next year? Plus or minus $6 million. I think the option's 27 or so for the following. Right. So you're looking at $33 million over 2 years, which is club friendly if he's the guy you want. Now there's been enough questions. Year 1, he hit it out of the park. Years 2 and 3, you see flashes, but also a bunch of inconsistencies that if you're going to pay this guy big money, you'd like to see less of. I don't think that's my take anyway. So they've got some decisions to make about him, point number one. And I'm guessing they're going to go all in. There's enough talent there. They've seen enough that I think if you surround him with an infrastructure that's quarterback friendly, he can. But you get nervous in the playoffs when you see him throw balls that you go, wow, where'd that come from? That just looked like it came out of his hand funny.
Yeah.
You know, what's going on there? Why? So I'm not in the building, and I haven't seen enough of their tape to know. But what I think I would, if I'm Nick, what I'm thinking is, okay, are we all in on this kid? The answer is probably yes. If so, what are we doing from an infrastructure around him? Are we running the ball as well as we can? You know, what are we doing with our offensive line? It's getting better over the last year or two, but it's still got to get better in my opinion. Yeah. You know, they drafted Ursary last year. I mean, they got to get better in that offensive line. The interior, make some decisions with some of those interior guys. Are they playing guard or tackle, or are we moving on from them? But they got to get better, more consistent O-line. And then what's happening with, you know, wideout? You know, the wideout thing, I look at it and I go, okay, you got Nico. Right, and he's awesome.
Good player, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
But you're kind of surrounding him with a couple of fourth-round picks, and a kid from Stanford, big body kid, did a nice job last year. But I think you've got to provide more answers for your quarterback, and that starts with that, you know, the personnel side. But then it becomes, to your point, it becomes the head coach, the OC, everybody. What are we doing to make this a quarterback-friendly offense?
Mike Mayok is joining us here live on Radio Row. I want to make sure before we get you out of here, we talked about Sumer Sports yesterday with Big E, who is going to be hosting that web series that you guys are doing on YouTube. He mentioned your name. He said, I'm not the expert. I'm just the guy steering the ship for all the experts, which includes Mike Mayok. Tell us how excited you are, and for the audience who didn't get to hear about it yesterday, what Sumer Sports has going on in advance of the draft.
It's pretty cool. Imagine kind of old-school football grinders, and me, and there's another 25 to 30 scouts that have a combined 500-plus years of experience in the NFL. Okay, imagine a bunch of these old-school guys that are crotchety and don't really deal with analytics, meeting all these new 27-year-old whiz kids, one of whom played at football at Tulane, but he's brilliant. And they start talking about predictive analysis and separation points my eyes are like, oh my gosh. But what's really cool is we're doing a show for 10 weeks, and it's called The Evaluation. And we're going to, like, the first one is on the quarterbacks. We've got Eli Manning. I talked to Howie Long. I talked to Max Crosby. I interview Steve Smith Sr., Luke Kuechly for each of these shows, right? So they're bringing their perspective, which was awesome. These guys were so good talking about their position, their instincts, what made them good players. And so we're kind of marrying the old school grinding football, where we're going to give you a report on a bunch of the college players this year on the show. We're going to talk about how it's changing with all the predictive analysis through AI, and then bring in the seasoned veterans, the guys that are Hall of Fame type players, and put it all together position by position over a 10-week series. And I'm kind of excited about it.
It sounds like the way you'd want your organization to be incorporating analytics, right? That blend of, the old school football knowledge and the on-field knowledge combined with, all right, we've got this data to help you out.
Yeah, and I think fans are really going to like it because, there's always been this thing around the draft and evaluation, like we're not showing you anything, right? Teams don't show anything. But we kind of opened up the door. There's some really cool stories from, whether it was Randy Moss's famous 40-yard dash at Marshall. They couldn't run in the snow outside at Marshall. Something wrong with the basketball court they couldn't use, and they had him in an alley outside the coach's offices. Running through at the very end of the alley was a double door that he had to hit when he finished outside, right? And he ran like, supposedly urban legend is he ran like sub 4.3 in the hallway. So I mean, there's great old school stuff, but really good new school AI.
Well, good, and people can find that on Sumer Sports YouTube page, right?
Correct. It'll start on Thursday, the 12th.
Okay.
And it'll be every Thursday thereafter with a different position.
That'll
new
be
episodes.
Great. That'll be great. Sumer Sports, Sumer Sports, all one word.
Correct.
That's where you can find them. Mike Mayok, and it was
Thanks,
great
brother.
to talk
That was fun.
to you.
You guys are great. Made it easy. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. Looking forward to the evaluation on Sumer Sports YouTube page. All right, up next, final segment. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on coming up next. Stay there.
Hey, find out who's going to build your custom dream home. It's Kirk Holmes. It's
Francisco. LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, final segment. That was a good hour, man. John Weekes for the first part of the hour. Mike Mayok coming in, second part of the hour. Of course, both those guests brought to you by Tide. It's got to be clean. It's got to be Tide. Of course.
It has to be Tide.
Has to be Tide and no other detergent.
The most interesting part of last hour was me informing John Weekes. I was filling him in on his new hometown of Los Gatos.
Oh, yeah.
Which means the cats.
It does, yeah.
And a lot of people try to make fun of Los Gatos.
Was that what you told him?
But it's named after that because of the bobcats and mountain lions in the area back in the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's got two
but
small
I also
children.
want to watch out with your children out on the trails in
It's
Los
a good
Gatos.
job. Yeah, that's a good job. A little PSA for John Weekes here.
I was in a wiki wormhole or rabbit hole yesterday after Alcatraz because I had to start reading up on Alcatraz after we'd visited it.
Yeah.
And then I stumbled into my own hometown, all the stuff I should have known about my own hometown that I never did until I was aged 50.
You were in an Alcatraz wormhole and somehow found up in a
started going into people's hometowns and everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And but now Los Gatos, I'm going to do a deep dive later on.
Okay.
It's the content people want.
You and I are interviewing Rich Gannon in about 37 minutes. So we'll get to ask him if he still carries his 2-point card around in his pocket.
Rich Gannon is good friends with one of my college coaches. Crap. Pete Knowles, or Jim Knowles, thank you. Jim Knowles.
Seth getting out over his skis.
Yeah, good friend of mine.
Yeah.
Oh, crap.
Go to break.
Jim Knowles, who is, where is he now? He was the Penn State defensive coordinator, but he just left. I think he's at Tennessee now or something.
Is he at Tennessee?
He was at Ohio State,
he was at Ohio
Penn State,
yeah.
and then, but whatever.
Yep.
So we'll, he's
a well-respected college DC.
Bring that up because he always does every single time because Jim Knowles is awesome. Jim Knowles is the first coach I ever had who tried to talk to me like a man, and I didn't realize like he was being genuinely cool. I was still afraid of all coaches, and he was just trying to have a heart-to-heart with me because I had a 0.3 GPA one semester in college, and
boy,
and he was really just trying to talk to me almost like an older brother, and I didn't accept it because I was still like he's gonna yell at me about something or something. But like it was in hindsight over the years, I realized and appreciated how much Jim Knowles had really helped me by actually just talking to me like a big brother.
Did you get chippy with him, or did you just kind of?
I just kind of went into a shell, wasn't answering his questions.
Did that thing where you're giving a talking to one of your kids and you tell they're not even listening to you? Arms folded. And
when you're talking to a young person and you're not sure if they're getting the message or not.
Right.
I wasn't getting the
that
message.
Was you.
Yeah.
You were the young person in that. Oh man. So yeah, and then we're talking to Nick Caserio at 3:00 today. So that'll run tomorrow on the show.
And you're going to tell Rich Gannon how much you hate the fact that he carries around the little 2-point card.
Yeah, I'm going to ask him about the 2-point card during that interview for sure. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they are here.
Me.
They are in the loop.
Hello, boys.
What's up?
This?
Yeah.
It's great.
It's been a fun trip, man.
Can I mention just the front of mine? I love that I've trained John Lopez as if he is a dog so that whenever I do the Tide read, he immediately – because you started doing it, and I don't know if you heard it in your headset.
No.
He reflexively, even Pavlovian, in a Pavlovian way, finished it off.
Yeah.
So I would like – do the Tide thing again.
Yeah, all of our guests here on Radio Row are brought to you by Tide. It's got to be clean.
It's got to be Tide.
There you go.
Got him.
Yeah.
We did it.
Oh, my God. Pavlov with the ding right there.
That's right. That's
Mountains
right.
water in and everything.
Yes.
I'm trying to put the timeline together. Did the confirmation that C.J. Stroud's haircut is real happen during your show? It happened after your
after
show?
our show. In fact, we didn't even see that he had his haircut until after the show.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then we get the confirmation that
it was the A topic on our show today.
It is the A topic on ours as well.
For 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We probably honestly didn't talk about it enough.
Yeah, maybe.
You know what's interesting, though, is when we talked to Nate Tice yesterday, obviously absent the idea that he had cut his hair, Nate Tice is pretty sold on the idea that, no, CJ's your guy and that this is incumbent upon your coaches to get that out of him. I went as far as the final question being, because I know that our listenership, there's going to be people that ask, well, what happens if he can't take hard coaching? And Nate Tice was like, There's a lot of dudes in the league who can't take hard coaching.
Yeah.
And I found that to be an interesting perspective, one that I had not really fully gotten to. I was like, yeah, we've seen that there is the talent there, and that is incumbent upon the coaches to find it.
And it made me mad. It did, because and maybe you can relate to this, Seth, because I actually pushed back on him a little bit because I'm like, well, players are different. You know, it's easy to say, Seth, you're going to do this. Well, I don't want to do it. No, you're going to do it, and you do it.
Yeah.
But some players are like, nah. You know,
I guess the problem is that sometimes people hold the quarterback up to a standard of you're either Tom Brady or you're nothing, and that it's got to be that or nothing at all. When realistically, like, no, every single quarterback that wasn't won by Tom Brady or Peyton Manning was won by somebody else.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of quarterbacks that are just kind of like all different types of varieties of either divas or sensitive or whatever it might be. It doesn't mean that they can't be really good championship caliber quarterbacks. Just don't fall in love with the fairy tale being the only guy that you can have.
My thing was, like, yes, you're right. I mean, I wasn't saying that his opinion was wrong because that was his opinion. My point was
just like your opinion.
It's just like your opinion, bro. Players are different.
Yeah.
Like if another quarterback might completely, accept that. We don't know if CJ it will.
Yeah.
You know.
We know he is willing to change his hair.
Yes.
And that is a sign that he is recognizing something.
And if his hair can change, then his play can change.
Yeah,
and
everyone can change.
That's right.
Yeah. Rocky IV just came up again on the show.
Again? How many times?
Now. That was his speech.
No, that was my point.
I said CJ needs to go to Russia.
Okay. I was like, I missed the first one. Yeah.
Sean and I were
logs and stuff.
Yeah, whatever it takes.
Yeah, that's all we need this offseason is a montage. Clearly, that's what would fix him.
Sean and I were kind of questioning the listeners, like, hey, do you think this is stupid that we're even talking about it? And I think the majority of our listeners that chimed in said, no, it's often very significant when somebody changes their hairstyle.
Sarah Frazier texted us.
Yeah, our boss said she got her hair cut after she got divorced.
Yeah.
That chopped off all her hair.
We were walking over here, and Reggie turns to me. I'm not throwing you under the bus, but
it's fine.
He goes, do you think we should do a C.J. Stroud's hair to start? I was like, yeah,
man.
Because it feels so silly though, because there's so many things. There's so many instances where we try and imbue, meaning in things that ultimately don't have meaning, and it would feel like, all right, getting a haircut would be one of those. But also, you're right. There are a lot of times where people signify a change in their life with a major change, like cutting their hair, and the way that they want to be perceived.
I'm going to ask Nick Caserio about CJ's haircut today.
You better.
Yeah.
What do you think he says?
Oh, he's blowing that off.
Yeah.
Or maybe he isn't, because maybe when anything that you could spin into a positive, I feel like you take those. But
I think he blows it off too.
I could see him blowing it off.
I think he blows it off.
I think we got the ace in the hole. We got Annie Agar joining us.
Okay.
And I think it's more appropriate for women to talk about that really bad.
It hits home with women.
Yeah, that big, bad, or great, change your biggest hairstyle. So
getting rid of that juju. Yeah.
We're going to ask her about that.
I'm actually interested. 713-572-4610. That's the number to text. Have you had a haircut that you just hated at one point in your life, or something that was indicative of a change in your life? Because I'm interested to see as an unscientific poll.
I told Sean this my senior year in college. I had been growing on a dare or a bet or something. I grew my hair out for a long time, and I was unexpectedly I was really happy with my hair being longer. But after like the second or third game of the season, I had a game that it wasn't up to my standards, and I was disgusted with myself. And the first thing I did when I got back to my room was I shaved off all my. I just went full full buzz cut. And so that was significant to me. I felt like, no, that's not who I am. I've gotten soft. I'm just going to – what am I, a guy who cares about my hair?
Yeah.
So it was very significant for me. And I think that, like, CJ, by word of his barber in that Chronicle article, who said he'll be different this year. Like, okay, cool. So his barber is acknowledging that CJ needs to be different this year.
Honestly, I don't know why we didn't start with the barber to try and get the changes, right? Like, I don't know why we didn't sit the barber down with Nick Caley in the offseason and say, what is our plan for C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, his hair specifically.
100%, yeah.
Yeah, I got to put up a Pender. I still need to put the poll that Seth and I discussed. I'll do it shortly after the show. But about CJ's haircut, as far as a topic goes, does it inspire hope? Is it bad news? Or why are we even talking about this?
Oh, yeah.
Those will be the three choices.
Did we already get a guess? Oh, I guess you'll do that once you have the poll, because I love seeing what Seth ultimately guesses, because he does have his finger on the pulse of the people.
He's made a guess already. He thinks it's going to be pretty close between Inspire Hope and why are we talking about this.
Okay.
So we'll see
but
how
with
it goes.
Inspire Hope, the lead 37%, I said.
Ooh.
Yep. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLT AM, KALT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. This time change. What's the question of the day, fellas?
We're not going to have a question today because in that time period, we will be sitting down with, Casey Keller.
Yeah.
Former U.S. men's national team goalkeeper. Because, we got World Cup coming up this year, so we want to get a little bit of insight. From a man who has good insight into World Cup play.
Is he here?
He is here. Funny enough, he did not play in '94. Like he missed the team in '94, so he didn't get a chance to play stateside. So I'm interested to see, what the pride is for the fellas getting to play stateside. For the World Cup.
Good deal. Okay, so no question of the day today. My question is, why the hell is there no question?
My question of the day would be, and he answered his. What was the worst cut you ever got?
So let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah. What was the worst cut you ever got?
I go back and look at my era of when I started to lose my hair.
Yeah.
But I was in denial that I was losing my hair.
Yeah.
It wasn't a particular.
So leaving your hair was the
worst.
worst.
Yeah.
Did you have the little?
I went with
little
this.
Comb over? Did you comb over?
No. Get out.
How long did you hold out?
Am I one of the Three Stooges? Comb over.
Hey guys, hold on. Hair is important. Guys, hold on to it.
No,
I wouldn't have been surprised if you had a comb over.
People weren't in the '90s.
In fact, I think you should grow it now.
No, I'm not. No, nobody wants that. No, I went with the current do. I probably went 5 years too long. Like hanging on to hair.
Yeah. I had a mullet once.
You did? Well, we all did.
I could see that.
I
could see that.
That would be my answer.
I did.
How long did you hold off, Sean? Because I'm always curious about that. I've got a friend out here at Radio Row who just had a big chop as a bet, and I'm like, hey, dude, you need to stay there.
I was probably I moved when I moved back to Houston to do radio in 2007. I still had remnants back here. Yeah, not like
you had the fryer going on.
It was the one blade. It was butt cut level hair. But I should have just shaved it all off.
Yeah.
I guess for me, it was just when I had a goatee and a bald head, and it was when I was a player.
That's
no
good, though.
That's pretty bad.
That's good for a player.
No. Because I just an old picture flashed up the other day. It's like my face is so fat.
Yeah.
I hate this guy that I'm looking at right now. Like, what is this try-hard jerk?
No. I had the mullet when I played too. I thought it looked badass coming out of the
back of the helmet.
Yeah.
I'm actually my worst hair decision was probably growing out a goatee in like 2000, like when I was like 36 or 37.
Yeah.
because it was all gray down here. You know, I know you have a gray goatee now, but you're not 36 or 37 , John.
I'm not?
Not even close, like dude. Oh, you missed it by a bunch, buddy. Oh, my gosh. But it just, I go back and look, and I shaved. Oh, we're getting visual confirmation.
It's a chin tee. That's even worse. The mustache part of it.
But I think you need the menacing look, though.
Those numbers are screaming on your chest.
Yeah.
They're like spread out.
All right. We're doing a lot at that point.
Look at that.
That's the hair and beard equivalent of thinking.
I wasn't as fat there.
That's the hair and beard
that looks great.
equivalent of thinking that Britain invaded us.
I wouldn't want to.
I'd heard that this morning.
Who said that?
Oh, that was great.
Nah, Sean just made a casual comment. And I turned it into something.
And I love that you were bringing other people into it. It made me very happy.
I made it look like Sean didn't understand what happened in the Revolutionary War.
And then proceeded to tell others in the area. It was perfect.
Hey, get a load of this guy.
Yeah, get a load of this guy. He didn't take American history. Man, I'm on like 10 hours of sleep for the right now. All right, okay, we're done. We're out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Fellas, have a great show.
Thanks, man.
And we will talk to you down the road. Seth, antibodies to you.
Oh, yeah, antibodies and Tide Pod to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hopefully one that you actually take with you.
Reggie attitude.
Oh, whoa. What just happened?
I hit him in the eye with the Tide Pod.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm so sorry, Sean. He's pissed. All right. I hit him in the...
Oh, wow. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610.
I didn't think I was going to hit him.
Oh, my gosh. All right. There's activities happening on Radio Row.
That I just did.
Oh, my goodness.
Don't eat Tide Pods.
No, don't throw them either. Apparently, they're very.
I hit him right in the eye.
Yeah, they're very potent in that way as well. I feel like the fellas of the morning show are going to need to reconcile.
I should get fired for this.
I don't think you should get fired.
No, I really should.
You should definitely be reprimanded.
Really
you should be locked in your room.
Sean, I'm so sorry. I hit you hard in the eye. I really, really apologize. That was bad tomfoolery. All right.
See, there are dangers to Radio Row. Sometimes you get a little loose and things get to a fever pitch to some degree. I'll try not to hit you with the Tide Pod today now that I know. That's a cautionary tale to some degree. But let's get going here on a Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. And more appreciation even to Liqueur 43, which I've noticed the bottle is no longer on the table.
It's right here.
Is it?
Oh, Liqueur.
Yeah, the Liqueur 43.
Yeah,
I have noticed that our Liqueur 43 bottle is not out here, and now I think there are shenanigans afoot because who took our bottle of Liqueur 43?
It might be in a trash can somewhere empty.
You think somebody got to it? All right. So question. Because again, I haven't even gotten it. You think it's show? Like
100%.
how much of it is possibly a 610 host, or how much of it is? I mean, Radio Row stays open for credential media all week long.
Little 5-finger discount?
Yeah, somebody might have come along and been like, hey, there's a bottle of liquor that I'm taking with me.
I just want to express to everybody how bad I feel about how hard that
We understand. I know you do.
Right in the eyeball.
Yeah.
In the eyeball.
With a Tide Pod.
The beautiful thing for Sean and Seth is that I think that, you're married, John, and you've been married for a very long time. When you mess up, can you just give it a day, and then once you get back to it, you'll be good?
Oh, yeah.
No, but I feel dumb about this.
No, I get it. I would too. Everybody would.
It's like every now and then you squeeze and hug a kitten too hard and you kill it.
The old Lenny of
really
Mice and Men.
about it.
Yeah.
Like, that's how I'm going to feel like that.
I am going to keep this Tide Pod, Reggie.
Okay.
As evidence.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's scary because I feel like we might be seeing San Francisco PD involved in this. That's a little terrifying. Yeah, I feel like Figgy might need to follow up, do some reporting. We'll commission you onto our Sean and Seth marriage counseling desk and see if everything is going all right there. What a way to start a show, John Lopez.
What a way to start a show.
I am frazzled. Can I be honest?
Well, no. Look, I'm sure everybody feels bad about it. No one worse than Seth.
But yeah, we got Tide Pods flying around. We got a Liqueur 43 bottle that is MIA.
We got hair everywhere.
Yeah, hair everywhere. But we still appreciation to Liqueur 43, our friends out there for getting us out here. Also, Planet Fitness. Appreciate them helping us get out here. And of course, all of our big game coverage brought to you by Tide because it's got to be clean.
It's got to be Tide.
That's right. That's right. So we're having a good time. Also, if you want to see the good time that we're having, or maybe go film on the incident that just happened. The Mokaram Injury Lawyers live streams are up and running. The YouTube
we keep it 100.
What?
It's going to be replayed. It's going to be posted in super slow-mo.
They're going to do it anyways.
That's the good thing about it. It's going to be like someone's going to super slow-mo the whole thing.
How is he making this my fault? Like, I pointed out that Mokaram Injury Lawyers have the live stream where you can maybe go back and see what just happened. Like, that's what we want. It's Radio Row.
Now look at you.
And now I'm spilling. See, look, we're all over the place. Everything is all over the place. And it's funny because that is kind of the way that I felt about something that felt very reasonable in my mind, and maybe I'm just wrong, is that yesterday we see on Instagram that, hey, that dude looks like C.J. Stroud, but he does not have locks on his head.
Looks like a young C.J. Stroud. And it's so funny, I just like, it's silly. It's a haircut. Happens every day. So, happens every day.
Yeah, if you don't know what we're talking about, it appears, it's actually been reported on, interestingly enough. C.J. Stroud has cut his locks off. He's had them for a number of years, dating back to when he was at Ohio State. And now
I think I read 18 years old, maybe even high school then.
Yeah, right about then. Yeah. Shout out to, I believe it was Matt Young of the Houston Chronicle who wrote about it. Went and talked to CJ's barber, the barber that he's had for, he brought him here to Houston and everything in 2024. And this was very intentional to some degree of cutting of the hair. Does this feel like a thing to you? Does this feel like something that is indicative of something larger as we sit here as Houston Texans, onlookers, fans, what have you, and wonder what is going to be the thing to get back to C.J. Stroud that we have once seen? Is it possible that this is some level of indication of that, John Lopez?
You said a lot there.
I do be saying a lot.
No, you could it be this, could it be that? But the first thing you said is 100% true. You said, does this feel like a thing? Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. It's a thing. I don't know if it's an appropriate thing, if it's silly or whatever. But, we were talking earlier, and I said, just call home. See what they ask you about or talk to you about. Hey, see CJ cut his hair? It's silly. Yes, on the surface it's absolutely silly. But I'm sure, Figgy, when you call home, when I call home, people are going to be talking about it. So you can talk about it being silly all you want. But it is a thing, and then it goes into all kinds of different directions, you know?
Yeah, I feel like people making it a thing, too, where, you know, I guess I hate to put this performance out there, but people
put it out there. Hey, you're not the first.
Hey, people are trying to use the whole, hey, see, this is a new CJ now.
Yeah.
Oh, watch out, 2026.
Yeah.
And so
I've also seen, you know, a lot of people, I would guess especially women, they get the breakup cut.
Yeah.
They get the breakup cut, you know, like the new look.
Do you feel like he cut his hair just to try to get a new him? I know it sounds kind of silly, but
I don't think it's silly at all.
Yeah, do you feel like, man, the last 2 years haven't been working, let me try something different? Do you think it's football related?
That's the thing I'm trying to figure out, because his barber, whose name is Case McGee, again, salute to the Houston Chronicle for doing this work. He said that, and I'll read this verbatim actually in a segment that I like to call Reading, quote, he would always tease about doing it and never go through with it. And so this time was really nothing different than what I'd heard before, except he sounded a little more serious.
Okay.
He was like, watch, I'm going to do it, and we did it. So, close quote. That feels, at the same time, like, okay, this is something that he just kind of always thought about, and he finally found the courage. But what was that?
Why was he more serious?
Was that a, hey, I really need to make a change in my life? Maybe that was the way that it went.
Yeah, could have been.
Or he could have had that plan.
Or not.
At the end of the year, I'm gonna go on and cut it.
Or not, and that's what makes it so funny, fun,
yeah,
whatever.
Interestingly, it feels like it could be something so silly where it's just, it's a haircut. What are we doing? But it feels like it also could be an indication of so much more.
Call home. See what people are talking about.
People are talking about it, but I do think it's kind of silly to break this all down like that.
Yeah.
Let's dig into that a little bit more as we continue on. We're on Radio Row. There's a number of people that are supposed to sit down with us today. We're supposed to talk to Jim Gray, Annie Agar, Alex Highsmith of the Steelers, the defensive end who we saw this year. But I believe next we should be talking to one of your guys, John Lopez, Jeff Garcia, quarterback in the NFL. We'll talk to him. It's coming up soon here on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, D&M Leasing, man. Just realized.
The Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, off the slide.
Oh,
if you,
God,
if you
that
listen to
made
Lil
me
Kiki. Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, live from Radio Row in San Francisco. And much appreciation to our friends at Tide, because if it's got to be clean.
It's got to be Tide.
That's right. They are presenting our guest seat, where sitting right now is a Texans legend from the 2011 season, an 18-year pro quarterback in the National Football League. His name is Jeff Garcia. Jeff, thanks for joining us.
Hey, it's great to reconnect with my Houston Texan fan base. And
how long was it?
I mean, it was little glimpse.
Later in the year, right?
It was enough to get another year of credibility.
There you go.
And another 5-year start to my medical.
There you go.
Which was important because my last little baby was being born.
Yeah.
Right then when I had gone to Houston. It was at the end of the season, 2011. They were on a little stretch, but they had lost both the mats. They'd gone down. They had a rookie quarterback stepping in, and so they brought in a couple old guys to boost that age, that average age of the team. And I was just one of those guys, fortunate enough, at 41 years old, I was called off the couch. I'm like, first day of practice, I'm out there, and it was a cold day, and we decided to go outside, right, and practice, and it was probably in the low 40s. And I'm out there running around with 20-something-year-olds who've been practicing for 4 or 5 months. And I literally came from watching Sunday football on the couch, and I'm out there, and I'm actually questioning myself. What am I doing out here? Well, a week into it, when my body started to catch up and the competitive attitude was always there, I was running that scout team, and I was trying to make them hurt a little bit, as much as that defense was really good. But it was an enjoyable experience. They went on a 2-game playoff run, lost to Baltimore, unfortunately, out there in Baltimore. But, just to see the Texan fan base and how they really appreciated and enjoyed that team, and to be a part of that team was a cool experience.
Jeff, you're talking about, not necessarily, believing in yourself in that moment or doubting yourself. Were there other moments in your career that you had that doubt, and how did you get over it? Because I don't know if you know right now, we've got a quarterback in Houston that it seems like he's ripe for opportunity to doubt himself in this moment.
Absolutely. I'd love to talk to him. My first year coming into the league, I'd already had 5 years in the Canadian Football League. So I was not a young rookie quarterback. I was 28, 29 years old when I signed with the 49ers, and all of a sudden Steve Young goes down. I'm taking over as the starter. My first start's against the Tennessee Titans, and we beat Tennessee at home. My first start in Candlestick in front of the home crowd. I light it up. I throw 2 touchdowns. I run for a touchdown. I'm like, this is easy, man. Well, 4 games later, I'm questioning, what am I doing in the NFL? Do I belong here? Am I good enough to play here? All those things, questions of doubt, start to creep into my mind, because the outsiders looking at the 49ers are just seeing one major change at the quarterback position. We went from Joe Montana to Steve Young to who's this guy, Jeff Garcia, right? Even though I was a local guy, they're still going, who's this guy? Came from the CFL, what? Wasn't drafted. So I had to overcome that, and it took me getting benched for 2 games, watching the backup quarterback, Steve Stenstrom, step on the field, struggle just like I was struggling, and open my eyes up to the fact that this team is going through a transition right now. They'd gotten old. Hey, it's not the 80s and 90s anymore. We're in 1999, but this team needs to change, needs to be turned over, so to speak. The last 5 starts, I was a completely different player. I had released the pressure of putting it all on me, trying to be perfect, trying to do everything the exact way I'm coached up to do it, because you can't play that way. It forces you to make those mistakes. You're not naturally just reacting. The last 5 starts, the first 5 starts I threw 2 touchdowns, which was in the first start, and 9 picks.
Sorry, I didn't mean to sound like that.
That's reason for benching, for sure. the last 5 starts, it was a complete reversal. 9 touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
Yeah.
The next year, I throw for over 4,200 yards, 31 touchdowns. I set a record for the 49ers in passing yardage. I go back-to-back 30-plus touchdown seasons. I needed to learn and grow a lot in that first year, and there definitely were doubts.
I'm glad you brought up that story because, and you were, like you said, 28, 29 at the time, but something did click for you between the years, and that's what the topic is with C.J. Stroud from now, and you saw the playoffs, from now until probably midseason next year. It's a between the years. Is he buying in? Does he believe in the office? Does he believe in, are things getting shaken? And you said you'd like to talk to him. What would you tell him? Because it's a big mystery right now how he's going to come back from this.
I think the most important thing is you cannot shoulder the entire burden. You have teammates that are out there to help you. They are coached up to do their job. You can't do everybody's job for them, and you can't think that way on the football field. You need to read and react.
Yeah.
And that's also a problem with the quarterback system and position is the lack of development. A lot of these kids are thinking that they're developing in 7-on-7 football.
Yeah.
That's not developing them properly.
Right.
They're sitting back. They're not doing a drop. They're just looking from no pressure. They're just throwing to the best athlete on the field or the open guy, and it doesn't translate. And what I saw from CJ coming out of college, where he was very successful at Ohio State, ran a pro-style system, had a great running game. His rookie year, he was used to allowing his teammates to help him. And I don't know where that has gotten off path, maybe the change of coordinators, whatever the situation may be. But what I saw in the playoffs this year was somebody playing scared, meaning timid, not being ahead of the game, not anticipating, almost reacting too late. And when you react too late, bad things happen.
Right.
There were some interceptions that he threw, and I'm like, what was he thinking? What's going on in his mind?
Yeah.
And those type of things are coming back to him in the sense of he's just not letting loose. He's not playing loose. He's playing constrained in his thoughts. It's starting with his head, and it's being interpreted throughout his reaction and time frame, and that needs to change. He needs to kind of clean up, scrape that garbage out of his mind, and get back to what he was as a freshman or a rookie when he was just out there having fun and just reacting, being an athlete. I even see when he goes and running, he looks slower than he used to look. Like he's not running with like determination, authority. He's just like it's just not the same. And so whatever that is, that fuel to his fire that he needs to get up and like change, like you see his face and it's very non-reactive. And that's fine. That's fine. Jalen Hurts is like that too. You don't see a lot of emotion in these guys, but you got to have some sort of emotion when you step into that huddle and you're commanding a presence from your teammates that shows confidence and the ability that, hey, if things break down, I have the answer. If things are perfect, I have the answer. But don't overthink it, because if you overthink on the field in 3 seconds, your reaction is going to be late and it's going to be bad.
Man, that's a lot. You gave a lot. And
that's a good
It's
pep
kind of
talk.
difficult. It is.
I hope CJ's listening.
I really. We'll cut it up and send it to him. Is there any way that maybe Revive can be a shortcut to this? Can we just give him some Revive and see if we can fix it all that way?
We have the Revive arm sleeve. If he's got some elbow problems or shoulder problems, we got that for him. But Revive, man, is really a great product. The Mueller Sports family has been around for many years, developing, creating, fixing issues that we as athletes personally go through, whether it's swelling, pain, recovery, all those things. I have the boots at home. When I'm just kicking back, watching TV, I got the boots on. They're compressing, and it works away from the heart to the heart. Okay, so it's the best system out there to help the lymphatic system activate, which is how we're going to recover from working out, from the pain, from the swelling, all those things. It's going to help to reduce. So Revive has so many products. Hey, you deal with migraine headaches, we got a wrap for you that's going to help with your migraine. A lot of people, I have a daughter, she deals with migraines, and it's a sad thing because I've never felt that. I don't know how that feels, and she deals with it. Hey, we have a wrap, bring it out of the freezer, wrap it around their head. It's something that helps to release the pressure, the pain. So there are a lot of great products that Mueller has in the Revive, along with the Revive Award, a new award that's going to go to the college athlete that exemplifies not only greatness on the field, but overcoming the obstacles of injury, pain, all the things that they've dealt with, and they're going to have an entire system for that athlete and for his school, a whole new product placement to the training facility and all the gear that those athletes will have at their disposal to utilize.
Jeff, you'll be so excited on our text line. We've got someone saying that they're wearing a Mueller back wrap right now. So the people see it, they like it, they use it. We appreciate you talking to us.
It's in professional teams already are well versed on the Mueller Sports, the
I've
Revive.
definitely seen those boots,
It's been around, man, and so they have a great product, and I'm fortunate enough to be their teammate.
So we got to recover like the pros is what I'm hearing.
Absolutely. Whether you're a current pro or an old pro like me, I think the old pros even need it more than the current
pros
ones.
need it more.
Well, Jeff, we greatly appreciate you sitting down with us, giving CJ a pep talk. I'm honest. We're sending that down line if we possibly can.
Look, D'Amico was there when I was there.
Yeah.
He was my teammate. I could say, hey, I was his teammate for 6 games. Hey, give me a call, D'Amico. I love coaching quarterbacks, man. I'm ready to go, man. I got the fire. Hey, I will challenge him. I'll throw it just as good as him on the field and make him step up his game.
I love that. That's fired up. All right. That's Jeff Garcia, 18-year professional quarterback here, sitting down with us on Radio Row. We greatly appreciate you.
And a proud Hispanic.
And yes, absolutely. We can't forget that. Y'all were chopping it up, talking about where your families are from in Mexico.
Mexicano, the Latino community has always been a big staple of the NFL in their support. Well, now they're seeing the representation of the Hispanic population, ballers out on the field, man.
Yeah, it's really a great pleasure. Thank you so much for giving us some time, and thank you to Tide.
Hey, thank you.
Tide guest seat.
That's right, and Revive, man.
And Revive, absolutely. One thing, because Tide presents our guest seat, I've been offering everybody that sits down with us, do you need a Tide Pod? Do you need to keep everything clean on radio?
I'll take a Tide Pod.
Very good.
I have them at home, so hey, thank you, Tide.
There we go, and thank you to Mueller Sports for giving us a little Jeff Garcia time. Thank you, brother. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we return and get more Radio Row fun here on Sports Radio 610.
All right, right now let's talk about March Madness in Houston.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, here on Radio Row in San Francisco. That's the city. That's the place.
It is San Francisco,
That's
yes.
right.
Last I checked.
For a second there, I couldn't remember where we were, but of course, it's Radio Row's the easy part.
If you drive an hour away, it ain't San Francisco.
That is right. You might be in Redwood City where we were yesterday for the media party, which we got to talk about at some point. But I feel like I'd be remiss if I started talking about that and not about the fact that the text line is bumping with people talking about, hey, can we get Jeff Garcia on the staff?
Dude, man, that was like inspired. I mean, no BS. I was like, this dude needs to sit down with.
He was giving John Gruden the run for his money.
He really was.
Man, I found that to be insightful, very interesting. He seems to very much come from the place where I think underlying what he said is that, yeah, you can get out of CJ, but you've got to go with the right approach to it. And that's where I think that's why people are latching on to the haircut story, the story of C.J. Stroud cutting his locks that he's had for at least 5 years, it appears. And maybe that is some level of him, doing the whole leaning forward when you're playing a video game or locking in, right, whatever you want to call it. I think that is why people are viewing it as such.
Let me ask you guys both this. And I think, again, I always preface it by saying, yes, we know it's silly, but it's something.
There's a lot of silly things that sometimes end up being something.
It's something, okay? So we know that. Let me ask you both this. Do you think it's something for CJ? Do you think it's legit somehow, some way, at some level, sort of is a representation of something for him?
That's a really good question. I feel like, yes, he tends to be, especially with his faith, someone that places a lot of meaning and significance in various things. But that also might be me projecting, because sometimes blue is just blue, right? It's the art critic that looks at a painting and, the blue means peace and all this, and he was the artist was trying
blue.
And no, it's just blue. I like color. Yeah. And so maybe that is the portion of interpretation that's happening here, but maybe this is just wishful thinking. Maybe that I'm looking at this and saying, all right, this is an indication that he is taking this to another level and that he is leaning in heavier than before to make sure that he gets this right.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything that had to do with football or on the field.
Really?
Yeah, I think it could just be personal. Sometimes it could just be completely random. Like, man, I just been thinking about cutting my hair. So I don't know if it's anything because I feel like he was good in his rookie year and he had locks.
Sure.
So it's not like a thing.
Yeah, but he's not good now, or not what they expected.
But he was good with the locks, though.
Yeah.
And it's not like a thing where he grew the locks and then just got bad.
No, for sure.
Trying to get back to it.
And I'm
it's not like a beard. Let me grow this beard out. I ain't playing good with the beard, so let me get back to what it was before.
Right. I don't think it's something to say that, like, the locks are what makes him not play as well or what have you. I think it's just the opportunity for a change, the line of demarcation. If you go back, you remember CJ himself after the season was basically intimating that he had some rough things happening in life. He made some kind of mental changes in the season for himself outside of football this year. So maybe that's ultimately what it points to, like you're talking about
and
there.
See, that's where I'm getting at. Maybe it's something personal that's not on the field related.
Could be. And nobody really knows. I doubt he's going to seriously, give us an answer like, hey, this is my reverse, playoff beard, or whatever. But it is something, and it's being talked about a lot.
Yeah. As long as he don't go Framber and try to get the locks back,
tape them back on.
Yeah, now he got back locks down to his back now.
Yeah.
As long as he don't do that, we good.
Yeah, I don't think we're in Framber territory.
Framber came out of nowhere with some locks. I'm like, where did that come from?
Buddy, the audacity of it too.
You had a haircut.
What about just like in the near term? Like when you get a haircut, you always feel pretty good.
Do you? Because sometimes you get a haircut,
if you
you're
get the
like,
haircut
I was
you
not
want.
expecting. Yeah, I was not expecting that. I will say about CJ, he looked a lot skinnier.
He looked
without the locks
he looked like
on
a
him.
baby.
He looked like he was 18
and
years
then
old.
He ain't got no facial hair either.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It did look a little.
You want to break down the haircut?
I mean, we can.
I had one thought. I literally, when I saw it, first of all, it's like what we're talking about. Is it silly? Is it not? Does it mean anything? Secondly, was that's a pretty high hairline he's got. Already.
Oh, wow. You're worried about
receipt?
I didn't get that.
Look at the picture.
All right.
Look at the picture.
Now I got to go. I gotta see this.
And I was like, oh, hey.
Yeah, I ain't see an issue with the hairline. Let me go see this.
Look at this.
You think the hairline was pushed a little far back, or
no, to me it
pretty
looked
high.
No, to me it looked like he just got the big forehead. he kind of got the Jimmy Neutron.
It's not a hairline;
forehead.
it's a big forehead.
Yeah, that's just where he stores all his football IQ, baby.
He got a 5 head. He ain't got no forehead.
Oh man, yeah. So that's been a continuous thing that we've been looking to and looking about today.
Well, except for Sean, he's not really looking at it.
No.
All right, that's too soon, man.
Well, I was just going to ask, at what point are we going to be able to laugh about this? Are we there?
About which one, the haircut or what happened at the cross, the handoff?
Old Pirate Shawnee.
Oh wow, I don't know.
You got to get sunglasses.
I mean, he's handling it right now.
Hey, sometimes it take a minute for the eye to.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You got his pupil dilated.
In real time, it might not show up black or purple, but after a while, it'll be like, damn, it's a little slow.
Is that something we're gonna have to worry about?
That's
Just like in the next few hours.
He got hit square.
I feel bad for him too.
I feel bad for both of them. Seth was sick about it.
And Sean just had to
I guess some people may not know what we're talking about. During cross.
I'm sorry, I'm distracted.
That's
because
right.
We're having two conversations simultaneously on the YouTube page. One of the YouTube folks on there said CJ's got a 5 head, one for each turnover. That's rough. That's brutal, rough. Man. It's good.
Man,
that's rough.
He's still getting these jokes, man.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe that is part of this, man, is like clear the kind of chi or whatever and get himself into a place where he could be in the right spot. Now, one of the things, you mentioned the haircut. I forgot the first picture that you sent me, Figgy, was of him in the Inland Empire. And I was like, okay, so how much of that also matters? Like the haircut is one thing. Mm-hmm. He's home. Yeah. And I wonder if that helps him ground himself to get himself right in the right mind space to attack this offseason well.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think that play a lot in it. And I think the best place for him to be is home about this time because social media was tearing him up. We were tearing him up. So I think he probably felt more comfortable just going back home and just, getting his mental together.
I say stay there. I mean, everybody feels better when I just want to go home.
Just do the whole offseason
I just
out
want
there.
to see mom, man.
Yeah.
But also, and I mean, he could always get the team, to go out there and throw routes out in Rancho or what have you. But I do want him to have that connection with his team. I want to go back to something that Jeff Garcia was talking about that I found to be interesting. Is that he was talking about it like he's trying to figure everything out, talking about it in such a way where like CJ's being too heady, and that reminded me of the conversation that we had about how DeMeco Ryans very much wants his defense to be fast and free.
Yes.
And the offense has not felt fast and free in some ways, and that felt like that was a conversation with CJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll talk more about that. But right now, here on our Tide guest seat, because we appreciate Tide for that, because if it's got to be clean.
It's got to be Tide.
That's right. And a man who's always been clean, keeping clean sheets for the United States men's national team and a number of other teams
Tide
along
on those
the way.
sheets.
That's right. Is Casey Keller, man.
My kit didn't stay clean.
But that's how we like it. The kit gets dirty, so the sheet stays clean.
No, I wanted the matches where I didn't have to get dirty.
Well, sure.
Because that meant that it was nice and easy, and I had one of those good days.
Casey, how you doing today?
I'm doing good.
All right, so I was
just going to introduce us. Reggie Atatula, John
Oh,
Lopez,
yeah, that's true.
Casey Keller, and you don't know the world in which you're coming. We're both big soccer fans.
Huge. Nice.
I've covered 5 World Cups.
Love it.
Including 94, 98, 02, and 06.
Yep.
So I was familiar with your work in the mixed zone.
Yes.
and I played goalie when I was coming up, so I very much looked up to you and your style of play as well.
I'm sorry that you were a goalkeeper.
Oh no, it was great.
My wife was forever. Why did you have to be a goalkeeper? Just so much stress.
Yeah, but one of the things I loved is that when we had to go and do our running, I got a lot more leeway as a goalkeeper. Yeah, see?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Those other guys got to run fast.
I got to work on some penalties.
It's a different fitness, kind of the quick up down moves up.
Yeah.
But they're just that going for that 2-mile run. Or No, we'll go back here and dive around.
I'm going to start with the most important thing that we have to talk about with the World Cup coming to town is, or coming to rather, the States, and Houston will be one of those places where we'll host some games. Is it true that you have a castle?
I lived in a castle.
Okay. Do we have to call you Lord Keller because of that?
No, because I just rented.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it was. No, I lived when I played in Germany. we lived in a castle that was originally built by the Franks in 970.
Wow.
Goodness
970.
Yeah. So you look at it, it's look up HAUS, house, donk, DONK.
I like the way that sounds.
House donk 2. And that's the Tunisvorst.
Oh, my goodness. Zukunft bauen? Yeah.
Oh, you got a little German in there, Lopez.
Well, I covered the World Cup.
That's
I
true.
learned like 5 words.
Yeah.
By the way, that's the one language. Of all the places I went, I never.
You said ein Bier bitte. many times.
Yeah. Bitte is their go-to, man.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
That is
that was a fun.
You had to feel regal.
It was a fun experience. You know, I mean, it had a moat. It had all kinds of crazy stuff. So,
That's awesome. All right, so in all seriousness,
Yes.
and I hate to bring up wounds, but you weren't on the 94 team that played stateside.
We don't. Yes, and I can't actually explain to you why I wasn't. It was. I was playing in England. And it was just a situation that people have asked me, what's the real answer? And I've been told so many different things I don't know the real answer.
Yeah.
So
I'm sure that's
so in the end,
frustrating.
but look, I mean, that's they talk about pro sports, and the one difficult thing and why every team sport player loves the golf and tennis guys.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't take somebody else's decision if you are the one or not.
Yeah.
But then you don't have that camaraderie, and you don't have the locker room, and you don't have all that. So, look, there's pros and cons of everything. 94 was one of those situations, but it worked out okay.
I do want to ask you about something in 94. Again, that was the first one I went to. And here we are, how many years later? 31, whatever it is. That was supposed to be, hey, 94, U.S. World Cup. This is going to be the start of the MLS. You know, we're going to bring soccer to the United States, and it's going to flourish. We're going to have great players. And yet here we are all these years later, and it's just so minuscule.
I think the best way, I mean, the hard part for me is having spent, 17 years in Europe, is the easiest way for me to explain it to Americans. Like, the people would ask me, what was it like playing in the Premier League? What was it like playing in the Bundesliga or La Liga or whatever else? I said, the easiest way for me to explain it is to say, if you combined basketball, baseball, and football into one sport, that is the intensity of playing. I mean, I'd be in London playing for 3 London teams, and I'd be walking, I'd have my hat, my glasses on, whatever else, and I'd be walking, down central London, Piccadilly Circus or someplace. And there's, just like New York, it's like, 6 people in each direction. And somebody will just walk by. Okay, it's a good game. I wouldn't have recognized my sister if I had walked by her in this crowd. There's just that level. And look, I played for teams that were founded in the 1880s. So to say, oh, here's 94, MLS is going to start in 96, and now we're going to be as big as, I mean, go start an American football team in Europe and tell me that you're going to rival Real Madrid.
No, you're right.
It's just not going to happen. So we've made from 90 when we qualified to now, we've made really, really big strides. And I think but MLS isn't going anywhere. The national team is getting bigger, but to say that you are going to rival the countries, that this is the singular focus for every person in their country to play for their national team in a World Cup.
Right. It's not.
This is America. This is America, where somebody like Tony Hawk, a skateboarder, can be. That's not happening in any other country in the world.
That's right.
So you talked about our boys. I mean, obviously, getting to play stateside in addition to playing the World Cup after missing the last one. How are you feeling about the team right now? The way that it looks, because I know that's been a lot of consternation about some of the lead up in the last year.
It really wasn't a good, I think, start for Pochettino when the team.
But they struggled badly.
They did. They did, and it was really difficult for those of us who have to cover it. And you're just thinking, I have to be honest with you. I can't tell you what I'm watching is great. And it was just it was difficult. And what was really nice though was the last couple camps. you started to see a turn.
Yeah.
And in the end, and I tried to explain this before, I said, look, I played for teams that had terrible preseasons and a great start to the season.
Yeah.
That had great preseasons and a terrible start to the season. The only thing that matters for this team is where they are come June.
Yeah.
What they did last summer means nothing. Mm-hmm. Now, would we all like the confidence of all these great results and all these things? Because in the end, you're still you who's going to be fit? Who's going to be in form? Who's going to – oh, he was fit a year ago, but then he got injured a week before the tournament. Yeah. So, look, I think they'll come together, and I think they'll have a good tournament.
So, your favorite World Cup memory? I think I know what it is, but I'm curious what your thought would be.
The Italy match.
Okay.
In Kaiserslautern in 2006. So, when you have an opportunity to. So Kaiserslautern is in southern Germany, close to the Italian border, and Kaiserslautern being where Ramstein Air Force Base is, so there's 40,000 Americans living in that southern German area. Yeah. So it was one of those opportunities where you had, 50,000 seat stadium where
half
20,000 were American, 20,000 were Italian, and then there was obviously the neutrals, but and we. With the red cards and the craziness to be the only person that took points off the initial champion, the future champions was pretty cool.
Well, maybe I have it wrong and you weren't in that game. I was thinking South Korea 0-2 against Mexico.
Nope, that was Friedel.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that was Friedel. Yeah, okay.
Yep. I'm looking forward to those kind of environments, hopefully, this year for 100%. Our boys to get that. I did want to make sure that we talked about this because today, February 4th, is World Cancer Day, Casey, and you're partnering with Bristol Myers Squibb to break the silence on the cancer battle.
Yeah, this is a little wild. So when I returned home from Europe to play for the Sounders, I signed a 2-year contract. And at the end of those 2 years, I was, just before my 41st birthday. So we had kind of decided, let's see where I am physically. Let's see how I'm playing. Let's see how the team's doing. And things were going really well. I was feeling well. And so we had more or less agreed to a 1-year extension. Mm-hmm. But I was having a little problem with my hip at the end of the season. So I said, look, before I sign the contract, I just want to go in, have a little MRI, make sure it's nothing serious. I said, I don't want to play my 20th season as a pro and have that whole time spent on a treatment table and not being able to perform. So I go in, I get the MRI. My wife and I go to lunch. After lunch, I get a phone call from the team doc. He's like, look, hip looks okay. It's kind of what we expected from a 41-year-old with 19 years experience and 700 matches behind you. But I have a question. Have you had lunch yet? I said, Doc, I've had a lot of MRIs. Mm-hmm. Nobody ever asked me if I had lunch yet afterwards. Mm-hmm. Well, we saw something on the MRI. And if you hadn't had lunch, we wanted you to go back to the hospital and have a biopsy.
Oh, boy.
But since you had lunch, you're scheduled for 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Mm-hmm. You're like, oh, that can't be good.
Yeah, immediately.
Yeah, that can't be good. So go in, get the biopsy, wait the 3-4 days for pathology to come back, and it confirmed that I had non-Hodgkin's.
Wow.
And so I meet with the oncologist, and he says, look, suggestion, we do nothing.
Yeah.
We monitor it, we see what's happening, we go from there. I'm like, okay, cool. He said some people can't do that. They have to do something. Mentally, they just can't do it. But he said, no, this we didn't find that you're asymptomatic. We found this because of something else.
Yeah.
He said, and you don't have to tell anybody. I said, I can't sign a new contract.
And
not tell the club. So I tell the owner, I tell the guy that ran the club. Mm-hmm. Those are the only two people I told. Didn't tell my parents. Mm-hmm. Didn't tell my kids.
Wow.
So went to preseason, signed the contract, went to preseason. Came back after preseason, had a test to see if I could start the season. Halfway through the season, had another test to see if I could finish the season.
Yeah.
Finished that final year, went into broadcasting, And then around the fall, so that was, I was diagnosed in November of 2010, retired, November 2011. So the fall of 17, like most pros, we gain a little weight.
Sure.
The suit's not quite fitting for the broadcast the way it should. I say, okay, I got to pick up the pace here a little bit.
Yeah.
Snowboard season's coming up, and I got hunting season's coming up. I got to get some fitness back. So start working out, start losing a little weight, start losing a little more weight.
Oh boy.
Start thinking, this is a little too easy.
Yeah.
So then Christmas comes around, and I'm like eating everything in sight.
Yeah.
And I'm still losing weight. So it came to a head. Probably the first week of February, I'm getting out of the shower, and my wife just goes, you have to go see the doctor.
Yeah.
Because the lymph nodes in my groin looked like they were going to come through my skin.
Yeah. Wow.
And so go back, meet with the doctor. Yep, we have to start treatment.
Yeah.
So start treatment. At the end of that first series of treatments, the way my career went, I expected the doctor to tell me that these were the best results they had ever seen. Mm-hmm. And instead, it was the start of this, well, we had a little bit of success. Yeah. We had a little bit of that. So over the next several years, it was 13 different treatments.
Goodness.
With different levels of success. Mm-hmm. I had at one stage I had started a treatment. I had because it was lymphoma and it's kind of in your lymph nodes all over your body, but I had some really condensed areas kind of in my abdomen.
Yeah.
And I had one tumor in my abdomen that was 17, 18 centimeters.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And so I start this treatment, and it reduces from 17 to 3.
Wow.
My goodness.
And then and that was halfway through. And by the end of that treatment, it was back to 6.
So it's just rapid.
Yeah. Just these, works doesn't work, doesn't work. So now fast forward to kind of the late winter, beginning of spring of 2020. Mm-hmm. I start a chemo that is a 96-hour continual drip.
Wow.
And I'm thinking I'm going to miss a bunch of broadcasts.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I have to go public. Mm-hmm. And my wife says, why don't you hold off a week? We hold off a week, and the world shuts down because of COVID.
Wow. That's right.
So because they didn't want anybody in the hospitals, this was supposed to be an inpatient. Mm-hmm. And so they do it outpatient. So I have a fanny pack with a 24-hour chemo bag. Well, MLS's back tournament starts in Orlando, and we're broadcasting for radio for Sounders games out of the Lumen Field broadcast booth. And I actually called a match during the MLS's back tournament connected to chemo.
Oh,
wow.
man.
Yeah.
Wow.
So now we, again, another treatment that was successful to then at the end isn't successful. So then what then eventually happens is this drug Breyanzi becomes available with FDA approval. And I'm one of the first people that gets it after FDA approval. And after a month, I was in remission. And after 3 months, I was declared NED, no evidence of disease. So Breyanzi is a CAR T cell therapy. And if you don't know what CAR T, so you have apheresis. So they connect you and they spin your blood.
Yeah.
And they take out the T cells, and the T cells go to a lab, and they get engineered, and then they get infused back into your body, and those engineered T cells are engineered to hunt the cancer.
Sure.
And after 13 different treatments that didn't do the trick,
here you are.
Here I am, and I'm, that was in the spring of 21,
and to this point,
and now I've been able to partner with Bristol Myers Squibb to tell my journey, and if people can realize that there can be setbacks, there can be a lot of things, and you don't know where technology and science is going to take you, and give yourself every opportunity
Well, they got
possible.
the right guy talking about
They
it.
do. What an incredible story. Thank you so much for sharing it. Thank you to Bristol's Myers Squibb, and we're very appreciative to Brianzi for keeping you here with us and giving us an opportunity to talk.
BrianziWithin.com if you want to kind of see
That's
kind
awesome.
of what it did for me.
Casey, and absolutely,
Pleasure.
really a pleasure to sit down with
Thank
you.
you.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll go around the NFL.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 on Odyssey Sports Station. Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's jump into Around the NFL here on Radio Row here in San Francisco. John Lopez, did you get a chance to watch any of the Pro Bowl yesterday? Okay, excellent. We've done sincerely. The only thing that I've only seen bits and pieces because obviously we're ripping and running out there.
We probably would have been better off watching the Pro Bowl.
We might have been. We might have been because the media party did not hit the way that I wanted it to at the very least. It seemed like that was kind of the consensus. But with the Pro Bowl itself, the only thing I've seen like bits and pieces here and there, and the only two things that I recall, one is that when Shedeur Sanders was indeed playing quarterback, he had a one of those passes that gets tipped for an interception. And I felt bad for the young man because I was like, I wonder how reasonable people are going to be about this. Like, oh, here he is throwing interceptions in the Pro Bowl when in all reality he threw a pass that hit a dude in the hands.
Yeah, I saw Jamar Chase got a big pick, right?
Did he? I missed that one. And then the other thing that I saw was I appreciate that they're doing having a little fun doing bits. Did you see them call the tush push?
Yes.
In the Pro Bowl
again. I did not see it.
Oh, you heard about it. I did see a clip of it, and I did appreciate that Azeez Al-Shire was there to pull the flag on that one to make sure that play went dead. But yeah, that happened out there. Let us know. Did you enjoy any of the Pro Bowl games? If you tapped into it, it does feel like. I mean, we've got people making the argument. I think Florio made the argument that we just needed to dead this. We need to kill off the Pro Bowl games. Would you agree with that sentiment? Because, I mean, we're running away from it even being an accolade. Because something like the NBA All-Star Game, right? The NBA All-Star Game, I think we're all there that we understand this is not something that is good as a product to the general public, but at least there is something within the idea of someone being named an All-Star still. That still holds some level of cachet. And I think that that's largely the case with most of the roster, but with the place that the quarterback position has gotten, even with the Pro Bowl, it almost feels like it's lost its cachet even there as an accolade.
I feel like you could do it like like how you got the All-NBA team or All-Pro type of stuff, but just have it Pro Bowl. Just keep it simple. These three quarterbacks are Pro Bowl quarterbacks. And keep it as that.
I think they should honor the Pro Bowlers on Thursday, which they do anyway, but like make it a big deal on the NFL Thursday honors or whatever they call it.
Which is honors is coming tomorrow.
And
NFL
then just if you're going to go kind of gag event, just go full gag event.
I mean, they kind of have.
No, but what I'm saying is like don't necessarily put Pro Bowlers out there. Do some, just make it like an X Games kind of thing with any of the players that want to do this or they're good at this or that. Because it almost feels worse watching it because these are Pro Bowl players that should be playing a game. You know what I mean?
And honestly, just seeing all the people that's bowing out of it.
Yeah, that too. It's kind of becoming that.
Like, why do we got Joe Flacco? No disrespect to him.
I saw Joe Flacco this morning. He was having a nice breakfast.
I saw him like 3 times.
Yeah, Joe's been around.
Yeah,
him and the fam have been around.
I want to know more about this media party. Just for full disclosure here, I was working, and I'm not trying to be a martyr or anything, but I had some stuff.
Look at me. I'm on the work trip actually working, unlike some of you jokers.
Everybody else had a lot of stuff
out here while y'all
but I was grinding. No, I don't mean it like that.
I'm on the grind.
I had some stuff I had to do. Had to do. So I missed it. First time I missed it in a long time.
You didn't miss too much.
And I feel like I didn't miss too much.
No, we went to the EA Sports, headquarters in Redwood City. And I know that our producer Aaron was super excited because it seemed like there might be some face scan type stuff that was going to be there.
Yeah.
There wasn't that much. It was basically 2 rooms, one that had like a buffet line of whore's divorce, as a certain Pendergast would say.
Yeah.
And then they had an F1 car in there, which was cool because EA has the F1 game as well. And then they had another room that was not giant, but I guess relatively big. That had 3 TVs where people were playing Madden, just 3.
Yeah.
And
3.
Yes, 3 for all of the media people. And then a nice big bar, at least. But there wasn't really that much going on. It wasn't that much going on. So you didn't miss much. I will say when it comes to the Pro Bowl, though, and maybe this is just an opportunity to, whatever this is this flex? I was in the elevator in the hotel yesterday, and who walks in but Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter, of course, joined at the hip. And that's the thing that I think about when we go with the Pro Bowl. If we lose that, is just some of the social media opportunity to have some of these players together. We've seen a lot of fun stuff. In fact, Colin, did we get some audio of Will Anderson Jr. being interviewed by Dion Dawkins? Right, like those are dudes that do not hang out necessarily all the time, or at least not in our purview. And they'll do something like this.
One question. I lied. 2 questions, maybe 3. 1 word. Swarm. 2 words. Applebee's. Best pass rush move. Stab Club.
What was the last one?
Stab Club.
Oh, okay.
Which he's talked to us about it. He loves using that Stab Club. That's his favorite, and he said that. I love that his one word from Dion Dawkins, he goes, swarm. So he's bought in.
Yeah.
2 words. Applebee's?
Bees.
Hey, I'm signed up for that. I like it.
Give that man an endorsement, Applebee's.
Maybe that's what he was doing. Maybe he's just so far ahead of us. He's like, let's get this money.
Applebee's.
Actually, is he already on with
CJ got a Applebee's.
Yeah. Oh, maybe he's just being
working it.
Him and Dan Campbell.
Yeah. But I was like, okay, that's fun. One, either Will doesn't know what the Applebee's is 1 word, or 2, Will is getting his money. But things like that, right? All the fun that we've seen with Hawk and Locke, as they like to call themselves, hanging around. Did you see the video of all of the Texans players hanging around at practice, and then them panning over to Stingley just with a little nice wave, like, hey guys.
He is just.
Things like that we wouldn't get.
He is what he is.
Yeah, we wouldn't get those things, so I thought those were interesting. Real quick before we go, did you see this? Fanatics is under real fire from fans as they had to issue an apology because they had, quote, unprecedented challenges when it came to Super Bowl 60 merchandise. Their argument being that they would not have foreseen these 2 teams that did not make the playoffs last year. In fact, the Patriots only had 4 wins. Yeah. They upped the stock of these guys, of their jerseys, but they didn't clearly do enough for the desire that it came. This is kind of wild because people are ordering jerseys for Super Bowl teams that they can't really get their hands on.
Isn't that surprising? Like, you would think, they could just do this in their sleep. Hundreds of thousands, however many, a million, whatever the number is.
And I mean, there's definitely going to be a supply chain process of it, but it doesn't feel like it should be this slow. Mm-hmm. And what's funny is I think the conversation is there. I think the bigger conversation, and some people are getting heated about this, the cost of these things, and also when it comes to Fanatics, the lessening quality that continues to happen with these jerseys. Like, this is something that the NFL is going, or maybe they don't. Maybe they just, you will take the slot that we give you. But this is something that the NFL should contend with. You're people that are providing jerseys to your fans, that are providing services.
Give me a price. Were there any prices that talked about?
Let me see.
You pay that much.
Game jerseys, $130 without the Super Bowl patch. Oh. And Nike price jerseys are at $100 starting at, in 2012, it was $100 starting. Yeah. Now it's $130 without a patch. Right, we're seeing that price go up for things that feel like they're lesser quality, and now Fanatics isn't even able to get the jerseys to the fans that want them. I think this is an issue that we see expanding in various different places around the NFL where you have a lot of fans that are paying money into it, and they feel like they're getting less and less over the years.
Yeah, the quality thing would really irritate me because you're paying – that's a lot of money, man. That's a big investment.
It's an asinine conversation.
Thank you, PC. I appreciate that.
It really is.
So that was one of the things I saw happening, and I mean, unfortunately, this happened after old Rodgers stated the NFL kind of press conference. I bet he will.
I'm sure he's probably like, woo.
I'm going to look into that. Yeah, he had that answer in the barrel.
Yeah, I bet he did. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's a little around the NFL here on Radio Row in San Francisco. Again, appreciation to Liqueur 43, where I still don't know where that bottle went.
Yeah, I do.
Thanks to Planet Fitness for helping us get out here. And we're having a good time. And, of course, thanks to Tide, because all our big game coverage is brought to you by Tide. All right, coming up next, we should be able to sit down with someone who I know I'm going to get ridiculed for. We have
why you're here.
An analytics guru, so to say, from Sumer Sports. We will talk to Sean Saeed next.
Liqueur 43 presents Radio 610 for non-stop previews and analysis leading up to on February 8th. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be tied. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Appreciate you rocking with us here. Man, much appreciation. We've already gotten how many? A couple of guests in?
3.
Talked to Jeff Garcia, talked to Casey Keller. Here in a second, we should be talking to Sean Syed of Sumer Sports. He's a data analytic. It's a data analytics firm and that focuses on football. I'm super intrigued to talk to him. Also something I'm super intrigued by because we talked about the trade deadline coming up here in the National Basketball Association. There's stuff happening with that. Also, the Winter Olympics is coming up. And
Friday's the opening ceremony?
When I say coming up, yeah, Friday's the opening ceremony. But one of the things about the Olympics is that some stuff starts early. Yeah. Apparently at 12:05, John Lopez, we got curling. Today, I'm looking at my Peacock app right now, and there is curling on the books. So if I sound a little distracted in the second half of this program,
it's so cool.
I'm not saying that I'm watching curling, but I'm also not saying that I'm watching curling. You know what I mean? I feel like that's something I should say. Did you see the trade deadline stuff that was happening with the NBA, or the trades that have started getting going?
Yeah, the Celtics one was interesting to me. Just being able to get another shooter, another big guy, that guy that can that stretch a little bit. I guess Jason Tatum, I don't know what the update is on there, but they're clearly making a move there.
Yeah, they've been pretty good. They landed Nikola Vucevic, and they sent Anthony Simons there, which interestingly enough, to the Bulls, I should say. So Nikola Vucevic goes to Boston. They add themselves big. They try and situate themselves in the East, but that's not the side of the trade that gets interesting. It is Anthony Simons, who is one of the guards who goes over to Chicago rather. Yeah. And that's going to open up some things that make it really interesting. We'll talk more about that later because right now, joining us on the tied guest seat here, who they bring us our guests here on Radio Row, because if it's got to be clean, John Lopez.
It's got to be tied.
Yes, right. That's right. He is a data analyst from Sumer Sports. His name is Sean Syed. How's it going, brother?
It's going well. My voice, it's struggling a little bit.
Oh, really?
Just a little
already?
bit. A lot of yapping throughout the week. Already?
Yeah, it is already.
I feel like it's been a decent week so far.
Yeah, we're only day 3 here. Well, first and foremost, let me make sure, because as somebody who has a last name that people want to mispronounce, did I say it correctly?
I say Syed. Yeah, I thought you did a perfect job.
Very good. Yeah. Perfect. I wanted to make sure that was the case. I want you to know, the way that this table is split right now, you next to me and those two gentlemen over there, that's the lines that this falls along, because I end up being the numbers nerd, and they end up looking at me and making fun of me for that.
You guys don't like information winning games?
Oh, yeah, I like that. Come with that energy. I love that.
No, what I say is I always dig in, with a lot of the numbers. But when he digs in, when I say he digs in, he digs in.
Yeah, I'm trying to get all the way. I'm trying to get into DVOA, EPA, all that. But what's funny is we have so much information at our disposal now. And sometimes it can become hard to figure out where to go. I wanted to ask you, especially someone that is really in the sticks of it, what are some of the ones that you go through immediately? What are some of the analytics and advanced stats that can be easy, especially for maybe some of our listeners that aren't as numbers crazy as I might be?
Yeah, I think a big one is success rate. So outside of all of the, hey, I need an advanced math formula, was this play giving me a better chance to score points? I think we can agree that that's something that we'd want to do. And to me, the biggest example is if you gain 5 yards, 5 yards to me, it's not equal in every situation. 5 yards on 3rd and 3, fantastic.
First down, baby.
Play. Yeah. 5 yards on 3rd and 15, we ran a draw and we're punting. So that's always the example I think of. These yards are not created equal. I wish they were. It'd be my job. It would be so much easier if we could just look at yards, touchdowns, interceptions, and then that was all. I would like that. Would I be out of work? Maybe. But it would be nice to have that. So success rate, just a little bit more of an advanced look at those kind of yards and how they add to a team's ability.
And we like to bring them in as it pertains to the Texans, and particularly C.J. Stroud, who's obviously in the crosshairs in so many ways. Just in a general sense, what are the numbers telling you about his struggles toward the end of the year?
Yeah, it's been a real. I mean, it was a tough year, right? There's no way around that. There's no way around that.
We've talked about it.
Well, it's unfortunate.
Can I stop you there? Because you said it's a tough year, and I think that has been a point of consternation. Did it feel like, at least from your perspective, it was a tough end of the season, or the full year was tough?
Well, I think a little more in that beginning part of the season. I think you saw, like, when Nico Collins is healthy, like, you can see absolute positives there. I think that early on with Nick Caley there, it felt like, hey, I'm trying to marry some of these kind of Patriots type of ideas to C.J. Stroud's offense together, because your offense, at the end of the day, your quarterback is your offense, right, outside of your structures. And it felt like, hey, you bring in some of those guys that are more comfortable with that language. Maybe that makes the offensive line's life a little easier. Let's bring a sixth offensive lineman out on the field, right? If we can't block with 5, let's get 6 big guys out there. So I like the kind of shift a little bit from Houston, but it's hard because when you have that rookie season with it being such a high level, now we start to think, well, was it just kind of volatile third down success? I don't think so. Like, he absolutely has positives to his game. So I still think, like, I'm not giving up on C.J. Stroud. I hope no one else is.
Yeah.
Oh, some people are, but I mean, we're not gonna have an answer for that for months in this way. I'm glad you actually brought up the 6-man personnel, because one of the things with Sumer Sports, I know I go there and I check, okay, what is the personnel ratings and percentages that we're seeing. 6-man was a trend this year. Did that feel like a momentary trend, or does this feel like something that's going to be successful moving on in the NFL?
So I actually think this is almost a year late to it, where last year we saw it a bunch from teams as well, and like the Bills used it a bunch last year, and now the Bills, for example, like, hey, they have this tight end that is a little bit, feels like an offensive lineman, but can also start catching passes. So I do think it's the correct trend, because defenses we want to get happy. We could talk about the Texans defense.
Oh,
here,
we're doing that.
Right?
So
absolutely.
We will do that.
Absolutely. Right. Like, you're playing these kind of lighter feel, like, hey, I'm going to have 5 defensive backs on the field. I'm concerned about the explosive pass. So the offensive swing to that, it has to be, well, we're just going to get heavier. We're going to keep on throwing big guys on this field until you prove that you can stop it. So I do think it's a smart tool to have in your toolkit. I like that the Houston Texans felt like some of these things aren't working. This is something we can go to consistently.
I want to ask you about that, and then we'll get into the good stuff with the defense, because we've had this discussion over the course of the year about Blake Fisher playing tight end for the Texans, and with just on a cursory level, I didn't feel like he was that big of an upgrade from a regular tight end. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, I mean, it's always tough. Like, the tight end spot, I'm so interested in, like, because some guys can really catch the ball. Some guys can really block. Like, it's so hard to have someone that can kind of do both together. I do think we're going to see, maybe a team like the Texans, like, hey, you're bringing in just more tight end tight bodies, whether it's like, I don't want to just have a pure offensive lineman blocking, right? I can't just have a real receiver guy there. Like, I'm curious, when we do this conversation in 5 years, hopefully the Texans are in the Super Bowl, I'd be curious, like, that tight end position. I think you, like, sometimes maybe having, like, a real special player there. I'm curious to see the movement of college football. Are you able to find more guys like, obviously guys like Kittle, McBride, those guys are feel like a once-in-a-generation type player, but I don't know. Maybe we can get some of these kids growing up, put their hand in the dirt and play tight end.
Get some Darnell Washingtons out here.
Wouldn't mind it one bit.
Not at all. All right, we're talking to Sean Syed here. He's from Sumer Sports, data analytics here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, let's talk about this defense. And I want to keep that statistical bent, because it's easy. It's easy to look at it because it is so much of a caveman offense. We're putting 4 up front. We're going and getting at you. We're not doing nothing special. Beat us. Are there statistical things that point to how good this defense was?
Absolutely. I'm glad you said. Like, it's funny to think of it as the caveman defense. Like, when you're a team that doesn't blitz and is able to generate one of the highest pressure rates in the league, like, that's just alarm bells. That's something that the Seattle Seahawks are able to do. Like, they're able to do some of these similar things, not at the same level, but also just what both cornerbacks are able to do on the outside. Obviously, everyone looks at Stingley like, give him like a Lassiter Love, like, should be on those kind of like longer all-pro type lists. So for them to be good at every single level, and then when you start to dig into, well, what is like the one statistical spot that they may have a weak spot? It's like against scrambles. Like, okay, yeah, you have to be like something. The ball has to go somewhere. So to see them to be able to do it where it's 4 down, it's light boxes, it's you can't run on us, it's you can't pass on us, it's we're going to beat you on the edge. We're going to beat you on the interior, too. I think those interior guys on the defensive line deserve a little love there as well. So just really, really fun seeing, like, okay, we're going to play the way we play. We are not going to let you kind of
They've got to be easy to analyze.
Well, so there's 2 things, right? Because I like the schematic aspects, the fun, like D'Amico. And
but they're just like there. Oh, I can do this.
I think they do a lot of fun stuff on the back end. But, yeah, it is very much like, I'm still at base a human being, and there's a human aspect to this where it's like those guys run fast and they hit hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can measure those things. Like, you can measure speed, you can measure force, you can measure impact and all those things. But sometimes, like, you just got to look at it and be like, oh, yeah, that's what football looks like in the NFL.
And the thing is, I've seen a lot of like sim blitzes and things like that where defenses are pushing and pulling offense, the chess match. Does it feel like the Texans are insulated from those trends as they go just because of how talented the guys they are and how relatively simple the way that they play defense is?
I think so, because, like, the ideal world is, hey, we don't have to blitz anyone, or we don't have to send a linebacker.
Yeah.
We can, yes, in those sim looks, like, we are still having 7 in coverage, but the ideal situation is, like, all right, go ahead and, like, our defensive line is just going to beat you. At the same time, I know D'Amico Ryans wasn't calling plays through all of this year, but, like, thinking back to some of his game plans, like, against the Packers in the snow with the 49ers in the playoffs a few years back, D'Amico is, like, a positive defensive mind to me.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting, where same with Mike McDonald with the Seahawks, where it's like, wait, these guys are, like, forward-thinking, innovative coaches, but I'm sure their lives are a lot easier because they're like, well, like, I have my guys. They're just going to beat you over.
Yeah, Will Anderson Jr. is going to stab club you, and then you're just going to be done for the day.
Yeah. What's the trajectory
there it is.
of the rookie receivers that you've just seen from the Texans?
I feel like you saw it, like, we're talking about the 6-0 line stuff. You see it, like, in parts, like, during the kind of middle parts of the season. I have to assume, like, you're going to add to that room overall, but I felt okay, right, about having some of those guys there. I think just touched on one of the primetime games to the left side or the right side that I'm thinking about. But when you have Nico Collins, it makes everyone's life easier. So it is good that I think they can kind of develop into their roles instead of like, hey, you need to be a star on day one.
What about Christian Kirk? Because just from us, he just looked like a disappointment, catching everything in the body, doing things that were really out of character for him.
Yeah, it's tough when, I mean, Kirk is a first-team business school Hall of Famer with some of the contracts that he's gotten in his career, so I appreciate that. I do think, like, yes, that when you start to keep seeing that, then you feel like, well, like, I need to see more from those young guys. So it does feel like, all right, well, is Kirk really part of these kind of long-term plans for the Texans? I think, that's something we'll be able to find out.
I want to ask you about the evaluation, but before we get there, I love when I get folks that are data analysts, because when you get into data, sometimes something just pops out to you and it just changes your entire dynamic. Is there anything anywhere around the NFL, but especially if it pertains to the Texans, that caught your attention this year that was like, this is notable, this is interesting?
Yeah, I think absolutely the use of a second tight end on the field. Just more teams using
more
12 personnel. Yeah, absolutely.
Some 13 even.
Yeah, you get a little dangerous with the Rams. Yeah, but then you get a team like the Seahawks, and they say, go ahead, do whatever you want with your tight ends. We're going to play you the same way. So just seeing, okay, this is the clear trend of offenses in the NFL. Like, how much is it going to be? More teams are just going to try and copy it. How much of it is going to be, hey, as an offense, we have an innovative way to create explosive plays. Like talking to Clint Kubiak on opening night and just ask him, hey, like, you are a person that commits to the run pretty heavy on these early downs. Sometimes it feels like it's overcommitting. Like, do you see that as a way to kind of generate explosives? And he's talking about protecting his quarterback, finding the best ways to get guys in those good situations. But, yeah, the uptick of that second tight end is interesting because we talk about the receiver room.
Yeah.
That can also take away a little bit of that need for, like, that dominant third wide receiver.
I love hearing about the explosives generated with a run-dominant team, because that was one of the things that we were looking for with this Texas team that it didn't feel like we got enough of. But I did want to ask you about this, because Consumer Sports is launching something called the evaluation. What am I expecting with the evaluation?
Look, we talk about receivers, we talk about offensive linemen. If you want to find out, well, who are the players that we really want to become Houston Texans in the future, the evaluation is a show where it is full of decision makers that have been in those rooms before, those scouts that have scouted hundreds of players. We're going to take, this is your scouting evaluation of a player. This is how we marry the analytics. And then my part of it, you talk a little bit about the shifts in scheme through the kind of history of football and how these new players are doing. It's going to be up on our YouTube channel at Sumer Sports after the Super Bowl.
Okay, very good. So come next week when we're getting really into the draft evaluation.
Now, man.
It's time.
We're going to see from draft evaluators, and then he hosting the show, college football player. I know you know him from Rassel, but so I'm excited about it. Sean, thank you so much for sitting down with us on the tied guest seat, because if it's got to be clean, John Lopez.
Get it right. Oh, it's got to be tied.
There we go. And for joining us, if you would like, because I know Radio Row's a long week, would you like a tie pod?
I would absolutely love a tie pod.
Keep these nice shirts all clean. But thank you for joining us, Sean.
Put it behind your ears.
It does smell good. You will smell good walking around Radio Row. All right, that's Sean Syed of Sumer Sports joining us in Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including the Rockets, who are getting going tonight. Plus, would this trade be, or would this addition be interesting to you? We'll talk.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here on Radio Row on Sports Radio 610 here in San Francisco. And I would say that, yeah, let's just do it. I don't know if it's the most important or the biggest story, but one of them is there's friendly fire around these parts, apparently.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean.
What happened?
You know what happened. You were sitting as we were handing it off, crosstalk with the fellas of Payne and Pendergast.
You talking about Seth playing catch?
Yeah, well,
that wasn't no catch. I feel like Seth was like, all right, if Framber Valdez ain't returning to the Astros, I will see if I can ply my trade for the Astros.
Pitchers and catchers reported this morning.
Yeah, they did. It's supposed to be February 11th. Seth was like, I'm pitching right here.
I'm early
because he zinged a Tide Pod across his table, and he caught Sean Pendergast pretty square, man.
No, it was a catcher's thump, into the eye socket.
He winded up like John Rocker, man. That brother said.
And so we are now at the point where we can sort of laugh about it.
I don't know if we are, but we're going to try.
Because
just don't do it around Sean.
The first minute or two, we were like, oh, I felt so bad for Seth. I mean, he was sick about it.
Seth felt bad himself as well. It was surreal is the word that I would use, that we're sitting here, we're getting ready to start the show, trying to get our minds right, and then here is just, I think Seth let his intrusive thoughts win, right? Because he was done for the show. He had done the antibodies.
He was putting the headset down.
Yeah, he had done the antibodies, and he puts the headset down, and just something in his brain was like, you know what you should do right now? Throw a Tide Pod. And he was just like, all right, cool, boom.
Yeah.
It made such a loud noise. I thought we lost connection there because it went silent. Like
it was connected.
Something connected for sure. Something
we will cut up the thump because it literally sounded like a fastball hitting.
By the way, it's posted on Twitter at SportsRadio 610. Y'all want to see it?
Seriously, now I'm upset. Listen to the thump. First of all, you feel bad for Sean because that was his eye socket, his eyeball, but it sounded like.
I felt bad for him because he just had a sty in the other eye.
Oh,
he
that's
did.
Right.
That's right. All right, question. Because they have since already done work together because of Radio Row and because of the timing. People aren't always available to go live, so they had to record some things. I know they're talking to Nick Casario today, aren't they? As well, a little bit later. So I was like, all right. I saw them working together. Do you think that Sean is actually over it right now, or you think he's going to need more time still?
I think Sean is such a nice guy that he can't be mad too long, but I think he was fuming.
He was fuming in the moment. He absolutely was.
He was absolutely
in front of the hose, man.
All of them. All of them. No, I think he's over it now, but it was I bet you it's a good half hour.
Yeah. Something else that has happened in front of the hose, James Harden officially was traded. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, right? Yeah. But we didn't get a chance to get to the final. I know it happened by the time we were done, but yeah, James Harden, he'll be a Cleveland Cavalier.
It's not surprising, but he still wants us to believe that he didn't ask for a trade.
I did find that interesting.
He still wants us to believe that. He had this big interview, I guess, with one of the L.A. reporters or whatever.
Ramona Shelburne.
Was it Shelburne?
Momo, ESPN.
And I'm like, come on, what are you saying? Because ultimately,
he pretty much said, I know y'all need to rebuild and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So,
but then at the very end, like sometimes you got to parse out like that one line that is really the most revealing one. At the very end, he said, "But we both got what we wanted." Okay, if you didn't ask for a trade, what did you want?
Yeah,
to get his money.
Yeah. No, we both got what we wanted out. Which again, I believe they've won 17 out of 21 games, the Clippers.
Yeah, but
they are red hot.
They are red hot, but you're still in the West, and they are still somewhere down the pecking order.
Yeah, but you still won 17 out of 21.
Sure, that does not erase the other parts of this. And I do think that if we're going to be honest, going to a number 5 seed in the East, Cleveland Cavaliers, with an opportunity to actually do something in the East for real. As much as I like what the Clippers have done, I don't know how strongly I feel about them actually making a run in the West. I do think that is worthwhile. The thing I continue to wonder, though, is are they actually going to pay him over there? And I could – look, if we're doing buy or sell at this moment, which we're not, maybe tomorrow
is when we'll get.
Already on there.
Okay, very good. I think the question I would ask is I might buy the idea that the Clippers were looking to get younger at that position and something that they could look to moving forward. And Darius Garland does represent that for them.
I guess.
When he's healthy, sure.
But, I mean, I'm just thinking it from, like, you're right. Like, the West is tougher. I get it. The West being tougher and better path to a championship, in my view, had nothing to do with it for James Harden.
Okay.
It was about money and contract and whatever. He always runs its course. Because you can talk all you want about, the Cavs and good for them and all that. They're one of the hottest teams in the West. It's still early. They're a team that now has to sort of retool a little bit, even though they're getting a younger player. That's just, come on,
man.
I
never heard nobody request a trade pretty much when their team won, 16, 17, out of 21 games.
And that's why he didn't request a trade. No, I'm playing. I do think, though, that is one of the trades, but that wasn't the one that impacted the Rockets nearly as much. There were two trades that I feel like could impact the Rockets. One of them we were talking about a little bit earlier. Nikola Vucevic, the center for the Bulls, goes to the Celtics as they help themselves get a little bit bigger. They send one of their guards, Anthony Simons, to Chicago.
Yeah.
That creates a kind of a logjam with a lot of guards in Chicago. In addition, the Chicago Bulls also made a trade with the Timberwolves that sent I believe it was, oh my goodness, and I forget who it was, but I do know Mike Conley was in that trade. Mike Conley, a veteran, he's a vet. Yeah. And the expectation is, according to Brian Windhurst, that he could be bought out.
Yeah.
You see where I'm going here, right?
Yeah.
A veteran point guard who has been good in this league. Is that something that seems like it could be of interest for the Rockets to maybe be on the buyout market, not have to really give anything up directly, and maybe bring in a dude who could help you out at point guard, possibly?
Leadership, a very specific role.
Experience.
Never really looking for his shot. Experience. The answer is yes, because it's not necessarily a long-term solution. And we were talking about this walking over here today. I've always loved Mike Conley's game as one of the last true point guards with a point guard mentality.
Like floor general point guards.
Lefty. That there is in the NBA. Dude,
I'm surprised you ain't hit us with the 08 yet.
08, there it is.
Yeah, slide right in.
He was only there for like a year, right?
That's what it was for a good amount of time. Is just you get the one.
It was that year, too.
It was the Greg Oden show.
Go ask the Texas fans if they're not going to claim KD because he was only there for a year. See what happens.
Yeah. So he can slide right into a specific role.
I know I set it up as such. I don't think that this is a thing. This year, he's shooting 32% from the field and 32% from three. I mean, 5 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists.
That's not what he's coming in here for.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, are you looking for more points, or are you looking for somebody that could be a floor general?
Right.
Well, I don't even know.
Kind of settle things down.
I don't know how much he can do that, because you can't be on the floor if you're not scoring as well, though. And I think also he's seen a steep decline even later on in the season as this has gone. But I understand. Even if I get myself past that, vet minimum is like 3-point-something mil. And even if you prorate it, I don't know that you could keep yourself below that first apron.
Yeah.
And that has been very clearly one of the ways that the Rockets have been moving. They don't want the restrictions that come with you getting over that first apron. And I don't know that there's a player that you could willingly dump for, with the money to help make that all go. So Mike Conley is not good enough in my mind right now to necessitate the moves that you would have to do to get him on the buyout market if indeed he makes it there.
I look, and I'm not like necessarily advocating for it, but of all the fits out there for what you need,
sure.
I like what he can do, because we're talking about KD with the ball in his hands, the offense running through Şengün, a man finishing. Dude, what could help all that? A distributor.
It's something that it seems interesting. I just feel like the more I think about it, it seems less likely. But we're getting close to the trade deadline, and I mean he's made a move. We'll see what the Bulls do, and then that would start the idea. I think the reporting has been Mike Conley would love to go to a contender to try and go, but if he doesn't, he'll go home, because you can always go home to Memphis, where he's spent a lot of time with the Grizzlies. The Rockets are in action tonight, though. They are playing those Celtics. That did just make a move. I'm interested to see if they're quick enough to get Vucevic involved or what have you. Last I saw, KD is probable for this game to play tonight in Houston, but we'll see how that ultimately goes. But yeah, that's happening tonight, it says.
And so we'll see how that goes in terms of the Celtics. I think the Celtics made their move because they think they're getting healthier enough now to get back into it. So it's going to be good. They're both really good, one-loss record. I mean, this is a good matchup.
Yeah, this is a very good matchup. Another one of those tests. And you get a chance to see the male Caitlin Clark, Peyton Pritchard. So let's
excited about that.
Let me see him shoot from the logo.
Did you see Peyton Pritchard hit? He hit like a buzzer beater. Was it yesterday? And Caitlin Clark quote tweeted it with the smirk emoji. So she's leaning into this now, which is fun. Appreciate that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we had Jeff Garcia on earlier, and he gave an impassioned speech as to what he would tell C.J. Stroud. Let's talk about that next.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, live from Radio Row in San Francisco. It is In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Much appreciation to our friends from LaCour 45 for getting us out here, and also our friends at Planet Fitness for doing the same. It's been a fun day, and it's kind of been a crazy day. This is the busiest day. Wednesday is the busiest day on Radio Row, and it feels like there's all sorts of shenanigans around us. There's shenanigans with us.
Amongst
us. All sorts. But also, you know what's funny is because of all of that, I forget that just being able to get around and talk to some folks, you learn some things. You remember what we heard about the Hall of Fame voting with the way that, you know, the Hall of Fame.
We got a scoop.
I believe it's going to be announced
don't
here
hit
soon.
the breaking news sound.
I think it might be tomorrow.
Tomorrow, NFL honors.
With the NFL honors.
Yeah.
And we know that Bill Belichick's not going in. We know that Robert Kraft is. But we had a little birdie here on Radio Row tell us that we do know one person who is probably going into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, how about that? Just a little knowledge that you get when talking to people who know people who know people. Roger Craig. And by the way, I'm not breaking any news for him. He has found out. Is going to be one of the.
Can you imagine Roger Craig listening to Sports Radio?
He's walking behind me. He's walking behind me. I'm like, wait, what? What did this guy just say? No, Roger Craig is going to be an NFL Hall of Famer.
80s, 90s.
Oh, I've been bucking for him to make it forever. The true dual threat, one of the first true dual threat running backs in NFL history. I think he had at least one. 1,000 yards receiving, 1,000 yards rushing. Think about that in the 80s.
Yeah, well before we were doing that just normally.
Yeah,
that was, you know, unusual part of that Nebraska time where Nebraska was actually Nebraska in college football and everything. 3-time Super Bowl champion, so on and so forth. So it's cool for him to get in. It does highlight with the Hall of Fame process, though, something that is kind of weird, as now it seems like what the case was is enough of those voters on the senior committee or whatever were doing hey, these guys have been left off for a long time. I think it might have been Albert Breer that made a good point, is that is necessarily going to happen in the senior committee. Having these guys make it to the senior committee means that they had to wait for a long time. So if that is the justification for we're going to vote for these guys over guys that absolutely should be in, like a Bill Belichick, then that points to kind of an error in the way that this thing is set up, is it not?
Yeah, I think you're right. And the other part of it is because, and, you know, I'm not going to go on the rant now about the whole process and you need to add more or whatever.
Do it.
But I think what it does do is a lot of times these guys, they'll say, well, we'll put him on later. You know, he's in line. We'll put him on later. He deserves it. We'll put him on later. And all of a sudden they're off the regular ballot.
Yeah.
You know, they have to go to the senior, and then it gets a little more tenuous when you're on the senior. It's like, that's why I always say, if you're a Hall of Famer, you're a Hall of Famer.
So do you think they should take off the limits of number of guys that get in?
Yes, I think baseball and football, especially football, or make it like a big event. You know how the NFL loves their big events?
Yes.
You know, except for the media party, apparently.
But in that instance, they love the media
They love the big events. You could make like 1 year, the whatever anniversary of the NFL, or just, you know, in 2025, in 2030, you know, or whatever.
Just a lump.
They're
just
gonna
get
say,
a whole bunch of dudes in.
We're going to put 15 players in. And that'll put a real big dent, you know, and make it a whole event. Make it a whole weekend.
I don't hate that.
You know?
I don't hate that. The only thing about that then is one of the sad parts of Hall of Fame voting is you want to make sure the dudes are alive to be able to appreciate it. You want to give them their flowers.
Well, that's part of the reason you should maybe do that.
But I think you're probably right in that regard. So salute to Roger Craig, if what we are hearing is correct, which I think we feel pretty solid about that.
Oh yeah,
he'll be making the Hall of Fame tomorrow.
It's people watching time on Wednesdays and Thursdays.
It sure is. There's a lot of people.
Teddy Bruschi, Rob Gronkowski.
Gronk got him a nice trail of people just following behind him like baby ducks.
Yeah.
I saw Ocho Cinco running around. I think he has some really slim sunshades on and everything. All sorts of fun folks out here at Rodeo Row. I don't think I saw old boy that was wearing a size too small yesterday that had Ron in a tizzy.
He should be getting here pretty soon. I think he's an afternoon guy.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. One person that we did see, sat down with one of your peoples.
My people.
Jeff Garcia. He was fantastic when he sat down with us. And, of course, topic of discussion was C.J. Stroud. You asked him a very good question. What would you tell C.J. Stroud if you had an opportunity to? And it's a little bit long, but I think it's worth it. This is what Jeff Garcia said.
I think the most important thing is you cannot shoulder the entire burden. You have teammates that are out there to help you. They are coached up to do their job. You can't do everybody's job for them, and you can't think that way on the football field. You need to read and react.
Yeah.
And that's also a problem with the quarterback system and position is the lack of development. A lot of these kids are thinking that they're developing in 7-on-7 football.
Yeah.
That's not developing them properly.
Right.
They're sitting back. They're not doing a drop. They're just looking from no pressure. They're just throwing to the best athlete on the field or the open guy, and it doesn't translate. And what I saw from CJ coming out of college, where he was very successful at Ohio State, ran a pro-style system, had a great running game. His rookie year, he was used to allowing his teammates to help him. And I don't know where that has gotten off path, maybe the change of coordinators, whatever the situation may be. But what I saw in the playoffs this year was somebody playing scared, meaning timid, not being ahead of the game, not anticipating, almost reacting too late. And when you react too late, bad things happen. There were some interceptions that he threw, and I'm like, what was he thinking? What's going on in his mind? And those type of things are coming back to him in the sense of he's just not letting loose. He's not playing loose. He's playing constrained in his thoughts. It's starting with his head, and it's being interpreted throughout his reaction and frame. And that needs to change. He needs to kind of clean up, scrape that garbage out of his mind, and get back to what he was as a freshman or a rookie when he was just out there having fun and just reacting, being an athlete. I even see when he goes and takes off running, he looks slower than he used to look. Like he's not running with like determination, authority. He's just like, it's just not the same. And so whatever that is, that fuel to his fire that he needs to get up and like change, like you see his face and it's very non-reactive. And that's fine. That's fine. Jalen Hurts is like that too. You don't see a lot of emotion in these guys, but you got to have some sort of emotion when you step into that huddle and you're commanding a presence from your teammates that shows confidence and the ability that, hey, if things break down, I have the answer. If things are perfect, I have the answer. But don't overthink it, because if you overthink on the field in 3 seconds, your reaction is going to be late and it's going to be bad.
Man, I mean, just like our producer Aaron was just like nodding his head, shaking his head, like that is preaching right there. That is preaching.
I'm certain a number of our listeners are in their cars or in their offices also doing the same. Jeff Garcia, he ain't played 18 professional leagues at professional years at quarterback and not learn a thing or two. He sounded like we might needed to ask him if he wanted to get into coaching for real.
Have a sit down here. And the two things that you can get out of that, he said he looks like he's playing scared.
Yes.
And what was he thinking? Those two things right there.
Said that he was trying to. It felt like he was trying to do too much.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you think it's just like, hey, you guys are, too close to the situation, maybe reading too much into it. No, Jeff Garcia, everybody we've talked to, but he put it so powerfully right there. That this is not. The system might be involved. I think it is. I think that the system fit, but that's the trigger for how C.J. Stroud is reacting and acting.
Yeah, that's the thing. The thing that really hit me, one of the things that popped up a red flag in my brain, or just a flag to take note of, he said CJ's used to allowing his teammates to help him. And that very much was the case, that it felt like the ways that they wanted him to depend on his teammates did not feel like the ways that he felt comfortable depending on his teammates. And I was about to say who's to blame, but it's really not about blame. I mean, in our job, yes, it's I don't want to even say fun, but it ends up being conversation fodder. Who's to blame? Who's at fault? Ultimately, the important thing is that they recognize that issue and they find a way to find a middle ground, or find a way to meet somewhere. Because if your quarterback feels like he needs to do it on his own, there's only a couple of dudes that can. Actually, scratch that. Nobody can. Because I still remember being, maybe not in this place specifically, but being, watching Super Bowl happen, where Patrick Mahomes, widely regarded as one of the best to ever do this, was looking horizontal because he did not have the support of an offensive line to keep those other jerseys off of him. It's a team game. And you need to be able to depend on your guys around you. And CJ very much got to a point where it did not feel like he was comfortable doing
And
that.
the thing about blame, a lot of times sometimes people, well, you're just blaming this or that. No, blame also is a way to get to finding an answer.
Yeah.
You know, you blame, like, well, what's the blame? The blame is not necessarily a particular thing. It can be, or a particular person. It can be. But right now it's like, CJ, this is not you. Something is happening. Like something that is not physical is happening here. And it's not just us. It's not just, you know, it's not an analytics thing. It's like Jeff Garcia, former Texan, played 6 whole games or was there for 6 whole games.
Six games, yep.
But also has been around the league, been around every offensive mind you could possibly think, has been in huddles, has had very, very good years. You know, I think he threw, we talked about it, he threw for the Niners record in passing yards 1 year. So, now this is one of those things where you have to sit and sit back if you're at NRG and go, man, you know, I know they're thinking about it, but man, we have to do more than just tweak this on the offensive system or hope that he comes back humbled, as we've talked about. No, we need to have big conversations with C.J. Stroud.
And that's the thing that's very interesting because I mean, it's one of the reasons why we were very viscerally frustrated by Nick Caserio saying, hey, man, we don't sit down and think our offensive is concerned. If your quarterback does not feel like he trusts or does not show and demonstrate that he trusts what's happening for whatever reason, that is concern. Like, that is concerning. I don't know what I don't recall what the policies are for the NFL and interaction with players during the offseason, but they need to find somehow for those guys to get on the same page. We always, you know, anecdotally talk about a quarterback and an offensive coordinator being, you know, in lockstep. That did not feel like the case this year. I don't know whoever you want to blame or whoever you want to say, that did not feel like the case this year, and they've got to find a way to get there quick. And so if it is C.J. Stroud trying to shake that and get off of the feeling of I have to do too much or, you know, I can't depend people by cutting his hair, if that's what was necessary for him to shake that, I subscribe to the Deion Sanders look good, play good, look good, feel good, play good, and get paid good. I think that is something where if that's where CJ is going to, make it work, but it's got to work out, man.
It has to. You know, the other thing that he was talking about is obviously the entire offense comes down to the quarterback. We know that. That's not breaking news. But when it comes down to a quarterback that at some level, everyone in the league, everyone we've talked to here on Radio Row and otherwise, sees something wrong with him.
Yeah.
You can't ignore that.
And at the same time, they see the stuff in there, and that's the thing that's super frustrating is that how do we get from what's wrong to that stuff in there?
I still think he's the guy. You know, I still think he's the guy. Jeff Garcia was kind of saying along the same lines, not as adamantly. Yes, we all still think he's the guy, so what's wrong? You know, that's where you have to go.
And what's funny is there's not been as much conversation about what the schematics actually are. I think Matt Harmon was the only one that we were talking about early on, and what's rough is that you could see something somewhat similar schematics in the Super Bowl. Hey, what's up, Drake May and the Patriots offense? So there is something that's deeper than that needs to be addressed and needs to be gotten to. And we'll continue to try and get different perspectives on that as we continue to go. But great appreciation to Jeff Garcia giving us a little bit of that perspective on CJ. You know what's funny also? He made a Jalen Hurts comp. That's the second one that we've gotten.
That is. You're right.
That's the second one we've gotten. I might see if we can get somebody Philly-related to jump on with us to maybe go back or maybe I'll just do a research project to go back and look at how have they navigated Jalen Hurts is not exactly the same as CJ. I think Jalen Hurts has a little bit of a different mental makeup to some degree, but when you have those comps pop up a few times,
to connecting.
I want to see how we get to those places where once those guys have been compared, now we might need to take an examination for how the Eagles have managed at times, not managed to get the best out of Jalen Hurts, because maybe that can be some level of insight into what happens to get what you thought at the very least was your franchise quarterback back to that place where you feel like he's your franchise quarterback again.
100%.
Yeah, all right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here on Radio Row, and appreciation mostly to our friends at Liqueur 43 for helping us get out there. Coming up next, we get our 1, lunchtime confessions, and 2, I think we'll have a little sit down with Jim Gray.
Oh, that's going to be good.
Yeah, let's do that.
non-stop previews and analysis leading up to kickoff on February 8th. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, two confessions in one here, because I just know Figgy was waiting for that moment. He was just praying. He knew it would come. He thought it would come. Just praying, waiting for that
Figgy,
moment.
go fetch me a water.
No, I did. Edward. Oh, Edward. So Sunday, not even Monday. Sunday, we go up and get, some stuff or whatever. We can see the whole layout here. Then Monday, we go get our breakfast. And Figgy comes, hey, man, if you guys ever need anything, let me know. I'll get you a water.
He did say that.
He did.
I completely forgot about that because I don't view him as a peasant.
I present to you, Judge Reggie Atatula. He did say that.
I am not an impartial judge. I'm not an impartial judge at all. You know that about me.
So, obviously, we've been stacking up on waters. Today, I'm feeling a little parched. So I turned to them during the break, both Aaron and Figgy. I said, if any of y'all.
Can you get my water?
You know I always keep an extra water for you anyways.
There it is.
I know how you are. We've been teammates long enough that I know I need an extra water.
But I said, if any of y'all happen to go up, don't go just for this. Could you grab me a water?
Edward, fetch me my water.
And
what are you doing?
He immediately pulled out his camera. What'd you just say? He was waiting for it. Admit it. You were waiting for it.
I was.
All right, so.
I'm surprised it took this long.
That's right. We're all the way into Wednesday afternoon. So I do have. Oh, are we ready?
Yeah. Go ahead, finish it out.
I do have one that I think you're going to be able to relate to.
Let's do that.
Sometimes an inanimate object is the greatest thing ever. Doesn't have to be a family heirloom or anything else. But the Jet basketball is making a comeback after 20 years.
The what?
The Wilson Jet, which is the most popular basketball for your generation and generations
I didn't know it
before
left.
and after. It hadn't been in the market in 20 years.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The Jet.
Oh, I do remember the Wilson Jet.
That thing was gold, man. That was the best basketball by a long
That did
stretch.
something for you?
That did something for me. It absolutely did.
Oh, man, I don't know if the Wilson Jet would have done. But you know what? I can get it. You from your time coaching and everything.
Yeah.
I get that. What
Jim?
was
How are you?
Jim Gray joining us.
Yes,
here.
absolutely.
How you been?
Absolutely.
What's happening?
Jim Gray joining us on the Tide guest seat because if it's got to be clean,
it's got to be.
That's right. A legend of the
Clean
sports
man.
media landscape. Yeah,
that's what my mother-in-law's grandmother used to say to me.
Oh, really?
I'm sorry, not my mother-in-law. My grandmother-in-law.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
He's a clean man.
Oh, that's a good
Well, that's better
compliment.
than the alternative of what she could have said about you.
That's a good compliment.
That's what she used to tell my wife. She'll like that.
All right,
I'm on the Tide show.
Yeah. So I got to start here. 17 years as a columnist at the Houston Chronicle, then got into radio. The Washington Post Sports Department, as of today, is officially no more. And I get it. It's not like I don't get it. But I'm just curious your thoughts, just in general on the entire. That was a bastion.
That's sad. That's beyond sad. It's an awful circumstance, and just think of all the great sports writers that have come through there.
Yeah.
I mean, going all the way back to Shirley Povich, and if you just bring it all the way up to Kornheiser, Wilbon, Sally Jenkins, the list is endless.
Yeah.
And they did a great job. They informed us. They entertained us. They enlightened us. They became national. PTI.
Yeah.
Sally, one of the great reporters. I mean, there's just so many of them that have worked there. It's almost impossible, to name them all and to recite all their accomplishments. So I don't understand it. I mean, look, sports news does get old very quickly.
Yeah.
Okay? You can find it immediately. It's a problem for SportsCenter. Everybody sees the highlights on their phone. It's a problem for newspapers because, the box score is immediately, accessible. also, so newspapers in general. So I understand what's happened. I get it, but it's still just sad. And they're not all columnists, these guys.
Yeah.
They had some of the great columnists there. So I guess unless they're just doing investigative reporting or they just have an opinion on the Commanders or the other teams that are in the market, the Capitals and so forth, the Wizards, that they've just deemed it, quote unquote, not necessary.
Yeah.
And part of all of us dies. What's their saying? Democracy dies.
Yeah.
Without the light, well, a part of us just all died because we were all much better for all of those great sports writers, how they covered it, the decorum in which they covered it, the knowledge that they shared with us. So
yeah,
tough day, and I don't know what the future holds for any of these papers. If you can do that, why do you have the paper?
Yeah, well, I totally agree. I totally agree.
I mean, some of them have just tried to go all online, and look, I Washington Post subscriber and New York Times subscriber, all these places. So, because we have to.
Yeah.
New York Post, it doesn't matter. We're getting it all.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm still going to get it, but I'm not going to look at it as much.
Yeah. I am curious. Look where we are with every media outlet, every platform, from podcasters to, people that started out in their garage, basically, to some of the bastions. This is the future. I'm just curious.
Well, I don't know. Is it?
I was going to say, well, I don't know.
I mean, when you get these driverless cars, I was in one of these driverless cars last
Oh, thank God.
Wait a minute. I was in one of these. I didn't want to be, but that's who came and picked me up, was in one of these. And so I'm saying, oh, my God. But anyway, you don't need the radio in a driverless car. You can look at a screen.
Yeah.
What do you need the radio for? So, terrestrial radio is in trouble, and it's been in trouble.
Not talking about just the whole media landscape. It's changing consistently. But my question was going to be, is it as unfiltered?
Don't get in a driverless car. I don't care what they tell you.
I'm glad that you're going
experience.
here.
It's a bad experience.
Well, because, the guy, somebody's walking across the street, and you can anticipate it. And I'm thinking, is this guy going to anticipate that
this
is
non-guy
this car going to anticipate that this person's going to take a step out here? And the person took a step, and it did anticipate it. But I'm sitting here nervous as a backseat driver. I'm usually not watching the driver of a car.
Yeah.
But when there's no driver, you're watching it.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest. We've seen, especially we went on a walk to Chinatown a couple days ago, and we saw a number of them. I don't know what you're doing for the rest of the week, but I know I have some plans that I will not specify over FCC airwaves to maybe make some adjustments. So would you be free to maybe join us in rallying against this driverless car circumstance? Yes, no?
I'm not going against technology. No, I'm not going to be the one that's jumping off the bridge. If you want to do that, look, by the way, pretty soon we're all going to be in these driverless cars.
Yeah, quite possibly. Not if I have anything to say about it, Jim. Okay, we're talking to Jim Gray here.
We'll keep you in the model team.
We're talking to Jim Gray here on Sports Radio 610. You have partnered up with Tom Brady, your good friend, for the Hall of Excellence. And I want to talk a little bit about that in a second, but I think it also brings to mind for me a lot of the conversation that's been happening recently about the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Where have you stood on kind of the conversations that have happened about, the not having the immediate entrance of both Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft to the Hall of Fame in that senior committee?
Bill Belichick is so egregious, it's not even worth continuing the discussion. It's a disgrace. It's deplorable. I don't care what the process is. If that's not the first X on your ballot, no matter what the process is, then you shouldn't have a vote.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't want to hear the reasons, and it's unfortunate that Ken Anderson and L.C. Greenwood and whoever else, Roger Craig, are in this mix. That's very, very, very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Because you cannot compare Bill Belichick to any of these people. First of all, they were players. He is not. But these other people have been considered for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay? And again, now we're not, I'm not going to take a shot at any of those people. They had great careers, and it's great they're on the ballot, and they should be considered for that. And if it's their last chance. But how did that get to be Bill Belichick's problem? Or he won more. He won, just put the most down for everything other than the 347 of Don Shula. Everything else, he's the most.
Yeah.
Okay? And it's not even close.
Yeah.
Who else is going to win 6 Super Bowls? Name one. Who else is going to be involved and have 8 Super Bowl titles? Nobody. So just, it's unfortunate. I love the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I look forward to it every year. It's been a great institution. Unfortunately, this has damaged it. It will recover, but this is a big setback. As far as Robert Kraft has a chance on Sunday to have won 7 Super Bowls. And this is under consideration. If you're going to put owners in, the owners that belong in the Hall of Fame, Al Davis, George Halas, you know, I know Eddie DeBartolo is in, wonderful contributions. Jerry Jones, terrific contributions. Mr. Rooney, terrific contributions. Eddie DeBartolo out here. Come on.
Yeah.
Robert Kraft is in that mix. Yeah. Just do it. Just do it. If you're going to put owners in, absolutely. What's the consideration? And he's been on the ballot many times, I believe. He hasn't become a finalist, but he's been considered. So, again, it's a great place to go and learn the history, the traditions, go, you know, have fun with the busts. It's a wonderful weekend. Canton, Ohio is to be celebrated. And I just hate to see it because it damages the institution, and I'm sorry for that. But they will recover, and this too shall pass. And what has happened, I spoke to Coach Belichick, and I told him, and I'll repeat what I told him. Through this horrible experience, you have become more respected, more admired, and the people who didn't like you now have sympathy for you.
That's true.
Because we do not live in the Soviet Union where you erase a man's records because you have some personal vendetta or you have some process. Yeah. That's not how we go about things here. Yeah. So when he gets in, and he will get in, he'll be more celebrated and it'll be greater. Yeah. And so they've made his legend bigger, and it's a horrible way to go about it.
Where do you fall on the process needs to change with the voters? Now, you talk about it's going to recover. I don't disagree. But the 50 guys, that's been there forever. Politicking, standing up in front of a room, as opposed to people, you know, being able to do it themselves. Do you think that is or should change?
You know, there are a lot of very earnest people who take this very seriously, so I'm not going to besmirch those who do it right. No, I think, you know, a lot of these people, I've been a voter. Yeah. Okay, not for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, for boxing. And I voted for basketball. I think basketball has it best. Basketball, because they rotate the people who vote. Yeah. And you have to have, I believe, 25 years of covering the NBA to vote for the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame. It's broken down into committees. There are a limited number of voters, and they rotate. They have one for the Pioneers, one for the women, one for the modern game, one for international. So it's a better process. And Jerry Colangelo has done a great job. And I believe Jim Porter has done a great job for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But this is broken. Yeah. And so they need to address it. And some of those folks who I look at on there, I wonder, why did they have a vote? Yeah. And they're probably going to say, well, why did Jim Gray have a vote? So, you know, I understand that. That's just the world that we live in. But I've never voted for football. And I just think that you have to examine this now very, very carefully. And when you're dealing with people's lives, I understand to the family of L.C. Greenwood and to those families, it's the most important thing for them and for that legacy. You got to take that seriously. Yeah. Got to take that really seriously. I called all of the voters many years ago for John Madden. I loved Coach Madden. He's a dear friend of mine. And I thought it was a terrible travesty and injustice that he had to wait so long. Yeah. A lot of the guys that I spoke to, I don't want to say a lot of guys, there were a few guys, and I won't name them because that's not fair, didn't know that he was a coach. They knew him from television and from the game, from the Electronic Arts game. Oh, my God. And I'm thinking, come on. Really? And then I did it for Floyd Little because I grew up in Denver, and he was my childhood hero. And there wouldn't be a team in Denver if it's not for Floyd Little. They would have moved. Yeah. They'd have gone to Atlanta. There would be no John Elway without Floyd Little. And he led the league in rushing. I don't know. I can't tell you the years and how many times. You know, I don't have it in front of me anymore. But in the 60s and 70s, you know, he was Mr. Bronco. So if you're not going to put him in the Hall of Fame, just ignore the franchise. Forget about Randy Gradishar and everybody who's come after, okay? Yeah. Doesn't exist, okay? But when you're talking to people who don't know and they have a vote, come on.
Yeah, but Jim, I mean, you're talking.
If you're going to have a vote and you don't know who Tommy Nobis is, you got a problem.
Sure. Yeah. And Jim, I mean, you talk about appreciating the history of the game. I think that's what you're trying to do, and with not just football, but all sorts of games with the Hall of Excellence here, ain't it?
Well, the Hall of Excellence, Tom and I are really proud of it. It's in the Fontainebleau Hotel in Las Vegas on the second floor. We opened it up in July, And we have 325 of the greatest artifacts in sports history, everything from Tom's 7 Super Bowl rings to the bat that Jackie Robinson used to break the color barrier, to the bat from Babe Ruth when he called his shot, to Kobe Bryant's 81-point game, the net from that, and his shoes. Simone Biles' leotard from her first gold medal in Rio. We have
H-Town's own, mind you.
That's right.
And then we have entertainment. We have Elvis Presley's first suit from the first time that he ever appeared in Las Vegas. Clint Eastwood's Academy Award, Oprah Winfrey's Medal of Freedom. It's just something for everybody. Jackie Robinson's ring from his first World Series. You've got something that Serena Williams has represented. Everybody. Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game, the only known living artifact from that game, the scorebook from that game with the 100 points. And LeBron James' first jersey in Sacramento for the Cavaliers. So you walk through this place and you just see it all. Tom's shoes from the 28-3 comeback, the greatest comeback in Super Bowl history.
In Houston.
Yeah,
Muhammad Ali's last robe and his gloves against George Chevalier.
And that'll hit this man where he lives. That's his favorite athlete of all time.
And we got Joe Louis, the great Joe Louis's first shoes. First shoes from his first World Championship in the Bell against Max Schmeling.
Dang.
And you come and see this. And we got great Olympic stuff as we get ready for the Olympics now. We got Nathan Chin, the first man to do the quad. We got Eric Heiden, the only man to win 5 gold medals in speed skating. You should see his skates. You wouldn't believe his skates. They are so flimsy, it's like wearing the old Converse shoes. How did the guy get any support? Wow. So you see the stuff, and it brings you back to a time that you're familiar with. You can relive those memories. You can get right next to it, take pictures. We have a trophy room for every trophy that's competed for in life. Name a trophy other than the Stanley Cup, and we have it. We got Charles Woodson's
now I'm trying to think of one.
Charles Woodson's Heisman Trophy. Tom Weiskopf's Claret Jug. Billie Jean's Wimbledon dish.
Wow.
Pete Sampras's U.S. Open Trophy.
That's amazing.
It seems like there's no limit.
Jason Kidd's Dream Team medals. The Dream Team jersey of Charles Barkley. So and the ring from the Dream Team. So Kevin Durant's ball that broke the record last year in Paris for the most points in Olympic history.
Oh, my goodness.
We got Morgan Freeman. Oh, Morgan Freeman does the tour. We went and saw Morgan
I saw. Yeah, I did see that.
He does the tour 32 minutes. And that
is excellent.
For every item, we give you an iPhone to use while you're there. And you hold up the iPhone and you push on the camera. Then you get a description of that event.
All the details.
And you also see the highlight where it was used. And the descriptions are by the voices, the great voices of the game. Andres Cantor for soccer, Marv Albert for basketball, Bob Costas for baseball, Jim Nantz for golf, Tom Brady for football, myself for boxing, Mary Carrillo for tennis, Oprah Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey for entertainment. So you name it, we've done it. Howard Deneroff's done a great job. And I got to thank our partners while I'm here. The Fontainebleau Hotel.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's a great hotel. It's on the Strip in Las Vegas. We're on the 2nd floor. Jeffrey Sofer and his team have built a magnificent museum for us, and we'd love to have you come by. It's a must-see,
man.
Yeah, the Hall of Excellence really is, and we are celebrating, and he was there for the grand opening. We have the most worn hoodie of Bill Belichick and his Lombardi trophy from his final victory with Tom. When they beat the Rams 13-3, we have that Lombardi trophy, and that's going to be on display at the Fontainebleau. If you come watch the Super Bowl, you can come take a picture with that in the room where you're watching the game.
There you go.
And the last thing I want to say about Bill. Bill represented excellence. And no matter what you thought of how he dealt with the media, no matter what you think about anything, that man knew how to win. And Tom Brady said it best. On our show, we do a show, Let's Go.
Yeah.
And with Matthew Stafford and Tom and Bill and so forth. He said it this weekend. He said, he's the greatest coach of all time.
Yeah.
And if that's not a first ballot Hall of Famer, then there shouldn't be a Hall of Fame.
We appreciate you saluting excellence and being excellent yourself. We greatly appreciate you sitting down. Jim Gray, make sure that you check out the Hall of Excellence at the Fontainebleau in Las Vegas. Jim, we appreciate your time so much.
Thank you, guys. Thanks to Houston. By the way, I'm going to see your buddy. I'm going to Milan for the Olympics, and I'm going to see your buddy Tillman Fertitta, who owns the Rockets.
There you go.
We love Tillman Fertitta. We love Landry's Corporation. We love everything. Mastros, Mortons, all of them. Del Frisco's.
Rockets.
They're a great sponsor of ours on Let's Go, and you know what? He's a great man, and Patrick Fatita and Melissa and everybody over there. So say hello to everybody in Houston and go Rockets.
That's right. That's right.
I vote for that team.
Appreciate Tide for giving us. Would you like a Tide Pod to go? If you want? I know you're a clean man. If you would like, you can have that.
Well, I'm going to have to after I eat that Mastro's dinner.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I don't think you should eat that. I'm pretty sure.
It'd be on I get that steak all on my shirt, so my wife will like this.
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you so much. All right, coming up next, we should be talking to Alex Highsmith of the Steelers. Let's do that next.
I'm so high on the Rockets.
LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio. 22. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, indeed. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Radio Row continues to roll on, day 3 of it. And we sit down with a gentleman that it's made a lot easier to sit down with him, considering that the game went the way that it did a few weeks ago. But we are still very, very happy to sit down with Alex Highsmith of the Pittsburgh Steelers. What's happening, brother? How you living?
I'm doing great. Appreciate y'all having me on.
Man.
My first time at Radio Row. So
oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it's cool.
What's been your experience thus far on the first time through?
I mean, I've only done a couple interviews so far, but this is really cool. This is cool seeing, and seeing some guys that I know. So just soaking it all in, soaking the whole weekend, and so I'm excited for it.
You came on a good day. I mean, this Wednesday and Thursday is when you're kind of like your head's on a swivel, like, oh, there's so-and-so, and there's so-and-so, and all that. Has that been does it hit you the same as it does everybody else?
Oh, not everybody else, but it is cool to see, like, teammates in here and whatnot. Cam, I know Cam does his podcast here. I haven't seen him yet, but seen some other guys that I know, so it's really cool.
Mm-hmm. Have you been able to chop it up with, like, players outside of here? Because one of the things I love, especially, like, Pro Bowl type stuff, is seeing guys be able to kind of apply their trade a little bit and just kind of chop it up with guys across the board that at least we don't get a chance to see have those conversations.
Yeah, so I haven't yet this week, but I know there'll be more guys coming in, like other Man of the Year nominees that are coming in this week, so I'm excited to chop it up with those guys. Like I said, got here yesterday, so I haven't been able to chop it up too much, but I'm excited for the week ahead. Got some fun events I'm going to and whatnot, and meeting other guys, talking about the community work that they do and their foundations as well, and obviously ball too. So I'm just excited for different connections and stuff I'm going to make throughout the week.
Yeah. So talking ball, obviously, Texans and Steelers with a big-time memorable game defensively for the Texans. From your perspective, when you were looking at the Texans' offense, did you see any difference in what they were from the regular season? Because they had kind of a bad start to the year. Then they came around, and then you guys kind of really got to CJ a lot and all that stuff. Did you see that coming, so to speak, in terms of things you could do against them?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just had a good game plan going into it. Obviously, we knew, what like the Texans, had a really good defense as well, and so we knew that we had to take the ball away, and I think we had 3 in the game or whatnot, but we knew that we had to, get after Stroud and cause pressure in that way, and I think one thing that they did that we couldn't stop enough was the run. They ran the ball well on us, and so ultimately, we were close. I think it was like 7-6 at the end of the third quarter, and definitely frustrated we couldn't get it done. But like I said, they were a good team, and but I think we had a good game plan going into it.
Yeah.
How do you go into an off season after a season like this, double-digit sacks? Like, you definitely performed, but a little disappointing the way that it ends. Like, how do you go into that season, and what are you looking to kind of improve on? How do you attack the off season?
I always want to be a great player. I mean, a better player. I had a few injuries this year and whatnot. Missed 5 games. So right at this point of the off season, just let my body rest and recover and whatnot, and then really get back to it here in the coming weeks. But like I said, it was definitely frustrating because I feel like we were a close group this year. We were winning going into the playoffs. I think we won for like 4 out of our last 5 games, and so I think that's what made it frustrating. Is I feel like we were really a tight group. We were a lot of guys hanging out together and whatnot, and I feel like we had a lot of the right pieces. And so, but I think it's just continuing to want to get better and never being satisfied. No matter how many sacks I have in a year or whatnot, like I always want to be getting better and getting better at my craft.
And change is coming, obviously. How does that change the way you approach the offseason? Like you have to learn on the fly as well, new stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely going to be a change. I'm very excited for it. I've already talked with Coach McCarthy and our defensive coordinator Patrick Graham and some other coaches as well. So I'm excited for the change. Change is definitely tough. Especially. I've been in Pittsburgh for 6 years, and Coach Tomlin's been there for every year. Growing up, that's all I've known. Pittsburgh Steelers is Coach Tomlin, and so I'm super grateful for him and him helping me to become the player that I am today. And so like I said, when he broke the news to us that he was stepping down, it was definitely very tough.
God, that had to have been just like.
Yeah, it was. Especially after losing the game too, and but I think everyone just it was an emotional day just because I think everyone knows how like he was truly a player's coach. And guys love playing for him, and he's a guy that you can talk to about anything, and he wants you to be a great football player, but not just a great football player, but also a great man as well. And so it's definitely tough. But like I said, I'm excited for Coach McCarthy. I already talked with him, already met with him, and I think OTA is probably going to start a little earlier for us, and so I'm excited to get things rolling.
All right, one of the things that I love at that position, especially at rusher, is just how much you guys study each other. What have you seen from the Dallas or from the Texans guys rather when you talk about Will and Daniil? What makes them special? Because one of the things is we see the production, but you guys see the detail and how they get it done. What makes these guys special?
Yeah, obviously, both those guys have a motor. They're both dogs. We obviously highlighted them coming into that game and got a lot of respect for both of their games and the way that they play. I think, with Will, it really starts with his motor. He's always getting after it. I think we were about to play the Bills. I think we were watching that Bills-Texans game and watching him rush like that. His motor is something that's really special, and his array of pass rush moves, whether he goes speed to power, he's rushing speed off the edge. I think that's what makes him a special player is his motor. And then with Daniil Hunter, it's just he's a different type of rusher. The way that he rushes, and he's unique in his rush. But he's not only is he a really good athlete, but just how detailed he is with his hand usage and whatnot. I think that's what helps him in regards of his pass rush. He's got a bunch of different moves in his arsenal as well. So a lot of respect for both of those guys.
I'm really curious on the Walter Payton Man of the Year nomination. To me, that and we kind of kiddingly sometimes, like the NFL always says, the most prestigious award, and it's becoming that. But if you're nominated, that has to really hit because you see the names that have won it. How are you approaching the week?
Yeah, I'm just super humbled, honored, and grateful to be the nominee for the Steelers this year. To be one of the nominees along with a bunch of other guys around the league. I know it's awesome, and for me, I truly believe that God has given me this platform that I have to be a blessing to others, and I believe that's what it's about. To whom much is given, much is required, and I don't have this platform for long, so I really know that I have to make an impact while I can. And I started the Alex Highsmith Family Foundation back in 2021, and basically our main goal is to empower the next generation, to empower the youth to build strong areas and strong foundations in different areas of life, and whether that's fitness, athletics, education, nutrition. We have multiple pillars we do that, and it's been cool to be able to impact the community, not just in Pittsburgh, but also my hometown of Wilmington, North Carolina, and where I played ball in college in Charlotte as well. So still a newer foundation. We're still building things up, but it's been cool to see some of the work that we've done so far, and ultimately it's about impacting the youth and getting back to them.
You have a speech ready?
I've been working a little bit on it.
Okay, all right, good. I'm glad that I feel like some people would have been like, no, I'm really just speaking from the heart.
Yeah, I really didn't prepare anything, and then they pull out a.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like some of it's definitely got to be spoken from the heart.
Yeah.
But also you got to have something ready to be said.
Yeah.
All right. One of the things I love is you guys being in the trenches, the battles that you have. What is it about an offensive guy that you're going up against that would make it really tough on you? Like, what is the things that you go, damn, all right, this guy's got that, and it's going to make my day a little longer today?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, going against a tackle, who's got strong hands and is physical, but I really like those physical guys because I feel like I've always been a physical player, and if I'm going against a physical guy, like that's something that I like. With physical in the run game, physical in the pass game, but I think guys who are really good with their hands and who use their hands well, whether it's doing a long arm, he's chopping it down, or even like on run games, if I'm trying to set an edge and he's chopping it down and doing that, that's something that is different. You got to intentionally practice on throughout the week, and so I think that's something.
All right, so I want to get a couple answers from you real quick. Just first thing that comes to mind, who's the strongest dude that you've played with or against?
I mean, I think the strongest dude I played with is Cam Hayward.
Oh, okay. That's believable.
We work out. We work out. We train together in the off season, and he does some crazy weight, but he's just naturally just strong and I think it's him for sure by far.
Thing that you have to do or get when you touch down in a new city.
Do or get when you touch down in a new city? I think you got to try the best food place.
Yeah.
We went to a steakhouse here last night. It's called Epic Steak. It was phenomenal. So anywhere I'm going that I haven't been before, I'm a foodie. Me and my wife are foodies. We love food, and we love a bunch of different types of food. So any new place we go, we're always looking, all right, what is the best restaurant? What's the best food? That's what we're
talking about.
Thing that you're proudest that you've been able to do for someone else.
I think for me, just serving the community-wise, I've been doing my youth camp for the past 5 years now, and that's something that I was just super grateful to have been doing the past few years. That's being able to get back to my hometown is something that I'm super proud of, and I love being from Wilmington, North Carolina, and so being able to impact the community there is something that I'm really proud of.
And the thing that you do better than everybody else on the earth.
Thing I do better than
or at least that you believe that you do better than everybody else on the earth.
You can sell it. You can sell it.
Let's see.
Yeah.
He's like, there's so many options.
There's got to be something.
Let's see. Cook a steak.
Okay, all right.
Reverse sear?
Reverse sear.
You want him. You want him over.
Put it on the Traeger.
Dude, both of those things.
I put a little meat church rub on it, put it on the Traeger.
Are you reading my blood?
then sear it either. I have a Brio fire pit. Put it over the Brio fire pit to sear it, or on a cast iron to sear it. You get that good crust on it, and then I make a little compound butter with it, and the perfect medium rare.
I should have him on the podcast. 2-inch steak, $2.75, about 45 minutes to an hour on the Traeger.
Yep.
Bring it back, butter, garlic, boom. Go.
Yep. Little butter, garlic, thyme. Based it.
See, now we're talking.
Yeah.
All right, Alex, I'm gonna need your people to get with his people. He's got some barbecue sauce that he wants to get to.
Okay, I would love that.
Because apparently y'all are linking there. We greatly appreciate you giving us a little time. And one thing, because Tide has brought us our guest seat, because if it's got to be clean, John Lopez,
it's got to be Tide.
I'm willing to give you a Tide Pod if you would like to take one. I don't know. All right, very good.
You never know.
We know that you got a clean pass rush, so we want your clothes to be just as clean as that. We greatly appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time, Alex.
Yes, sir.
All right, there you go. That's Alex Highsmith. He is the Steelers Walter Payton Man of the Year winner, and very, very, very good pass rushers. We know, seeing him up close and personal.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for giving us some time, brother.
Yes, sir.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Dana Brown talked about the possibility of Framber Valdez returning. Would you want to see that? 713-572-4610. We'll talk.
Brook, Illinois.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row in San Francisco. It has been a crazy day, I got to be honest.
It has.
But we appreciate being here nonetheless, and shout out to our friends at LaCour 43 for helping us get out here. That has been huge because we wouldn't be able to experience the craziness both here and elsewhere, whether it's the media party, whether it's Alcatraz. Have you talked about going to the Rock, Figgy?
Yeah, it was great. Check out we did some reels with Payne and Pendergast, or I did some reels with Payne and Pendergast on our
before
trip
they broke up like Hall & Oates.
Yeah, they were happily in love going to Alcatraz too, man.
These are jokes, by the way. Payne and Pendergast will be on the air tomorrow morning.
They might be beefing, man. I don't know.
Maybe it started there when Sean would not break Seth out of the Alcatraz cell. Maybe that's where the animosity came.
Who knows? Sean gonna be the one in Alcatraz.
If you don't know what we're talking about, you definitely want to check the Sports Radio 610 Twitter page. Man, we've been having fun outside of that one thing with all of the things we're doing here on Radio Row. Do you still have stuff planned coming forward here, Fig?
I don't right now. I just kind of want to soak it all in, man. Just kind of go around. I see Pat McAfee doing this thing over there.
Yeah.
I wanted to hit A.J. Hawk with the OH, but he probably ain't going to say nothing.
Why do you think so?
Because he never does.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great point. You know what? I forgot the bit. My bad.
Yeah. You like, well, I wonder why.
I wonder why he doesn't
just going to stare at you like, okay, this is what I do.
Also, what makes today crazy is that we're headed into, as you mentioned, on Friday, the opening ceremonies for the Winter Olympics starts. We got the trade deadline, and we've got trades coming down all different places. I'm trying to figure out as they're coming down how many of these actually will affect the Rockets who are playing tonight. The Mavericks have gotten off of, they're fully putting behind the Luka Doncic era as they've traded Anthony Davis now to the Wizards. That is a wild kind of trade that has happened there. I think they're getting back some pieces that don't really mean much to them. And then the Wizards, I don't think they're actually going to be a good basketball team.
What are they trying to do, man?
I have no idea whatsoever. The thing that does get a little interesting, I don't know if it really changes their outlook. The Oklahoma City Thunder, who is one of the teams that, if not the team that everybody in the West is chasing, they added Jared McCain. Who is he's a young player up there in Philadelphia. Has not started as hot.
Known for his TikToks.
He is known for his TikToks and wearing nail polish, so I know that'll turn some people off. But he hasn't been a super fruitful player just yet. So I am interested in what the Thunder are looking for there, and they gave up a little bit of draft capital, which maybe that's a good thing, seeing the Thunder actually dig into their coffers a little bit and get out.
Ooh, they only got 20 first-round picks.
I know, right? What are you going to do? But I'm going to continue to monitor that space, because tomorrow is the trade deadline, and we're continuing to see how things fall out. Because not only are potential trades there, as people are looking at Kobe White still pretty hard,
seemingly harder.
What's the buyout market maybe? And definitely gets more so because the Timberwolves have made some trades where they have a glut of guards right now.
Yeah.
Or sorry, the Bulls rather. Thank you. Where they have a glut of guards, and eventually you feel like they got to get off of them.
Yeah.
We've talked about Kobe White and how, at least in my perspective, and some of the people I've talked to, it doesn't necessarily look like as much of a fit for the Rockets as you want. But is it just to a place where you look at the Rockets and you're like, give me something that maybe is a secondary piece that we can maybe try and figure this out with?
No, I liked your point when you brought it up last week about, like, are you really just replacing the same thing in terms with you bring in Kobe White and
Reed Shepherd and what you have there?
Yeah, I mean, because I'm not like advocating for Mike Conley, but in terms of like, okay, that might fit a specific need. Yeah, whereas does Kobe White fit a specific need that this team has?
Yeah, because I know that, like, I've seen people refer to him as a primary ball handler, and that's not been the impression I've gotten. He's okay at defense, but not necessarily anything to write home about. I would not want him to depend on him to be a shot creator, which is what you're looking for. It's one of the reasons why it's so rough is that looking for a shot creator, those are special breeds. in the NBA. So we'll continue to watch that space. Somebody on the text line is saying that they just read that Memphis has dropped the price for Ja. I mean, they'd have to drop it a lot. They're still asking for a lot. Is there a price? Because they were still looking for young players to draft capital. I don't know how far
Ain't
the price.
nobody giving up all that for Ja Morant.
How far would the price have to go for you to consider entertain the Ja Morant thing for the Rockets?
I don't know if you. I mean, free?
No, to me,
it would have to be buyout for you.
Yeah.
That or just one player that maybe
like if it was a Dorian Finney-Smith, even though just because it hasn't worked out quite well, and maybe you need some salary if you did something like that.
Yeah, it had to be a lower scale of like
Which I don't
James.
even think that's how that works. But
Yeah, like I look at the James Harden and Darius Garland trade. I know that's completely different, but it had to be just a simple trade like that. Like y'all not getting a bunch of young players and draft picks and all that stuff.
That's
just a 1-for-1.
We're continuing. You got some people up there. What are the Mavericks doing?
They're just getting done with that era. They're turning the page.
You think they're celebrating this?
Yes,
I'm looking at the whole trade right now.
Yes, they are.
They was having a party over there.
You want to go through the names of the people that they got back, and they're still celebrating.
And the draft picks.
Mavericks traded 10-time All-Star Anthony Davis, Jaden Hardy, D'Angelo Russell, and Dante Exum to the Wizards for Chris Middleton, A.J. Johnson, Malachi Branham, Marvin Bagley III. 2 first-round picks, 3 second-rounders.
Oh, they got picks back.
Yeah.
So, that's definitely worth celebrating for them. Yeah, no, they get off of Anthony Davis. They get off of the dude who's hurt all the time.
trade no better, man.
It doesn't make it feel better, but I think
it makes it feel worse.
It makes it so that you can move away from it. I think that's the way that they're going about it. But, yeah, they're not going to be contending for a little bit. They're now getting themselves on the Cooper Flag timeline up there, which means that they're out of the way of the Rockets, which they weren't in the way anyways, but that is nice.
By the way, Lopez, who tweeted that? I'm looking at
Adam Schefter.
Why is he doing that, man?
I know.
He's doing the NBA thing again.
He's been doing that more and more.
Mind your business, man.
Stick to football.
It's Radio Row going on right now, man.
He is out here.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
it's Super Bowl week.
mind your business, man.
I think he's over in the Bounty wing line right now, tweeting about the NBA. What's he doing right now?
Come on, man.
That's wild.
He's in the back of a Weibo.
Look, that trade ain't that damn good.
That's what I'm saying. What are they doing?
He likes being in the mix.
The 2 first-rounders.
We all have that friend that just likes being in the mix. Like, why are you always
I
here?
would understand it if it was the Luka trade. Like, I totally get that. Like, come on, man.
Then what do they pay Shams for? You're not the insider for everything. You're the NFL insider. That's cool. All right. Dana Brown was talking yesterday, and you heard this also played on The Drive yesterday, so salute to them. Dana Brown was talking, or he was asked rather, about Framber Valdez because he remains out there, and we're getting damn close to teams showing up to their spring training sites and getting themselves ready for the 2026 season. Hey, Dana, how do you feel about the possibility of Framber returning?
Have you had any conversations with Framber or his representation? Are you surprised he's still out there?
Yeah, it's been a while since we talked about, Framber. We know that he's still out there. Haven't had any conversation lately. But we're keeping our eye on things for all the guys that are still eligible and to sign as free agents.
Chance you might be signed?
I'm sorry?
Is there a chance you might be signed?
I mean, look, this is something that we would have to talk about as long as he continues to be a free agent. And we will have some discussions because of all the good things that he's done here. And so we'll see, at the end of the day what turns out. But anybody that's a free agent that we think could help our team, we'll have conversations about. As far as do we connect with them and make a move, it depends on what that does to our franchise and our future.
Does that not sound like where they were last year with Bregman?
Oh, he's looking into it. It's like Roger Goodell. I'll look into that.
That feels like the same answer that you got with Bregman when he was still out there for a while.
Yeah.
Unless it becomes dirt cheap, and even then, I don't know that you're going to return Framber Valdez
it's not happening
to this roster. But we'll see. Apparently, the Pirates have popped up as having some interest in Framber, which I think that might be enough for this to go the other way. All right, we return to the tied guest seat, John Lopez. They bring us all our guests on this radio row because if it's got to be clean, John Lopez.
It's got to be tied.
That's right. And very, very clean in that seat is NFL content creator Annie Agar. Annie, how you doing?
Great, you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Man, it is our pleasure entirely. And John Lopez, you've been fascinated with the work
of this woman here, have you not?
I have. No, I like in a fun way, obviously.
Yeah.
But
he got defensive immediately. Immediately.
Don't get the wrong idea.
I've gotten some worse compliments on social media, guys, you know.
No, because I'm the old head that was in the newspaper columnist for 17 years.
Yeah.
Switched into radio, and now obviously everybody's embracing where we are.
So you've seen the videos on Facebook, basically.
Yes, exactly.
That's such a direct shot.
I'm so sorry.
I had a MySpace account.
Yep, absolutely, yep.
But like the landscape, I was telling Reggie and Figgy, like you said, what the landscape is now. I mean, does that hit you at all?
Yeah. You know, it's changed so much the way we consume sports, especially, and it's kind of scary. But the second you think, oh, I got to figure out all this new tech stuff, that's the second sports isn't fun anymore. And I think, like people our age and the younger generation, they consume. They don't sit and watch a 3-hour-long game anymore. They'll consume TikTok. So that's why I love what I do, because I try to kind of condense down a whole weekend for them and for everybody that doesn't have the time to watch all those games. But it's evolving. It's ever evolving, and that can be intimidating if you don't learn to evolve with it, I think.
And you better.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Constantly.
What's the process for you, like creating videos? Are you watching games and taking notes, or is this kind of more visceral for you and just kind of, okay, this popped in my head, let's get to it?
A little bit of both. So I'll watch all the games, watch Red Zone on Sundays and compile notes and try to remember what happens during each game. And I can make any joke I want that I think is funny, but I really want to hit those inside jokes for each fan base.
Yeah.
So that's where the research kind of comes in, and I try to remember, maybe bad draft picks that would bring up some ill feelings for each fan base, or what jokes I want to tap into, what inside jokes for the different teams. And then when I'm shooting the video, the jokes will just kind of come. Like I'll script out some of them and have kind of a baseline idea of what I want to say. But some of the jokes, that's why I don't have anybody edit it other than me, because I don't know half the time where the meeting's going to go until I'm editing it, and I'm like, oh, this joke would be good in there, because comedic timing is so important too. So yeah, it's a little bit of both. A lot of research, but a lot of kind of off the cuff stuff too.
Well, the Texans are a gold mine for you.
Oh,
much to our chagrin.
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
Absolutely.
And to that point, some people might say, well, you're just asking, you shouldn't ask that because she's a woman. No, I am asking this because you're a woman. So that up front.
Okay.
C.J. Stroud cut his hair.
He did.
And
apparently he had a Bible in his hand too. Did you see that?
I did see
he's saved.
He's
saved. Turning over a new leaf since he's so good at turning things over.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow. She came with bonus jokes.
I feel like you've used that before. But the point is, I think this is more relevant for women than men. It just is. What's your worst hair decision?
Ooh, that's a good question. Believe it or not, guys, I'm not a real blonde. So I was a brunette before. I know. My roots are deceiving. I know. I don't look too hard.
Yeah.
I was a brunette for years, and I will say going blonde, it was great for TV because they were like, oh, blonde looks better on TV. It stands out more.
Yeah.
My hair's dead, okay? So never do that, women. Ladies out there, stay brunette because it sucks. And the upkeep is you guys probably don't know this, but you have to get it done all the time. It's annoying.
Yeah.
So I would say that.
But you've kept up with it, though. Like, you haven't decided, because I, for a little while, I was going with the faux hawk.
Yeah.
And I look back at pictures, and I'm like, I'm glad that I stopped doing that, though. I'm very glad that I ceased doing that. But you're still here, though.
Yeah.
You were like, we're just going to thug it out.
Committed to the bit.
You know what? And I appreciate that.
Well,
I do.
My hair person does, too, and I dump money at her.
Yeah.
Got to get blonde every 2 weeks,
Yeah.
you know.
Do you feel it's fair to say overnight sensation?
Oh, I appreciate that. It was shocking. Somebody just asked me what the first video was. The first video I did had 3 million views overnight.
That's why I
asked. And I was so lost. It was, good memory.
Yeah.
And I was so lost because I didn't know. I mean, I worked in local news. I was a sports reporter, so I knew I wanted to get into the sports world. But to have that many brands reaching out to me, and ESPN put it out, and then they wanted to do something on NFL Sunday Countdown, and I didn't have an agent. I didn't have anybody in the industry helping me really. So it was so whirlwind, and I'm so grateful for it, but it kind of caught me off guard, and I knew I wanted to build on it too, so that was the biggest thing. I was like, how can I enhance this more and make a career out of it and keep reaching more fans? So.
And you've done that. You absolutely have.
Thank you.
Figgy, I'm going to point to you because I think you know what I want you to do in this moment, because you guys link on a very particular thing.
Yeah, I just want to test you out on something.
Okay.
OH.
Ayo!
There we go.
And
that's what I'm talking about.
I bring that up because you are from Michigan, but you end up as an Ohio State fan.
That state hates me so much.
How the hell does this happen as a Packers fan and an Ohio State fan in the state of Michigan?
You know what? I blame their fans. So I hate Michigan fans.
Yes.
You can attest to this.
Yes.
Any Michigan fan out there listening, you guys are brilliant, great school, whatever. I hate you guys so much with a passion. I think growing up, so my grandpa went to Notre Dame. They're all, one side of the family is Notre Dame fans. My dad and my other grandpa went to Michigan State. So we're hit on both ends, and we just hated U of M fans.
Yeah.
And growing up, my dad would root for anybody that was playing U of M. And then I didn't go to State, but my brother's a big State fan, and then they're all big Lions fans. So that's where the Ohio State thing came in. I loved Evan Turner, and I just wanted to hate Michigan fans as much as humanly possible.
Well, that's the right place to do it.
Yeah, and it made them so mad because they couldn't understand it. They're like, "You're from here. What are you doing?"
Yeah.
So that was that side. And then the Packers, my best friend growing up was from Wisconsin. She had 6 brothers, and I came home. I was young. I was like 6 at the time. Came home, and I looked at my dad, and I said, her brothers don't cry on Sundays over there.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That they're from Wisconsin.
Wow.
Oh, it's not good.
Yeah.
So I'm probably out of my family's will. Other than that, it's been great.
No, but I actually think that you made the decision the best way possible at 6 years old.
Thank you.
There's so many times that we end up with fandoms that end up making us so much more sad than they do happy.
Yeah. I can believe that. Like, and then there's Patriots fans who had to wait 6 years, and they're right back at the Super Bowl.
We hate them. Bleep them.
Terrible.
Bleep them.
They're terrible.
And they're right there. That's them right there. Boston right there. Yep.
Screw those guys.
Yeah, I've often said that. Except for that one there with the big muscles. He's
you don't want to.
He's a friend of ours. Even though we hate him.
He actually played for the Patriots too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to make him mad.
All right, so we're talking to Annie Agar here on Radio Row. We're here for the big game. As you're starting to gear up for it, I imagine you're prepping. What are the things that you're kind of excited for in this one?
Yeah, I think this is a great game for storylines. I know they're all going to be run dry by the time the game actually starts, as they always are. There's like the Sam Darnold arch to his career, how upset Minnesota is going to be. I think it's just hilarious. Maybe it's the NFL North or NFC North.
Yeah.
I just think it's so funny that Minnesota just dropped him. I couldn't pay him, whatever the case may be. And then there's the whole Patriots, easy road. We'll see if they actually – I think it's going to be a 2-score game and Seattle wins. That was my prediction. Patriots fans, again, not happy with that. But, it's been a rough week for them with Bill not making the Hall of Fame.
And you got Bad Bunny.
And Robert Kraft.
And Robert Kraft.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy, you guys?
Yeah.
Wow.
So without COVID, how much would this have advanced?
It's really wild because COVID was such a negative time for a lot of people. And I think without it, I wouldn't have – because I was grinding in local news. So I didn't take the time to do TikTok. I don't think I would have because I was so set on working my butt off to get to where I wanted to be.
Yeah.
And it kind of made me step back a second and find a different avenue. So I don't even know. I would hope that I would have gotten here, just would have taken longer.
Yeah.
But I'm so grateful that social media did what it did. And I tell people, if I talk to colleges or I talk to people that, kids that are getting into the sports world, I tell them there's other ways to do it. Like, yes, people are going to tell you, well, this is the way I did it. You have to do it this way. But just be open to other ideas. Like I said, you got to constantly grow with the ever-evolving, social media, sports world.
Right.
But I don't know if I would have been here without it. I would
crazy?
hope so, but it's wild.
Yeah.
It is wild.
I've been asked to ask you if you think that the Chiefs will be forced to do Hard Knock because of the Kelsey Swift wedding.
Probably. Isn't that crazy? I don't. Yeah.
Would you be in on it or not?
No.
But you think it would happen?
Probably, yeah. It's like the Hallmark movies that they throw on us. The Bills got one. The Chiefs have 2, I think.
Yeah.
I don't want to see that anymore. I don't want to see them any more than I already have to during the season.
Favorite NFL thing to talk about on your platform?
Ooh, that's a good one. Lately it's been kind of the Bills and their whole postseason
Brandon Beane and all of this
performance.
nonsense.
Yeah, it's wild. And the whole because the 0-4 is such a great joke. The wide right, such a great joke. Then you've got the whole Josh Allen playoff performance. There's just so many jokes that I can constantly go back to, and I know it kills those fans. So,
what's the scouting
painful
report on
as
some
it
of
is.
these guys coming in? Like Mendoza seems like he might be a gold mine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that poor guy. He's going to be in Vegas one night and have $1 million. It's going to be like The Hangover. He'll have tattoos. He'll be ruined. He'll call his mom come pick me up. This is the worst experience ever. No, he seems like a great guy. And his family seems amazing. But that's the hard thing is they're kids to me when they're in college. They're kids. Right now they're younger than me.
Yeah.
Then they come to the pros. I'm like, okay, you do know you're open for it's all. Everything's fair game now. So you will be roasted.
How do you think John Lopez feels though? Talking about their kids to him.
Yeah. I don't know.
Very young kids.
Yeah.
Grandkids maybe. Right between kids and grandkids.
Yeah. It's a weird. Social media is weird, and the whole roasting thing it's tough out there.
Who's the fan base that you like roasting the most, and who's the fan base that you'd rather not?
The Bears I like roasting the most,
Okay.
especially lately. because I'm in Chicago too. And, man, they get a taste of success. And this is no diss on Caleb or anybody because they had a great season.
Yeah.
Great second half. Like, that game was insane comeback. That 4th and 4th row still, like, haunts me in my nightmares. And he was great. But they got a taste of success, and they were awful this year. They were up there with Michigan fans this year. It was brutal. So any chance I could take a shot at them, I did. A team or a fan base that I try to stay away from.
None.
I don't really try to. Yeah, some are more, like Eagles fans are kind of mean. Like,
yeah,
like they'll come out if they come after my family, then I'm like, whoa, let's like leave my brother alone, guys. But everybody usually takes it pretty well, and yeah.
You
they know it's all true, and it's a joke.
The interesting thing about you, I know you're going to be getting and have gotten all, you're blowing up. But I like the fact that you haven't gone to the fancy studio. You haven't gone to the big set.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that is what makes the connection?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like social media is all TikTok, especially. If I have an idea, I don't even have to have makeup on. I just do a video, and it blows up because that's what people want. It's real. It's like you're on FaceTime with somebody and you're talking to them. So yes, and no dissing on anybody that's in studio. Like all these shows, they're great, and they have all the networks to back them up and all that. But sometimes social clips do the best when they're just
more organic.
Exactly, just organic.
Looks like you're sitting
great word.
in your living room or something.
Yeah. So I tell people all the time too, like that's why I edit my own, I write myself because I want people to know it all comes from me and it's me coming up with the content. So for now, it's a lot of work, but I'll stick with it.
Well, since it all comes from you, I hope that I can lobby for some of our fans. They want some Texans coverage, but be nice. Be nice.
I'll try.
You don't have to. Be nice.
Well, I got a lot of people saying you're not making fun of the Texans. I was like, guys, you don't want to be in the videos. Like,
right. Exactly.
This is a bad thing.
It's a bad thing. Yeah. Like Seattle, I think I made a joke about them once or twice. It was one of their guards. It was terrible. They're like, oh, you even talked about. I'm like, you're in the Super Bowl now. That's why.
That's good.
That defense is insane. That's why I've been. Yeah, but. I'll try. I'll include them more.
We
sure
appreciate
be more
that.
opportunities.
We very, very much appreciate that.
There will be.
Yeah.
And we appreciate you sitting down with us, Annie. Thank you so much.
Of course.
All right, just make sure that we get it. The TikTok is
at Annie Agar, and at Annie Agar 5 is Instagram.
There we go.
Okay.
Make sure you check her out. She does a good job, and for having such a great job on our Tide seat. Would you like to take a Tide Pod with you to go?
I would love to take a Tide Pod.
Very good. Very good.
Oh
Excellent.
my gosh, I can rinse my mouth out maybe or something.
I don't think that those are supposed to go in there. Honestly, I'm pretty sure that's a bad thing. But we appreciate you sitting down.
That was a viral thing, maybe. Or
It was. And it was not good for them. No.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we'll keep the TikTok all together. Thanks so much for joining us. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get some Figgies mixtape. Why don't we? We'll do that on Sports Radio 610.
Look Core 43 presents non-stop previews and analysis leading up to kickoff on February 8th. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man, Figgy Fig, holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. It's kind of star-studded around here now.
Yeah,
man.
it is.
Yeah, I saw Dan Orlowski over there giving the interview. I saw a couple people around here. But, it's a Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I think we about to gear up for another interview shortly. But I want to bring this up real quick. So, I don't know if you guys saw this, but Dyke Park got a new food on the concourse.
Is it that time of year, I guess?
Yeah. So I want to see if you guys would try this.
Okay.
So they got something called the Booming Onion.
Booming onion? So it's like a blooming onion, but booming? Okay.
Yep, so it's a super colossal onion breaded and deep fried boom sauce.
What's boom sauce?
I have no idea what boom sauce is.
Because I'm all in on the booming onion, but what's boom sauce is the question.
Yeah, a special type of sauce.
Yeah. All right.
Would you try? They got a new buffalo pizza, as well as the brisket donut.
No way
I
on
want to know if you tried this.
No way on the brisket donut.
Yeah,
brisket. What is a
no
brisket
way on the
donut?
brisket donut.
Yeah, so it's 2 fried brisket donuts, barbecue sauce with a side of mac and cheese.
I'm good with everything else. No brisket donut, and I love brisket and I love donuts.
That's not, all right. So can I press pause on the mixtape because I would like to return to this and I want to give it its due time. But sitting down with us in our tied guest seat here on Radio Row, because if it's got to be clean, John Lopez.
It's got to be tied.
That's right. Is Christian Faria, former Patriots and Seahawks tight end, who joins us here ahead of the big game. Christian, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. I've been monitoring your guys' volume as I'm sitting over there with my students, trying to train them to do what you do. It's a very lively table.
It is a
very lively, opinionated table.
Yeah.
I think that's the nice way of saying we need to shut the hell up.
No, I love it. Listen, I'm loud and obnoxious also, so I feel like I fit right in.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
so that's a compliment.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
I like that. I want to take that attempt. So you've jumped into the sports media world then, huh?
Yes, I have. And well, I've been doing it ever since I retired.
Yeah.
But then, like most things, most jobs, you either leave it or they take it away. They took mine away. And then and I was doing radio forever, and I would still do TV. And I work for CBS. I do the pre- and post-game shows for them and work at Sirius Radio just talking football. Like, I just want to talk football.
Yeah.
It's really 2 things I love, football and nonsense. That's what I love.
This show.
That's what I love.
That's why you were listening to us.
That's what it is. I'm like, wow, I feel like I'm like being drawn to your table. And you know what? And then I'm teaching these broadcast students over here to do what you guys do. So that's been a challenge as well.
Oh, man.
I do want to talk a little football.
Yeah, let's do that.
Tight end has been a big issue for the Houston Texans. Outside of Dalton Schultz, who had basically one of his best years ever. And I'm just curious what you're thinking in terms of the progress of the tight end position, because it's either like the super duper stars or guys that are blockers or guys that are receivers.
Yeah.
Is it going to be that specialized now or?
You know what? It is. And I know coaches and scouts, and if you're a flex tight end, if you're a Y tight end, or if you're a tweener type of guy, like there's some guys they won't touch a flex tight end. Period. Yeah. They want a guy that can put their hand in the dirt. They want him to block and do everything. I would say it all depends on what type of offense you're running. I will say though that the tight end position, as far as I'm concerned, has evolved to such a premier position. Now they're not getting paid like the premier positions of the receivers, but eventually they need to be.
Well, Trey McBride just picked up a little bit. So at least maybe we're moving that way.
Well, because I feel like you're getting more guys like Trey McBride, and everyone uses George Kittle, but that's Schultz. Listen, they're quality, dependable receivers, and I would say blocking in the NFL is one of those things where you don't have to dominate the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
You need to be a willing blocker. You need to be, can you get in this guy's way?
Yeah.
Are you tough enough to kind of battle somebody and stretch the line, or are you getting your ass kicked and getting knocked back?
Yeah.
And if you do get your ass kicked, are you tough enough to come back and like do something about it? That's what I would say.
Yeah.
So to me, the wide receivers get all the love. The tight end is absolutely so, I think, integral and just offenses if they have the right one.
Not just that, because it feels like the schematic chess match. When you get into 12 personnel, you force that other team to get bigger, and then you can go and beat them with level speed, what have you, if you want to, right?
Yeah, it is. I'll even look at this matchup, this Super Bowl matchup and nobody's talking about the tight ends of the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, Barner's not a sexy name necessarily.
He's not, but I'm telling you, the dude's a badass.
Yeah.
He blocks his ass off, but Kupp gets all the attention. Shaheed, Jackson Smith, and Jigma, all the back, Walker. I'm telling you, the Patriots linebackers cannot handle Barner. They cannot handle him. They can't handle him from a blocking standpoint. Their edge rushers cannot handle him. And if he gets free and is allowed to run some routes, they can't cover him.
But you got to throw him the ball. They don't throw him a bone enough times.
Barner?
Yeah, every once in a while they'll throw him a ball, and I'm like, man, this is pretty good.
There's always this situation where, like, somebody ends up, like, who's that
Lost
guy?
in the, yeah.
Who's that guy? That guy's like, next thing you know, he's got 10 catches, right?
Yeah.
Or even if it's not 10, maybe it's just a catch of impact. Maybe it's a third down catch, a touchdown catch that was tough. I remember when the Broncos played the Patriots. I don't know what Peyton Manning's. I don't remember what year it was.
Yeah.
I can't remember who the tight end was. But this dude caught 2 passes, and the score ended up being like 17-14, and it was like 2 plays that the tight end made on Jamie Collins. It was a double move on Jamie Collins and then a seam route.
Yeah.
That was it. That was all. That's all it took, and that's kind of how I think this is going to go.
Yeah. So you like the Seahawks like
I
everybody
do.
else. Everybody
I do.
does.
Don't tell the people in the Northeast.
That's what I was going to ask you, because you played for both of these teams. How do you end up deciding how you go with this?
Here's what I do. First of all, if I'm anywhere, any station in the Northeast, it's the Patriots.
Oh, I love this.
When I get out of that circle, I tell the truth.
Yeah.
You know these things are recorded, right?
Yeah, it's okay. I'm gonna say what they can do with sound nowadays. That's that's AI.
It's AI.
That's right. When I got my voice now. Yeah, listen, hey man, there's a crap. I would never vote against you. But that I don't really have an affiliation with the Seahawks. So, and I haven't been back since I left in 2001. And I still pay attention to them, but my affiliation and like all my loyalty is really to the Patriots.
All right, now here comes the nonsense part.
Yes.
I wanted to talk some football. I have some nonsense. I saw New England, Seattle, seafood heavy, seafood identity on both cities. Which one you pick?
Interesting.
You got chowder.
Wow.
You got the market. You got like
interesting.
If you
I
had
never thought about that.
You never thought about that?
No,
I did.
Because there's not like
that's why I called it nonsense.
Yeah, but there's
they are seafood hubs.
I would say the fish in Seattle, I feel like is better. Okay, and it is different, like scrod and and all that stuff that they get out there in up in New England is different than like the salmon. Wild caught salmon.
Yeah.
Right. You think about that, and it looks clean. You see like the killer whales and stuff. You just think, maybe it's better there.
Yeah.
And I've been to Pike Place Market times. I've thrown the fish.
Yeah.
Wow. Interesting question. Never really thought about. Wait. So there's New England clam chowder. What's the red clam chowder?
That's Manhattan.
Manhattan.
Yeah.
Right? But so
you
I
know
guess,
better than me.
I guess the Northwest is just clam chowder.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. So they've gotten all this love based off of having one thing. Come on, guys.
Well, obviously they have a lot. They have a lot of stuff up there, but
they got a lot of the one.
These are the things I think about.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm just being a hater in this moment. That's all.
Crabs.
Yeah, right. Somebody's got to take the baton.
Without question,
right?
and I will take that.
Yeah.
So
that's
what I've heard,
that's a tough burden to carry.
And I do it very gleefully for the people that listen. So I feel like the X factor. What we've determined here is that the X factor in this big game between the Seahawks and the Patriots is Seattle has better fish. I think that's where
I'm going to run with that.
Or maybe it's the tight end position.
Analysis on Sunday.
Yeah.
You know what? I look to the fish.
Yes.
To determine.
Look to the fish.
It's either that or the tight end position. One of those things.
I do think what I actually think is going to be the difference in this game. I think the Patriots are going to try to protect themselves and control the game and slow it down and be really careful about risk. I think they're risk averse. I think they have to be risk averse. Because in the last 3 postseason games, disaster after disaster after disaster. The only difference is that the Justin Herberts and the C.J. Strouds and the Jarrett Stidhams had no punch.
Yeah.
They couldn't make the Patriots were
God,
giving them so many opportunities to take the game.
Yeah.
They didn't have enough offense to do anything about it. They couldn't make them pay for their mistakes.
Yeah.
Seattle will absolutely break your heart if you give them a short field, if you give them an extra possession, if you leave too much time on the clock.
Yeah.
I think all that is part of the game. That's why I say they got to really dive into sacrificing things that work in order to control the game.
I'm still sick about the Texans.
Hold on.
That was great.
That was great.
I went dark.
Yeah.
That was excellent. So back to the chowder. Back to the chowder.
We talking about fish?
Yeah. That's all I remember. That's all.
Salmon, crab legs.
That's right.
That's going to be the takeaway. Our listeners, you gave maybe the most concise, great Super Bowl content that we've had for the last couple of days. And what we're going to remember is chowder.
Yeah.
So that's going to be the takeaway.
That's the way radio is now.
And I love it. And I love it that way. Christian, we greatly appreciate you sitting down with us. If you want John Lopez to come over and talk to your students, I will volunteer his time. He will do that for you.
Before I go, can I talk about Fantasy Spin?
Yes, please.
Of course. You guys be talking about that?
Of course.
All right, I want you to do something. Okay, I want you to whip it out. Okay, whip out your phone.
Okay.
There was a number of heads that turned over.
Get their attention. FantasySpin.com. Okay, I only say this because my buddy's business. He was asking me to help him out. I was like, absolutely. I didn't know anything about it. I started playing it. It's unbelievable. Like, I like things that are easy and fun, and FantasySpin.com is both of them. It's basically like a slot machine for fantasy spin, right? For fantasy players.
Right,
Instead of like just picking your team, you pick your contest. You can play for free if you want to just try it out.
Yeah.
And then you'll have like 7 players will come up. Like if you're doing a
that's
Super
it.
Bowl.
Those are
well,
your guys.
I mean, yeah. And then but what happens is you like Sam Darnold comes up. Drake May comes up. And then, Walker comes up. If you like that lineup, you can be like, all right, I like that lineup. But if you don't, you can spin. You get a fresh set. And then you only have a certain amount of spins.
Yeah.
So there is some skill, but there's also some limit. If you go to FantasySpin.com, try it out. I guarantee you'll be hooked on the music, you'll be hooked on the environment, and you'll be hooked in general. But I think it's cool, and so I want everybody to
No, that's
know
cool.
about it. Yeah.
And you don't have to blame yourself.
Yeah.
That's right. This was given to me.
Yes. So just try it out. And I'll walk by. You tell me what you think about fantasy.
I will.
We'll do that. We'll do that.
We'll get you a sweatshirt.
Thank you so much.
We'll get you a sweatshirt.
Well, that's even better.
I'm
already winning.
I'm already winning. That's what I love. That's what I love. We greatly appreciate you sitting down with us, Christian. And thanks to Tide, who because if it's got to be clean, John Lopez.
It's got to be Tide.
One thing I've been offering all our guests that have sat in the Tide seat. Do you need a Tide?
No, you're not going to eat it.
Don't kids eat that stuff?
I mean, not anymore.
Well,
we don't. Not when they're reared correctly.
I'll take one. Give me one.
Excellent.
It's all squishy.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't expect, and it smells good.
I'm gonna put this in my pocket.
Yeah. There you go. There we go.
You're not the first. You're not the first.
Thank you.
All right, there you go.
Boys.
Christian Faria joining us here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. So coming up next, we'll get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. I want to get back to that brisket donut. We'll talk about that next.
LaCour 43 presents Sports. is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live in San Francisco, Francisco. LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. It's been a fun day 3 here on Radio Row in San Francisco. Again, appreciation to LaCour 43 for helping us get out here, and of course Planet Fitness. It's been a lot of fun. Also, I guess tied, because if it's got to be clean, John Lopez.
It's got to be tied.
That's right. That's right. It's been a very, very fun time. I feel bad because we had a great time with Christian Faria, 2-time Super Bowl champion, tight end that played with both the Seahawks and the Patriots. We cut right into Figgy's mixtape in the midst of something that I feel like we got to talk about.
Hey, it's all good, man. I'll be around for a little bit, but before we rudely interrupted by
rudely.
No, I'm just playing. So we were talking about the new foods at the ballpark.
Yes, at Dyken Park.
At Dyken Park.
Yeah.
And I mentioned the booming onions.
I'm in.
They have a buffalo chicken pizza, which is pretty cool.
I don't usually like buffalo pizzas, though.
No,
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm in though.
It's not like
try it.
It's not like a weird food.
No, it's not a weird food.
That's very common.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So they also had a chicken. Is it tinga? Loaded
chicken tinga.
Yeah, chicken tinga.
I'm
loaded
in.
Nachos. That looked pretty good.
I just generally am not doing nachos. I get it. I get the idea. Unless it's actually like the tostada nachos.
Yeah, but it's not weird.
It's not
like
weird.
That.
It's
this
not.
is common. That's a you thing.
I'm just being bougie. It's fine.
Yeah. But right here, let me see if you're being bougie with this. The brisket donuts.
Yeah, I'm out.
Is it actually sweet?
I'm out.
I don't know.
What are we doing?
It's donuts. I'm guessing it is sweet. But it's 2 fried brisket donuts, barbecue sauce with a side of mac and cheese.
I'm out. I love all the ingredients. I love all 3 elements.
If they don't try and glaze it like a donut, like if it's
barbecue sauce on it.
I don't know.
It looked like it honestly looked like a fried green tomato.
Don't try to sell that to me.
You got enough stuff in there where I might be interested, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical.
You could put a donut, some brisket, and mac and cheese in front of me, and I'll eat all 3.
Agreed.
But you put brisket on a donut, I'm out.
Actually, you know what just took me out of it, though?
Yeah.
I can't eat this at the ballpark with people on my elbows. This is not. I'm not comfortable
It's not a
eating
fork
all
and
that.
knife,
It feels like it's a lot. It feels like it's a lot to try and eat at the ballpark.
Yeah. Not a fork and knife situation.
Maybe you just pick it up like a donut. You don't use a fork and knife for a donut.
No, I mean you're right, but I mean the donut don't got all these other. These are all fried into the donut, or is it on top of the donut?
It looks like
it's fried. Yeah,
it's all fried into.
I'm out.
Because I don't see any brisket.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing it's inside.
Yeah.
That sounds like a big old Hot Pocket. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like a brisket and mac and cheese Hot Pocket.
I wasn't down with this, but the more I'm talking about it, I kind of want to try it.
You might be. I could be convinced.
Yeah.
I could be convinced. Right now I'm out, but I could be in.
It's
possible.
I ain't gonna lie, the mac and cheese look very plain. I don't know about the mac. I had to bring.
What are you doing? Hey, did you guys, courtesy of DNM Auto Leasing, we welcome in
turn to your right.
The fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron, as I am now under attack because I don't want this to be a trend. I don't know if you guys have been on social media. Have you seen what Seth did to Sean this morning?
Oh, yeah, I saw it.
I'm trying to figure out if we can go ahead and talk about this.
Oh, we did.
Let's do it. We've already talked about it. We've broken the seal. So if y'all get in trouble for it, just say no.
I was going to reach out to the victim, but
he might not be ready to talk about it.
But I said I think
how's your man?
You damn right we can talk about it. It happened on camera. Hell, we all seen it.
Yeah, it's out there.
Hey, man, it was. I watched it 57 times, and Clint, I've got multiple breakdowns.
Oh, let's do it. Let's do it.
And I would like to give the Oscar for the best supporting actor is none other than Figgy Fig.
Strong agree. Strong agree.
Now you got to slide. You got to really watch this. Now I think it was about the 12th time for me.
Yeah.
My wife Courtney caught it immediately.
Yeah.
Figgy's in the back. Because I knew if I was on there, if I was in Reggie's position, and shout out to Reggie, give Reggie a hand for holding it together.
I appreciate it.
But if I was Reggie, I'd have made it worse because I'd have been very similar to Smokey and Friday because I was just like, I said, damn, like that's where I was. But Figgy's in the back. I mean, his reaction is authentic. It's a full body. He comes down into a hunch. The body like, oh.
Man, it felt like somebody was hit. It felt like somebody was hit by a pitch in the face.
Oh, my God, man.
My thing with it.
I'm sorry, Sean, man.
is you can hear the thump like a catcher's mitt. And I was telling Reggie, all that's missing is like Steve, right?
Sean goes down immediately.
Hey, but then he got his reaction was the same as mine when the fake Diggs interview ended.
Oh,
like his was headsets off. he had no more. All right, his antibodies my ass. Every last one of y'all. He was through.
He didn't do a sign off.
No,
Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy.
Yeah, he was like, y'all figure out who it is.
I thought a table was getting tossed. I thought he was so hot. And I promise you, this is because I'm looking at Sean, and I found this through probably 27 to 36. I'm looking in Sean's eyes. And you could tell in a man the split second. The split second said, I'm about to whoop his ass. Brother, like the person who did this, I'm about to whoop his ass. And then that next split second came and he said, damn, I can't.
Ron, when I'm telling you.
I can't do it, but is this worth it for me getting my ass kicked? Because, sometimes, you may just get your ass kicked, but damn it, I got to stand on business. And Sean looked like, am I gonna stand on business right here in the middle of Radio Row? No, let me chill. Ron, I'm gonna get my ass kicked, but maybe I just got to stand up. You just can't be hitting me with no damn Tide Pod. All right, I know if it needs to get clean, it's Tide.
That's right.
But you ain't gonna be hit by
it got clean.
It cleaned his spot. I'm telling you, Ron. I'm sitting directly down line from that stare. That immediate, like the immediate visceral eyes. I see them, and I was very afraid of what would happen. You see in the video, my hands go up. That was not just me.
Everybody calm down.
I was trying to make sure that he didn't go over the table. I'm going to be honest. I could see it in his eyes. He wanted to.
You could, because it's the natural. It's the natural. And then the next point comes, okay, all right, I can't really do nothing about this.
What he should have did.
But I might just have to.
He should have threw it back.
Well, I think he wanted that as well.
Gave it right back to him.
That was one. I think that was thought 3. I saw thought 1
because then that thought, man, it made that. Now we may really escalate this thing. Now I might miss. Like I just, I don't know, boy. That was something.
Can I interrupt and say one thing?
Producer
As the
Aaron,
engineer who has to deal with all this stuff, and Figgy will feel me, Tyler will feel me, Colin will feel me. Thank God Sean didn't do what I would have done and just dropped every F-bomb with a headset on his head.
That was also a concern.
The fact that he didn't swear at all, I was like, whoo.
Yeah. He had lost it all there for a second.
Yeah.
I don't blame him.
Well, Sean,
and the other part is, Seth felt real bad. I
felt sick for him.
I bet he feels, because that was not at all his intention.
Well, the thing that I question is what was his intention? That was the only thing.
He mentioned,
he was
fired.
It was just dudes silly and they just get away from you.
Well,
they got away from
I think on social media he said that he thought he would miss by like 2 feet. And
he was going to hit one of them Ithaca kids.
or maybe yours truly 2 feet away from Sean Pendergast.
2 feet.
He might have got sued if he hit one of those kids.
They're going to go down and take a charge.
Where was everybody sitting when it happened?
So I was sitting where Ron was. Sean was where you are.
Yeah. Okay.
I was sitting where Ron was. Aaron was sitting right here where he typically is.
And Seth is where Figgy was.
Yeah, Seth was right over there.
It was a fastball, man.
He did one of these.
He hit his side on. Check the video one more time. He went submarine.
Whoa! Hey, thank God them living the Rangers ain't like they was last year.
Oh, boy, I hadn't even thought of that.
You imagine if they had to go in that room together? And Sean got to act like he cool for the next 15 hours. It said me like, hey, man, you got to pull out couch tonight.
You're good. You're good with that.
Sean would have been like, I'm getting a hotel.
Yeah.
I'll get my own room.
That would have been what happened. All right, fellas.
That was something else. Boy.
I greatly appreciate y'all. He just watched it again.
Oh, he's hot, dog. Man, when he throw them headphones off, man. Oh, he's ready.
I got some thoughts on it.
Oh man, look, I'll hang around, but I got to do this. Appreciation to DNM Arleasing for this crosstalk live from Radio Row. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
Tyler, how long you think it's going to be before Sean can watch it and laugh? You think he's hit that point yet?
Oh, next Thursday minimum.
A year.
Because right now you think it's still that son of a bitch.
No, next year Radio Row he'll finally be able to laugh. It'll be a year. That's a year. That was hurting too.
You think so?
Come on, Sean.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to do a show with him every day, boys.
I think they probably talked it out. But I just wonder when how long it take for you could laugh at that. Because I don't think it's ever get to a point where he laughs about it. No, I think he forgives Seth. Oh, I think he's forgiven it.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't think he'll ever get to a point and do what you just did?
No, I think he'll hold that against Seth for a long period of time. I do. I think he'll hold it against Seth for a long period of time. I really do. He's already fell off here. I mean, if Lopez wouldn't have moved the camera, we would have got the throw and the contact, the initial contact.
Pendergast and Payne.
I mean, if you're just listening, if you're just tuning in, we appreciate you tuning into The Drive.
Oh, yeah.
We are live in San Francisco, Radio Row, Super Bowl Radio Row, and today is going to be a busy one, y'all. Come on, man. Tune in.
It is.
And get ready. We're going to have a good time. We got a boatload of guests. And Ron's got them all laid out. But if you're just tuning in.
By the way, real quick shout out to our title sponsor, Liqueur 43. I don't even know where that bottle went. Liqueur 40, it went on to glory. But shout out to our sponsors, also Planet Fitness as well. And Tide, boy, you ain't got more work today than you have in your life in Tide.
People thought eating them was dangerous.
I'm telling you, boy, we found out today, baby. If it's got to be clean, damn it, it's got to be Tide.
Hey, Seth and Sean got a new client today. They're gonna get a ton
make some money out of it.
I mean, you have got to go to the Sports Radio 610 Twitter page and really all the socials and check this out. So this morning at Crosstalk, when Payne and Pendergast and In the Loop are cross-talking, so all the fellas except for me and Ron and Tyler obviously are sitting around the table. There's a video out there. For some reason, Seth decides he's going to unscrew the top of this Oxy Boost Tide canister we got here, pull out a pod and flip it across the stage here at Sean, and he hits him right in the eye. I'm gonna tell you.
Right in the eye.
Well, I'm gonna tell you. I got thoughts on this.
Well, go ahead.
I mean, this screams. I would think both those guys are both very professional.
Absolutely.
Both very professional guys. If there's one thing about each guy that might cause some problems, I think they're both evident in this video. Like Seth's watch how he grabs the Tide bar. Like it's like he's rushing to do it like he's on a clock or something. Like it is clearly like it is just a thought that just flashed in.
Just hit him and I got to execute it.
Oh, it just flashed in. Like Seth's typically pretty cool, calm, collected until he blows his top. It was like not a blow the top lid, but it was one of those where like he had this thought and he had to hurry up and do it before he thought better. And he wings it across there. And then Sean's, like if there's one, I think, probably negative thing that Sean has to work on throughout his radio career, probably throughout his life, but definitely throughout his radio career, is in moments like that not flipping his lid. The times I've seen it has been more like in things that are literally in the moment in radio. The audio doesn't go right, something's not where it's supposed to be, and you can see it in his eyes like he is fixing to. I mean, he's one tick from going off the deep end. And
he had some self-control there.
I am just luck, Bob. Good luck. Why? What made you? What made Seth think I'm gonna open this thing up, get a putt, and I'm gonna hit? But throw it at all. I know he wasn't trying to hit him in the eye, but just at all. Like what? I mean, it is interesting how fast he moves on the video.
It was literally just a spur of the moment. Bam! It hit him.
It's like a little kid that's trying to get away with something before mom and dad turn around. Like mom turned her back, and now I'm gonna get this. I gotta hurry up. Seth is
let me nail it.
He's got quick hands.
Yeah. I mean, he went. I mean, that was like a chopper.
Yeah.
Like a chopper to third, and he ran in there like Bregman and came and just fired it, barehanded and fired it. Fired it across. that looked like a movie, man. When that hit him, that looked like a movie. I said, oh, man. Every time I do it, I get it just, damn, boy. Yeah, yep. I've set my alarm for 4. I set my alarm to get up. To listen to Payne and Pendergast. I'm getting up
in the morning.
I'm getting up it's 4 o'clock in the morning here. I'm getting up. I want to hear that. I want to hear that open. That was because I'm getting up. I want to hear that. That's some good stuff. I know, and I need to hear it live. I don't want a replay of it.
Well, Ron, there's going to be some stuff on social. So again, I want to remind everybody out there to make sure you're following Sports Radio 610, all the socials, because there's going to be some banter. Sean's got about three everyday wrap-up videos that he's got going on. So. Yeah. there will be obviously some level of addressing the issue via social before the morning.
Listen,
so we'll
I got to say, Clint, before we move on, I was in a fight. I was in a fight for my life last night. After coming back from the media party, we'll talk about that later. After coming back from the media party, I nearly lost all circulation in my entire right arm.
What the hell?
I had to go down to the front desk. I had to go down to the front desk.
Here comes that guy we've been getting complaints about.
Again, yeah. So we go to the media party, and they give us a wristband. And it's not just your normal run-of-the-mill wristband that, at the end of the night you can flip it over and then rip it off.
Right.
Not one of those. No, it's got the only thing I can look at and see is the ice picker. So the ice scoopers. They had some teeth on it.
Yeah,
so then I went in there, and I'm trying to rip it. I'm trying to rip it, and it's not working. I got a little plastic knife.
You're panicking at this point. You're cutting the circulation.
Oh, it's tight. Because every time I'm doing it, and I'm 20 minutes with it. And finally, I just said, I got to go. I got to get some help because I'm going to pass out or something down here.
We may lose a hand.
And so I went down to the front desk, and I said, ma'am, you got some scissors to cut this for me? Because I'm telling you, Jack, I was in a fight. I was in a fight for my life. Hold on. Look at it.
Yeah, that thing tore up. How many times you hit it with your teeth, your real teeth?
4 or 5. I tried like hell to get this thing off. If you can see this, and I could this thing. I mean it. I don't know if you can see that, Tyler, right there. You see exactly what I got into. And Reggie, as soon as I come out, of course, I think I'm in my pajamas, by the way.
My pajamas.
I had to throw on my pajamas. Because I'm sitting, and by the way, this is the real fat part of it. Like each and every time that I failed, I was going in and getting a bite of short rib. So I got the short ribs on the ironing board, and I'm taking bites of the short rib, and then going in trying to cut it again, and then taking bites of the short rib. I mean, it was. That lady said, "Man, we almost don't have no space." And she barely could slide them scissors in there to cut that thing off.
Oh, what a night, boy!
Oh,
what a
man,
night.
it was crazy. It was a damn shame. All right, I know you. We got a lot to get to coming up. Sean Alexander, the former Seattle Seahawk, former Alabama Crimson Tide. By the way, we'll talk to him. He's one of those guys that I don't think you think of as a Hall of Famer or something. But when you start looking at his numbers and his resume, it'll catch you off guard. Like, he's top 10 in touchdowns. He's like the yards. He won an MVP. We don't understand, like, that's running backs. Now, a lot more, but running backs here don't win MVPs. He's won an MVP. You almost forget about the type of career that Sean Alexander had. But he'll join us coming up next segment. What about your day 3? I almost killed myself in my hotel room.
I did not do that. I skipped the media. I skipped the media party. So and I was a little worried about that. But from the sounds of it, it was the right decision. Got a great response, by the way. Great response throughout the morning today from folks that went back and listened to Caliendo. Folks loved the interview. Got me a fourth workout in, so I'm not killing myself eating short ribs, but I did get a fourth workout in, so pretty proud of that. Big shout out to Planet Fitness. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is one, Ron, that we've you know this isn't gonna surprise you one bit, but I'm disappointed in my dinner decision.
That's your first one. You felt pretty good.
Well, it's not even about that, Ron. It's about. I followed the crowd, man, and I knew better. I followed the crowd, and I knew better. And, I could have took the lead, and I should have took the lead, and I didn't, and I regret it. I listened to
what type of food was it?
Well, I mean, I don't even know how this happens, but I listened to Vrabel. I knew when I walked down that lobby and he's sitting there in that. You
got to take the lead if it's what you do.
Oh man, but it was me, Pendergast, Seth Payne, and Vrabel, and we walked down there, and said, "Where we gonna eat, boys?" They said they named some Irish pub around the corner. They got food. I said,
fish and
I
chips,
knew right
baby.
then and there. No, I knew right then and there that was a terrible decision. I am disappointed in my decision to go along for the ride.
What did you get?
Hell, a hamburger.
Did you ask them your famous question?
I did.
Mm-hmm.
what's the most popular item on your menu at an Irish
said
pub?
Fish and chips, didn't they?
She said hamburger and fish and chips, and I went with the hamburger. Point being is we're in San Francisco. The random Irish pub down the street downtown ain't it. I mean, I'm very disappointed in it. That was a night that we could have put a little thought into it, and
you didn't take the lead. But I know you've been apprehensive of taking the lead.
But I knew what I was getting into. I knew Payne and Pendergast. I knew them boys were getting ready. They were pre-gaming for their fight this morning, so I knew they weren't. But yeah, no. I mean, it was just. I mean, we're in San Francisco, man. I really enjoy getting out and eating good food and kind of, some different places. And I knew when I walked out there and old Vrabel took lead. I said, boy, we're going to a beer joint. We're going to a beer joint.
That's what it was
he
about.
said they serve food though. They serve food. I said,
but the beer was the first thing you led off with.
Man, I did not drink. I did not drink. My dry January is running over into February, so we're doing good. But it won't happen again the rest of the way.
You're not gonna let that happen. Fool you once, you're not gonna get fooled twice.
I mean, when I'm at home, if I'm at home, I can have one of them old make a turd meals. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, one of them old make a turd meals, man. I'm good with that. When you're at home and you're just trying to get by and you're in the rush of kids and family and work and all that. Hey, man, we got radio to do here in a fancy ass city, man. I got to go well above the old make a turd meal.
And look out, Tyler. I may need some help on this, but I really want some fresh fish while I'm out there. I need to get out here.
You better be careful with that right there. That's bit you once before, I think.
And I've never lived around it. That's the feel that I'm looking for some.
Well, it's
fish.
I mean, you're out here surrounded by ocean and bay, and I don't know, but I would guess this is one of the best seafood markets in America from a food perspective. And we've been here 4 nights, and you ain't ate seafood yet. That's 3 nights, I guess.
Yeah, it's a damn shame.
That's a crying ass shame. You should. I mean, you should. I'm
gonna put it into it tonight.
Well, let's do it.
Yeah, put it into it.
You try not to hurt your wrist or anything tonight, and.
Well, I mean, what can we just get with the regular one? That should be cut.
Whoa.
I mean, on the way out.
Well, I'm just saying tonight, don't fall asleep. Don't take a random nap for 3 hours and not communicate. Don't cinch your wrist up in a zip tie or anything, and maybe we can grab a little dinner. What do you think?
I tried. I mean, wasn't my fault, Tyler. I just say that.
We got a good little team dinner lined up for tomorrow night.
We got team dinner lined up for tomorrow night.
Sounds fun.
So yeah, it's been a good week, man. I've been a good week. Yeah, hey T, I'll put the phone
like
on the
a member
table.
Of the family here, man.
Bro, I'm gonna bring one of these stands and I'm gonna put my phone on the table and you can zoom in.
I'm gonna be at the Cougs game, so I ain't gonna be doing that.
Oh, that's right.
I was just kidding. Y'all
UCF. There you go. UCF and the Cougs. By the way, trade deadline. A lot of moves being made. Rockets are not a part of it, by the way. Anthony Davis is the Washington Wizards. I don't know what they're doing. Going to pick up Trey and a couple of injured guys, but they're picking up Anthony Davis, and hey, they're making some moves there. We'll see if the Rockets do that. We got another day.
We got to chat about that, man. The Rockets. I mean, I'm not expecting an Anthony Davis type move, but we got to. I mean, there's got to be something.
Kobe White was one people liked. It looks like he's on the move.
Well, let's hit that. I know we got a busy day, but let's hit that today.
We'll hit it at some point.
We got to get caught up on them damn Rockets.
Let's hit Sean Alexander
tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow, 3:00 trade deadline. Let's hit whatever time that means here. Let's hit our guy Sean Alexander. He'll join us coming up next as we get you ready right here on Radio Row for the big game right here live on the Drive.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Orchard. Look, here's the deal. If you're thinking about selling your home, if you're even considering it, you got to lock arms with Orchard. And here's the deal. You need to do it from the very jump because if you list with a traditional agent,
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. We're live here on a Wednesday here, day 3.
Day 3, baby.
Day 3 on Radio Row. We are expecting to hear and be joined by former league MVP, running back, Seattle Seahawks. I think we know who he's probably pulling for in this game. Former Alabama Crimson Tide, Sean Alexander. He will join us coming up here in a few minutes. We'll talk to him. It'd be good to catch up with him and see how he feels about this game coming up. So that's in a few minutes. So stay tuned for that. But Clint, what? You got yourself real passionate about this Micah Parsons situation.
Well, it's gotten to the weird point. I mean, since I've been here, I've ran into Micah Parsons at least 10 plus times.
Yeah, I've seen him multiple times too.
And it's one of those of like, you know, you typically you think that caliber player and those guys are a little bit more, you know, like, I mean, go to your room, hang out, don't want to cross paths with everybody. I'm telling you, man, I mean, Micah is I mean, it's a lingering effect. Like it's the workout thing in the gym is one thing. I don't understand when you're that caliber player how, you know, you don't have something set up somewhere. Like if this organization, the Pro Bowl,
over this bad boy.
The Pro Bowl should have something. I mean, hell, they should have, you know, cutting edge doctors in this place somewhere to take care of these guys with a designated area where they can rehab and do all that. But nonetheless, so that the massage table and the duffel bag that you could literally fit 2 bodies in worth of equipment that's scattered all over the gym, that in itself is a bit strange. But I'm going to tell you that I don't know that there's been a time that I've left my hotel and I haven't somehow crossed paths with Micah.
I saw him coming back from the spot last night. He was standing out in the lobby.
It's the weirdest deal. It's never like the couple of times he was working out was fine, whatever. But he, you know, sitting in the hallway eating or in the weight room eating. I came out of the gym a couple days ago and on the crutch, you know, he's always going down the stairs like real slow and moaning and making noise as he's taking every step. It's just, I mean, like I said, it's just the weirdest deal from a standpoint of like that you would think that dude would be avoiding any level of public.
He wants it.
Oh, just standing in the lobby, just hanging out, leaned up against the wall, hanging out in the lobby. It's not like it's 10 minutes. I mean, it's got to be hours at a time because you go down there and it's like you see him leaving and coming in the same spot. It's just I don't know. It's just weird.
Schedule.
I mean, to each their own. I mean, but it's just a tad bit weird. I mean, I've seen other guys. Luke Keek twice in the last couple of days getting in and on and off the deal. I saw Quinnen Williams, you know, twice getting on and off the elevator, and you know Mulugeta and Drew Rosenhaus and all those guys down there in the lobby. But boy, I tell you, man, Mike, it's almost like we should probably have him on. Like there's a pool that's wanting me to ask him to come on the show.
Yeah.
Show a little bit
I think you could do an interview right there with him.
Yeah, I feel like that's how much I've seen him. I feel like there's something that's happening for a reason.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, he's out there holding court is what he's doing out there. All right, look at your boy Ryan Leafer there.
There he is.
Yeah,
there he is. Get to work.
Get to work, huh?
It'd be interesting because over here to our right is the doctor that's on social media a lot.
Oh yeah.
You know the doctor, the Asian guy that's a doctor. I think he used to be the medical trainer, medical doctor for the Chargers. I think when Leaf was there.
Yeah.
But now he's been this social media doctor that every time a player gets injured on the TV, he plays the clip and he tries to diagnose it from there. And boy, Ryan has really set his sights on that old fellow on social media, and he goes hard at him. I mean, hard at him. Apparently, there's some ties to Junior Seau's history and problems. Boy, Ryan goes hard at him. And anyway, that doctor is here. I just saw him a while ago right over here, and Ryan's right over there. So that would be an interesting meeting.
Meeting for them. Yeah. All right. As we said, Sean Alexander, he'll join us here in a bit. But like I said, Clint, did you realize he is, as I see him standing over there, did you realize he is like, what, top 10 in rushing touchdowns in NFL history currently?
I did not know that.
Like
no.
I did not. I'm gonna tell you, I did not know. Like he's got a case. 2-time first team All Pro. Maybe his run was short, but 2-time All First Team Pro or All First Team Pro, All Pro, and multiple Pro Bowls, Most Valuable Player, MVP, all of that. Like dude had a hell of a career. One of those guys that maybe is unsung that you wouldn't think like his numbers are where they are. So I don't know, boy. That.
Yeah, I mean, he had a run. He had that last year in college. And then,
I was going to say, I remember him more from almost Alabama.
His last year at Alabama was ridiculous, and it was in Alabama days when they just rode them running backs, boy, until
I remember
the
they had
wheels
a
fell
bowl
off.
game against Michigan that he went off in.
Yeah, and then he got in the league, and there was a what did I know he got several years in, but there had to be a 3 or 4 year run there where it was really, really good, and then it kind of fell off
then
there.
But running back thing kind of fell off. He had that run in like 2004, 2005, and then one of those was that MVP season. Like he's got to be one of the few running backs that have won the MVP. But it looks like we'll get him here in a few minutes as people making moves around and doing their thing. All right, coming up, hopefully we hear from Sean Alexander and he'll join the drive, but also. I wanted to run by you and the people some of the young players that the Texans are looking at, some of the young players that they have, and who needs to take the step. When you think about the young guys they have, you think about the Woody Marks and what he did, and Higgins and Noel. Those feel like the young guys they drafted last year. Who do you think needs to take the biggest step? We'll discuss that and hopefully hear from Sean Alexander coming up next.
Look, Corey.
just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Live in San Francisco. LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on Radio Row. Shout out to our title sponsor, LaCour 43. And we are happy to be joined here for our first guest of the day. Man, I'm telling you, we've been talking about this, Sean Alexander, that your career, I think some people maybe not know, like, everything you did. Like, you feel like one of those under-the-radar guys sometimes with the league, in the league. But before you speak, we got to make sure we know what we're doing here. Sean, we've last year we had a struggle. We had an imposter come on. You don't have to laugh that hard immediately. Had an imposter come on and act like he was Stephon Diggs, and he had us for about 2 questions. So I've been trying to get questions off to people to make sure they're really who they are. So I want to make sure you're the real Sean Alexander. So I feel like you would know this answer. What?
I'm gonna be humble, but what?
I guess. Yeah,
I don't know what to say to that right there.
Yeah. You know what to say.
Have you watched any film? Jeez, what's going on here?
Yeah, that's a disrespect, huh?
Man.
You knew you wasn't going there then. So
I had 54 touchdowns.
Still know it.
42 my junior year. He said if. I'm like, well, okay.
Yeah, trying to be hard now. They had to watch you at Alabama. Run it down. All right, man. We know you played at Seattle, man. What do you were you surprised by what this team has done this year? And for some of our listeners here in Houston that hasn't seen the Seahawks up close, how would you describe what we're going to see in the Super Bowl?
So before we even start that, let me tell you, love Houston. I've been honored. This is the 8th year. So now in the college football, the freshman player of the year is named after me. So you best player, you win the Heisman. If you're the best freshman, you win the Alexander. So my first winner was Trevor Lawrence.
Okay.
We're on a hot streak. That's what they say right now. For Trevor Lawrence. The second one was Kenneth Gainesville. He was a tailback in Pittsburgh, so we had 2 guys in playoffs. The third one was Will Anderson.
There you go. There you go.
So Will Anderson, love you, Will, man. And I'm sure I'll see you around here in a little bit. And the fourth one was Brock Bowers. He was the only one that didn't make the playoffs. The fifth one was Drake May.
Okay.
And so I grab these boys from 19, and I get to start mentoring them, talking about life, how to get yourself prepared to go be great in the NFL. But I get them from the freshman year, and it's been really awesome. Caleb Downs won it after Drake. Colin Simmons won it last year. Julian Sands won it this year. We've got an amazing, great streak. We love being able to pour in the next generation of great superstars, both in college and pro. With that said, watching Drake, it's been like watching my nephew climb this ladder, get on this mountain, and then I'm like, oh, my gosh, you're going to go to – oh, wait a minute. You're going to play against the dark side. I wish that on nobody right now. So Seattle, man, super proud. I've had great relationships with Coach McDonald, with the whole family. It's the 50th year anniversary for the Seahawks. I came to Seattle when it was the 25th year. 05 was our first Super Bowl appearance that I got to be a part of taking us to. So in the last 20 years, we've been in 4 Super Bowls. You know what I mean? And so we know to be it's an honor to be a part of building something that was not just football, but championship football. And so it's good. The Seahawks going to play great. Kenneth Walker's going to play amazing. Sam Donald has got it. We still laugh. Hey, Minnesota, thanks. we know we got a jewel in him, and it's going to be awesome.
Sean, tell us a little bit about staying together, man. And I know you got a lot going on, but this right here is important to you.
Yeah, it is, man. Stand Together is about 900 of some of the most successful businessmen, women, and philanthropic leaders in the country. They put their time, talents, and treasures together to go help tackle some of the country's biggest issues. My job as the ambassador is to help build the perfect tripod. There's people that do great work, community leaders. There's some people that can fund the great work. You know, that's the Stand Together family. I get to bring the people that are the influencers, people that shine a light on the great work. And so NFL, NBA, entertainers, music singers, actors, dancers. I'm right now helping build the philanthropic locker room. It's the players in the NFL, both current and also legends, that we get to go ask the question, what do you want to do to give back? Because everybody does. But no, most guys don't have a plan to do it, and so we're building this locker room where I can make it very easy. Hey, you want to do education? You want to do food drives? Let's go build a food bank. Here's these groups that are already doing this, and what city you want to do it in? Boom, let's go do it. From top to bottom, there's kids that are I'm really big on juvenile justice system, so we got some great programs with that. You know, there's some kids in foster care systems. Like, we just know there's a genius in everybody. But if we can help shine a light and help pull you into that genius that you are, you become the best version of yourself. You're going to be great for your community. You're going to be great for this country. And so we're going to use the NFL and all of our talents to go help guys do that.
Admire and respect what you do, man. There's a lot of guys that claim to do it and got a name and got a stage, but you can tell, man, you're bought in, committed to it, and it means a lot to you personally. It's not just about the attention, man. So big shout out to you, man. Admire and respect what you do, brother. Appreciate that.
No doubt, man. Go Hawks, man. Go Hawks.
There you go, Sean.
M.O.B.
Sean, we appreciate you joining us, and it is crazy. This is how competitive you all are. You still remember that conversation with that running back coach at Notre Dame. You have been long gone, done playing.
Hey.
You got it memorized.
Hey, Lou Holtz came up to me and said, hey, you coming? Your brothers are already in the dorms. I said, Lou, who's your running back coach? What are we doing? What are we doing? You got MVP talent want to come here.
We appreciate you jumping on.
All right,
with us,
no
man.
doubt, y'all.
Enjoy it, man. That's Sean Alexander. Sean Alexander, he is courtesy of our good friends at Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. See, some people they think, man. Some people react like, "Oh, okay, he don't think I got it. Let me go prove him wrong." No, some people be like, "What?"
Yeah, I'm gonna move on down the street. I'm gonna roll Tide my ass on down the street. I mean, appreciate it though, Lou.
Hey man, you competing with Alabama?
Come on,
it was Alabama. I think Alabama, Michigan, and Notre Dame were his final three. And you up there, if you can.
Right.
That stuck with him forever. Oh, man. Shout out to Sean Alexander. Appreciate him joining us. Power-packed 3 o'clock hour. We'll hear from Solomon Thomas. He'll join us as well. And Terrell Davis, Hall of Famer from the Denver Broncos. He will join us coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. But I did throw this out to you and the people earlier, Clint. When we look at some of the young guys, you think about some of the weapons, and we're talking about that's the big thing, how can this offense get better, improve? And we know they've got guys coming back potentially from injury, Tank Dell and Mixon potentially. But they drafted Higgins with their first pick in last year's draft. They drafted Noel, and they drafted Woody Marks. And all of them contributed to this offense. But, Clint, who is it in your mind, and 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this. Who in your mind do you look at and think the Texans really need this player to really take a leap going into next year?
Look, I think it's probably Noel.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised by that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to say Higgins, but I think the Higgins that you have right now is an outside receiver, and he's 6 touchdowns this year. It was 6 or more, but 6 touchdowns.
Yep, 525 yards.
Yeah, it was very complimentary. So I think just your normal year 1, year 2 for Higgins would be fine opposite Nico Collins. I think this team desperately needs somebody, especially if you're going to run the offense that we believe that they're attempting to run, which is the old New England stuff. If they're watching 2000 to 05 New England, you've got to have some level of difference maker, if you will, on the inside in that slot position. And typically that body is going to be a smaller body that his specialty is going to be change of direction. His specialty is going to be great feel over the ball, over the middle of the field. And I just think the guy that has the skill set, now I don't know if he has the instincts yet because we hadn't seen it enough. I don't know if he has the instincts to be great at that in this offense. But when you look at the skill set and the play style, I think Jalen Noel is that guy. And if Jalen Noel takes that huge step where you go, okay, he's no longer just a return specialist, right? He's now a receiver that can be the level slot player. Here's the crazy thing is with Jalen Noel is you know, we think about Jalen Noel and we think about a lot of the over-the-top stuff, the down-the-field throw, the explosive big plays, kind of the stuff we've talked about that he showcases every time he returns the ball, which is setting up blocks and, the acceleration, deceleration, play style, the stuff that he does. You know, the reality of it is all of that should be a luxury. What he can do, or maybe not, I don't know, we'll see. But if he can become a true slot in the game and in this offense, I think this offense takes a huge step in the right direction. If you can give those more specialized,
right, yeah.
The problem is this coaching staff keeps talking about all of our receivers play all positions, yada, yada, yada. And so you don't ever really end up developing anybody into that true slot player.
Somebody text in looking for the next Danny Amendola, Wes Welker.
Yeah, I mean, look, that is ideal. I mean, if you're trying to put an image in your mind as we're talking about it, yes. I mean, Julian Edelman, Wes Welker, Danny Amendola. You could go on for days. In that offense, there is a specialty slot player that always takes it to the next level. When the quarterback and that player, again, smaller, change of direction, great feel, great instinct, sees the game through the quarterback eyes. When that player is present in this offense is at its best. And so I think it's got to be Jalen Noel. If Jalen Noel takes a step where he can be an everyday wide receiver and this offense takes the initiative and makes him a true slot, then I think this offense has a real chance to grow and take the next step. Otherwise, other guys that we've seen produce, maybe taking the next step and producing a little bit more. I expect that, to be honest with you. I expect that no matter what happens.
Yeah, because I see some people texting in Woody Marks want him to take the next step from 700 yards.
I need Woody Marks to take a step back.
That's what I was going to say. The hope is that Woody Marks doesn't have to be your lead back.
Well, I just think the best version of the Houston Texans offense is if Woody Marks is a 1B or a true 2. I think Woody Marks is a I think he's got some Kenneth Gainwell tendencies in a sense of, yes, he can be a 1A with a good 1B, kind of like Pittsburgh had. He can be that, but I think the best version of Woody Marks is, again, a guy that is a third down guy that can catch the ball out of the backfield where you're getting matchups with him on the field. That's just, to me, where he fits the best in the league. I wonder how long he lasts and how high his ceiling is as a back that's carrying the ball 20 times a game downhill. And if anybody gets injured, boy, that number could go up. So I don't know. I would rather him be in a third down back role, and if anybody ahead of him gets injured, then all of a sudden for 3 weeks or a month, he can be your go-to back. So I think that's where he sits. And Jalen, Higgins, I think, is there. I mean, I think a complimentary.
For me, it was between Higgins and Noel.
Well, complimentary receiver outside. He fits the mold of Nico Collins. He's going to be a 2 receiver, outside receiver. He's never going to be a guy. Again, I know they try to sell all of our receivers do everything inside, outside, play all positions, block. I know they try to sell that, but he is going to be an outside receiver. That's just who he is. I think he's right in the lane where he needs to be. You leave him there, you let him roll. I think if you get 500 to 700 yards a season out of him, and he is a weapon, then I think that was a hell of a draft pick. The one that's got to take the biggest step is Jalen Noel, and I think if he does, this offense takes a huge step.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue live here, Radio Row, as we are having a good time here on The Drive. Solomon Wilcox, he will join us coming up. If you've known him, man, he has been calling games, been an analyst for years and years. We'll see what he thinks about what's going on with the Texans. I'm really intrigued to hear his thoughts about C.J. Stroud, especially the C.J. Stroud with the new haircut. Clearly, that's a game changer. But that'll be a fun conversation. Solomon Wilcox coming up, and we will continue live here from Radio Row, right here live on The Drive.
Core 43 presents Sports Radio's
Cool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks Cool drops. Use as directed.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Fresh.
Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Welcome back as we're live here on Radio Row. Thank you, Tyler. Solomon looked at that and listened to that and said, what was wrong? Yeah, my words got tied up.
Oh, it's okay. We're good.
Fresh fish. That's a tough one for me to run through real fast. I struggled with it again there a long time ago. But no, it's good to be here and good to have you here. Solomon Wilcox, you've been covering the league. You played in the league for years. And there's some things I know Houston fans want to get your thoughts on. C.J. Stroud probably at the top of that list, and I'm really intrigued to hear your thoughts. I do first have to make sure you're really Solomon. We had an issue.
Really?
Yeah. We had an imposter.
I had an impersonator.
Not you. There was a fake Stephon Diggs that got us. Last year. So so anybody who comes on, I'm trying to get test questions to make sure. You're really. I mean, you look like you, but I just want to make sure you are.
That's me.
That looks like. That looks like. Hey, I'm not taking no chances because he had sunglasses on and he duped some people for a couple of questions.
Oh,
but,
wow.
All right. Yeah, you used to call games for the New Orleans Saints in preseason. Who was your partner that you called games with?
Oh, man, are you kidding me? The Mouth of the South. That's my guy, Jake Laser right there.
Iron Unkind, baby.
Yeah, the Mouth of the South, right? You know who that is,
I
right?
know who it is.
You tell me who it is.
I know who he is.
This is exactly how fake Stephon Diggs works.
I'm nervous.
This is exactly how Steph Diggs goes.
I know it's the.
That's why I'm having fun with you. Look, Timmy B is the best in the business.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that, and he calls himself the Mouth of the South. That's the only reason why I could call it that.
Oh yeah.
But Tim Brando is my guy.
All right, yeah. So we got the real Solomon.
That's right.
There we do. All right, your thoughts, man. Our city is really struggling with C.J. Stroud. Now we got some people who feel like maybe he's just not the guy, and that there are people who want to trade it, want him out, want to move through. What's your feeling on C.J. Stroud, who clearly seems like a different player from the first year?
Remember the first year, man? Oh, he was on top of his game, and I thought last year. Well, I thought he still played well, but played well behind a real poor offensive line. And then you lost Nico Collins, and they had injuries, and then Diggs went down.
The real Diggs went down.
Yeah, that's right. And so the real Diggs went down, he said. But this year I thought he weathered the storm. He played well when a lot of those things weren't going well. Davis Mills came in and really righted the ship. And I thought his time away served him well, talking C.J. Stroud. Sometimes when you step back from the game, you're able to watch it. You kind of get your rhythm and feel back. And he came back from the injury, man, played great. That's why this team was one of the hottest going into the postseason, right? And again, this is a defense in New England that can muddy the waters and the looks for a quarterback. And I thought that's what happened. I don't think he was seeing the game. I don't think he was able to read it. And it was very disappointing for a lot of us who are huge fans of C.J. Stroud. And it was one of those games where, at the end of the day, he couldn't read the pressures, didn't know where to go with the ball. And then when they gave him easy throws, easy completions, the ball went into the ground. You remember the early throw in the game? They set him up with an easy one.
First throw, yeah.
And you're like, whoa. There was something going on there where his footwork wasn't right. I thought he was out of sorts and out of sync. He'd be the first to tell you. If he was honest, he'd say, look, it's kind of like a guy, it's almost like Stephen Curry. Like if he was shooting three-pointers and shooting air balls, you'd be like, whoa, that's not him.
Yeah.
And he would probably explain, I don't even understand it.
Yeah.
It's almost like that shortstop that can't throw the ball to first base.
Yep.
We always throw it in the dugout or whatever. They got the yips or what. That's what we saw. I thought he was going to be taken out at halftime. I thought.
Would you have done it?
By fourth quarter, he would have. And, look, I know D'Amico Ryans, and I listened to him. I get where D'Amico was coming from. I would have, for the rest of the team, for the other 52, there's other players I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about Daniil Hunter. I'm thinking about Will Anderson Jr. I'm thinking about Stingley. I'm thinking about there's a football team that we got to take care of here. I know we got to take care of the quarterback, but, yeah, I think I would have probably went to my backup guy in that moment because I thought he was playing so poorly that I didn't think he was going to snap out of it. Now, that's just me, and I'm a huge supporter and fan of C.J. Stroud.
Well, I think everybody's a supporter. You can't help but like the man, right? I mean, he's just a tremendous guy. Right. But the reality of it is, the halftime conversation that we just got through discussing, the reality of it is I believe it's very similar to what's carried over into the offseason. I mean, it's time. That window's open for him to get an extension. Yeah. And he's gone from being a guy that would set the market the first minute that he was, that it was available, to a guy, you go, to your point, D'Amico Ryans, got a team to take care of, got to build a roster, got a defense to keep together. That's right. And now you're at a point where you go, okay, is my quarterback a great fit for my offense? Is my quarterback, is the big stage bright lights a problem? Is there's some major conversations that have to be had this offseason, I think, about C.J. Stroud. Yeah. And we're living in an era where, I don't know about you, Solomon, but I'm not a fan of this guy's been playing pretty good football and it's his turn. Let's just set the market. Let's pay him $60 million. And not that CJ's there, but the point is that's a big decision moving forward for this organization.
I think you articulated it very well because I think here's the deal. Every team in the NFL, you know what they want more than anything? Answers to their quarterback problem.
That's right.
That's every team in this league. And Houston came into the season thinking they had that answer. Yep. They went into the playoffs thinking we got our guy at quarterback. It's the rest of this team we got to get going. And the way that it crystallized, particularly on the defense, I came into the season saying Houston Texans have the best defense in the NFL. To me,
you got that one right.
It ain't even close.
Yeah.
I'm still saying it because they don't have to do all the complicated stuff and stunts and twists and games and trick 'em stuff that most defenses do to play at a high level. They just line up and whoop you.
Yeah.
That's what they do, and they're great at it. Now they need an offense, right, that can kind of do that and not have to play trick 'em ball. And so they thought they had the answers here. And now you're telling me you're going to write a check, right, that changed lives, $50 million a year for a quarterback that you have, even if you have a shred of doubt, you can't write that check. Now their doubts are much larger than they ever were.
Yeah.
And we thought we had the answers to the question, right? But now I think it goes back into that unfortunate place of saying, no, we still have questions, and we need to see more.
What about the big game, man? You got a couple of young quarterbacks, not both young, one young one and one that's kind of just emerged kind of, in his prime, I guess, and Sam Darnold. How about the game on Sunday, man? What do you like? What are your X factors? Kind of what are you looking at going into this game?
I think this game is an epitome of what we were just talking about. You got questions at quarterback. These two teams have questions at quarterback, don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, you wonder if Sam Darnold are going to go back to seeing ghosts, right? He led the league.
What does he got to do to let that go?
Well, here's the reason why he's done everything.
Yeah.
To let it go, but here's the reason why it's still the elephant in the room. He led the league in turnovers. He had 20.
Yeah.
So these two playoff games doesn't make that go away. Am I right?
That's right. Yeah.
You also, in Drake May, you have a quarterback that led the league in completion percentage and yards per pass attempt, which is hard to do. Push the ball further down the field than anyone else, but still have the highest completion percentage. That's not normal. That's you're exceeding expectation when you're able to do that. But now here in the postseason, he's kind of receded back to the normal level where we have more doubt about Drake May. And so going into this game, again, the elephant in the room is who's going to turn it over, who's going to make the mistake at the quarterback position, because both are playing against defenses that can force you to do that can force the quarterback to be less than what we have seen throughout the regular season.
Yeah, it's interesting. In all these games, people have been talking about the other defenses that the Patriots that are in games against.
Yeah.
And they have been as impressive as anybody in their run defensively to the Super Bowl. They played the Texans, and everyone talked about the Texans. They played the Broncos, and everybody talked the Broncos.
Yeah.
And everybody's talking about the Seahawks again in this.
Chargers, too. Let's put the Chargers have a top-rated defense, and the Patriots came away the winner. Every single time they come away a winner.
How much do you think, Solomon, how much do you think the weather, in your opinion, because, I mean, the weather wasn't great. Mother Nature was a problem in all the games, definitely in the Texans game, but then the second half of the Denver game, good God. I mean, I don't even know why you play football in that, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, how much of that do you chalk up to – New England's defense being viewed as – I mean, I know they're good, but, I mean, these playoff games, it's like, whoa, they're really good.
Yeah.
How much of that's whether you look at Drake May, and Drake May was really good throughout the year, and then all of a sudden the playoffs, you're like, wait a minute. How much of that has to do with Mother Nature, in your opinion?
Mother Nature plays a role in it, but you know what plays a role in it more than anything? When you get into the playoffs, all these teams are good.
Yeah.
See, there ain't no weak sisters, right? when you get, and that's why you've seen – sort of the production for Drake May recede. Let's be honest. He's going up against really good teams. There ain't no weak sister. There's no homecoming games, right? There ain't no there ain't no Jets. The Jets aren't on the schedule.
That's a great
Solomon, why you going to check out the Jets?
I'm sorry, man. Come on, man.
Solomon,
they play the Jets twice a year. Give me a break.
That's an interesting point you make, because I tie it back to the stats you were talking about. Highest completion percentage driving it down the field.
Yeah.
That don't jive when you're playing great defenses. I don't care who you are.
Right? Exactly. So
jive.
both of those numbers came down, way down.
Yeah.
I think he completed 55% of his passes in the postseason, where he was 72% during the regular season. His yards per pass attempt was 8.9%. It's at 6.6%.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a little decline. That's drastic decline. But let's attribute some of that to the fact that they were a great defense.
Yeah.
But I think we also have to attribute some of that to he's young, and this is another stage of growth and development for him. And I think the Super Bowl, a game that I played in, when you're young and you get on this stage and you're the quarterback and you're expected to carry the team, I'm telling you right now, these are huge shoes to fill, huge shoes for Drake May. I believe that their head coach, Mike Vrabel, and Josh McDaniel is not trying to put it all on Drake May. They're too smart for that. So they're going to try to leverage the run game with Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson. They're going to try to create some easy throws for him. And they're going to ask the defense, hey, we need a couple of turnovers, put us on a short field. And they're going to try to make a few special teams play to try to have what we call a complementary style of play to help aid their quarterback in succeeding.
Real quick before you get out here, can you tell us who you're working with, man?
Yeah, hey, man, working with Connect Biopharma, who's doing some really great work. Roughly 1 million patients have an emergency trip to the hospital due to an acute asthma attack. Unfortunately, a good friend of mine, Icky Woods, you know him with the Icky Shuffle. He lost his son, Javante Woods, to an exacerbated asthma attack. That's not something that an inhaler is going to address. You have to get into the emergency room. You have to get to the hospital. And if you don't, then there could be some serious problems. Well, I came with the chief executive officer of Connect Biopharma. They're working on a therapeutic to help treat this problem. So, Barry Court, why don't you tell us more about what you guys are doing to help with this problem?
Yeah, thanks, Ollie. We are developing a very innovative product really targeting treatment of these acute episodes. We've made a lot of progress treating chronic asthma, trying to prevent these episodes from happening. But when they do, we're still using 30-year-old technology to try to treat them. And we definitely don't want to see any more Javante Woods situations. We partnered with Icky and the foundation, trying to get the message out, get your kids tested if they have asthma, and receive treatment, make sure they get their medication, because it can be very serious.
And we want people to go to the website at www.connectbiopharma.com. That's connectbiopharma.com to get more information and find out where you can get your kids screened. We don't want kids losing their lives to an asthma attack.
All right, guys. Thank you so much, Solomon. Great talking ball with you.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Okay. Thanks for having us.
Good to know we got the real Solomon in there. He tried, didn't he?
That's right.
Didn't he? That's the mouth of the South. I said, hold on, man. I can't go on till you say Tim Brando now. I need to hear Tim Brando. All right. That was interesting. He was one, Clint, that said he would have gone to Davis Mills.
Yeah, look, I said it yesterday, Ron. I think, I know we in Houston we've seen Davis Mills in the most dysfunctional organization that I've ever witnessed early on in Houston, in a situation where the kid just couldn't win, and now we've seen a small sample size, 3 games of some really good support around him. And I think the veteran aspect of it, the experience that he went through, the adversity that he weathered early on, and then playing for 3 weeks in a system and with a team that's got a better supporting cast, I think we see a better player. And so I think anybody that talks about the quarterback situation in Houston right now, I think you can't have that conversation unless you're just going to end it with C.J. Stroud and you're going to go down with that ship, or you're going to rise with that tide. You know what I mean? Whatever it is, if you're in that camp, so be it. I'm not going to tell anybody how to fan, but if you're really looking at this situation, the only thought of ever going away from C.J. Stroud includes Davis Mills, and that's really ultimately what makes you even comfortable in talking about it.
Do you think I'm overthinking it? That the thought of if you go to Davis Mills, that in that moment, in that playoff game, and you sit C.J. Stroud the way Solomon talked about, and other people have talked about, and my thinking is it's over. But see, it's almost, how do you go back? Like that was my thinking.
Well, yeah, in that moment, yeah. I mean, but it's less about, because I don't know where you're coming from, but for me, it's less about like, oh man, the man. You're never going to bring him back to be what he needs to be, because if you go to Davis Mills and you win. No. Now and that's really why you're doing it. You're not. I mean, you're doing it so you can win the game.
You won the game. Who starts next week?
Right. Who starts next week, and how do you handle that? So yeah. I mean, it would have been. And if you end up going to Davis Mills and it just looks more like the same, then no, you go back to C.J. Stroud. It's not a problem, and it's just most people would understand that why you went, whether they agreed or disagreed. They'd understand why you went to Davis Mills at halftime of that game. I don't think anybody. I think even C.J. would say, hey, yeah. I mean, I understand it. I was playing awful.
And maybe I'm off. I don't think if either one of the quarterbacks in this game threw 4 interceptions in the first half that they would get pulled out.
Yeah, I don't either. But I mean, I think you're talking about one with Josh McDaniels, and you're talking about one with the hottest coordinator in the game, and Sam Darnold. So yeah, I think it. We know a little bit more about C.J. Stroud, having covered it. Like, nobody that sits down here today is gonna comment on C.J. Stroud and realize what I told folks in training camp was, hey man, there's something not right. Something's off here. Something's not right. Like, these people here around here are just catching on and watching who they expected to be a great young quarterback really struggle in the playoffs and responding to that. So it's a little different perspective that folks are bringing today.
All right, as we continue coming up, we'll talk to Terrell Davis here at the bottom of the hour, Super Bowl MVP, League MVP, and Hall of Famer. We'll talk to him at the bottom of the hour. Coming up, though, a little stock up, stock down Super Bowl week edition. Stock up, stock down. We'll do that coming up next.
I'll tell you whose stock is
gotta be tied. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two ass would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we are live back here on Radio Row. Shout out to our title sponsor, Liqueur 43, also Planet Fitness as well. We appreciate you. And we do a little stock up, stock down. And Tyler, this is going to be one of the this is a first of its kind, stock down. We're going to start with stock down. And Clint, you have your stock down, Clint?
Well, yeah, I've got my stock down, and he happens to be sitting at the table right now, y'all. There is stock Payne. I mean, there is friction on Payne and Pendergast, boys. And I'm gonna tell you, before you get started here, Seth. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you, man. I really struggled with, is Seth Payne going to be my stock up or stock down? Because the way that Tide Pod rolled off your finger, I'm thinking, damn, that's impressive for a D lineman right there.
It was supposed to be a lob at Sean T. Pendergast onto his chest, and that thing came off. That thing rolled off my fingers. I changed my arm slot, Clint. You'll appreciate this. Yes. My shoulder's been sore. So I kind of became like a sidearm, and it just all of a sudden I could feel it as it was leaving. I was like, oh, no. And it whipped out at him, and it hit him right in the eye. And it was loud. And Sean got so angry. Yeah, we saw. I felt so bad.
Hey, I don't know who I felt worse for, to be honest with you. Like, Sean in the moment I know was hot, and he got hit. But Seth, I know, didn't mean to hit him in the eye.
Oh, no, you could hear it.
So it's one of those where you do something like that to a friend of yours, much less your damn co-host you got to work with every day. It's like, oh, man. But what, like, take us through what the hell was going on, because I think one of my favorite parts of the video is how quickly, like, you panicked. Like, I would imagine like a young boy would do when his mom turns his back and he's going to do something that he shouldn't do.
Yeah.
Like the quickness that you used to grab that Tide Pod out of there. Like, what the hell was going through your mind?
We were just having fun because I always try to mix up when we sign off, we say antibodies and then something else to you. And usually it's a reference to something in the show.
Sure.
So I was like, I'm going to throw a Tide Pod at him. I was like, it was going to be antibodies and a Tide Pod to you.
He said that, yeah.
Right in your eyeball. And, guys, you got to remember, I was on the field when Orlando Brown Sr. Got hit in the eye with a penalty flag and, like, lost vision for 2 years and had to have it was a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's immediately what I'm thinking, because Sean, he looked up at me and it was like a scene out of a movie, because he had his head down. He's like, okay, maybe it's no big deal. And he looked up at me with these eyes, like with all the fury in the world, like he was some kind of creature from a movie.
Right.
And I thought he was going to lunge at me.
Well, if you weren't Seth Payne, I think he probably would have.
That's what I said. The look in his eyes said, I'm going to. The immediate thing was, I'm gonna kick his ass. And then I think he thought, damn it, I can't. Then it went to, all right, am I willing to get my ass kicked over this? Because sometimes, like if you're out and somebody grabs Brandy's ass and they're 4 deep, you're going.
Right.
You got to go. Now, you might get your ass kicked, but you got to go. I think he thought split-second-wise, is this worth it?
As a man, I've got to respond.
No, I'll throw these damn headsets on.
It was when I was a kid, my brother we were messing around. We weren't supposed to be wrestling in the house, but my brother got me in a head and arm throw, like a hip toss, and did it right into a coffee table, and I broke my ankle. And that's now I know how my brother felt at the time, like, because he was like, don't tell Mom. You can't tell Mom. You can't tell Mom. Problem is, Parker, our mom, is standing right there. Very fireable offense. Yeah.
Parker's
Dad,
like,
father figure.
So you guys have talked. You guys have talked and everything. Y'all talked
I don't know about it. I apologized a bunch of times, and we did an interview with Rich Gannon afterwards, and we seemed to be cool. I asked him, I checked in on him to be sure he could still see and everything.
Right. 6 a.m. tomorrow's Payne and Pendergast. You got to tune in to see. You got to hear this. It's gonna be epic.
I gotta go talk to more Karen injury lawyers just to see what my options are here.
There we go.
You better send. Sean better go
Sean
talk
away
to him.
from him.
If
Yeah,
you've been injured in an accident, 281-222-2222.
Imagine me. You tune in a year from now, and I was like, "Hey, I've got a good friend who got $1 million settlement."
All right, that's
great.
That's a good stock down. While we're stock down, I got to do my stock down. Stock down to the media party last night.
Oh wow,
that was and we've been to a couple of these. That was disappointing. Not enough space. Not enough. I mean, you couldn't even get to the food. Like you had to just say and move on from the food. Like the first year we were in Vegas, it was at the F1 facility, and it was 4 levels, and it was vendors everywhere. I mean, they had 2 rooms in this one, Jack, and 2 bars. So it was a little rough. It was a little
packed.
rough for them. Yeah, it was packed, and it was a little. It took us 45 minutes. We had to go almost to San Jose.
So 45 minutes to drive there, and then 45 minutes to wait for a drink because there's so many people stuffed in one room.
Yep, and the food you couldn't even get to. Yeah, you really couldn't even get to.
Yeah,
so
that's pissy. That's pissy.
That was disappointing. We left immediately.
When something like the Pro Bowl / Super Bowl, boy, drops the ball like that, that's a tough pill to swallow. I'm glad I set that one out, boss.
Yeah. Stock up.
C.J. Stroud.
That haircut, you like it, don't you?
I do.
That's what Courtney said. She said, I didn't think I was going to like it, but then I like it.
I wanted to take some time and talk this through with you, but I'll go ahead and use it here. I'll be honest with you. I don't think C.J. Stroud's ever been a dread guy for me.
He didn't even get him locked in.
I don't think he's ever been a dread guy for me. I'm just saying. I don't think so.
You feel better about it?
Maybe we'll discuss it later in the show.
Yeah,
we'll break it down a little bit.
You feel a little bit better about it.
I feel like you'd be the right guy to kind of break it down with a bit.
Yeah, I mean, well,
you or Figgy.
I'll just say, man, he didn't just go on in. All right, my stock up before we get out of here. My stock up goes to the boss, Parker Hillis. I got to give it stock up, Parker Hillis. I think he did a great job with the room selection.
Fair, the hotel and the rooms,
the hotel and the room selection, and I think he's done a pretty good job with guests this week. And as we see them loaded
so far,
up,
we're getting busy now. So far, so good.
Now we got the Texans surrounding us, so apparently Kamari Lassiter is going to be on his way here. I'm just guessing. Oh, hey, listen. But no, shout out, stock up to the boss, Parker Hillis,
That's right.
who has had we've had our thoughts at times about some of the stuff here on Radio Row. He's done a pretty good job so far on this Wednesday. So my stock up goes to Parker Hillis. Had a good week.
I like it.
Now he's picking the restaurant tomorrow, so that could change.
Yeah. Well, I think he's already picked it, and I think it comes. I think it comes
for the team dinner.
Yeah, for the team dinner, man. I promise you, I'm going to zoom you in, man. I'm gonna zoom you in, bub.
I got plans, man, but I appreciate
what?
Tyler, I hate you, man.
Come on, man. Let me zoom you into our team dinner, man.
Team dinner.
If you raise your hand on the screen, I'll turn the volume up for everybody. Come on, man.
Done.
Raise your hand on the screen.
I need the new one here, Tyler. By the way.
Oh man, yeah,
nice.
That was fantastic. Someone said stock down the Rockets. They're not doing anything. Yeah, we got to talk about that too a little bit later on. All right, coming up, we expect to hear from Hall of Famer, Super Bowl MVP, League MVP. Terrell Davis, former Denver Bronco. We'll hear from him.
TD.
Yeah, that's right. We'll hear from him. And we'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all. Football, the biggest game is right around the corner, man. You know what's going on. You know what week it is. Get in on all the action on Underdog right now, right here in the great state of Texas. Look, if you're not on Underdog yet, what the hell are you doing? But the good thing is you're in luck. Right now, new customers score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make the first $5 fantasy entry. I'm telling you, I've done it.
NCAA March Madness is coming to Houston. Attendance is encouraged. Passion mandatory. Get your tickets now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
Live in San Francisco. Liqueur 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on Radio Row, and do want to give a shout out to our sponsor representing all of Odyssey, and it's brought to you by Tide. Tide, if it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Terrell Davis again joining us coming up here momentarily. Should be a good time talking ball with him, and always feel good about having a Hall of Famer on the set. So be good to go. How's that coffee, man?
It's all right, man. That old free Australian coffee over on the way in. Now the line's long. Now the breaks are just long enough. If you get in a line that's 3 to 4 deep, you got a chance to get back before the next segment starts. You get 5 deep, you have no chance.
Yep.
I mean, they're clearly at that coffee stand because it's free. They clearly are told, hey, take your time. We're not trying to push out as many coffees as we can, so you got to be careful.
They're really working things on it.
Got to be careful.
All right, 713-572-4610. You had talked about it. Some people have brought it up. I think people now. I think people are becoming fans of the C.J. Stroud haircut. And my thing is, he never really had dreads. He had them twisted. He never got them locked up, which obviously that means real commitment. He didn't do what we've got Brandon Scott doing. Figure he just kind of had it twisted up long enough. He could have gone with it, but no, I like this. I like this look. There was another shot where it kind of showed all the angles of the cut, and he got a nice little taper. Went in there, took good care of him. I like the look. It's a good look for him.
Well, I'll go ahead and do it. I didn't want to talk about it right now because I know Terrell Davis is going to walk up and cut me short. But I never bought.
Never bought it?
I never bought the dreads for CJ. Well, I mean, I get it locked up, twisted up, whatever.
The look.
Like it just, I don't. There's a, and I need you. Maybe you can help me on this, Ron. But I feel like
he's gonna cut you off.
What?
You feel like what?
Well, I feel like there's a certain. Oh, there he is. I'm holding it for later. I'm holding it for later, man. I mean, this is a conversation that has to be had.
It has to be had.
It has to be had with Ron, no doubt about it. I would entertain it with Terrell Davis, but I mean, he's been bald since I knew who he was. So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, how long you been clean on top, TD? How long you been? Just Michael Jordan?
I've been hitting the Jordan with the. I got the milk dud head. Man, the milk dud has been clean for a long time. It's been
as long as I've ever known who Terrell Davis was. I mean, I'm not going to say it's milk dud, but you've been bald. I don't know you well enough yet to go there, bro. but I appreciate it.
Oh, the milk dud has been clean for a long time. I remember I tried to see if I can grow hair and what that would look like.
Wasn't it?
That did not end well.
See, that happened to me. I thought it was over.
And then, so you grew hair?
Yeah, I had a comeback.
Hey, and I take credit for
it. Was that natural?
Yes, I didn't get no.
Hey, I'm telling you, TD.
But look in your eyes.
TD, no, you're right. There was no.
Wait, because you said you thought it was over.
I thought it was over. I thought
something was going on for you to say, all right, it's over.
I thought I had 8 months.
TD, when he came to Houston and I first met him, he came to Houston. He told me about it. I looked at it. I said, yeah, you might better be careful.
Hey,
man, he grew out that Jalen Rose. Hey, he grew out that Jalen Rose, and all of a sudden I looked over and that thing was edged up, and I said, damn.
I didn't know I could do it. My barber saved lives. I didn't know I could do it.
Them Houston chemicals, baby.
Hey, before we get started though, I gotta make sure you are who you are. We had an issue last year. We got duped. We had
an impersonator?
Yeah, we had an impersonator for Stephon Diggs. He got us
here?
Right here. In New Orleans, had about 2 questions on us, and
how the hell?
I know. It was tough. It was tough.
Were you getting like I don't know, with social media?
I mean, yeah, it was.
Social media.
He said, "Hey, he sat down. If you are the real Terrell, he sat down and he said, and I looked at him immediately. I said,
You had questions.
Oh, I did immediately, and I threw out the first question. And then I'm immediately just talking to all of us around here on the phone. And then Clint threw out another question, and then it was, you're not Steph Diggs, are you? He ended up being a safety from Vanderbilt. So I've been.
Did he tell you he was Stephon Diggs?
Yes.
Or did you assume he was?
No, he told us. It was set up. He told us.
Oh, that's
I
love it.
So I've been hitting people with questions to make sure.
So what question you
going
to ask?
All right. I just want to make sure because I think the real TD would know this. What record did you set in track and field at Lincoln High School? What record?
Well, it was actually 2, the shot put in the discus.
There you go. Okay. All right. I just want.
I tell you what, the imposter would have been wrong 10 times before he got to that.
No, yeah, that's what I said. Like running back think, no, yeah, it's a shot.
That's one of my greatest achievements, man.
Okay.
Greatest achievement.
That's one of your greatest achievements.
That was one of my greatest achievements.
Really?
Doing a shot put.
There you go.
Set the record in the shot put, man, because that's a sport. That's something that the big fellas were doing.
Yeah.
So I was competing with the big fellas. And most people don't know this, but I played nose guard in high school, too. So I had an interesting.
Kicker, too, wasn't you?
I was a kicker. I played every position in high school except I didn't play quarterback, and I've never played true corner or true wide receiver. So I played safety, linebacker. I played nose guard. I played DN. Played tight end. I played all positions on the front line when I was a kid: center, guard, tackle, running back, fullback, and quarterback at times when I was younger. But yeah, I played pretty much every position.
I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on this, since we got the real Terrell Davis here with us. I love hearing this from other people's perspective. We got our Clint played in the league, played for the Cowboys, played at Arkansas, and so we get the quarterback's perspective on C.J. Stroud. I'm wondering, running backs, defensive players, like it feels like people, especially around the city, have a different view, a different feel of C.J. Stroud. As somebody who has played with guys from the likes of John Elway all the way to the other guys you've played with, what's your thought process, or what do you think the team's thought process is around a guy that started off so hot as he was his rookie year, and now coming down, and the last time we saw him look nothing like the guy we first saw?
I don't know what's going on, man. It was, like he said, he came out his rookie year, and he became the poster boy for, basically saying, hey, quarterbacks, this is what's expected of you. If you come out and you're drafted, we want to see this kind of, progression. And then it's just been, it just seemed like it's been a regression the last 2 years. And then to see the playoffs, man, I didn't know. I didn't know who that guy was. And I know he's fighting inside, man. And sometimes you're pressing so hard and you're trying to do the right things, but it's just going south. And during that game, I felt, I know D'Amico Ryans did the right thing, but I felt like maybe you should have tried to sit him a little bit.
Do you think you lose CJ, though, if they were to make that decision?
No. And the reason I say John Elway got benched, man. In
the playoff game?
It wasn't a playoff game, but he got benched. And the thing about it is, it's not like you don't know you're playing bad. It ain't. I can see if it was a borderline where things just weren't going great and they needed a boost. I see that part. But he was causing all of the problems. He was just throwing the ball away. He was just in a world where, dude, just your defense is playing lights out. Don't put them in a bad situation. I know you're trying to make the plays, but you can't just throw the ball up to just be throwing it. And so when he was doing that, he's struggling mentally. And eventually, I hope this becomes something that allows him to be able to work his way through it and use that, man, because you got to have grit. And to get where he's gotten to, he had to show some grit and some resilience. But now it's going to take another level of that, because now you've lost a lot of your teammates in the locker.
You think so? You think?
They may not say it publicly.
That's what he be saying.
They may not say it publicly, man. Those guys are like, bro, when you lose the trust that they have in you to go out there and perform and be competent, that's a hard thing to get back.
Well, he's just such a good dude off the field, and I'll pray for you, and everybody's my dude, and I don't ever say anything wrong, and his leadership style is not a I'm going to step on your throat type of leader. Everybody's always going to like that guy and embrace that guy, but the reality of it is that big stage, bright lights comes around again. How much trust do you have in it? I want to ask you, though, TD, about the running back position. The running back position in Houston is a hot topic right now. Joe Mixon came over last year, had a hell of a year, and obviously Joe Mixon is better than a young running back. We got Woody Marks, had a great rookie year and contributed much more than people thought he was going to have to. But I always talk about this offense, and they want to be an establish the run type of offense. Mm-hmm. And when you've got a guy like Joe Mixon, a true bell cow starting 3-down back in this league, and how different it is than when you just get a guy that's a serviceable back that went in there and did an admirable job. And I always try to bring that to light, but nobody better than you to talk about the difference between the two and how big one can be versus the other.
It's huge when you have that guy, when you have Joe Mixon who can give you 1 through 3, maybe even some cases your fourth down back if you go for it, because it's number one, a back needs to know that they're getting a certain amount of touches. When I went into a game, I didn't have to guess that I was getting 30 touches a game, and I knew it. So I had the ability to be patient. A lot of times running backs come in and they know they don't know how many times they're going to get the ball in the game. So there's no setting anything up. They just have to try to eat while they can eat. And typically you're passing a 3-yard run, looking for an 8-yard run, and now you're putting the team in a bad situation. But that's not the fault of the back. The back is like, hey man, I only get one shot at this. So I'm not going to settle for 3 yards. I'm trying to get 8.
Yeah.
That's a problem. I knew I can get no yards on some carries because I knew I'm getting 20 to 30. But eventually I had a chance to set things up. I knew I was going to be able to help the offense wear the defense down. And I knew by the time we got to the third and fourth quarter, it was time to go. It was my time, and that was we going to run the heck out of the ball. Can't do that anymore. And I think part of it, too, is not that it's not that they're not willing to do it in a game. You got to have some indications you can do it. So you got to practice it. You got to have some confidence going into a game. Well, it's a very expensive thing to have, a running game. Right? You got to practice it. You got to put pads on. You got to eat up all that time that you're limited to. So it's a difficult process to have. But I don't know, man. I grew up I played in a really good era with running backs. It was fun.
They want two of them now.
Right. Well, there's just something about it, and you obviously were one of them, man. It's just something about you guys' ability to step in the huddle and everybody around you, all of a sudden their confidence goes through the roof. Hey, we got a dude back there that's a horse. We got a dude that's a game changer. We got a dude that expects us to be great. You know what I mean? Like versus another guy that's, again, he can put up some yards and he can do some good things in critical situations. He can make a guy miss here or there. But when you got that Terrell Davis type of person back there, I mean, it's just not that there's a bunch of Terrell Davises walking around, but I mean, you know what I mean? That to raise the level of everybody in that huddle just by existing is, and I think Joe Mixon did that for the Texans, a year ago. I think he did that. And so anyway, we're just in that battle of like, should the Texans go get one of them dudes? Should they stay the course? And that's a big question around Houston.
You can never have too many. You can never have too many. Like you can always bring in a guy. I think what was cool about the offense that I played in was when you looked at our huddle, we had that dude everywhere. I mean, you looked at number 84, Shannon Sharp. We got that dude. You look at our receivers, Rod Smith, number 80, that dude. Ed McCaffrey, number 87. I'm back there. Howard. So we had an offense in the huddle that, man, we had guys that, man, when it was time to go, we knew we had dudes we can count on.
Yeah.
No matter what the situation was. And that's a hell of – and then the offensive line.
Zimmerman and Nayland.
Oh, my God, man. We had those brothers, man. And they're confident in the way they block. You don't think if you're a lineman, you look back and you see who's in the backfield, changes your mentality? It does.
Yeah, you broke my heart in 1997. I was in the stadium.
Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure.
I was in the stadium.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'd do it again if I could.
I was there when Pete Stoyanovich got y'all, and then you came back.
You kicked that long field goal, and we came back. We walked out of there saying.
Anyway, man, just tell us what you're talking about.
No, don't try to rush me. I enjoy talking about
14
that.
points. Couldn't get 14 points, huh?
I know.
Who you working with, man?
13-10. All right, man. I'm here to raise awareness for the other TD. It is not touchdowns, man. It's tardive dyskinesia. Have you heard of tardive dyskinesia?
I have not. I don't even want to try to say it.
All right, so it's a chronic movement disorder, and it's caused by certain prescription mental health medications such as antidepressants and antipsychotics. And it can cause repetitive, uncontrollable movements in your face, your hands, your feet, your torso. And although I do not have TD, man, I'm here to raise awareness to let people know, man, if you are experiencing any of those symptoms, please go to theothertd.com. Man, it's just, using my platform to raise my hand and say, hey, go get checked out. I know I have had my own mental health struggles, and I was presented with taking some of these medications as a treatment option. And so I was pretty close to going down that road. And I know that if I was going through that or dealing with some of these symptoms, I would I would want to know what's happening. So go visit theothertd.com.
All right, man. Appreciate you jumping on with us. Good to have the Hall of Famer in with us.
Always.
That's Terrell Davis. Terrell Davis is brought to you by and joins us thanks to Tide. It's got to be clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. All right, what you got coming up?
Hey, look, I know Sam Darnold's won a lot of football games. I know he just had a hell of a game, 300 yards, 3 touchdowns in the NFC Championship. But if you don't have a rooting interest in this game, right, this right here may change it. If it's true, it may change it. I'll have that for you next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Look Core 43 presents Sports Radio 610, live from Radio Row.
Who is most likely to end up getting kicked out of the hotel because they're pestering the Pro Bowl players?
Of the 610 people?
Yeah, like some of these were like, hey, yeah, can I do a 17-minute interview here with you while you're eating dinner with your family?
Well, maybe it's me so far because I'm the only one. I got a selfie with Will Anderson last night.
Oh, yeah.
All week long from San Francisco, thanks to Planet Fitness.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by West Point Lincoln. On the South Loop eastbound after Woodridge, it's an accident that has a right lane and a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Get on out to West Point Lincoln and ask them about these vehicles. A 2025 Lincoln Aviator, $12,000.
fast. Did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
The Drive is live.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, baby, we got Dirty's Dailies live from Super Bowl Radio Row. Come on in and join us, Houston. We love you. And we're at Super Bowl Radio Row with a lot of action going on. The traffic is heavy today and tomorrow. The show's going to be tremendous. Doug Flutie's walking right in front of me here. And who all we got coming up, Ryan? You got a short list of who we got coming up?
Yeah, we got, excuse me.
There you go.
We got Todd Heap, Dennis Pitt.
That's right.
They were with us last year. A couple of tight ends. Your old teammate, Darren Woodson, is going to join us.
Okay.
Coming up, Kat Cora, Iron Chef's going to join us, as well as two really good young defensive linemen, Byron Young and Colby Turner, who thought they were going to be playing in this game, but they a couple of D linemen for the Rams, so they'll join us a little bit later on. So we got a power pack.
We've already had two great all-time great running backs, Sean Alexander and Terrell Davis. So make sure you stay plugged into Sports Radio 610 start to finish, 6A to 6P. I got a couple of things, kind of they're sports related, but not necessarily on the field that I've got to address here, Ron. This happened, maybe it popped in the media last week, Friday, when I was out, so this maybe have a little, but you've had some time to think about it. If you don't have a rooting interest in this game, all right, for my fellas out there that are probably, I'll call it 40 to 70, my women that are out there from 40 to 70, maybe some of the younger folks out there, this one right here is going to do it for you. I had no idea. Do you know who Sam Darnold's grandfather is?
No, I don't.
Tyler, do you know who Sam Darnold's grandfather is?
General Darnold, World War I. I don't know.
No.
I don't think he would be bringing that up.
Sam Darnold's grandfather is, or was, the Marlboro Man.
No.
Absolutely.
That's amazing.
It gets better. And I am
his grandfather is Sam Elliott?
The Marlboro, actually, you're going to like this. His grandfather's name was actually Dick Hammer. We'll get to that.
No, it wasn't. No, now you've played it.
Look, Sam Darnold's maternal grandfather was Dick Hammer.
It was Richard Hammer? Dick Hammer?
No, his name. They say Richard. It's Dick Hammer. So we're going to get there. We're going to get to Dick in a minute. But here's the deal. I am the son of a man that smoked Marlboro Reds. And I'm talking about chain smoked them joints in the house with no ventilation, no windows up, no nothing. Our ceiling panels were really yellow, but definitely off white because Big Earn was smoking them cigarettes left and right. And back in the day, a lot of y'all out there gonna remember this. Back in the day, the Marlboro cartons, actually each pack I think it was, had miles. They called them miles on the side of them. Did Dirty Red collect miles?
Mm-mm.
They had miles. You cut the little square off the side of each one of them, and you collect them, and then you could go to the Marlboro store and pay for items, shirts, jackets, hats, blankets, all kind of different items with those Marlboro miles. I am the son of a Marlboro smoking, Marlboro mile collecting son of a gun. And so the Marlboro Man we knew who the hell the Marlboro Man was in our family. We knew him closely. To think that Sam Darnold's granddad is the Marlboro Man, I now want Sam Darnold to win the Super Bowl.
That's who you want now.
I was betting on Seattle anyway, but I now want Sam Darnold.
Just because of his relation with Dick Hammer.
Absolutely. I mean, that is his grandfather is very tight-knit with my family. No question about it, right? And now we get to his name, Dick Hammer. The Marlboro Man is even more legendary to me right now. Could you imagine living life and your name is Dick Hammer? Not only was his name Dick Hammer.
That's a win.
He was a USC basketball star in 1954 Final Four. He was a 1964 U.S. Olympic volleyball player. He was a firefighter, of course. Why wouldn't a firefighter? Why wouldn't the Marlboro Man be a firefighter? And he was the iconic Marlboro Man actor. Passed away back in 1999, and so rest in peace, Dick Hammer. Rest in peace, Sam Darnold's granddad. Most importantly, Marlboro Man. When I heard that, I was like, how did we not know this? How is this not national news? How is this not?
It's got to be a part of his story.
Mean, are you kidding me?
Dick Hammer's got to be a part of the story.
When I heard the story, it was a female host was actually bringing it up to some guys, some former players on the set, and the Marlboro Man didn't move the needle much. But when she told
them the name.
When she put that name out there, the former players said, whoa, wait a minute. Wait 1 minute.
Dick Hammer.
All right, I got to, after we get done with the Marlboro Man, or Dick Hammer, however you want to reference him. Let's get back to the C.J. Stroud deal. C.J. Stroud haircut.
Okay, all right.
I'm just going to be completely honest with you. C.J. Stroud was never a dreads guy to me. I never bought him. And this maybe I'm profiling, maybe I'm stereotyping here, but I'm okay with it.
Framber bought him.
Who?
Framber. He bought him.
Well, he literally bought him.
He did buy him.
Again, another guy that you look at and you go, no, they don't fit, right? Luis Garcia, you look at and you're like, no, they don't get, right? They don't jive, right? For me, Ron, when I see dreadlocks or longer twists, however you want to couch it, like there's a certain edge to that individual.
Oh, you don't think he's got? Oh, okay. Oh.
Right, and no, it's I'm not. By the way, I'm not being negative. I'm just like CJ's got a much better good boy, pretty boy.
You think the image he's trying to push forth? You don't think the twist?
Yeah, I don't think it's a great fit.
God bless.
I think the bob with a great lineup and the fade just above and in front of the ears. I think that is a great fit for C.J. Stroud. His stock is up today. C.J. Stroud is definitely a tight, clean fade every day. I mean, I don't ever want to see C.J. Stroud without the tightest, cleanest fade ever, right? Like, and my question to you is that negative? Is that not right? Because I look at like it's not a bad boy image. Like B. Scott, for instance. B. Scott is a guy like there's some rawness, some rough around the edges. There's some like B. Scott wears and lives the dread life. It just fits. You know what I mean? I look at some guys and I'm like, dreads fit with a certain persona, a certain personality, and a certain kind of raw, rigid, rough around the edges. And CJ didn't fit that for me.
Yeah, I just don't think a hairstyle can do that. I don't think of a hairstyle. I think any hairstyle can fit anything.
Yeah, I don't. Like, I don't even like myself. Like, I tried different things, and I'm like, nah, I don't like it. That ain't me right
because
there.
I just think there are mild-mannered people with dreads. There are the people that you're describing with dreads. I think there's somebody in the middle where Brandon is. Figgy's got dreads. Like that's even like low Figgy, cuts. Like, I don't think the haircut determines it.
The dreads fit Figgy too because it's like Figgy's a statement piece. Like I feel like Figgy's hair with the color and the length and the size, it's a statement piece. It's part of his identity. It's a statement piece. I never bought CJ's. CJ's not a dread guy to me. He is absolutely a tight, clean-ass fade every time you see him.
That's your favorite look of him.
Yeah, like to me, mob guy.
See, I can be any guy.
I disagree.
Short hair.
I mean, you can.
Yeah,
like you
short
can
hair. I can do it all.
You can.
Hell, I can get. I've had twists. I can do it all.
No, you can't. Now, I don't think you're a dread guy. I think you are versatile enough to do some shorter stuff. I think your bob is right. I mean, that is your lane. That is. Woo-hoo. Hey man, Ron is sharp today. That's it. That's that. Dreads, you're not a dread guy. I would. You walk in with dreads and be like, oh, that's not it for Ron.
You don't know. I can pull it off.
I
don't have the patience like Brandon and CJ had. I don't have the patience to do it.
To get there?
I don't have the patience to keep going with it. But nah, man, I don't know. I mean, I've never thought of like that hairstyle fits that person's that image. Like what you think Draymond should have.
I think Draymond should have what he has right now. Like I look at Draymond.
But does Draymond fit dreads?
He could, but to your point, like Draymond strikes me as a guy, and I feel like is a guy that is just like to hell with it. I think Draymond does it right. Like when I look at Draymond Green, it seems like there's a lot of I don't give a rip about what my hair's doing or where it's at.
I don't know.
There's times when I look at Draymond, I don't think he hit that. What do you call it, a sponge brush? I don't think he's hit the sponge. Like he's got a real Kevin Durant vibe to me, where KD just kind of what the hell ever.
He's mostly kept it short. I don't know, man. I've never looked at hairstyles and thought unless somebody's balding and they're trying to hold on. Yeah, that's the only time anybody.
Well, it's like to me, it's like Reg.
Unless your head, and then the bald head, if your head isn't right, if you got like a peanut-shaped head or something like that, then maybe you shouldn't rock the bald head.
Well, I'm just saying if you have options. Reg to me is, the braids tight to the head are a perfect fit for him. I don't think he's a dread guy.
But I think Reggie could also rock a nice shortcut.
Reggie could. Yes, he could. He's not dreads though. He's not a dread guy.
Yeah, and I think Brandon could wear a nice shortcut.
It's not about could. I agree. They all hell, anybody could. I don't think I could be a dread guy. I think there's some white guys out there that pull off dreads, and it's a good look and a fit for who they. I don't think I could pull it off.
I got to see how you wear it first.
Well, it would be dreads.
I know, but I'd like to see how you. I'd like to see how you. I'd like to see how you put it together.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, to your point,
I don't want you to do that. But
I don't. There's a.
That'd be a bit like Christ.
I feel like I care too much. Like I care too much to. Like there's a certain. I don't give a f about what I'm doing with dreads. Like there's a certain. And I know there's work goes into it. I'm not judging anybody. And there's a certain level of. I don't give a damn. Let this stuff go. Let it rip. Let it ride. And I think you got to be cut from certain cloth to pull it off. And the point is, bring it back home. I don't think CJ's that guy.
Fix your wig, man.
So you feel better about CJ with the new look?
Oh, I feel significantly better about CJ with the new look. I mean that the innocent, pretty boy, tight ass fade with that little bob up top with that smile. Yeah, young looking. Yeah, that's CJ. That's a perfect fit for CJ.
Now someone texted in, Clint, Ron's trying to get you canceled. Let it go. What the hell am I doing?
Well, no, I mean, I
don't. Somebody trying to cause trouble where there is none.
What the hell am I doing?
Yeah, I just I believe it gives off certain vibes, and I don't think it was a good fit for CJ. So I like the move, man. The offseason's off to a good start. No Super Bowl, Pro Bowl activities at home, getting that grind in, cutting that hair with that tight fade with that bob. By the way, bob is a great decision. The bob was a great decision.
Yeah, he's got a good, nice little taper on the sides.
Real Bryce Youngish, by the way. Saw Bryce Young a couple days ago. Real Bryce Youngish, if I'm being honest. By the way, Bryce, another guy. Dreads don't fit. Dreads don't fit. Soft-spoken.
But again, you could be soft-spoken with dreads.
Well, I mean, I don't know what your opinion on it is anybody can do anything they want to do, and I agree, anybody can do anything they want to do. But the point is like when I see a fellow with dreads, I think there's a certain level of hardness, a certain level of rough around the edges, rawness to it, and that's not what I get when I see CJ.
Yeah, someone texted in said, Clint is spot on. There you go. That's people got the similar feelings. Two guys that I don't think are dread guys. We can see Todd Heap, Dennis Pitta. They might like dreads. We'll talk to them coming up. Couple of tight ends. We'll see what the hell's going on with Baltimore. Two guys that they played for. It'll be a good conversation. Talked to them last year. Todd Heap, Dennis Pitta. They will join the drive coming up next.
All right, before we do that.
sponsored by Tide. Tune in all week long on Sports Radio 610 for non-stop previews and analysis leading up to kickoff on February 8th. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back here as we are live here on Radio Row. We are hoping to sit down with a couple of tight ends, ex-tight ends, a couple of Baltimore Ravens, Dennis Pitta and Todd Heap. They will join the drive coming up soon here in just a bit in this segment. So we appreciate that. What you got?
Lot going on in Baltimore right now, by the way. With obviously Harbaugh moving on and a lot of changing of the guard there, and it'll be interesting to see both of those guys played
for him. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, how long Harbaugh was there. So it'll be interesting to see their thoughts of what things look like for them. So we will catch up with those guys coming up soon. So stay with us here on Sports Radio 610. And then the next teammate of yours coming up a little bit later on, Darren Woodson. I don't know if we have to check with Darren. I feel like if you look at Darren and you know that that's Darren, I think you can determine if we've got real Darren.
I think I got that one. His handler just walked up, and she was here last year, so we got her. And I believe old buddy was one of the he worked the Cowboys for 15 years, and so in PR, and so under Rich Dalrymple, I believe. So yeah, we got that's a pretty safe one for us.
All right, hey, before we get to speak with the fellas. I mean, this is kind of rolling around, and I am curious where you sit on this. It feels like people are looking at Sam Darnold, who obviously has a chance to win his first Super Bowl coming up on Sunday in this game, and looking at Sam Darnold, the thought of if he wins like this really potentially changes the way that he's viewed, and the conversations of does he move into a different level of how you believe and how you feel about him as a quarterback. What would it mean, like in your mind, if Sam Darnold won this game, won this Super Bowl? Would this change the way you view Sam Darnold? Would this change where you have Sam Darnold in terms of the quarterbacks in the league?
Oh, it's got to. I don't know how it does. I don't know how it doesn't. You win 28 games. What is he? 28-6 in the last 2 years.
14-3 the last 2 years. Yeah.
So 28-6. You obviously last year was a little bit of a disappointment the way they exited the playoffs, but then you make a run like Seattle's made. Again, I want to reiterate the NFC Championship game. Matthew Stafford was tremendous, but Sam Darnold was just as good. You look at the box score. I mean, 300-plus yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, and then you follow that up with a Super Bowl win. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how. Right now I've got Sam Darnold, just outside the top 10, but I think if Sam Darnold wins the Super Bowl after winning 28 games in 2 years, outduels Matthew Stafford on the way, I don't know how, he's not at least a serious conversation of being a top 10 quarterback in the league. I'm not saying from a talent perspective, I think the ship has sailed for everyone to lead with the Pat Mahomes, freestyling at quarterback, or the Josh Allen freak of nature, 6'5", 240 with this crazy arm, or the freak of nature that Lamar Jackson is. I think those guys are always going to be your headliners in the league, and I don't think Sam Darnold can ever get on the same playing field as those guys, but he's definitely going to be inching towards the top of the Tier 2 guys. You know what I mean? I think he's definitely in that area, which to me puts him flirting with, if not in the top 10.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because, I think people feel different about Jalen Hurts today than maybe they did last year. And Jalen Hurts won the Super Bowl, and there was immediate, he's a top 5 quarterback, right? There was immediate thought of that. And I do think I think it changes who he is, right? I mean, there's not that many quarterbacks, that have won, the Super Bowl. And not just won the Super Bowl. This isn't a situation where he is riding. Like he's a part of, he's a part of this. He's not playing the role of Trent Dilfer or Brad Johnson.
Yeah.
Like he's a major part of this.
I think the conversation shifts when you start talking about year over year.
That's the thing. To get in that lane or talking the E-word elite, you got to start. You got to have multiple years of it.
Well, for
he's
me,
got two.
For me, that conversation at some point has to turn to, does this guy have staying power? And when you talk about, again, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, when you start rattling these guys off, they've not only proven to be the best of the best, and live in the playoffs and have monster games when the stage is the biggest and the brightest, but they also have the ability to have staying power. Jalen Hurts is dependent on the system being right, and the stars aligned for him last year. Oh, and I'd say that probably even the year before that.
I was going to say he probably had a probably a good 3-year run there.
But he to me there's no like freakish talent with Jalen Hurts. His star power, or his what do you call it? His
superpower.
His superpower is more of that leadership. Never frazzled, never high, never low. Just a natural, authentic leader, true alpha. Like it's not a freakish ability that some of these guys have that are going to keep them at the top no matter what their team. Like nobody's questioning right now whether Joe Burrow is a top 5 quarterback in this league.
Like
right?
I think he falls out of the top. Like when they do these lists, I think Jalen will fall out of the top 10.
I agree.
Usually, if you are that level.
Yeah.
1 year doesn't – like Joe Burrow's not going to fall out of the top 10.
Exactly. Like you got guys that are dependent on the scheme that they're in, right? And I think, does Sam Darnold have staying power top 10? No, I don't think he does. But does Sam Darnold have the ability after a great year, a great 2-year run that's capped by a Super Bowl win? Then, yeah, Sam Darnold is definitely in the conversation of the 9, 10, 11 range, whoever's in there, right? You look at Jared Goff, a great year, Super Bowl win would put Jared Goff in that conversation. I don't think he's ever going to be a top 5, right? You've got now Drake May with the legs and the big arm and the youth. Does he have the ability to jump into the top 10 at some point? And does he have the staying power? I think that's unknown right now. But
he's got a real Flacco feel. Right, like at least right now. Like you remember when Joe Flacco, because that was a big conversation piece. Is Joe Flacco elite? Right, he had that big run, and you're like, damn, man, they're always in the playoffs. He generally plays well in the playoffs. He always played better than he did in the postseason. And then he had that run, Clint, where he beat, I think, Andrew Luck, and then I think he beat Peyton with the Broncos on the road, and then we went and beat Brady on the road. And then won that Super Bowl against the 49ers, and it was like, whoa, like what is he? But he didn't just continue to stack that every year. He was good, he was solid, and a good player. And Sam, to me, feels like that. Now, Clint, if we get through this thing in a few years, and Sam has started to continue to put together, seasons like this, then you gotta start to have a different conversation.
Well, I tell you, the more people understand that his grandfather is a Marlboro man, you got to. I mean,
Dick Hammer.
If you're sitting at 11 and your grandfather is the Marlboro man, and his name is Dick Hammer, you immediately get the 10 spot. It's yours.
No, it's not. That's been there from the beginning. I don't think Dick Hammer gets you immediate.
If you're sitting at 11 and we're having a 10-11 conversation.
If it's you and Jared Goff, it goes.
Oh, no question. No question. I mean, Marlboro Man and Dick Hammer, absolutely. I mean, that is 10 out of 10 Sam Darnold.
All right, let's jump out. Hopefully we can hear from the fellas. I know we're going to hear from Woody, your ex-teammate. Who, somebody, I think his name is still up in the Hall of Fame situation. Not sure if he's made it. He's always kind of announced to us if he knows it each year. But we'll speak with him hopefully coming up next as we continue live on the drive.
All right, look.
Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Live in San Francisco, Liqueur 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here in San Francisco for Radio Row, and we're happy to be joined. All right, guys, we had last year. We really put them to a dog question right off the bat last year, and we really had.
I remember that conversation.
Yeah, we had. It was a fun conversation. Thanks to Todd Heap and Dennis Pitta for joining us, and they're joining us thanks to Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. So I remember these guys pretty good. We don't have to do what we've had to do with every other guest. We got duped last year. We had a fake Stephon Diggs, so I'm forcing everyone. The way they just turned
present some ID before they.
Well, just trivia questions about themselves that the real person would know. But I feel very comfortable with you two.
That was a good
I was ready. I've got some ready.
It's unearthed some really good stuff. Did y'all know that Terrell Davis won was it a state championship?
No,
shot put.
No, he won. He set the record.
Set the record. Shot put and discus.
Yeah, really. Not running.
No, I thought we were fixing to go 100, 400 or something. No, he went shot put discus on.
He was the kicker and nose guard.
Didn't know.
Wow. What an explosive athlete.
Yeah. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
No, it has. No, it has. But no, man, we thank you guys for joining us, man. And here in Houston, the Ravens are a team that a lot of them are looking at, and this is maybe some of the biggest change that we've seen. And they're in a different direction. They are guys that a guy that you guys both played for, John Harbaugh, is going. I'm just curious. You guys kind of close to the situation. You guys surprised that was the decision, the move they made.
You know, I wasn't surprised just because of the, you know, what's happened over the last so many years. You know, I think the expectations are so high. We have ownership. We have a culture. We have, you know, a fan base that's used to winning Super Bowls. And so if you're not winning Super Bowls or getting closer to that point, those things can happen, you know. And Harbaugh has been there for 18 years. You know, he's a staple in Baltimore. He's been a great coach over the years. He was good at so many different things. But, you know, I think it was time. Right. Sometimes the message over time can – and it's of no fault of their own, but, you know, a new message coming in can reinvigorate or change the mindset of a team or the culture of a team. And so, and Harbaugh was great at culture. Like, that was one of the things he was great at. He was great at making sure everybody knew what was expected of him, making sure he held everybody accountable, making sure he held, you know, everybody was prepared for all the small details going into the game plan on a weekly basis, where we weren't. You never were surprised by a situation, because situationally he'd gone over everything. And so those are the things that he's going to bring to New York. But we're excited for what Coach Minter is going to bring to Baltimore. So
how do you feel about Baltimore? With, I mean, you obviously got Lamar as the headliner, but you got some guys really on both sides of the football. That, I mean, this obviously is not a rebuild like type situation. I mean, it's just I would say reload. But how do you feel about what's going on in Baltimore moving forward, about the team next?
Well, I think that was a little bit of the impetus for you know, Harbaugh getting fired, is because we went into this season thinking we had one of the best rosters in football. You know, I think the Ravens were kind of pegged as a team that was going to be one of the top teams competing for the Super Bowl, you know, and so you have all those guys and a lot of studs on both sides of the ball that are used to making plays, and for that not to happen this year, not even to make the playoffs, I think that was the most frustrating part for a guy like Steve Bisciotti.
Dennis, both of you guys sat there and watched great defenses. That's always what the kind of the thought with the Ravens was, this great defense and the guys you had there. In Houston, it looked like they were trying to copy that this year. Their defense, they felt they were trying to move towards the range of what the Ravens did, and they were great this year. What was it about seeing those guys every day as an understanding of playing with a great defense and seeing how they work every day?
Yeah, I mean, that's the brand that Baltimore has been for as long as I can remember. you play great defense, you run the football. We never really tried to ask our offense to do too much other than take care of the football. And that's really been the philosophy throughout most of the Ravens' existence, and certainly through my time there and through Joe Flacco's era there in Baltimore. That has not been the case with Lamar Jackson. Lamar is such a explosive athlete, talk about explosive athletes, like we said Terrell Davis, right? I wonder if Lamar has set records in the shot put. You guys think so?
No. I don't know about shot put.
Well, it was hard for me to believe with TD if Lamar's old narrow ass comes in here talking about shot put.
I mean, just an explosive rotational athlete right there. So, you know, with Lamar Jackson, it's really been the opposite of the typical identity in Baltimore. The offense has been the one that's led the way for a handful of years now. And I think the departure of Harbaugh and the hiring of Jesse Minter is an attempt to kind of restore that old school mentality and that Baltimore bully mentality that they haven't had for the last handful of years. And, you know, Jesse Minter obviously being a great defensive mind, I think they're trying to get back to playing great defensive football. And now you couple that with Lamar Jackson's explosive playmaking ability, and you have potentially a very dangerous team. Now, we'll see how it all shakes out.
Yeah.
You know, you feel like you're going to have confidence in that defense. And you mentioned, you know, kind of a rebuild or whatever. This is certainly not a rebuild. Not for Baltimore fans, not with an MVP caliber quarterback. I mean, even defensively, they hadn't played to their potential the last couple seasons. But, man, you got some great players on that side of the ball. It looks like you're going to get Matabike back this season. Which
that was a huge loss.
Really huge, which really will bolster that pass rush and that interior presence in the defensive line. But Kyle Hamilton might be just one of the best football players in all of football right now. You have so many pieces, Roquan Smith, so many pieces on that side. Malachi Starks, who they just drafted in the first round last year, really emerged as a guy this year. This is just a retooling and kind of a change of leadership. They're trying to light a fire under this roster, under this team. By bringing in a new coach. And I just think it's going to provide enough urgency for these guys to really get over the hump, because the biggest criticism of John Harbaugh and why fans largely were unhappy the last few seasons, they couldn't get over the hump.
Yeah.
You know, they were making the postseason. They were just losing in really bad ways with bad turnovers and just unfortunate things happening. And so the hope is that when they make this change, they can kind of right some of those wrongs, because this roster's still championship caliber, and everybody in Baltimore believes that.
All right, fellas, let's. We're here to talk about Cadix. Obviously, I'm a big fan, especially though I didn't move real well, boys, when I played, so I needed a white shoe. I needed a white shoe. Black shoes out of the question. I didn't. I needed the white shoe to move.
Makes
faster.
you look faster.
Oh yeah, and I needed all the help.
This white one's for you right here.
That one right there. I know y'all have all colors, but that right there is clean. Tell us about your shoes and the technology that you guys have there.
Yeah, so obviously the technology is Smart Stud technology, and it's a patented technology that is unique to our cleats. These studs on the foreplate here can independently flex, move, spin, and what that does is it provides an athlete the ability to change positions when you stick your foot in the ground and you change directions. Your cleat no longer gets stuck in a position and puts your leg, your ankle, your knee in a compromising position consequently. So what it does is reduce rotational forces in your legs, in your joints, which most non-contact injuries are rotational force driven. When I change direction, when I pivot, when I plant, when I do all those things that these explosive athletes do, it sends forces up your legs. And so if we can dissipate some of that force and that energy at the ground level, then it will take a lot of that strain off your joints. And so that's kind of the premise behind the safety component of these cleats. But shoot, man, we've had a lot of guys wearing them this season in particular. 40 or 50 guys across the league in games, from Buda Baker to obviously the explosive athlete that Joe Flacco is.
My man.
He's explosive. It really is.
Talk about explosion. Kyle Juszczyk, I mean, Jacoby Myers, tons of guys across the league that play at a really high level have worn these cleats and really have a lot of good things to say about it. So we're continuing to grow and build. We saw you guys last year and kind of talked about it, but last year we were pretty far behind where we are this year, and we're light years ahead now, with just from a research and study standpoint, from a technology standpoint, and we're really excited about the future of this thing.
And this is I know this is year 2 that we've talked to y'all, but what year is it with
it's only been about a year and a half since
we started selling cleats about a year ago right now.
Right.
But we had guys wearing them in the NFL last year.
Yeah.
But then this year we probably had close to 50 guys wearing them.
Yeah.
Wow. And we've been selling for about a year now.
You got the highest paid athletes in the game wearing them on Sundays, so obviously it's a hell of a product. The look that we're looking at right now is clearly I'm a shoe whore, if you will. I mean, it's simple, clean, fresh. Y'all got it licked right there in that white one now.
Yeah, well, we appreciate that. We know you're good style. You and Todd got these white hats going on.
Well, I mean,
we're just clean.
Can I
just live clean,
man.
Can I tell you about Todd's white hat for a quick second? Todd.
Let's talk about it.
Todd has never not worn a white hat. Ever. I've never seen Todd in a hat other than white.
Right.
That's a double negative, not a triple negative.
He also never has a logo on his hat, if you notice. He's got a whole closet.
There's value in that.
He's got a whole closet full of just generic white hats that he just goes
and grabs.
You'll see us coming, right?
That's right. Tell me this. We'll get y'all out of here on this. Does it have anything to do with head size?
No.
It's just what he's comfortable with.
I actually got a small head, but
coincidentally, he has a giant head.
Yeah. No,
at least it looks big.
A little bit smaller than Dennis's head.
You got a small head?
Yeah.
Dennis can probably wear any kind of hat. I mean, just looking at you, looks like you got to be kind of choosy. Hey, from a big-headed brother right here, I'm with you.
I agree. You got to be real selective in your headwear there.
You can't just don't throw a Cadix hat at me and think I'm going to wear it if it's one of them low.
This is called the flex fit. This is called the flex fit. I bulk order the flex fits. All right.
He's got to be choosy.
That's right.
All right, fellas, we'll let you get out of here.
All right, thanks,
guys.
guys.
Jumping out. All right, thanks, Todd and Dennis. As they take off, we'll get our guy Darren Woodson. He'll get set up here as well. Good conversation with those guys. No, those shoes, though, seriously, go check them out. They
got the look down.
They got the look. They sure do. They sure do. All right, let's get your guy in. I believe that is Darren. He just keeps looking better every year he comes up here, doesn't he? All right, Dennis, appreciate you. He keeps looking better every year. There you go, Dennis. Dennis got that handshake down now. Yeah, looked like his hair had grown in a little bit. I don't know what that is. I don't remember. I thought it was a clean shave. Got a quick picture in here, but being joined by Cowboys legend, former teammate of yours, Darren Woodson. He'll jump on with us, and you can vouch that this is the real Darren Woodson.
That's the real Woody right there. No question. That's the real Woody.
Yeah. That's the real guy. The real guy there. So we don't have to go through. Because I was gonna get the trivia questions from you, but I felt like you had some trivia questions that may be a little too personal.
Yeah, I mean, because I would have to go with, yeah. I mean, the off the field stuff probably is better kept off the radio, and so I would have to dig into some player stuff, and it may hurt some feelings. So yeah, it'd probably be better if I.
Has he got something new going on, doesn't he? Is he a?
Man, Woody's always got stuff going on, man. But he's an entrepreneur, man. He's got one that's got, I believe it's a real estate deal, and then one of them I believe is some kind of technology.
I thought he was doing some new content stuff. I thought.
I'm sure he's always got some of that going on.
So my man here he is. Yeah, he's been with us. He's been with us every year. And a guy you know very, very well, Darren Woodson, joins us here, Cowboy legend. Half the people in the city love him, but the other half hate him.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been a minute. What's up, Stir? What's going on? Yeah. Back at it. What's this Tide doing up here, dog? What y'all got going on, man?
Hey, we had a problem today.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, man.
I tell you what it's doing. It's causing problems.
One of Seth Payne got a little aggressive with the Tide Pods. Opened it up. I don't know what he was doing, but he fired it and just drilled his co-host right in the eye.
Did it? Today?
Oh, man.
This morning.
Where was this? Right here?
Right here.
It's on YouTube, baby.
Is it? Oh, y'all went viral this morning, huh? I got to look. I got to find this.
Hey, so hold on. Leave that tide alone, man. We're trying to say, man, how you been, man?
I've been good, man. I can't complain. I'm sitting here with my little dude. He's sitting here eating food right next to it. Dude, you know what, man? My son right now eating snacks. And while we're going on, he's making a whole bunch of noise. Hey, this dude's making a lot of noise over here.
You got to eat. You got to eat. All right, man. As we like to get your thoughts, this was a I don't know. How would you describe this year for the Cowboys? Was this a positive?
No, hell no. Look, I think offensively, I think it was an extremely positive year. Look, they went out and got another receiver opposite of CeeDee Lamb that played lights out. Look, they got weapons.
No, they do.
They got weapons. They ran the ball extremely well this year. Totally different attitude. But the problem is, and it continues to be, on the defensive side of the ball. And I get it, man. I get it. Like, there's big play after big play. We all love those big plays. But, man, at some point, you got to get stops.
That had to be killing you watching that defense.
Oh, you got to get stops, man. Look, I'm looking at the two teams that we're about to watch this Sunday. And other than JSN on one side of the ball, is there another dude, like, that just pops, like, just really, really pops out there? I mean, I like Diggs, and the Patriots guys have some guys, but when you look at both of these teams, man, they play real defense.
This was a year of
real defense. Yeah. Like they're gonna get stops. They're gonna get stops, and I think that's how you can you have a chance. Like, yes, I do believe that you're gonna have to protect certain guys on this offensive side of the ball with the Cowboys, but man, they have to be intentional about getting better up front. And at the linebacker position, and even through the middle of their defense. They have to be intentional about this. And I'm not just saying, casually go out and grab a guy here in free agency. No. Be intentional about getting better on the defensive side of the ball, because it'll take them places, and they just don't know it. That's not the experience. It hadn't been their experience since Jimmy Johnson left in 93 or whatever, right? Yeah. Has not been their experience. Their experience has always been offense.
What'd you think about that Texans defense?
Man, that's one of the best defenses I've seen in a long time.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, look, they went to New England, and the quarterback just laid an egg. Didn't play well at all on the opposite side of the ball, nor did they have Rico at the same time. But they found a way to stay in that game. We're in the fourth quarter, and as bad as they played and as many turnovers they had, that defense kept them in that game. I mean, that's saying a lot, man. That's saying a lot. Like, and I know I feel like they'll get better next year at the quarterback position. I know he didn't play that well that game, but that defense is something that's going to travel, man. And they traveled all season long, and I just like what they did. I like how they, as you can tell, I'm a defensive guy.
Yeah.
You know, and I firmly believe in the fact that if you got guys up front that like to play and they're a little rowdy and they got a little bad attitudes, you got something, man.
They've done an unbelievable job of bringing, the guys that they bring in all have the same mindset. They use the phrase swarm.
Yeah.
And typically that coach speak stuff is like, okay, yeah, that's cute. It's real cute. But, I mean, they actually live it and have 11 guys out there on the field every damn play that believe in it. Well,
not only that, though, but you got to believe in your shit. You know what I mean? Like, excuse my language. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Tyler's got it dropped. But.
Tyler got it. But you got to believe it. Like, no, it's not like – I played on the defense, man. We won 3 championships because we actually believed that we were good.
Yeah.
Like, we walked on the field, we're like, you may score, but you're going to earn that.
Yeah.
You're going to earn this. And when you got 11 guys, maybe 14 guys that not only play that way and think that way on defense, but think that way on special teams as well. Because if you're playing defense, you're going to tap your foot into that special teams, right? If you got 2 phases that have that kind of attitude, man, you got a shot. Even if your offense is struggling, you still have a shot.
Well, the shot this year was like that no other because of, what you were looking at. No Pat Mahomes, no Lamar Jackson. I mean, no Joe Burrow. Those guys, no Dak. Those guys weren't in it. I want to go back to the Cowboys. We got a lot of Cowboys fans that listen, obviously. But I want to go back to the Cowboys conversation because you sold it. I mean, you sold that defense stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But this is the same song and dance in Dallas, man.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I go back to last year. They get their ass kicked on Monday night, and we turn around and not CeeDee Lamb, but who was it? Was CD and Diggs, wasn't it?
Yep.
Doing music videos in the club that night. I mean, not like you didn't just get your ass whooped. Like there's a mentality in Dallas that seems to always keep them from playing at the ceiling of whatever that is.
Yeah.
Right. And so, I hear you, man. You got to go in there and improve the interior defensive line. And okay, that defensive coordinator's out of here. Bring another defensive coordinator in here. Like, how much of it do you believe is like organization-wide, they got to figure some things out versus it's obvious defense struggled, right?
Right.
I mean, how much of it do you believe is organization-wide? Like, they got to figure some things out and straighten some things out before, as a unit, they're ready to compete at a Super Bowl-type level.
I think there's a lot of that. That's like there's an in-house mindset that needs to change. And I kind of went down that road a little bit a minute ago. Like, you can be cute all you want, man. Like, and I'm not saying that they're being cute, but I'm saying that I don't think they've been really intentional about shoring things up defensively.
Yeah.
I think they've been really very intentional offensively. I think they've been very, like, hey, they've been efficient. They know what they want to go get, and they go out and they get it, right, even through the draft or whatnot. But on the defensive side of the ball, I think it's like that, it's like that part of the organization where they're like, yeah, but we're so good offensively we can get by. Yeah, you can. You can until you run into Houston.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all good. It's all cute and all, and we're scoring 30 points, and then you run into a Houston, you run into a Patriots, you run into a team like the Seattle Seahawks, and they hit you right back in the mouth. Like, that's the thing about football is that you can have a great offense. And I've played against great offenses, and it's, and I played against great offenses were a great defense as well. And I knew we were going to get you out.
Yeah.
And you weren't used to it. And I tell you what, you get a great offense out and they start to get down and they start to rush a little bit. Yeah. Because we played against the Buffalo Bills team and Jim Kelly, and they were hanging 30-40 on everybody. Got punched in the mouth. And then their reaction was, okay, we're going to hurry up. Got punched in the mouth again. And then it's like, oh, God, you get steamrolled. So I think there's a lot to say about that. Now, I think the Cowboys do have to change that mentality because that's not how they think. They don't think that way. They think points, Dak. And then they have a loss, and then who do they blame? Romo.
Yeah.
Dak.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, well, the defense didn't get no damn stops either. I mean, Green Bay just hung 40 on you because you couldn't stop anybody, right? You couldn't let him catch up.
And we had Terrell Davis on earlier, and I thought what he said was interesting about CJ's performance. That he said there's damn sure some people in that locker room that's doubting him.
Yeah.
And we've heard nothing but good things, especially from the Will Andersons, some of the leaders, the Nico Collinses on this team. You've been in these locker rooms, these situations.
He's got to earn it back.
You think there's some guys looking at him different?
He's got to earn it back. He's got to earn it back.
Yeah.
And from what I know about CJ and just watching him over the years, he seems like he's been a guy who's overcome a lot. Like he'll have some down times, and he'll bounce back. And we're going to find out a lot about CJ Stroud over this offseason and about the organization. If they believe in him and they're going to trust him, we're going to find out a whole lot about that. But he's going to have to earn that back, man, because, we're all human, man. So when you go out on the football field, and, we always say we're united and you're 53 men and we're all focused and all that, but then you got one guy who just had a rough day. And
he's that guy.
And he's that guy who's playing that position, and you're in that locker room, and it's just you got to figure out a way to bounce back for next year, right? So where's the confidence level on the defenses? And you can say what you want about offenses and defenses. We talk about it all the time. Well, you got to just ride it out. Yeah, you got to ride it out. But you can't tell me when I'm giving up 40 in that offense and Michael Irvin ain't over there like, hey, man, dog. We can't punt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that happens. Yeah. It does happen. So they got to build back on that.
Wood, we got to get Choctaw Casino and Resorts here before too long, where the players play.
You seen that?
Yeah, man. I see it. I see it. Last year we talked about making a trip up there.
Yeah,
and,
you didn't show up.
Here we sit 12 months later, and I'm still waiting on that damn invite.
Yeah,
but,
come on. All right.
Man, you did me right. You did me right in New York, though, so I ain't gonna hold it against you, man. We had a nice little trip about 25 years ago, but I do want to. I do want to ask you a question, right? See, I work with Ron every day, right? And C.J. Stroud got a haircut. I don't know if you saw this.
No.
You know, he had dreads.
He cut the dreads off?
He cut the dreads off, or twist, I guess. Is right. It's kind of a tweener to me.
How did he, like, all the way?
He went all the way. He went bob. He went to the bob.
Okay.
Literally just like this right here.
Okay. All right.
And I said, look, I mean, C.J. Stroud to me is more of a bob with the what do they call it? What do we call it?
Like a sponge brush.
No, but what? I don't know. This right here. High taper. There you go.
Yeah.
You know, and I said I never bought C.J. Stroud as a dread guy. So what we went into this conversation about like Eric Williams. We play with Eric, right?
Yep.
Like Eric Williams is a dread guy.
Yeah.
There's some edge. There's an edge there. There's a roughness.
Yes.
And he's one of these. Oh, anybody can do anything they want to do. And I just said no. I mean, if you're going to be a dread guy, like you can't be a pretty boy, Mr. Goody Two Shoes, if you're going to be a dread guy. I feel like dreads are for certain.
At the quarterback position too, right? I mean, not only
Woody, anybody can wear dreads.
Anybody can wear dreads. Yeah, I would say
anybody can wear this brown hoodie he got on right here. But I'm talking about
purple. Yeah, but his persona is like he's strong, faithful dude. Like he's about his faith as well, right?
Oh, a good dude. I mean, good-looking dude, baby face.
Yeah.
And
you
can be strong about your faith with them.
I think you look at C.J. Stroud and you're like, he's young. He's still young. And that's why I feel like that he has time on the side. He can overcome this. But he's still young, and there's some time to grow. And I think this is a part of growth, man.
Woody,
I'm
talking about them damn dreads. I've moved on from CJ. I'm just talking about guys that are wearing dreads.
Well, you can't say that about all the dudes that are wearing dreads.
You
cannot. So everybody that's dreads got to be a thug.
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you, if Darren Woodson, if my boy Woody walked up in this piece right now with dreads, I said, no, that ain't Woody. That ain't Woody right there. I mean, you can do whatever the hell you want to.
But you ain't got no edge.
I get it. My dreads be back in the back of my head.
Hey, if Emmitt Smith walked in here with some dreads, that ain't he. That right there ain't he.
No, but it's a different world now. It's a different group.
Well, that's fine. I mean, y'all can be all correct if y'all want to. Hey, if Darren Hambrick back in the day, if he walked in with some dreads, bingo, dreads, cool, got it. Got it.
You're selling me. You're selling me on this. You're selling me on this.
I could rattle off names and Woody would say dreads or no dreads. That'd make my point.
Absolutely.
Hey, Choctaw Casino Resorts, man, we got to get to it. I know, again, I'm waiting on my invite, man, but we got to get to that.
Yeah, Choctaw Casino Resorts, just up 45 from my house, 52 minutes.
Okay.
From DFW Airport, just 90 minutes, up 75, up to Durant, Oklahoma, just across the border of Dallas-Fort Worth in the Dallas, Texas area. Unbelievable resort. You know this, Stern. I got to get you up there. You got to bring family, Ron. You got to bring yourself up there as well, man. Resort-style pools, non-smoking tower there. The concert venue is the best concert venue in all of Texas, man. I don't think there's anything that even comes close to the concert venue. We go watch concerts. We go watch comedians, the whole nine, man. And my kid, who you see over here in a minute, we go to the resort. We swim in the pools, the whole nine, man. So it is a great place to take family. Enjoy yourself over a weekend. We gamble a little bit. We have a good time. So come on. Right. You just come on, man.
Hey, I need to get on board with it, man. That's up there close to that Arkansas, Texas, Oklahoma corner right there. Man. I bet I got some Arkansas folks that ease on down there every now and then too. Now,
all right, man, we got to get out of here. Talk all day long.
Come on, Wood.
I know we got other spots. Darren Woodson, we appreciate you joining us. 5 o'clock fire coming up next right here live on the drive.
Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Jiffy Lube. I got to tell you about Jiffy Lube, and there's 60 locations around the city, y'all. They are the king of the quick in-and-out oil change. They've been that way since 1979. If you don't know where the nearest location is, go to jiffylube.com right now.
LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here. A little 5 o'clock fire. A little 5 o'clock fire going to be a little different today as we are happy to be joined by Kat Cora, one of the best chefs in the world. I mean, you take that, right?
I'll take it. I'll take that.
Say, like, I want to see. I want to see.
Heck yeah, I'll take that.
That humble in you. I want to see you that humble in you. But luckily, we're joined by Kat, and it is now thanks to Tide. It's got to be. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. All right, I'm going to fill you in, and now we've just talked to you during the commercial break, so I feel confident that I'm speaking to the real Kat Cora. We had an incident last year where we were duped.
Oh, really?
Yeah, by a guest. Yeah, an imposter, and it was. And I'm not taking any chances. I'm asking trivia questions to each person. So I mean, you let us know a little bit. All right, you took a few of them. I just want to. I know you went to Southern Miss.
Yeah.
If you're the real Kat Cora, you went to Southern Miss.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
What was your major? What did you graduate?
Oh, major. I went to Southern Miss and great school. I majored in physiology, sports medicine, and nutrition.
See, all right, we got the right one.
Yeah, got the right one.
We got the right one.
He already fact checked me.
That, like the fake. If it would have been a fake Kat Cora, culinary school. That's exactly where I went. I just want to make sure. I
went to Culinary Institute of America in New York. Yeah.
There you go.
He fact checked me good.
I just gotta make sure. Like you're on one of my favorite shows. I'm a Food Network person, but what's up with Iron Chef? Is that just done?
Man.
Like I used to think that was the pinnacle of everything. I would watch the hell out of it.
Yeah, well, at one time, I mean, we pioneered the cooking competition shows. I mean, there was no other cooking competition shows before us. I mean, Iron Chef, we went through the trials and tribulations. We workshopped that show. I mean, because now everybody's got it, their own version of it. But, I mean, it was a wild, wild west back then. No one really had done that before, and it was really cool. And, to be amongst the first, 4 Iron Chefs ever in America, it was awesome. I mean, it was such a great thrill to represent women, especially because no one ever had seen women cook as hard and fast as men had in the trenches against men.
And that's legit, right? Like those competitions.
So legit. I mean, it was 60 minutes, and I'm telling you, the 60 minutes was if someone cut themselves, all right, clock kept ticking. You don't stop. The medic runs in, and then you just catch up. I mean, if somebody turns your oven off, I mean, it was legit. So, I mean, it was cool. I mean, it was a great time. It's like the Olympics of cooking competitions, and it was just so many great memories. I mean, very hard. Really, literally came in again as the first one, and there were chefs that wouldn't even compete because, no one knew what would happen if you lost.
Yeah.
Because no one had done it before. So it was like people were like, what if I lose on national television? What happens in my restaurant? People, it was like a whole learning curve for everybody.
Because who was the original 4? Is you, Bobby?
Bobby myself, Bobby Flay, Morimoto, and Mario Batali.
Yes.
And then we did the next Iron Chef, and we started adding, Jose Garces and Alex Guarnaschelli.
I wrote that Alex ride.
Yeah. After about 8 seasons, we finally got another woman, which I was happy at that point. And then, I mean, just great chef. Michael Simon. I mean, just great chef. So, yeah.
I want to go back. I'm a curious individual. I want to know about Kat coming up. You're Jackson, Mississippi to Southern Miss.
I would have never guessed that.
To, hey, man, I'm going to go up to New York and go to culinary school, and here we sit. Like, what were you thinking at Southern Miss, sitting in your dorm room or in your apartment, you went, yeah, hell with it, I'm fixing to go to the Northeast? Like, what was it that pushed you?
Literally, I grew up in a Greek-American home in Mississippi, and I always tell people if you hadn't had feta cheese on biscuits or grits, try it. It's great. But I grew up in a Greek-American home, and my parents, I grew up around a lot of great cooks. some of the first white table dining in the South was done, was from Italian immigrants and Greek immigrants. Namely one of them was my grandfather. And so cooking was always in my DNA, if you will. I grew up, my dad was a grill meister. My mom was an amazing cook. My grandmother was a great baker. So they taught me a lot of skills. And, I had family members with restaurants. And so I just grew up around that. It was always something I loved. But you got to remember back then when I was in, the 80s and early 90s, there wasn't, Celebrity Chef didn't exist. None of this phenomenon existed. The only food TV was PBS. It was Julia Child, Jacques Pepin, the Galloping Gourmet, the Cooking Cajun. You guys, anybody remember that?
I remember the first two. I don't know about the Cooking Cajun.
Yeah, but so I mean, and so Julia Child came to Mississippi when I was, kind of looking at like maybe I should, pursue this. I thought I was going to be a restaurateur and just own a restaurant, but then I was like, my parents were like, you should be a chef and like cook, And so Julia Child became a mentor of mine. I met her in Natchez, Mississippi at a book signing, and she just mentored me through my, career and said, go to Culinary Institute of America in Hyde Park, New York, and get a degree in the culinary arts, and I did. And that's kind of how, and then I went to France and cooked in 2 3-star Michelin restaurants, and it just kept going.
Now, Kat, I know you had a restaurant in Houston for a while there.
Houston Airport, yeah.
Yep, yeah, and for you, if you were going to Houston, right, what's like your favorite spot? Where's your favorite restaurant?
Oh, in Houston, I haven't been. I mean, well, I used to go through, and it was my restaurant, and wherever anyone would take me, because I love to eat. So take me somewhere amazing. So you guys got to tell me where the places are in Houston now. So see, I haven't been to Houston in a while, but I love Houston. It's a great city. It's a great city. I like that part of the country. I've been through Texas a lot. Yeah. Had family in Bryan College Station, and so I spent a lot of time in the Texas. I have family in Dallas. So yeah, anybody give a shout out to that?
Yeah, our producer. I'm sure you heard it in our ears.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, you're an Aggie. Oh, I had family that were Aggies. I mean, yeah. So I mean, I love that part of the. Great barbecue, great. I mean, just good food.
Yeah. Good food, good people, man.
Good people. Yeah.
And we're getting on the football front, too. Hey, do you know I got a good buddy of mine I played college ball with, Eddie Jackson.
Okay.
You know Eddie?
Yes, I know Eddie. Yeah. I love Eddie.
Yeah, he's my guy, man. He's actually in Houston, but we actually met in college. And he's a couple years younger than me, but he's been a good follow for – that's kind of my tie to the food scene, the chef scene, is just keeping up with him.
He is, he is really on fire, right?
Yeah.
With Food Network and doing some great shows.
Yeah, and he's a great dude. So I just that's more important to me. But obviously he's killing it with.
I love watching him taste cookies. Yeah. He's like this. Well, I mean, he has like a certain way he takes a bite, and then he like puts it around in his mouth. And he's tasting that.
Does
cookie.
He do his neck like
that?
There ain't no doubt.
Tell him I love the way he tastes cookies.
Eddie, everything he does, he tries to be sexy with it. He's damn sure doing it. Now you got food and a TV, and a camera. Yeah, he's gonna do it.
Yes.
Tell us who you're working with this week.
Well, I'm here for Taste of the NFL. Great event. It's going to be happening Saturday night, February 7th, 4 to 7 at the Hibernia, and it's for Gen Youth. I mean, it's Taste of the NFL. PepsiCo's sponsoring it, and the great thing about Gen Youth is it goes to support Gen Youth, and they're all about ending student hunger, which we know is a big problem that we want to end. These students, these kids that go to school, all my kids went to public school. I mean, giving them a hot breakfast, giving them a hot lunch, a really good meal during the day. Sometimes that's the only meal that some of these kids have. 1 out of 5 kids, are facing, hunger at school. We want to end that. So, it's a really, really good cause. We're going to, have 30 million kids in our nation get free meal. They get the lunch and they get the breakfast. So it's really, really important cause. It's near and dear to my heart. So we're going to be at New Orleans. We raised $2.2 million last Super Bowl. We want to up that this year, so everybody can come out. get your ticket, tasteofthenfl.com, get a ticket, come out to me. I'm going to have Carla Hall there, Andrew Zimmern, Tyler Florence. A lot of other great local chefs are going to be there. We're going to have some good NFL, great NFL legends there signing autographs. A lot of food, cocktails, music. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a great event. Yeah.
I like Tyler. Tyler Florence.
Tyler's great. Tyler's a local.
That food truck race, man. Tyler
He is. I've known Tyler for 25 years, but it's a really great event. I'm really excited about it. I'm going to be doing my buffalo chicken mac and cheese, which is one of my food delivery. I do at cookunity.com, which is a fresh food delivery I do all over California, and we do this dish, and people love it. It's a fan favorite, so that's what I'm going to be serving along with one of my NFL buddies. And, again, it's just going to be a great event. Come out. Help us raise a lot of money to end student hunger.
That's awesome. Thanks so much for joining us. It's been a lot of fun.
Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you.
You guys are awesome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Coming up, Byron Young, Kobe Turner, guys who thought they were going to be playing in this game with the Rams. We'll be joined by two of the better young defensive linemen in football. That's coming up next on The Drive.
Hey, if you are not Cat Cora, right, I don't advise you spend 30 minutes.
nonstop previews and analysis leading up to kickoff on February 8th. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, this is The Drive, and we are back, and we are hoping to hear soon from Byron Young and Kobe Turner, two young defensive linemen for that L.A. Rams team that was very close to making it here to San Francisco for a championship attempt to win a Super Bowl, but weren't able to make it. Before we get there, Tyler, I know you're always ready because you stay ready. Let's do a little best bets. All right, if you missed his numbers or you missed these bets, go to @TMillRealDeal. Yesterday, he was really close, man. You were on it. You just got screwed over. I knew Lucas minutes could be a problem for you. But what are your best bets tonight as you try to get back on it? As you've had a pretty decent start to the week.
Yeah, I want to get back in that green for sure. And you called it last night, Ron, on the minutes with Luka. I was watching that fourth quarter.
Yeah, he played 28. Yeah.
But three more, staying consistent this week. Three more NBA bets tonight. First, I got the Raptors plus 1.5. They are hosting the Timberwolves tonight. That is Canada plus 1.5 tonight. Next, actually, these next two, to round things out, both regard the Rockets. First, I got the Celtics and Rockets head-to-head tonight, over 210.5 points. That is one of the lowest over-under numbers I've seen, one of the lowest totals I've seen all season. I know the Rockets aren't hit a lot of overs this year, but if they can't get over 210.5 points, somebody is royally effed up. So take the over in the Rockets game. And then lastly, of course, an Alpi prop bet, Alper and Şengün to record a double-double. Alpi to record a double-double tonight for the Rockets at odds of -145. That is your third and final best bet. Let's get the money.
Yeah, get that money. I like the Şengün. I mean, and I think KD's probable, so he should come back. But I think he's going to score 10 points, and I think he's going to get 10 rebounds. That would be, if I bet a night. I know we look at the 5 assists that are usually pretty good. If there was money on Alfred Şengün getting a double-double, that'd be one I'd probably throw a little cash at almost every night.
Yeah, dude.
If that was up there
in the NBA.
Yeah, that seems like any easy money right there.
Well, it's out there.
I've got some things that's trip and stuff.
Hey, how quick you've got like a very credible excuse. Is so great.
Saying, man,
yeah, but hey, man, I got this trip,
like,
which is 75% paid for. By the way, check your credit card.
Yeah, I checked it. I went credit this time. They I think they're reversing it back. But
did you get hit too?
Yeah, on the credit card.
Did you really?
It. Yeah, Picky did too. I think we all did.
I
they're supposed to be reversed. Damn, your timing is fantastic.
He said I didn't.
He said I didn't. It went through there a couple of times. Was it the same thing, huh?
Tyler said, I don't know. I got to check it. My spot over in the Heights.
Yeah.
They double charge me.
By the way, as we're sitting here, hey man, the moves that we were rumored to hear about the Rockets, they don't look like they may not be making it, man. This is getting. Yeah, they got obviously till 3 o'clock tomorrow Central Time, and we're seeing moves being made. Anthony Davis goes to Washington, and then a player that the Rockets were really looking at, Kobe White. He is already on the move. So we'll see what the Rockets do moving forward as they've been struggling, or at least struggling to get somebody new. We'll see. They still got till 3 o'clock tomorrow on the 5th. All right, let's take a break here, and when we come back, hopefully we'll hear from the two young defensive linemen who had a bead on playing in this game. We'll do that coming up next.
LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610, live from Radio Row.
Somebody asked us, did you feel an earthquake? And I was like, wait, are they just joking because it's San Francisco? Apparently, no. There was indeed an earthquake.
You can see a hurricane coming. You can prepare for a hurricane. You can kind of prepare for tornadoes. Ain't no preparing for earthquakes.
All week long from San Francisco, thanks to Planet Fitness.
All right, fellas out there, look, you'll wish you'd started earlier. That's
robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at aminet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
NCAA March Madness is coming to Houston. Attendance is encouraged. Passion mandatory. Get your tickets now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we're live on Radio Row, and Kobe Turner is just at the hell with it. He didn't want going in. We got to talk about how he took out that flat. I thought it'd be a little bit more smooth than that.
To be honest, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed, Kobe.
A little bit more struggle.
I had to try to use one hand if I.
I needed the second one.
What technique?
I'm not getting called. No bounty.
That's good. What technique were you using there?
Hey, this is my wingman. He's not going to let me.
That's right. He said nope.
All right, we are real quick. Let me get this out the way. We joined by Byron Young and Kobe Turner, guys play for the Rams, and shout out to them and Bounty, who you guys are here with. We'll get to that here in a second, but before we get into this wing conversation, I got some things that we need to do. We got the okey doke done to us last year, so we had somebody impersonate Stephon Diggs on us, and we had a fake Diggs. Yeah, that's right. Hey, yep, two questions deep. Before Buddy came in, impersonated. I've dressed him up, man.
And y'all fell for it.
I mean, kinda. I mean, I was on alert after the first question. I'm just trying to figure out how to get out of it.
Well, we're in a vulnerable position, fellas. I mean, like people walk up and set them down. Like we just got to trust that's you. You know what I mean? Unless I look in your eyes and I'm like, well, wait a minute. Take them glasses. Yeah. I can't sit here and go, them glasses. Take the hat off. Take them glasses. Let me make sure that's you. You know what I mean? If somebody's trying hard enough. Yeah. So we got guys.
So we've been getting test questions to make sure you know who you are. You the real person. So like if you the real Kobe Turner, I think you would know this answer, right? Beautiful. I know you, the real Kobe Turner.
If you get it wrong,
if you get it wrong, man, I'm gonna have to get up. You sang in high school, and you was given a nickname. What was the nickname?
The concentrator. The conductor.
There you go. All right. That's one. All right, Byron. Before you went to military college, you worked a job at a convenience store. Where was that?
They would know this too.
I know.
Dollar General.
No, they wouldn't know it. Let me tell you, that fake Diggs didn't.
Fake Diggs didn't have no.
He didn't know he had an ACL tear.
Oh,
I mean, I said how. That's the first question. I said, how's rehab going? Oh, it's good. That's what he did.
So when did you realize it wasn't?
The minute he sat down.
The minute I was on alert, but I'm trying to get out of it.
Oh,
we're live on air.
We live. I'm trying to get out of it. And he got us. All right, man. We appreciate you guys jumping in. Before we get to your wing, your attempt at getting that wing, because he want to get a flat right now. He believes he can.
I think I got you.
Go ahead.
He can go ahead and get that thing. Hey,
I don't need for one hand.
You got okay. All right. No, he didn't. No pause. But how difficult is this being here this week? Because I know you all didn't intend on being here in these bounty sweaters. How difficult is this? Has this been? Because this is fresh. This is like less than 2 weeks out of that game.
I mean, for me, it's like it was pretty difficult last week, but I made it to the Pro Bowl, so I came for that earlier. So I mean, that was accomplishment that I was thankful for.
Congratulations! Yeah.
Even though I wanted to go to the Super Bowl, but, pretty cool to, be around the best of the best and, get this accolade and stuff like that. So, but it's still pretty difficult, though. Still hurts. Still something that's, just building motivation and, something I want to be better at. So,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it definitely stings. But, one of the biggest things we talked about is having no regrets. Obviously, there's plays that you might want back from that past game or, different ways that you wish you would have showed up better to be able to take us to, this final round. But at the end of the day, man, I'm just super proud to be to have been a part of that group, man. We left it all out on the line. I don't think we had any regrets. Played a great game. Obviously, that's, a really good team across from us. And we know that we had what it takes to be able to get it done, and we just didn't get it done. So you kind of got to live with that, use that as motivation for next year. But it definitely stings, but definitely grateful to have been able to have that journey.
All right, man, first we know y'all got to get going, man. We appreciate y'all stopping by. Congratulations on your season, and congratulations on the Pro Bowl, man. It's been great talking to you fellas.
Appreciate it.
All right, man. Y'all have a good one. Man, that wing right there.
I can't reach it, man.
Grab that wing. Get that
one right there on top.
Let me see what you're working with here.
The key.
Because you came over there and talked.
The key is get the skinny end.
Wait, you just used two hands.
Well, I did. Okay. I just had to flip it in my hand.
Hey, by the way, we ain't holding them.
You got to get the skinny end, and you got to push down first, and then go in.
We just got that tablecloth.
Nah, he don't care. He the real deal.
Nah, he went crazy.
Yeah, there you go. You got to been there.
Let that over here show you young and
you gotta press it down. I'm gonna use that.
You got to go down and then bang that thing out.
All right.
Pause. No bounty. Whatever. Hey, I made a mess. I need bounty.
All right, it's been a fun day here on the drive. Appreciate you, boss. Been a fun day here on the drive, and we'll have fun again tomorrow. Remember, check out T-Mill's Best Bets. Go to @T-Mill Real Deal if you need somewhere to go to check that out. Go @T-Mill Real Deal. I bet you won't let me get one of them. Wings on the way out.
How you gonna do that? You gonna bring that big old platter? Hey, what about?
I appreciate you.
What about the champ?
The champ. No, I had to give me a wing. I can't let you get there. I appreciate y'all, ladies. Shout out to Bounty.
This is why I eat my wings dry. Got some hair on that one, but I'm gonna eat it anyway. That's why you eat your wings dry, is because you don't need as much bounty.
You don't need as much.
But for the sake of bounty being around, hey, get them wet wings and use a whole row of them that damn bounty, baby.
Again, check out @T-Mill Real Deal to check out the best bets to make you a little cash. Stay with us tomorrow, starting with Payne and Pendergast, and you might want to check that Payne and Pendergast early. Who knows the fireworks that be going from that? We got Tide Pod Gate. We got to figure out what the hell is going on. We've talked to Sean, or we talked to Seth. Now I've watched Sean and Seth together, and Sean seems to be all right. Look at him; he's sitting there talking to Ted. He looks fine, but that anger's still in there.
Oh, he done seen some of his people. Now he said,
God, we're about to sign off, bro. You can't wait to eat.
No, I wanted to show off one more time because that clean as that bone is right there, boy.
You must be starved.
I'm still holding it.
B. Scott, put that right there on that old tweeter machine. Watch folks go crazy.
B. Scott put it on the tweeter machine.
That would be me.
Hey, Payne and Pendergast, they're throwing Tide Pods at each other and going viral. I'm showing y'all how to eat these wings.
We enjoying them wings.
You're right, though. I'm smacking like a mug. There's some big juicy wings, man.
You're the wet mouth.
Wet mouth.
Yeah, take that away from me. All right, hey, Tyler, great job, as always, holding it down through a chaotic time. Parker, great job. Also, a lot going on here, as it always is. And Clint, great job as well. It's been a fun day here on Radio Row here. Shout out to Liqueur 43. Shout out to Planet Fitness as well. And it's been a good time here. I am Ron, the show Hughley. As always, Houston, we love you, baby. I really want some fresh fish. I need to get out here.
You better be careful with that right there. That's bit you once before, I think. Maybe we can grab a little dinner. What do you think?
I'm trying. I mean, wasn't my fault, Tyler. Just say that.
We got a good little team dinner lined up for tomorrow night.
Got a team dinner lined up for tomorrow night.
Sounds fun.
So yeah, it's been a good week, man.
Whole team, man.
The Wet Mouth.
LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610, live from Radio Row.
Who is most